Day two, Market Leader Summit coming at you right now. We got Mr. Adrian Nez on with me. We're wearing our Carrot hoodies. We're Hoodie Brothers. Oh, dude, look at us. We are complete twins. I wasn't looking at the video before. Look at this.
Yeah.
Sweet, dude. So we did not plan this, y'all. We did not plan this. Yes, I am wearing the positivity tee 2 days in a row. Okay. We're gonna be a big beacon of positivity. Adrian's wearing it, and several new Carrot members yesterday also won positivity tees in our contest. So guys, Adrian and I are going to kick it off today, and we've got a bunch of stuff we're going to go over. We're going to go over how to do hybrid. There's a bunch of people who are asking questions on, okay, how do we do it? How do we set websites up? Is it one? Is it two? And we're going to talk about laying bricks in that evergreen content, the evergreen marketing again. And then also one of the things I want to dive into, since today is really about how do you build the business that frees you? How do you build the business that gives you flexibility? How do you do it to where it doesn't just take so much of your time? We're going to be talking a little bit in this opening session about some of my and Adrian's kind of personal productivity systems. So we can be giving you guys all the action items that you want. But I think if you don't have a good process and system yourself for how to know whether the things you're doing each day are the right things and have a productivity system, then everything else we're going to teach is going to be kind of tough to make it work. So Adrian, man, let's kind of kick it off really fast with, we'll run through the agenda for the day here in a bit, but what were some of your biggest takeaways from yesterday? And then we'll open up, we'll show the agenda for the rest of the day today, and then we'll dive into some of these topics.
So I think the main thing, what really stuck out to me is kind of the things we call the basics, right? I think a lot of times we forget that, like, we're in an industry, and I'm guilty of this too, guys, is that it's so easy to chase after the new thing, right? The new thing that's going to promise you instant results, this, that, and and there's some great tools out there that does provide that for you, right? So I mean, not saying that technology or tools out there are not great, but not good. There's lots out there, but a lot of times when we start chasing, we abandoned really where we should be going deep, right? Where we should be going, being a good steward of what's in front of you. A lot of times we want to jump ahead, but if we don't become a good steward of what's in front of us, what are the things that we can master? So I know a lot of times we talk about the hamster wheel marketing, but if that's it right now for you, master that, right? Be good at that. And and then that's where being proactive, being smart with your time, that's when you start working on the bigger picture, right? Start working on your long-term strategy. So Tom Krol, I love how he just continues to hammer on just the basics, being consistent, right? Having the right expectations, because this is a business, guys. This is not one of those things, you can't expect to invest a nickel and get 100-fold return in millions. It doesn't work that way, right? You have to put forth effort. So I love on that. And I think I mentioned this at the end of yesterday's session. I love Eric's strategy because it is that hybrid. It is that, not being the one trick pony, right? It's providing a real solution. You just kind of have to have a structure, right? A lot of times I think we all get frustrated because we have all these ideas out here. We just have to find a way to really structure it in a way to where we can be taking steps, baby steps if necessary, at all. So,
dude, I love it. And guys, while people are piling in here, so it's 9 a.m. Pacific. Well, it's 9:03 Pacific time right now on Thursday. While people are piling in here, I want you guys to pop in the comments box wherever you are. If you're on Facebook, awesome. If you're on Facebook, get over to the live page, guys. The live page, carrotsummit.com. Put in your information. It'll forward you over to the live page, or go look in your email after you signed up. It'll get you the live page where the full event chat is. The links to the resources are. Get off of Facebook, get off of YouTube, and get over to the live page. That's the first thing. If you're already on the live page, amazing. The chat boxes that we're going to be engaging with y'all all day long today again, a full 8 hours. And also, I'll kind of say this before I kind of dive into my recap on day one also, is day one was really about how do we shift our business model with all that's going on in the change of the market, right? The shifting industry, the tech disruption that's happening, the combination of retail and wholesale. We're going to see agents and investors having to work together and become one a lot more moving forward. And then you look at all the competition. How do we prevent being a commodity and commission compression, that slow death? Well, once again, you have to specialize and build authority, like stand out. The way that you do it is by standing out. And the way that you build authority, the only way to build authority, like the House Hero guys were teaching, and like Krista and Aaron were teaching, and there's going to be some people teaching today too, is with content. right? It's with content. You just have to decide what type of content is your jam. Is it written content like the House Heroes guys, where they're bringing in hundreds of seller leads per month, 100% from Carrot, 100% online organic? Or is it going to be like Aaron and Krista Farr, where they really started with content on Instagram and Facebook, and now they're starting to bring that over to the Google side? Okay, Krista Mayshore today and Noelle Nielsen today are going to be talking about video content. Krista Mayshore on the Facebook side, how do we really build up great audiences for agents, but it works for investors too, and build out those campaigns in a way to where they're really good. She has 4 very specific steps that you guys can do on your Facebook content to make you get in front of more people, get in front of the right people, and work. And the next thing is Noelle Nielsen creates amazing viral content. So we're going to dive into that stuff. But you've got to specialize, build authority. The only way to do that is with content. And then down here, I know it's kind of harder to see. I'll kind of move this to the side. This is just a really quick, like hyper speed version recap of yesterday. But down here now is if we know that the industry is shifting, and we know that if we don't shift with it, we will be commoditized. Yeah. Our commissions or profits will get compressed. It's going to be harder to crack through. And the way to do that is by doing things that the big tech giants won't do or can't do, and doing the things that your big competitors won't do or can't do. That's by building authority. The only way to build authority is with content. We talked a lot about that yesterday, a little bit more about it today. And then down here is you go, well, cool, what ways do we do that? There's hamster wheel marketing, like Adrian mentioned, which is immediate feedback. You hop on the hamster wheel, it works, it gives you immediate feedback, but you get tired if you're on it too long. You've got to get off. And when you get off the hamster wheel, it slows to a stop and you got to get back on it. And that's a lot of the marketing sources that a lot of us are using, right? That's why your business has this up and down cycle where every month you're kind of stressing on where my leads are coming from the next month. On the flip side of it is what I call stack and bricks. It's evergreen marketing. And evergreen marketing gives you momentum. It gives you predictability, but it takes a little bit longer to get things going, right? It's like a stack of bricks over there. It's not a wall yet, and it takes hard work. Your hands get dirty. It takes hard work. You lay a whole row of bricks, and you're like, man, that took hard work, but it's not a wall yet. It's not giving me a result. While over here, I can jump back on the hamster wheel like candy, like it's this addictive candy. It gives me a quick result. Down here, it takes longer, but it's going to give us a better result, long-term evergreen. I'm going to wrap up this thought here. Then I'm going to dive into schedule today. But we're going to be talking about in this session about what are those bricks, okay? What do we mean when we say stack bricks? What do we mean when we say evergreen marketing? When we're saying the marketing that you're doing ideally is working for you. That marketing piece you put out today, that content piece you put out today on Instagram, it's great, but it's not going to be doing anything for you 24, 48 hours down the road. So you've got to continue to be on that hamster wheel, posting stuff, cold calling, text messaging, sending out direct mail piece, okay, all the time. Not saying to not do those things. Like Adrian said, they work. You should do them right now. But if you build your business off of that, you're not going to get freedom. You're not going to get flexibility, and it's going to be really hard to get momentum. So today, we're going to talk about how do you get that momentum, what that content is, refer back to the sessions from day 1 that show you how to do that content, refer to the sessions in day 2 that are going to teach you exactly how to create that content and create the content, get it online so it's going to be there in a year, 2, 3, 4 years working for you, bringing in leads every single month. Okay. But then also what we're going to do, y'all, is we're going to pull back and go, cool, like what is this whole hybrid thing? Okay. There were a bunch of questions that came in yesterday where I'm really high right now, y'all, on like hybrid, on agents, not high. Like hopefully you guys heard the last part of it. I'm really high on hybrid, right? Like making sure that agents are working tightly with investors or you are an investor, and investors are working tightly with agents or you are an agent. Eric Young's session yesterday was a perfect example of that. So was Tyler's and Jeff's and Aaron and Krista Farr. They're all agent investors where they're able to actually close more deals because they can serve the sellers better. And that's not just the future, that's the now. If you're not doing that and you're just an investor or you're just an agent, that means you're probably throwing away over half of your leads that could be helped and turned into profit, and those sellers could be helped better. Okay, it means you're probably giving yourself half of the profits at the end of the day in your bank account because you're throwing away leads you say are tire kickers or they're not serious. They're not serious about your one solution you gave them, but they might be serious about the other one. If they're not serious about accepting your cash offer, but they might be serious about listing it for a full price and you can get commission on that. And if you're not doing that, those agents, those investors, and those iBuyers who are doing it are going to steamroll you. They're going to steamroll you that stuff, okay? Someone said TTP, question mark. Give me some Let's see. We'll check out some of the questions here in a bit, guys. We'll do some Q&A. So
here's a good analogy too, real quick, guys. Is sorry, Trevor, didn't mean cut you off.
You're good, man.
But it's kind of like mixed martial arts, guys. I mean, years ago, you had your one disciplines, right? And what happened is that you could get away with being one discipline, but as people evolve, as science evolve, as knowledge is evolved, no longer can you be one dimensional. Same thing with mixed martial arts. I'm sure many of you guys are watching that because for a long time, mixed martial arts was not mainstream. Now it is, right? So kind of using that same model. Now, as we become more mainstream, you can't just be that one-stop shop. I mean, look at Walmart. Look at the big major corporations that are offering multiple services. But at the same time, they also can do that because at the same time, they've also built up authority, right? They build up trust, right? So I know a lot of times in our industry as wholesalers and investors, we put a lot of emphasis on our budget. And rightfully so, right? A budget gives you flexibility, but guys, it's not about having a large budget because you can have a major big budget, but all that's going to get thrown away if you don't have that trust, you don't have that authority, you don't have that, you don't have content. So if anything, this should be the one thing. If you have no budget, the one currency you should be working on is your authority. That doesn't cost you more than just you putting time into creating that content. And all of us, the biggest asset we have that we already probably have is your phone. That's it, right? So it's just a mindset shift, guys.
Yep, 100%. And Kelly's got a really good question. He says the only way to build authority is not content; it's also offline. Come on, guys. Only really, dude. So let me challenge you here. So yes, and I will send you $100 bill tomorrow if you can give me another way other than content to build authority. Here's what I mean. Okay, content doesn't just mean online. Content means you're relaying your expertise to somebody. And it could be one-on-one at the coffee shop across the street. That's building authority. It's just not very scalable, right? It's not very scalable. You would have to meet with hundreds or thousands of people at the coffee shop to relay that information one-on-one in order to really become a big authority, right? Doing a presentation in front of the local Rotary, that's content. That's me taking my expertise and giving it to other people. It's just not as scalable as doing it in some of the other ways. What are some other ways? One-on-one meetings, like I said, at the coffee shop, doing it at the local Rotary, in any of that kind of stuff. The only way to build authority is by getting your knowledge out of your brain and into the public forum where a bunch of people can see it. That's the only way. Otherwise, you're just an expert. Okay. Otherwise, you're just an expert. Even somebody who is, like I said, a professor at a college, they're likely an expert. They're getting content out to dozens or hundreds of people. But outside of that room, in that room, they might be an authority. But outside of that room, they're just an expert that knows some stuff, but no one knows that they know that. And so in order to really become an authority in your market, you've got to make sure to get content out there to your prospects and do it in the most scalable way. So once again, you can totally do it networking one-on-one, networking in small groups. That's great. And that works, right? We're not saying not to do that. I do that. Okay, I was at an event. I don't go to a lot of events, but I was at an event a couple weeks ago, Max Maxwell's event, and I was in front of, I think it's for what was it, like 700 or 800 people, something like that, which was awesome. And that's amazing. I was able to build authority, deliver content to 700 or 800 people. But today, this is way more scalable. I can build way more authority by doing it online. So it's not one or the other. I think it's both. I think we all have to look at where are our best prospects hanging out, and how do we now get our content, our expertise in front of more people at once, rather than just the one-to-one. Because we want to be top of mind when people are thinking about us. We want to be top of mind when someone says, "Hey, I'm going through probate," or my uncle passed away and I inherited their house. Man, I saw this thing the other day, on Facebook that talked about selling a house quick. And then I went online to start to do a Google search to how to sell a house that I inherited. And I found that same person on a blog post with the video at the top of it that explained how to go through the process and explained the tips, the steps that I need to take. Man, that person is an authority. I see them everywhere. I saw them on Facebook on a video talking about how to sell the house. I saw them in a Google search that I did over here, and I went to Google them to see if they're credible. And I Googled XYZ person reviews, and I found great reviews all over the place. They're an authority in my mind. And that's the thing, is how do we get that in front of more people? For sure. What's up, Robert Grand? Awesome, dude. I love it. Let me go through a couple more questions here. Yeah, David Wright says content through referrals and networking. That's amazing, right? That's the thing, guys. What we're trying to say is, in order to make sure that you guys don't become a part of this side of the industry shift, becoming a commodity, commission compression, slow death, you have to pull back and say, what am I an expert in, or what do I want to build an expertise in? It could be neighborhoods if you're a real estate agent or an investor. Hey, I'm going to understand these neighborhoods better than anyone else in the market, so I can know home values fast and off the top of my head. So I can know exactly how to guide people towards those neighborhoods, or how to sell them more effectively. I'm going to know those things better than anyone else. And then you pull back and go, awesome. So what type of content might someone who's looking to buy or sell in that market want to see? Well, they might want to see what types of houses are in that area. They might want to see, well, shoot, this part of the area actually has foundation issues, but I didn't know that, but these other ones don't. So if I'm an agent or an investor in those spaces, and I know that this part over here has foundation issues, I might put out some content around that. Or if I'm an agent, I might say, hey, if you're looking for the best area, the best home to buy in the blah, 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 blah neighborhood, here's a video that's going to walk you through 5 tips to find the best home, and also put more money in your pocket and avoid some of the traps that you'll find in some of those homes in the neighborhood. Tip number 1 is blah. Tip number 2 is blah. Tip number 3 is, if you buy on any one of these streets, make sure to get a special inspection on blah, 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 because this comes up a lot more here. Like, people are going to look at that and go, man, none of my other agents told me that. This person's an authority. Okay, so that's what we're saying there, y'all. So we're not saying online content is the only way. We're saying you've got to step forward and say, I'm going to be an expert, number 1. But then number 2, how do I get my expertise in front of more people? And then the last thing down here is, great, we can totally put that up into Facebook posts and Instagram posts. Those are great. I use it, right? I do it. I posted some right before this. But I know that if my business was built off of hamster wheel marketing, if my business was built off of having to continually post stuff on Instagram to drive business, I know that would run me ragged. That's not the business model that I want. That would not give me freedom. That would not give me flexibility. It's good for icing on the cake marketing, but my business is based off of what I call stacking bricks. It's pulling back and going, what are my expertises? What are my niches? Pulling out a piece of paper and writing down, what are those objections or questions that my prospects in that type of market do? You know, what are those top 10 objections that someone that's going through probate has? Or what are the top 10 objections that someone going through, or questions that someone going through probate has? Or, you know, what are the top 10 things that someone needs to know in this neighborhood? Or what are the top 5 things that could be pitfalls of someone buying a horse property in Kentucky? You know, like, write down those things that your prospects would find valuable. And then you pull back and you go, awesome. Go back and watch the House Heroes episode or session from yesterday, and you go, cool. What one of those 3 types of content do I want to now put online on Google to stack bricks? Okay, so then I'm going to go, cool. I'm going to do a video post. I'm going to do 5 short videos, 5 to 8 minutes long on my cell phone. And I'm going to talk about buying horse properties around, you know, these certain towns in Louisville. And I'm going to talk about the 5 pitfalls in buying horse properties around there in one video. And then the next video, I'm going to talk about the 4 primary areas of horse properties in this area, and the pros and cons of each. I'm going to talk about, you know, I don't know about buying horse properties, but maybe there's a certain type of insurance or a certain type of liability that you have if you buy horse properties. Well, I'm going to talk about, hey, if you're going to buy a horse property, you should look at these 4 things, and here's some good providers that are going to help you. And by the end of it, I've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you know, short 5 to 8 minute videos I record with my cell phone. I upload it to video posts on Carrot. They now land on your Carrot site as written content, robust, expert-filled written content. You use our system to help optimize it to rank well in Google. So now when anyone's typing those phrases around buying horse properties in this city or whatever it is, your content comes up. And then you take those same content pieces and share them over to Facebook, share them over to Instagram. So you're stacking bricks with that content that's going to be on your website forever. And someone in a year, in 2 years, in 5 years can see that content and actually become a lead and a customer of yours on marketing you did 5 years ago. Okay. But then once again, you can now take that evergreen content and put that on social media as kind of hamster wheel, but your business then is built off of evergreen, not hamster wheel. That makes sense, guys?
So let me kind of add to that if I can, Trevor. So let me tell you the stories of three agents, right? So and this is kind of, well, I want to add on to what Trevor's saying. So imagine there's one. So I know 3 agents actually here locally that I walked this same, similar to what I walked them through. I know one agent, man, I realized that she loves working with new home buyers. That's her jam, right? She just has the grace to walk someone through. So as we were walking her through, I said, okay, what kind of content would always stay relevant a year from now, 2 years from now? And also what keeps someone from being a first-time homeowner? Yeah. And usually in that case, it's someone who has that they've been given wrong information. So for an example, 2 reasons most people never pursue is of this thought process that you have to have perfect credit, right? She goes, man, there's so much programs out there that you can buy if you have a 600, 650, 700, and there's different programs that are like, I said, man, that is perfect because that's going to always be relevant, right? I said, what's another reason why? You have to have a big down payment, right? So bring out those things that prevent someone from doing business with you, right? So in this case, she loves working with first-time homeowners. So she's building content that she can. This is going to be a digital asset for her. She just creates it once, and boom, it's going to be working for her, right? So that's one. The next agent was someone who she hates working with first-time homeowners. She just she's more. I call her. She's more bougie. So she works with people who are upgrading, and usually someone who upgrades, at least in my market, they're going to be in the 230, 300 price point, where the first time homeowners usually around 150, 180, somewhere around there. So now, so she loves upgrading people. So she doesn't have to deal with, FHA loans or those type of things. So she just wants to upgrade people. So I said, okay, awesome. Create content. Why would someone need to upgrade? Is it a lifestyle change? Do they have a new baby? Is their family growing? Are they in a nice financial situation that they can move to a specific school district, right? So many different content. So now it keeps focused. So now when those people that they're trying to reach that content, they're going to get their attention, right? Yep. So it's kind of like me personally, like imagine you guys were on Facebook. How many Mac users? I'm a Mac user. So imagine seeing an ad on Facebook says, hey, how do you want to extend the life of your laptop battery, right? The lifetime or the life of your battery on your laptop. Yep. Okay, so that might get me attention because it's very broad. Or what if I saw the message that said how to extend the battery life of your Mac Pro? Right now, that's going to get my attention, right? Because it's speaking to me specifically. Now, this person in my eye instantly like, oh, they're a Mac expert, right? And I'm probably going to devour everything that they put in front of me. Okay, so the third investor or the third agent that I talked to was she loves beachfront properties. I live in Wilmington, North Carolina. We're a beach community. Okay, so now you're talking about $1 million price points. I said, listen, I said, and she used to do her videos from just kind of from your typical place. I said, no, you got to go on the beach. You got to get in some of these properties, sell the lifestyle, right? I said, who typically are buying these? Is this someone retiring? Is this someone who is doing this as an investment? I said, you need to know your avatar. You need to know your customer, because as you do that, now you create content in the environment that you're trying to sell, right? So again, those are three ways that we're talking about. And each of those content, there's many type of subjects that you can be talking about that you do once, boom, and it's just going to continue working for you. So I just want to add that on. Hopefully that kind of brings some sense to that too as well.
Oh, dude. And here's a couple of the good questions. So we're going to answer some questions right now, y'all. Tossing some more questions. We'll answer from probably 5-10 more minutes. And then we'll dive into how do you actually do the build out of your strategy if you're going to do hybrid, if you're going to do the agent investor thing like so many people on the summit are doing. And we've already kind of talked about laying bricks. We'll do a little bit more on that. But here's a really good comment here. So DJ says the authority thing might backfire too, because sellers can think the authority will lowball the most. So here's the way that I think about it. I'd like to hear your opinion on it too, Adrian. So guys, I think first of all, that's a limiting belief, number one. Yeah. Okay. That's a limiting belief that you're projecting into this question. And it's a limiting belief you're going to project into your marketing. Like this right here is going to project onto the conversations you have with your clients. It's going to project in the marketing. It's going to project any content you do. I think the word lowball should completely be taken out of the lexicon for investors at all, because what you guys are doing, you're not lowballing. You're offering a fair price that you can pay to make your service work. Like you can't provide the service unless you buy at a certain price. Okay, just like a car lot down the street, they can't provide a service of selling cars unless they buy at the right price. They're not lowballing me when I traded in my vehicle. They gave me a price that I agreed to. No one twisted my arm.
Yeah.
Now, would I have loved if they would have paid $40,000 for my $19,000 car? Of course. Like, yeah, I would have loved that. Okay, but I knew that they're in business. I knew that they're going to offer me lower than I can go get if I'm going to sell it on Craigslist and put all the work in myself of trying to sell it and do all that kind of stuff. Okay, I knew that going in, so they didn't lowball me. And they also gave me a chance to counter. I countered and they agreed on that price. And so I think we need to remove that word in our lexicon. There's no lowballing unless you truly are lowballing. Like if you don't have a formula that you're using to make your offers and you're just throwing out the lowest offer you can, trying to find someone who's just so desperate and really doesn't know what the heck's going on, then I think that probably is lowballing. But if you're going in with the real calculation saying, hey, here's the profit that I'm willing to have to enable to do this business, to offer this service, and here's the repairs that are needed, here's the value that I've came to, and it's a real value. You're not trying to fudge in value. I think that's where a lot of investors give the industry some of a bad rap as they go in there. And we talked about this on John Martinez podcast that we did here, the Carrot Cast, a while ago, where we talked about negotiation. He said a lot of people teach that you should go in there and just start to ding their property. You're walking in the property, and, oh, well, that's not repaired, and that's going to be expensive. And that's something a lot of people teach, is to go in there with your clipboard, right, and to write down all the things and talk to the seller. Well, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks. Okay, that's very common. But what you're doing there is you're manipulating the situation. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't work. What you're doing is you're manipulating the situation, making them feel worse about their house and their situation in order so you can lowball them. Okay. But what John teaches, which I really love, is he said, man, don't go in there and disparage their property. Okay. Walk around, make your notes that you need to make so you can make a good, fair offer, but then pull back and figure out what their situation is and make an offer that solves their problem and solves your need to be able to run a business. So now let me address the authority part of it. The authority thing, it won't backfire if you're leading with good ethics and morals, and if you're leading with a service that truly solves their problem, right? So the way that you build authority doesn't mean you're the biggest in the market. Okay, authority doesn't mean that you're the juggernaut of Opendoor, OfferPad, or iBuyer. It doesn't mean that's not what authority means. Authority means that you are an expert in that topic. It could be a niche or your field or whatever it is, and a lot of people know that you're an expert. Okay, and you're an authority to that person. And the way that you become an authority is by educating them, building trust and credibility relationship with them, okay, and being that trusted source. The way you become the trusted source is by knowing a lot about your topic and educating them rather than dictating to them. Number two, the way that you build authority is having a lot of information online about you so that they can research you and see, oh, this person's legit. They've worked with a lot of other people and they got fair prices on their house. One thing that you should do in all of your content and your testimonials is that is an objection. Like, you're spot on, DJ. That is an objection that many house sellers will have in their minds. And we want to write down all those objections. Those are perfect pieces of content, right? And guys, every single objection that your buyers or sellers have, like, that's one action item that you guys can do today that would be amazing, is write down all the objections that would pop up in their minds, whether they say them or not. Okay, that's one that they're probably not going to say, but they're thinking it. Hey, I wonder if this person's going to lowball me. Hey, I wonder if this person's going to back out on the deal because this other investor did over here. Hey, I wonder if this agent is actually going to do anything because the last agent just kind of put it on the market and didn't do anything. It just feels like they're overcharging me. So they're coming in with these objections. And so write down all these objections that they might be having. Those are all pieces of content to get online now to educate, show you're an expert, but also build trust. So I would actually get a testimonial from someone that was a customer of yours because they obviously agreed to your price because it was fair for them. Okay, maybe it was lower than they wanted. Maybe it was higher than you wanted, but it was fair for both sides. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't have agreed to it and signed on it. And so I would do a video with them and say, hey, Marcia, we're sitting here at the closing table, and I know your situation was tough, and I was so pumped to be able to help you out during the situation. And there's a lot of other people just like you, Marcia, that reach out to other investors or even sometimes us that have this limiting belief or this negativity in their mind that the investor is just going to lowball them and offer something that's not fair. What was your experience? Did you feel that the price was fair? And she's going to say, yeah, okay, cool. You know what, Marcia? It'd be amazing. Would you be fine with this? Because there's a lot of other sellers out there who are just working with unethical investors, like the first one that you worked with who backed out. Would it be cool if I just pulled up my cell phone right now and we could record a quick little video together, just kind of talking about your experience and how the offer for you solved your problem, and just kind of talk about the experience and even give me some feedback. What feedback can you give me on how we can improve our service even more? And then just pull up the phone. Hey, this is Trevor with ABC Home Buyers or ABC Agent. I'm here with Marcia, one of our clients, and Marcia, we're going to talk about her situation, how we helped her out, but they inherited a house and the house is in probate and da-da-da-da. And you know what? She had some fears going into the transactions. Let's turn it over to Marcia. Hey, Marcia, what were some of the fears you had going in? What were some of the things that you were worried about going in? Well, I was worried about you guys not offering enough. I kept on hearing all these things, and that people were going to lowball me, and then I would do a follow up. Hey, Marcia, you know what? That's common, and you know what? I'm so glad that you actually had that feeling, because it makes sure it protects your interest. So, what did you experience while working with us, Marcia? Well, you know what? We got a price that was really fair, and DJ was able to close on it on time. The other investor backed out on it. He stuck with his offer. He was really high integrity. And of course, all of us would like more money in our pocket, right? But the offer that DJ gave us was fair. It was fast, and he followed through with everything he said. Guys, that right there is building authority, and it's completely shattering any of those objections that are coming up, which are usually limiting beliefs in our own minds. And we need to take those objections out of the closet. There's a great quote that I heard from a buddy of mine. I've said this a lot. He's one of the best copywriters in the world, and he got this advice from another one. And he said, man, all of us have skeletons in the closet, right? All of us have skeletons in our personal closets and our business closet. And I'll tell you guys what that means on the business side. On the business side, the skeletons that we have are things that we don't want our prospects to see, because we feel that it will then harm our chances to work with them. And so for an investor or agent, what are some of those skeletons? One of the skeletons is exactly that. Man, well, I don't want them to find out that I'm lowball. I don't want them to find out the real value of the house, right? Because I'm lowballing them. Well, if you truly are lowballing them, are you really serving a good solution to them? Maybe, maybe not. Another skeleton could be, well, shoot, I'm brand new. I don't want them to find out that I'm brand new, because if they do, then that's going to hurt the transaction. Or in the opposite of it, man, I'm a national company. I don't want them to find out I'm a national company. I want them to think I'm a local company. Like, there's a million skeletons that are in those closets. What he said is, if one of your prospects or clients finds the skeleton themselves, your credibility immediately goes down. Your credibility immediately goes down in their mind if they find your skeletons rather than you showing them. He said, instead, open up that closet, take the skeleton out, put it in front of them, and make it dance. Make that skeleton dance and make it a sales point for you. So how do you do that with these two things? Okay, with that one of the lowball offer, that video, or I would even do a separate video that I would do the testimonial video with the client. Then I would do another video that is literally, hey, this is DJ with ABC Home Buyers, and I've got a whole video series here for you, walking through how to sell your house to multiple different options. And in this particular video, we're going to be talking about selling to an investor, and are you going to get lowballed as an investor, or with an investor versus listing it on the market? Well, let me kind of walk you through some calculations here on how an investor like us comes up with their offer for a house versus how the value that you might be able to list it for. Okay, I'm going to walk you through the calculation now. I'm going to show you apples for apples. Here's what it would happen on a $300,000 house if we were to list it, agent commissions, time, and here's what we're doing. Now, we are, of course, a business. We have to profit. And we have a service that we provide. We take on the risk of the repairs. We take on the risk of the sale. We take on the risk of the market shifting or changing while we have the property or while it's being repaired. And also we take on the capital risk that comes in of making any purchase. So for that risk and for our service, now this is the fee that we have in there. Now you get to choose if you want speed and convenience. This is one route that can help you, but we really highly suggest all sellers listed on the market, unless they absolutely can't wait or don't want to wait and they'd like the speed and convenience, they're willing to give up some equity. And here's the service that we have. Okay, so you just blasted that limiting belief and objection in a video, building authority with content of that thing that's going in their mind. Are they going to lowball me? Okay, so for the agent side of things, let's look at the agent side of things. Are they actually going to market, right? That's a limiting belief that pops up a lot with people. And it was for me when I hired an agent, guys. For my previous house that we sold, I'm like, I'm a marketing guy. I'm the carrot guy. I can sell my house. I don't need an agent. I'm going to save like $8,000 or $9,000. Guys, I for sale by owner, I did a half-ass effort. I didn't answer people's phone calls when they were trying to like come see the house. It was inconvenient. It was all these things. I didn't answer phone calls. I didn't follow up on stuff. I spent like $300 or $400 on Facebook ads, got a bunch of leads, didn't have time to follow up on them. Finally hired an agent. They sold it in a week. Okay. So what I would do is, if I was an agent and I had people that had that limiting belief, that's an amazing piece of content. Do a whole series on it, right? Hey, y'all, this is Trevor with ABC Realty here in Roseburg. And you know what? A lot of you guys have a lot of questions probably about selling your house, and should I work with an agent or should I do for sale by owner? Like, don't hide for sale by owner, y'all. Bring it up in front of them. Like, bring it straight up in front of them in content. Give them that as an option, but show them what they're going to have to go through. Okay. So, and I'm going to walk through this series, the 5 ways you can sell your house. First one's about for sale by owner. The second one's about working with an agent. The third one's about selling to an investor. The fourth one's about selling to an iBuyer. And the fifth one is blah, like whatever it is, right? And check out the full series below. By the end of the series, you're probably going to know pretty well how you want to sell your house, what the best option is for you. And you know what? We can help you with all of them. We can help you get set up with the right tools and resources and do a flat fee MLS for you if you really think the FSBO option is the best way for you. We can make a cash offer or connect you with the best investors in the area who can, and we can list it. And here's all the testimonials showing we sell houses the fastest and get the most money for the bang of the buck. And then you know what? Here's this other testimonial over here, Trevor Mock, saying, man, I thought I'm a marketer and I thought I could market my house and save money. You know what, guys? It cost me 8 months and I ended up hiring the G team and they sold it really fast. I'm so thankful. I'll continue to work with them forever. Okay. That type of content, y'all, is authority building. Put that onto your Facebook ads, put that onto your Carrot website as a video post. Okay. And then post that stuff on Instagram. And guys, that's the stuff that we need to be posting out there for sure. So if you do content and build authority the right way, it will not backfire. It only strengthens. And here's the thing too. I'll kind of get off of this little soapbox on the authority content side of things, and then we'll move on to some other good questions. But the next thing here is, y'all, is when you truly build authority on your topic. It's a certain neighborhood or a certain type of house. It's river homes. It's North Umpqua river homes. You know, it's like you're the expert in that, or it's commercial properties, or it's these neighborhoods, or it's probate, or it's it's people that are looking to downsize their properties or whatever it is. When you're truly the expert in that, what will happen is you will get those people who have Aunt Sally as an agent, who's over here just an expert or a tactician. Maybe Aunt Sally's got the license. You know what? I love Aunt Sally, but this transaction of buying this river home, I can't work with her because she's not an expert in that. And it's too risky for me to not go with someone who's an expert in this. Now, let me do some Google searches or ask people, hey, someone who owns a river home who did you work with? And I'm going to go to Google the crap out of them. And I keep on seeing that person pop up with their content series on river homes. Then I go to Facebook and I see them retargeting me with their river home video series. That is the exact same videos they had on their website. I'm going to go, man, I'm going to work with them. They seem to know a lot. Even though I love Aunt Sally, she's going to have to understand she doesn't really know a lot about this. And I'm not going to work with Aunt Sally. I'm going to work with this person. Guys, that happens. And the only way that happens is by building authority. And the only way to do that is with content.
And one thing I'll say, guys, is authority is not about dictatorship or dictatorship. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Yep.
It's not about that, right? It's that's where a lot of investors have gotten themselves into trouble, because we want to be dictators of what this person should do, right? Mm-hmm. So, hey, like that's when we start picking apart their property. What's wrong? What's this? And yeah, so I can totally see. So first of all, yeah, the low ball label does come with an investor. But let me tell you why I believe that is, because we allowed it as investors, because we're not creating the content. We're not bringing that transparency. We're not willing to sit down with a seller and walk them through the process. I mean, here in our Carrot system, I see all the time, the 2 most visited pages is our company page. So they want to know who they're dealing with. That's an indicator for that. The other indicator is the how it works page, right? So if you're a Carrot member and you're seeing that your most visited page, other than the home page, is your how it works page, then you better be creating content around, because that shows around that. So because that shows that people want to know, they want to learn, because they probably saw a bandit sign, they might have got a mailer sent to them, and the mailer and the bandit sign caught their attention. But those type of advertising is so vague, so Like it doesn't bring more substance, doesn't explain anything. So now they're intrigued. That's why they're turning to the internet. They want to do on their terms, right? So to me, like I expect a low ball offer, but you know what? Like Trevor said, you know, like I was just on an appointment the other day, and so what happened was this lady, this house needs about 60,000. She owes, so the ARV was around 230. The house needs about 60, and so we would, you know, this is probably a property that we would need private money for. So I did my calculations according to that, and she owes 129. And then she owes 129, and I had to be around 125, somewhere around there. And she goes, I got someone asking 30 over what I owe. I said, okay. I said, is this someone who's going to live into it? She goes, no, that's an investor. And here's the thing. And I did this was not for my benefit. I did it for her because here's the thing. She needed a guaranteed sale in the next 30 days. An investor, as a wholesaler, you should not be making promises unless you're going to follow through. That's why a lot of investors get in trouble. So I said, listen, I said, I'd be very careful on who you're dealing with. I said, to be honest, I said, here's our numbers. I showed her. I said, this is what we expect to sell. This is how much we got to do it. This is our cost. This is all the expenses. Just what Trevor exactly said. And I said, logically, I said, this is what makes sense. And for someone to come in to 30 over, I said, man, that's over optimistic. I said, did they, and I pulled this on her. Did they come in with their contractor? Did they verify that this is going to be what it's going to cost? And she just began she began to have aha moments because she began to think logic with me. Like, hey, that's a good point, right? She goes, and I said, are they? Do you know for sure that they're going to one that's going to be buying it? Did they tell you who they're going to be using to close this deal with? Because obviously you're in an urgent situation. Right. So I began to bring up the stuff, and that wasn't to hate on the other wholesalers, because I'm a wholesaler. I do mostly wholesaling. But again, I sincerely cared for her. So now I said, you know what? I said, I can't do it. I wish I could, but it just doesn't make sense with what we want to do with it. So, but I also armed her with information, because at the end of the day, I hate for an investor to leave her hanging, because at the end of the day, I probably will see that contract come to me because I'm a buyer too. And so I just hate doing that. So that's my point. The lowball offer that segment's going to always be on us, but it's our job to confidently address it. And that's where because people are already thinking that.
Yep.
So you might as well bring it up, right? And because if they're thinking it and you brought it up, they're going to like you. They're going to trust you.
Yep.
And that's one of the things that we've gotten in trouble as investors, is that in a lot of ways, there's been no standard, right? There's really no standard that agents have as far as accountability. But it is what it is. So you just have to help overcome that. And so my whole point is this: it's opportunity, right? Don't allow that to stop you. Well, what if this happened? What is that? Man, that's opportunity. Be the better investor. Have the more integrity. Be the one that educates the most. Trust me. Then that's where those opportunities will come up. Sometimes we're thinking too much. What if this happens? What if this happens? Dude, I'm on appointments all the time, and I'm on appointments to get into to understand the customer's mind, what they're thinking, because if I can understand that, now I know how to position myself and what to educate on.
Dude, really good. And guys, so we're going to be wrapping this at 10 a.m. We're going to be leading into the next session with Aaron Muchstegi. I'm going to be showing the schedule right now. There's a couple questions that have popped up. Keith said, video's a little grainy on his end. It's crystal clear on our end. So yeah, it might be your connection on your end. You might just refresh the page or go check your connection, shut down tabs and stuff. So this is really good from Lynette. Lynette, first of all, I love your energy. Like, keep bringing the energy. That's so important in life and so important in business, is to bring the energy. So I love it. So one reason I wanted to bring this one up here is this was a mindset shift for me in a massive way early on. I read a book, and I was fortunate enough. I'm looking for the book. Here it is. I read a book, and I was fortunate enough to interview the author of this book here in the Carrot Cast earlier this year, called The Go Giver. And this book should be required reading from everybody. We'll give one of these copies of this book away at the end of the day today to somebody that uses the hashtag Carrot Summit on Instagram, Facebook. Okay, go follow me on Instagram. Post a picture of one of the sessions today. hashtag Carrot Summit, tag me to it, and you're going to be entered into the drawing to win a positivity tee and or a book. But the reason I wanted to bring up that with Lynette is with the Go Giver mindset. Originally, I would always be looking at it going, well, you know, I've got to go get mine, right? I'm going to go get mine. And if someone doesn't want to go with my process, I'll just find the next person. And now what I look at is even with Carrot, like I have clients that I have people that don't work with Carrot and they really need what we have and they know it's available. For some reason, they just haven't grabbed it yet. And they'll reach out and ask for help, or I'll reach out to them and I'll tell them exactly what they should do in their marketing and exactly how they should adjust their website to make it work better. Like I'm giving to them, even though that they're not a customer and may never be one. And what I would do here, Lynette, is I would reach out to that person. I would literally reach out to them and say, hey, hey, Mark, I'm really excited about you selling your house. And you know what? That your neighborhood is a great neighborhood for selling right now. And I fully respect that you're gonna take up the task of selling it yourself. You know what? I'm going to actually, are you cool if I email you or if I drop something in the mail to you? I'm going to give you all the resources you need to make it to have a better chance of selling that yourself. Is that cool? I'm going to give you the ads that we use on Facebook to sell these houses fast. I'm going to give you exactly how I walk through and do an open house. So I'll give you my open house checklist. Okay. I'm going to give you like go down the list and literally give them your best stuff, Lynette. What's going to happen is if they're going to use it, they would have used it anyway and they wouldn't have worked with you, right? They're going to use it and have a lot of success with it. But now, rather than that person not being on, or you not being on their radar as much, now you're going to be the person in their mind. They're going, oh my gosh, Lynette is amazing. So I'm not even working with her. And she essentially took her entire marketing stuff and gave me those processes so I can sell my house better. Like, why did she do that? Why did she do that? It's building amazing trust and credibility. Next time someone asks that person, who should you work with? They're going to say Lynette, 100%. They're going to say, man, this Lynette, she's amazing. I didn't even work with her. I decided to sell my house myself, but she essentially did all this for me and didn't charge me a thing. And that next person is then going to probably reach out to you and work with you. Or you know what's likely going to happen, Lynette? And what's likely going to happen is they're going to look at all your stuff and realize, oh my gosh, this is a lot. Like, I didn't realize it's going to take this much energy and effort to market this house correctly. Wow. I wasn't ready for this. Okay. And then they might reach back out to you 3, 4, 5, 6 months later after they haven't had a chance to execute it. And they saw that magically putting it on the MLS didn't solve the problem like I thought it would. Right. And they're going to reach back out to you and say, hey, Lynette, I love you. And I gave this a go and let's just do it. Let's work together on this. Okay. That's what I would do, y'all. Like, that's content. I would do a whole video series on how FSBOs can sell their houses faster without you. I would do the entire series on that. Okay. Because what's going to happen is now you're building trust, you're building credibility. The people that would have figured it out and sold it anyway, they likely would have figured it out without you. But now you didn't get a chance to become that expert, the authority to them. But the ones that wouldn't have figured out and got frustrated, now you're the one that cracked through that clutter because you're the only agent who loved on them, even though they chose not to work with you. And I absolutely love the agents that we work with. You know, I absolutely loved them. But looking back, that's one thing that, like, if another agent would have came in and gave me all their marketing processes to FSBO and it didn't work out for me, even though I love these other ones, I guarantee I would have worked with the one that gave me all that info. I 100% would have, for sure. So guys, awesome. Lynette says that this aligns with my thought process. It's a 1.8. Yeah, exactly. Literally, Lynette, sit down with them and give them all of your marketing processes, 100% of it. Okay. And just say, if there's any way I can help you, let me know. But here's everything that we do. I can even hook you up with some people that can help you with some of this. You know what? And if it makes sense to work together, awesome. If not, I just want to see you sell your home and do great. You know, awesome. Cool. So I'm going to buzz through the rest of this, guys. So we've talked about laying the bricks in Evergreen, and we're going to talk about it a little bit more with some other content later. And we've got a wrap-up session today too, that if we didn't talk enough about some of the stuff, we will. We'll answer your question in there. There is I was Kelly talked about what tabs are referring to. There's a How It Works tab on our Motivated House Seller websites, and we can link something up. But your house seller website should have a tab that say, like as an investor or an agent, this should say our process or how it works. And so that's what he's talking about there is by default, all Carrot websites based on our testing, all kinds of stuff, we have the perfect navigation bar. And the how it works, I think, is the third one, because that's about the order that people come up with. That's the order that people need that information in their decision process. And I've got a whole nother training that talks about that. But yeah, that's what that is. It's the tab on your website that says how it works. It says step 1, here's what we do. Step 2, you do this. Step 3, step 4, and step 5, we're all happy. So right here, how to do hybrid. So I'm going to share my screen. Brady, can you share my screen up, please? Cool. Amazing. So I'm going to share kind of some basic things that you can do if you're looking at doing hybrid. If you're an agent investor and you're looking at doing hybrid, okay? The first thing is before the hybrid, I'm just going to show a really quick day 2 agenda. And guys, at the top of the live page, if you're over on Facebook, get over to the live page, the live stream, go check your email or go to carrotsummit.com, put your information in, it'll forward you over to the live stream where all the chat is and all the cool action is. But right after this is Aaron Amuchastegui, talks about how he's built a 7-figure business and a $400,000 a month rental portfolio. They're investors. They also have an agent license. But the cool thing is, it's not about that. We don't talk about how he got his rental portfolio hardly at all, a little bit. We talk about how he's done all this while doing it unlimited hours. They travel a lot. He works in sprints, and he talks about how he works and has full freedom to travel with his family of, I think they have 4 kids. And they're going to be they travel all over the place. Noelle Nielsen's going to come on and talk about like next level video marketing and how she comes up with some of the most creative ideas. In 2 years, she's built a brokerage of 20 agents in Minneapolis as a newer agent from video 100%. And over here, these guys are both investor agents. Okay, Anthony Beckham's here locally to Roseburg. Robert Grant is in Eugene, about an hour away. He's still a full-time firefighter, but he's got a brokerage, and y'all, he's a house buyer. Most of his profits actually come from the house buying side of things, but they both go to the table with sellers and say, hey, here's how we can help you in multiple different ways. And they've added multiple six-figure streams of income by being an agent investor hybrid. Krista May Shore, one of the top experts, and there's tons of Krista students here on today. One of the top experts probably the top expert that I would refer for agents on anything video marketing related and amplifying it with Facebook. She's amazing. She's going to talk 4 very specific steps, exactly how to do your videos correctly and how to get more reach and how to make them turn into customers more. And then Brian Rockwell, towards the end of the day, he was one of our customers. He's been a customer for a few years. He started with us when he was a school teacher, hadn't done one deal. He went all in online. And he's built that up to, he's doing $200,000 in wholesale transactions this month out of about $25,000 in costs. So you can add up the numbers and how well he's doing. But he's parlayed that wholesaling business into multifamily. He's stacking bricks that are going to be there for a long time. Transactional income comes and goes. That's what commissions are for agents. That's what wholesale fees are for wholesalers. And if that transactional income goes away, what happens to your lifestyle? So we're going to tell you guys, how do you now turn your business into stacking financial bricks with rental properties or some other things that build more passive income. Then we're going to wrap it up with Bo Hollis navigating the ups and downs of entrepreneurship. This is mindset stuff, y'all. We're going to finish hard with mindset. And coming in at the end, Adrian and I are going to be back, but we got 2 special guests, Adam Johnson, Brent Moreno. They were at the last Carrot Camp. They are amazing investors, and they're going to come on and close this puppy out with us. And if you guys are wanting the recordings, pop over here to that tab. If you guys haven't checked out all the sessions, here's the recordings right here. They're only $100 during the summit. After the summit, they'll go up to $200, but you'll also get last year's recordings as well, which is a crazy bargain. Last year's are still fully relevant. But if you want to get the recordings for free, y'all, there is a way. You can get the recordings for free as a part of our Summit Special. And the Summit Special, it's only $997. It includes 6 months of our Advanced Marketer Plan. The Advanced Marketer Plan is normally $149 a month. That includes high converting websites, amazing on mobile, the best tech stack in the industry. It includes our weekly coaching calls with Adrian and the team. 10% off all of our in-house services. So if you want to hire us to do some of the things, website build out, any of that kind of stuff, 10% off of that. It includes our 30-day challenge. So that's normally $100. We have a challenge for agents and another challenge for investors, where every day for 30 days, we give you bite-sized micro pieces of action items. And you're in a cohort, you're in a community of other people during that 30 days that are starting the cohort at the same time. And you guys go through it together. It's been amazing to help people who are willing to commit to it, get great results and get their first leads or their next leads. That's normally $100. And we're giving you that that for free as well. So we're giving you the summit recordings for free. They're normally $100. We're giving you the 30-day challenge for free. That's normally $100. If you want to do the challenge without any of this, just go to carrot.com/challenge and get in on the next challenge. They always start at the start of the month. Okay. But last year, there's other bonuses too, but last year, our $1.2 million AdWords campaign for highly motivated house sellers. If you're looking for highly motivated house sellers, this campaign's brought in well over $1.2 million in deal profits for our clients that we have ran this for. You literally take the CSV file, upload it into Google. All of your ads are our ads all of a sudden. All of your keywords are the keywords we have found that work the best for highly motivated house sellers. And this primarily works better for the hybrid agent investor or the investor. This isn't a great campaign just for the agent. So it's the hybrid agent investor or the investor. So guys, check it out. It's only $9.97. If you were to times 149 times 6, so if you're already a member and you're already on the advanced marketer plan, you already would have paid $894 over 6 months. We're essentially waiving 6 months of your payments, and you're just paying $997 today. So it only really costs you $100. You're just kind of accelerating your payment forward a little bit if you're an existing member in advanced marketer. If you're an existing member in core or content pro and you want the extra marketing features, this is a perfect way to do it. Get the discount, get the bonuses, go for it. This goes away at the end of the day. All right, so let's pop over here. So I'm going to talk about kind of the hybrid side of things. So yesterday, Eric with Denver Property Flip, if you guys haven't checked out that session, that one was amazing. So this is his Carrot website. So he is an agent, he is an investor, and he's got 15 transactions going on right now, 100% from online. Okay. And he's got some good Facebook ads and things like that. You guys can probably go find his Facebook page and see what ads he's running. But over here, these are just some slight modifications he made to our current motivated house seller site. So a lot of people yesterday asked, hey, is Carrot coming out with a hybrid website? And that's something that we are working on. Okay. We definitely are working on it. We have a bunch of investor agents who have been doing tweaks themselves to kind of move it into a hybrid. And then we're spinning up some really good effort and testing and innovation over the next quarter to come up with our best version of how a hybrid agent investor can crush it with the online side of it. But you can see what he did here. So he really focuses in on the highly motivated house seller here. You're not focusing in on the seller who is looking to list the house for sure, right? You're not looking for the seller who's willing to wait for a year to have the house sell. This is for someone who really wants to get the most money out of their house sale, and they're wanting it to be done quick, right? They want it to be done quick and low hassle. So most of these people probably aren't really specifically looking exactly for an agent with this type of a website and with this type of campaign that he's driving people to. He's using Facebook ads and he's using some Google organic SEO, and this is on the Carrot side. Now, he put his own video here. I honestly don't suggest that you do that. We usually find that decreases your conversion when you put a video up there that high. We suggest putting videos down here. Up here, it decreases conversion. It brings the form way down the page on mobile, especially. Okay, but it's still working well for him. But he updated some of this. Get a cash offer in under 24 hours for full market value without doing a single repair. How does he do this, guys? How does he get a cash offer in under 24 hours for full market value without doing a single repair? It's because he has that third offer called the fix and list. He is able to go in with a cash offer, a MLS listing price on what they can sell it for, and a way above current value MLS price if they do the fix and list. So he's really changing the messaging on here. Get a cash offer in under 24 hours, full market value without doing any single repair. So this here also attracts the person who is maybe leaning towards retail, who isn't willing to get a discount. The words full market value are key when you're doing the hybrid. Okay, we will buy your house now in any condition. We'll pay more than any other Denver investor guaranteed. Now, how does he do that? Once again, he comes in with the 3 offers. So he either buys the house or he finds a way to do the fix and list with them, which he talked about in that session. I'm not going to talk about it today. And then he can build that up. Tons of credibility, tons of testimonials. Okay, he shows right here he's an agent. He shows he's a contractor. He's got great BBB. That's him right there. Testimonial, 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 testimonial everywhere. Because a lot of people are kind of skeptical. Does this work? Is this real? Right? So you have to really bring in a lot of credibility as the agent, as the investor. He has a services page. So the services page says, cool, we'll buy your house for cash, and here's the situations we can help you. Okay, over here, down here, it's we'll renovate and sell your house. That's the fix and list. Or we'll sell your, or we'll list your house. Okay, so right here, we'll buy it for cash, and here's the ways we do it. Down here, we'll renovate it and sell it for you. Okay, and then right here, we'll list your house for you. All right, guys, really, really cool stuff in there that they do, that they want, that they have the different services. So add a services tab. Now, the last thing I'll say, then we'll kick it over to the session with Aaron Amuchastegui here in a couple minutes, is now what do you do website-wise? Do you have multiple websites? Do you have one website? What we suggest is with his business model, and it really depends, y'all. It really depends on your business model. With Eric's business model, he is not out there marketing himself as an agent, okay? But the thing is, out of the 15 deals he has going on right now, 2 are wholesales, right? So 2 are wholesales, meaning if he didn't have the other 2 options, the list and the fix and list, he'd be giving up 13 of his current transactions that are really profitable. Out of the 15 transactions he has going on, only 2 are wholesales, okay? 5 are listings. And the other 8 are what he calls the fix and list, where he goes in there and says, your house currently is worth 300, but if we fix up these things, do renovation in the kitchen and these bathrooms, it'll be worth 375. I'll bring in my money. I'll bring in my contractors. Here's the credibility of amazing work we've done in other houses. You know, it's good quality work. He puts a lien on the property for that construction lien. Okay. So he gets his money back guaranteed out of the closing. And then he gets his money back for construction costs. Let's say he puts in $30,000 in construction costs. They sell it for $375,000. He gets his commission on the first $300K. He gets his $30,000 in construction costs back. And then they split the $45,000 extra down the middle. It's amazing for the seller. They put another 20, 25 grand in their pocket. They never would have got with any other agent. The buyer got an amazing house that's already fixed up. They don't have to worry about it. And Eric was able to serve that seller better and put more money in his pocket by providing a much better service. So he goes the approach this way. So he doesn't have an agent site. But if you are an agent, if you're primarily an agent, you should have an agent site for sure. You know, like one of our ones here, like this here, like G Team's agent site, you should have an agent site that shows, hey, I do this. Here's our MLS stuff. Here's all this awesome stuff. But also you should then have a motivated house seller site that is like this one, that is some adjusted copy to where you get those sellers coming in and you turn the ones that want retail into listings. You turn the ones that want speed and convenience into cash offers. And then you determine if you can do the fix and list strategy if your market's good for that. So we'll answer more of those questions at the end of the day today, guys. But hopefully, guys, this little kind of primer helped you out there, okay? Midday, I'm going to be doing a session called the delegation matrix. So, or if any of you guys are having problems delegating things, outsourcing things, building a team so you can get more freedom back, I'm going to be doing a training today, midday, a working lunch with y'all on what I call the delegation matrix, showing you exactly how this week to identify exactly what you should delegate, how you should delegate, when you should know to delegate versus do work yourself, and exactly how I've scaled my team way past I ever thought I was capable of doing. And it's fun. I never wanted to build a big team, y'all. Using the delegation matrix gave me freedom, flexibility, grows my business way more than I ever could have, and it was fun. So, Adrian, any parting words, man? We're going to kick it over to Aaron Amuchasteguy's session.
No, you said it all, man. All good stuff. I'm excited about the rest of the day. So, guys, get your notebooks. Also, look for those little things that you can implement immediately, and excited.
Awesome. I love it. Well, guys, we're going to bring in Aaron Amuchastegui. There'll be a couple minute break as we get prepped for it. And here's the reason you need to stay on this session and the next couple sessions. Once again, Aaron is an investor. Their family, I think his wife for sure is an agent as well. But he has had the boom and bust. He built up a 7-figure business. He was the largest house buyer in the Sacramento area in California for a while. He ended up getting completely clobbered by Blackstone, I think it was. They essentially bought the market out and he went out of business. He lost over $1 million. He lost his employees, lost his business, and he had a chance to build everything back from scratch, knowing what he had learned. He's an amazing man of faith, amazing family man, amazing entrepreneur, and he's going to walk through exactly how he's built up his business this way to be sustainable, to be one that doesn't drag his time down, to be one where he has freedom, flexibility to travel with his family, and it's consistent and predictable, y'all. So it's going to be amazing. So welcome on in, Aaron Amuchastegui, in the next session. Thank you, guys. What's up, y'all? Coming back with you on day 2. Crazy pumped about the day today, as I mentioned in the opening. And what we've got today in store for you is how do you really build a business that serves you, that gives you more freedom, that gives you more flexibility. One thing behind me in my office I've got up here all the time is I've got these canvases on my wall. And every year, I haven't got my canvas for the year up here yet, but every year I put a new canvas up that has a new quote that really relates to what I want to focus on. A few years back, it was action expresses priorities. There were way too many things that I felt that I was saying was important, but obviously wasn't because I wasn't doing it. I still have a lot to work on there. And then 2 years ago, it was this one up here, which is going to be really relevant to what we're going to be talking about today. But the ultimate goal of an entrepreneur isn't money. It's complete control over your time. The ultimate goal of an entrepreneur isn't money. It's complete control over your time. How do you build a business to where you have control over your time? The business doesn't have control over you. This is today. This is last year's. It doesn't matter what is true, only what you believe is true, because with work it will become true. So guys, belief and mindset. It doesn't matter what's true out there, only what you believe is true. With enough work will become true. So we're going to focus on this one today with Aaron, and I'm going to introduce you to the session right now. This amazing guy that I've gotten to know better in the last year or so. And before I introduce Aaron, I'm going to give a brief little backstory. Number one, why you're coming on the Market Leader Summit, but also how we're connected. So the reason, y'all, that we're bringing on Aaron Amuchastegui to the Market Leader Summit today is he's an amazing entrepreneur, but also he's found a way to really he's found a way to be intentional with building his business in a way that serves him, serves his family. They go on a lot of trips together as family. They just got off of a big Europe trip just recently, and they're always traveling somewhere as a family. They do a lot of different things where it would require a business that has a lot of flexibility, that's structured in a way that doesn't require him to work in it every day. And I know a lot of us as entrepreneurs, hopefully all of us, we get into business because of one or all of 4 things. You want more freedom. You want more flexibility. You want to grow the finances because of what that can do. And also you want to make a greater impact. And you can't do that if you're working away 40, 60, 70 hours a week in a business doing things that don't light you up. So how do you build a business and structure it in a way to where you can pull out of the business and just do the things, or mainly do the things that give you energy that you're good at, and put people and systems in place to do the rest and run it. But our connection here, and then I'll introduce you to Aaron. I mean, it goes way back. My older brother, Jeff, he's 3 years older than me, had a bunch of friends that he hung out with. One of those guys was Aaron. And I remember after graduation, all that stuff is probably 5-6 years ago. I remember seeing your name pop up again. I'm like, oh, he's in real estate. And at that time, I thought you were a real estate agent down there for some reason. And then probably in the last year or two, I really saw what he was doing. I listened to a podcast of his on Bigger Pockets, where it talked about how many homes he's buying. And it's a lot, guys. You're going to hear about it here in a second. And I want you guys to look at the way he's structured his business and the level and scale of business that he has. We had a chance to meet in person again at now where you got a vacation home too up there at Running Y. And then at my mastermind down in Napa just recently, where man, it's been amazing getting to know you. So I want to officially introduce Aaron Amuchastegui on the Market Leader Summit.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, man. I'm excited to come on and talk today. And what an intro you gave me. It is funny getting to grow up in the same place and how many connections we have. And you just named a few of them, really.
Yeah, it's a small town, Oregon, town of like 20, 30,000 people, Klamath Falls. And it's just amazing when you really look at it, even if you look at that part of from a mindset side, is no matter where you live, how you grew up, things like that, you can always do big things. It was really cool seeing Aaron and his family, Kalina, his wife, who I went to school with, doing awesome stuff. So Aaron, why don't we set some context for people? We're both not in Klamath Falls now. I still love the town. We go back there all the time. It's where my parents and my brother live. But what are you doing now? Where do you live now? And what's your business look like today? And then we'll kind of backtrack a little bit.
Yeah. So what's funny, so I live in Austin, Texas half the time. I live in Northern California, Loomis, California, the other half the time. So that's 2 totally different places, right? So Northern California, Central Texas, and that's been just kind of the way that our business has transitioned over the last several years. We started flipping houses in California many years ago. We'll probably get into. We flipped a ton of houses out there. We had a big team there, big businesses out there. And then back in like 2013, 2014, there started to be a lot of competition in our market out there, and kind of got put out of business in Northern California and had to start figuring out where to go try next. Texas is one of the places I ended up on accident, and started buying houses out here, and kind of quickly. The first time we flipped 1,000 houses in Northern California, giant business. There was a lot of profit in there, but we didn't invest that profit along the way. We didn't invest it in things. We just had cash. And so when I had that chance to reset and start doing it out in Texas, this new mindset was going to be, hey, I looked back and said, hey, if I had just saved like 1 out of every 10 of those flips, instead of having 1,000 flips, I'd have 100 homes right now.
Yep.
Maybe, so that's going to be my new mindset is I'm not going to flip them all. I'm going to keep some. But now we have about 300 or 400 rentals, around the Austin area. We also have some in Arizona and some other places. So we buy more houses every month. We fix them, we flip some, we rent some. But kind of that other twist to lifestyle and business, like what Trevor talked about, is my wife and I, we homeschool our kids. We travel the world with them. Every month we usually have a week or two where we're kind of out on the road doing other things. A couple of years ago, we said we were home for 1 week out of every month and 3 weeks on the road. That was running those businesses, building those businesses during those times by having these really incredible experiences with our family.
Dude, and you did an Ironman. Have you done one or 2 Ironman?
We did 2. So the first one I did by myself, which is which was a great like keystone habit that really changed that year for me. It changed so many different habits. And then I said I was never going to do it again. I just wanted to check the box. It was kind of a miserable experience getting ready for it. And having to train on my own, but like a year later, my wife said, "Hey, would you do one more if you did one with me?" And that year we trained together, and it was like this team effort, and that was a totally different experience. It was an amazing experience. Where after I was like, I totally want to do more. So my wife and I did one last year
together. Dude, I want a complete departure here. I'm curious. I'm curious for me. So when you guys were both training, because I imagine training for an Ironman just yourself is pretty time intensive, lots of commitment, lots of time. I know when Carly, my wife, was training for a marathon a while back, she was running a lot, and it took a hunk of time. So when you guys are both doing it, what does your schedules look like at home? Are you training every day? How did you guys kind of manage the family, the business, your training?
Yeah.
And the marriage.
And the marriage. Well, the first time I did the Ironman, I had a coach, and it would be like, oh, you have to do this much biking, this much running. He'd send me a training plan. So I'd get up super early to do it before anybody else was awake. And then, but there were times like at 9 o'clock, she's going to bed, and I'd be like, I gotta go to the pool. I gotta get the swim in, or I'm not gonna finish. The biggest fear was you go sign up, you tell everybody you sign up, and you don't finish. And you're like, oh. So that's what kind of made it a miserable experience. I was having to choose between family time and the other. So when one person is doing it, the other one isn't. You need a spouse that's super supportive. The second time we did it, it got to be this really cool team effort that we started every morning. We would or in the evenings or whichever. That week we'd say like, hey, what days this week are we going to go work out together? We're going to go for a 3-hour bike ride together. Let's get a sitter that day. We'll go to a nice dinner afterward. So we had 1 or 2 days a week that we would get a sitter for several hours. We would go do these long workouts together. It would become date night afterward. We'd go get dinner and a movie, and it became this bonding time for us.
That's cool.
The other time it would be like, hey, so tomorrow, what time are you going to wake up? What's your plan? And it would be like, so I'll watch the kids. I'll hang out at home and watch the kids when you go to the gym and do this. And then I'll go, and then you watch the kids when I go do it. So every day became planning together. I'm going to run in the morning, and then after, well, why don't we go to the gym together? We'll go swim together and have the kids go to the daycare there. So it was probably like one of the most like amazing 4 or 5 months Colleen and I have had as a couple, because every day was about like this teamwork. We were really on, you had to be on point with the schedule. Yep. So it was so much communication, and we made it a fun thing together too, like getting to celebrate together. But you had to be really intentional with when we were going to have our sitters. And we used that daycare at the gym a lot, or just trading off. And it was like, it's a lot easier. When I was just training by myself, I could see that there was going to be like this resentment of like, all right, I'm watching the kids, you're out going for a run. That's nice. I wish I had time to exercise. But when you're both doing it together, it's amazing.
Dude, that's such a big lesson right there. I want everyone watching and listening to this right here, before we dive into how did he create a business that enabled that right there, because a lot of us have businesses that don't enable that, right? Where you want to do that, or you say that you want to do it, but then you can't pull away because the way it's structured, because of your commitments to the business. So a really big lesson there, guys, that I'm picking up that I love. Number one is find a big shared thing that you guys can do together that's big, obviously, that requires you guys to collaborate on it. Not just the working out together. I love that. But like you said, it wouldn't work if you guys didn't communicate the night before to say, hey, what's your schedule like? And that's something I don't do that often enough right now. So that's a biggie, man. I love it. I want to kind of, let's dive into your business specifically now. So you mentioned you bought 1,000 homes in Northern Carolina, North California, and then down in Texas, you've got hundreds of rental houses. You buy a ton of properties down there. But then what people don't know is you also have a podcast that you've recently acquired, which is an amazing podcast. We'll talk about that. And you've got Roddy's, your data service. Probably not a good way to say it, but you help people get great data for their investment businesses and agents. And we'll talk about that. So you have multiple businesses right now. Dude, what's your average day look like right now? Where are you spending your time? What businesses are currently getting your time?
Yeah, and the way I split between the businesses is definitely seasonal.
Mm-hmm.
So if my average day right now is, an hour or two of answering businesses for, the acquisition property management company, that's mostly communicating with the team. And then that's being able to brainstorm and kind of build more team members for our other one. But the reason I say it's seasonal is, so like in June or July, I realized I was going to have to make a major change with my home buying and renting business. So at that time, most of my workers worked from home. A lot of them were still in California, in Nevada, somewhere out in Texas. We were really able to build a really cool business with people and working from home and video chatting and using the technology. But back in May or June, I decided I need to do a big overhaul. We're getting ready for some big growth, some big opportunities with that business, and trading some stuff around. I decided what I really needed was to get an office in Texas where our houses were and rehire, property managers to retrain. So that retraining was like 3 months of really heavy focus, where I had to commit to like really specific, hey, for the next 3 months, my other businesses are going to take a back seat because I'm going to do 4 hours of training every day with these new hires. To really make sure that we get the right habits at the beginning. Because you have employees that stay around for 4 or 5 years, it's hard to make sure that they keep their habits right.
Yep.
Or if you don't train at the beginning and show them, hey, it's really important for you to spend an hour with this inspection, but I'm only going to do 10 minutes with you because I'm a busy guy right now. So it was very committed during those times to training and setting that up. So, and I think as I look into this next year, I'm going to try to, 1 day a week is going to be dedicated to one of my businesses. The rest of the days, stuff kind of intermixes. I really live by my calendar. Over the last year, I would take meetings and video calls kind of every day of the week. Now this year, I'm going to try to have 2 days a week be podcast interviews, meetings, things like that. The other 3 days a week to be actually just diving in with my team on stuff.
So you're time blocking really well, but it's not like time blocking an hour here, an hour there. You're time blocking sometimes entire months. For really deep focus, like shifting a business in a big way, but then you're time blocking days. So when you're time blocking your week, let's say you're going into the week, and are you fully working on that one business the whole day, or are you bouncing back and forth during that day to answer something from over here and something from over here? How focused do you get in the day?
Yeah. So right now I'm, probably half my day is a lot of bouncing around. So I try to wake up before everybody else does, right? So at like 5 or 6 in the morning, log in, be able to actually look at what was missed the day before, and I come up with like 5 or 6 things that I want to accomplish before I actually start checking emails, before people can start replying back to me. Yep. So that way I get at least a couple hours of focus on whatever my goal of the day is. Then if I have to have some fires to put out and interact with people, then it can bounce around a little bit more. But I use Gmail for all my email communications, and there's pretty much 3 distinct businesses where everything is kind of running through. And so as I have Gmail open, I have an account for each company, and there's Hangouts where they can live chat me from each of them. And there's times during the day I'm like, okay, that company has been given the attention it needs today. I'm going to close out both of those. So now I'm not going to get any more chats from them. I'm not going to get any more emails from them. I'm going to go focus on this one now. And those 3 are, I have my AMA brand, which is a lot of flipping of the assets that I have, of the ones that I own personally, no partners. I've got my Home Rock brand, which is where we have a lot of our rentals, our property management company, that, and then I have our FLS Online, which is our podcast, our Roddy's foreclosure listing service, our padlock, all that stuff.
Dude, so do you have leaders in each one of those? Because that's one thing, going back to my story, 2010, 11, 12, you've met Patrick, my former business partner, love him to death, but I was at a period in that time when I wasn't getting the energy that I had needed out of the company. I was doing work that was draining my energy. And it's before I've learned all the stuff now that I know about energy and unique ability and stuff like that. So I went in there and I had that business. I had 3 other companies that I had owned, and it felt cool, right? Like, oh, the serial entrepreneur own all these companies. And that's when I dabbled into software. I failed miserably because I was trying to run them all. And I've heard lots of advice over the years where, it's like Richard Branson. He was the guy I was looking like, Richard Branson can do it. If he can do 300, I could do like 4. The difference I'd learned later was he owned them, but he didn't run them. So what does your setup look like? How involved are you in running the business versus owning it and guiding it?
Yeah, that's the owning versus running is such a huge thing, because you can own hundreds of businesses, and then it's just about but there's no way you can run them. And sometimes people, when they say they want to be a serial entrepreneur, you have to look close at what your own habits are, because honestly, when I let go, it's hard for me. Right. It's hard for me to not want to fix it myself. It's hard for me to not want to get into the weeds. And I have to remind myself and do some big picture stuff and say, if I really want to grow to this level, if I really want to have this life, I need to be able to say, have somebody do something, and somebody to make the call. And sometimes it was even little stages, like going, okay, so if it's a tenant repair for under $250, then they don't have to call me. Then they can maybe it started at 50, and then it becomes 250, and then you get to a point where you're like, okay, you don't have to call me anymore. You run that. So I've got, when it comes to my Home Rock property management company, right now I have a lead. I have a lead in that is running that for me. That we're probably within a few weeks of really being able to take the training wheels off for me to be able to go, I don't have to check email for a week, and you just call me if there's something that you really need my interaction.
Yep.
And with that business, we do a production meeting that's about 2 hours long once a week. I'll continue to do that every week, and I'm just going to try to tell them, save your questions for that time.
Yep.
But I have that leader now because I spent the last few months training and repositioning that business in order to do it. And so I had, with that company a year ago, I had one person that was pretty much the lead. So I would just check in weekly, had a bunch of major changes happen back in May or June, so I had to restart that. Now I've done it again. And so within a few weeks, I'll turn that off and one person kind of leading my Home Rock property management company. I'll check in once a week. And then I think it becomes, when it comes to from owning to running, then it'll be making sure that I give, them the time they need, the personal stuff to help work with them on their personal goals, try to coach them through, hey, is this working? And then make sure, at least during that kind of couple hours of focus on that production meeting, that they have what they need from me. I have a right-hand guy that helps us with our foreclosure listing service company. And, but we've recently started to look at that org chart and try to decide. I think every year I have one that I'm going to be a little bit more hands-on with. Yep. And this year, that's going to be the one that I'm going to be more hands-on with. I'm probably going to have a few kind of team leads in different departments. And then with my flipping company, I'm more recently getting some guys on board and training them up. But I'm probably a couple months away from really being able to say. And ideally with that, I would hang out and pay attention, the first Monday and Tuesday of the month, because that's when the big auction is. And the rest of the month, just check in with them a couple hours a week.
Gotcha. And so for context, you guys are still buying most of your properties, or all of them, from auction? Is it all from auction or most from auction?
Most of them from auction. That seems to be the easiest niche for us. We buy some in online auctions too. We buy some from knocking on doors and saying, let us buy your house. We buy some from yard signs. But proportionally, most of it is from auction.
Cool.
What I think is tough when the other versions for me, I used to hate trying to make an offer and they would come back and say, make us your best offer, or highest and best, or when I had to compete against each other. What I liked about auction is I could know my highest, my bid is $100,000, but if I'm going up in $1,000 increments, there's gonna be some I'm gonna get for way less. I don't want to, so that worked as a better niche for me. And and also, but sometimes that changes too. The reason we do auctions where we do them is I don't like competition. I've never really done good in my businesses when we had competition. So I always try to encourage people when they're getting started, like find a niche, go try it. If you door knock on a house and somebody says somebody else door knocked on that house last week, rather than like make myself stand out from them, I go try to find a neighborhood nobody's knocking on the doors.
Yep.
Go try to find a city, something like that.
Dude, so I've got a question for you, and I'm just trying to think through also. Well, the attendees on this summit, you're going to have a lot of real estate agents, a lot of real estate investors. But once again, I think all of us have a similar path we're looking to go towards: freedom, flexibility, grow the finances, make an impact. And a lot of real estate agents are very transactional, right? They're on what I call the hamster wheel. It's you got to get on the darn hamster wheel, and while you're on it moving, you get results, but you're going to end up grinding yourself to a pulp if that's all that you do. If you're not stacking bricks, right? You're stacking bricks by buying properties. And when you stack enough bricks, you're building a wall where the wall does all the work for you, and you're getting that passive income coming in. So I want to give people context for some of the reasons Aaron has his business is structured this way, because he could just be doing the hamster wheel stuff all the time, doing transactional work, but it's not going to be building up to where he to build the life that he really wants to live. And I think a lot of people look at things and go, man, well, I want to be an entrepreneur, so I can sell for a bunch of money, not have to work anymore, or the 4-hour work week thing. That sounds sexy, but I don't know what I would do for 4 hours, or if for the rest of the dozens of hours. Like, you can go out and have fun, but I'd probably go pick up and do some other work. So here's the point I'm making in a question I have for you. Is I know for me personally, I don't want to live the 4-hour work week. I don't want to have a 4-hour work day even. What works better for me is kind of like what you talk about is seasons, is where let me hit it really hard for this month or two, and then I'm going to go on a vacation and then really recharge. But you guys go on extended vacations, which is great. And then let me come back and hit it hard again. And let's pull away and take a little mini vacation again. What model are you approaching or striving for right now, Aaron? Are you trying to keep your hours down on your workday and kind of even it out, or are you really trying to like go in, hey, we're going to work hard, but then we're going to go back and take big breaks too?
Yeah, right now our season is a couple weeks of really heavy work, and then but also in those times that we take off, doing really big things, right? Like, let's go do something awesome. And so in a couple weeks, we're going to Aspen for a couple weeks. In February, we go to Hawaii for a couple weeks. But then during those times when we're not working really, really hard, there were times when we've done like the couple hours a day where I'd work for a couple hours a day in just the mornings. I finished by 8 a.m. and me and my wife would go like take the kids on like field trips during the day and really live. And so I think there's a lot of ways to do that. And before we jump, I have to say, when you talk about that hamster wheel, from 2009 to 2012, we did the hamster wheel transaction stuff. We were flipping house, and that's what flipping houses was. And we're doing a little. We made an absolute ton of money. We had millions and millions of dollars coming in. And for kids like us that no one had ever taught us like what to do with money and how to do that, it was bizarre and it was wild. And at the time, we had thought like, wow, this will never shut off. Like all we need to make it is only flip 2 or 3 a month, and I'm doing 20 a month. Like I'll never only do 2 or 3.
Yep.
And so it was thinking that we could stick with transactional because the transactional was never going to shut off. We were going to be so good and it was going to be fine. And something else, you talk about building businesses at that time. When you go in to build a business, you need to have a really good, create that vivid vision for what you want it to look like and why, and not just what you want it to look like for in the company, but what sort of profit you want to make on it, what sort of money you want to make, and what do you want to do with that money as a result. Because during that transactional, hamster wheel phase, we're making a ton of money, and I would always want to build a big business. But the business that I built, I was like, I want to be like Google. So I had a really cool office. I had lots of employees, and we're throwing huge company parties. Like once a month, we'd spend 20 grand on like a company party. We'd go rent out a pool at the casino. We were doing really just stupid things because I wanted it to be really cool. And when that transactional part shut off, it was like, whoa, what was I like? I wanted to build this business, but I was building it I was building the wrong type of business for the wrong reason. I wanted to build a big business just so I could say I had a big business. It wasn't really a profitable one at that time.
And that's so important. Kind of like when I show this, I've been showing this guys the whole darn summit. I've been showing this picture. And there's a reason for it, because this is your model. This is your model as you move forward as an agent, as an investor over the next year, the next 3 years. The industry's shifting, y'all. I've been hammering this the whole summit. The industry's shifting. You've got the wholesale side, the retail side. They're going to get scrunched together. Commission compression is already happening in a lot of spots. A lot of investors are having a tougher time closing some deals if they're not shifting some of their models. A lot of our clients are having an easier time than ever because they shifted. They're like having their best time right now. But then you specialize and win. What did Aaron talk about, guys? He talked about specializing. He specialized in auctions. Okay. And the previous ones that we've talked about, there's a lot of their specialization in land with Jeff Fassett from yesterday, their specialization in mobile homes and some other stuff that we've talked about. But he has dove in and said, we're not going to be the master of everything. We're going to be really good at this, at acquiring properties this way. And then we're going to go test these other things to add more stools to the leg. But this down here is what he's talking about. So this here, and this could be over the time frame of a year, over 5 years, whatever it is. But I know for my previous company, it was this. We'd have amazing months, where we'd sell, oh my gosh, multiple $100,000 a month, and then 2 months later it'd be 13. And you can never have like that. You can never have peace, man, because you can't plan ahead. You can't plan when things are like that. So then for me, it was hard to hire people because I didn't know what my income was going to be like in 6 months. Yeah. All that kind of stuff. But this right here is what you guys see Aaron enjoying now because he shifted his model. And that's what I want you guys to look at is what does your current model look like? What's your business look like? Are you doing this? If that's the case, you better be okay with the up and down. You better be okay with booms and busts and stress. And at the end of the year, your tax return might show that you made a great income, but you might have been stressed every single month to get there. So which model do you guys currently have? And then if you want this model, but you're on here, you need to go, cool, what are the bricks that I need to stack to get me there? And there's 2 types of bricks that I look at. Your marketing, or how you're acquiring those customers. How do you make that consistent, predictable, repeatable, momentum building, and evergreen ideally? That's where content marketing, the things that we do here at Carrot, we focus on. There's a bunch of people in the summit that talk about how to stack bricks here to get consistent, predictable leads coming in to where you can predict in 3 months how many leads you're going to get. And if you stop your marketing today, if you stop that marketing, you'll still get that same amount of leads in 3 months. If you're on hamster wheel marketing, you stop it, it'll stop and your business stops. Okay. And then there's another way to do it, which Aaron talked about, and he's got both of them. He has been stacking bricks with learning and creating systems on acquiring auction properties. So that's his primary spot there. But it's still kind of a little bit of hamster wheel in there, but it's still, they get fed in there to them and they just have a process for bidding. Okay. But then he's talking about his rental properties. And this is what he didn't have before. He didn't have this before. He was hamster wheeling the heck out of stuff. As soon as he got off the hamster wheel or it was stopped for him, then he had to rebuild. And he said, you know what, this time I'm going to rebuild and I'm going to build a brick wall, not another hamster wheel. And that's a big deal, guys. And because of that, they're able to work hard for 2 weeks and go take 2-week vacations and stuff. What do you, man, that I want people to lock into that. What transition do you guys have to make right now in your business? But Aaron, when you guys were rebuilding the business, were you guys that intentional with saying, hey, we want to, I'm using the brick wall but analogy, but were you guys that intentional saying, hey, this is exactly that vivid vision we want, and rental properties will get us there?
Yeah, the second time it was really intentional. It was because as you set up that lifestyle, I mean, you see the ups and downs of the hamster wheel, right? And we don't have the ups and downs now. And it helped me build in, like, now owning these other businesses and things where it used to be the up and down, and now we know what our revenue is going to be this month. And when you're collecting gross rents of $400,000 a month, if 10 people don't pay their rent, that doesn't make a big difference. Like, instead of it going up and down, it's solid. We had 2009 and 2012 business was huge. 2013 started the year with $1 million in the bank. Had lots of employees and company cars, company health plans, because that's what I wanted. I wanted this giant company. And I was also, I would hire people, I would say, I'm going to pay this person $5,000 a month and they're going to bring me an extra $5,000 a month in revenue. That is a silly way to grow businesses. Like, because all that means is I'm working harder and I'm not bringing home any more money. So now it's like, it's kind of like that profit loss chart. So every time now I say, if I'm going to hire somebody for $5,000 a month, they better be bringing in $10,000 a month in extra revenue. But to 2013, we started the year with a bunch of money. We ended the year, and all of a sudden, I told my wife, hey, I need you to transfer me some money over from your account. She goes, I don't have any left. What? So I wasn't able to, what happened was Blackstone, a bunch of companies came out. They told us they were going to put us out of business. I didn't think they would. We started just going through our overhead. We couldn't buy houses, but I wasn't laying anybody off. And at the end of the year, I burned through all of our cash savings and just paying that overhead. And so that was brutal. So going from making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month to zero is a huge, huge thing. And then laying everybody off and sitting there. So my wife and I had a good year and a half of trying to like reinvent and try stuff. And so much of that time is spent thinking about what did we do wrong? What should we have done different? If I just had 2 months of that earning back right now, if I just had 2 more months to do that, man, I should have done this, this, and this. So I spent 18 months, maybe 2 years of going, if I ever have this opportunity again, I mean, that was my prayer. If I ever get this opportunity again, God, I'm going to do it so different. Instead of spending $20,000 on pool parties, I'm going to give that away to good causes. I'm going to go travel with my family. During that time too, my dad passed away at 64. It was brutal, way before he was supposed to. So during that learning time, we thought, man, we spent our money on the wrong things. We didn't set ourselves up. We should have been set for life with how well we did during those couple of years. Instead, we weren't. And how can we redo it next time where we'll be set for life? Like how we can set our way to where, if we have a good 3 years, like that, we won't have to look back on that. And how also can we not have what happened to my dad, where we don't have to die and realize that there was stuff that we should have done instead of, he hadn't retired yet, And so so we came into going, God, if we ever get another chance, we're going to spend money on experiences over things. We're going to put our family first in this lifestyle. And we're going to put money away every time. We're going to invest in things instead. And we're not only going to spend money on experience with our kids, because if you go broke again, you still have the memories of those experiences. Yep. And we're going to give a ton of it away to good causes, because later we're never going to regret, like, hey, then it makes money like less real. And so then we got that new opportunity. Then, the first time I went out to an auction in Texas, it was by accident, really. I had an apartment out there from the only property that I did buy during 2009, 2012 was an apartment in a town in Killeen. And that is what saved me later. So when we were broke, I was still making $5,000 a month on that thing. I flew out for another auction, thinking about buying an auction in Texas, my first one, because the apartment next door I heard was up for sale. And I was thinking about buying it. And I got cold feet at that auction. But during that time, I looked around and there was nobody at auction. I said, oh my gosh, this is that thing I've been praying for. It's 2009 all over again. Nobody's here at auction. I get to redo it. And so we did all those things. So we were super clear on the plan, but it was really because we had lost it all. We had plenty of time to stew on. And that's what you do when you screw up. Like, and you shouldn't, but I focused a long time on, man, I did this wrong. Man, I should have done this different. Like a lot of regret. Well, that regret helped me build the plan for next time. Like, don't waste the failure. Like, don't waste the crisis. What can you learn from it? What can you do to build that plan? And that became the plan that we have lived on now.
Dude, it's so interesting and so fun to just kind of hearing the stories of entrepreneurs, because pretty much every really successful person that I have met has their story of did some things that were good and then it went the other way, and then we had a chance to rebuild. My time was around the same time. It was 2012 is when I got out of my previous company, and that year and a half after that, I was trying to figure out what to do next. I had some clients from the consulting side, and the last thing I went through, I read the book, The Pumpkin Plan, and the very last thing I was like, I was trimming everything out, man. I was like trimming everything, and the very last thing that I had to trim was I go, okay, I'm going to keep the consulting business because I'm going to keep a couple clients there. I can do that. I've got a skill set that I can sell. That'll get me to figure out the next thing. Parted my ways from one of my business partners on the software side, just got my money back. And then the other one, I essentially mentally wrote it off, man, this is going to lose money because it was in the tubes there at the time. It's crushing it now, man. Like 7 years later, absolutely crushing it. They pivoted. And the pivot's the interesting thing. That's where I want to talk about it is, guys, don't be afraid to pivot. Don't be afraid to shift. Don't be afraid to rebuild and take what you'd previously done and say, I'm going to take what I'm learning from it, but I'm going to figuratively cut my losses, or I'm just going to turn the page and build something new. And Aaron did that when he was just talking about that. He built a big business up in Sacramento. Blackstone came in, tried to buy him, but then he got squashed by Blackstone. They just bought up the whole market. And then he saw that opportunity down in Texas, and he decided, hey, let's shift it. Mine was, I was paring everything down. The last thing to trim were these 100 websites that I had on my server. And it was people that I had set up, real estate investors I had set up, and they paid me like one time or $10 a month to set up these websites because I didn't feel like there's any good options out there in the market. And I just basically gave it to them for free. They just paid $10 a month in hosting. Worst business model ever. It was like terrible. And so it was the last thing to cut. And I was getting ready to send the email to the 100 people and just say, hey, love you guys, but here's all your files. Please go find a new hosting account. And then that's when an opportunity walked into my life. A friend of mine walked into this building here, a contractor, and said, hey, type up my website and then type up this Google search. And how do I get there? And why isn't my website getting me leads? I knew all the answers. I'm like, man, I know how to solve it. But all of the website builders are focused on ease of launch, like easy, quick, free, simple, cheap, but they're not focused on results. And so anyway, that was that spark. And rather than cutting the 100 loose, I said, hey, I'm gonna test this out, see if there's something bigger here. So guys, the reason I tell that story is there are opportunities that you guys are going to experience this year in 2020, in 2021, in the next year, that could be your chance to pivot. And while you're in that kind of spot where you're in the trough, it doesn't feel good at the time, and sometimes you don't feel like you're ever going to get that second opportunity, like Aaron had mentioned. But oftentimes that second one can be even bigger. And this is the last analogy I'm going to tell, and then I'll toss it back over to you, and we'll kind of wrap a couple other things. I heard this amazing analogy from a friend of mine, and he's such a great speaker. And he was talking about a seed. Like if you can picture an apple tree, right? And there's a seed, and this seed is just a seed. It's just a seed right there. It's not a tree. It's not an apple. It's a seed. It has to fundamentally change what it is in order to become a tree. Fundamentally change what it is. And so he said, okay, you take the seed, plant it in the ground, water. And what happens is it doesn't grow up first. It actually grows down. So in order to become a tree, it's got to first go down into the soil. And so the roots are going down. It's setting a foundation. Nothing's happening on the top. It looks like there's no progress on top. Then eventually something pokes up, grows into a tree. It's amazing. It's beautiful. A bird comes by. A bird lands. Hey, this is a nice looking tree. I'm going to build a nest here. Builds a nest. Has babies. Little baby birds are there. You're waiting for the mother to come back. The mom's flying around out there. Comes back, feeds the baby birds. And eventually these baby birds are big enough to where they look out there and go, man, this looks like a great new world, but I'm scared. I don't know how to get up there where my mom is. I see her flying up there, but I don't know how to do that. So what do? They don't go up first. They stand on the edge of the nest, and they stand there and they're looking down. They see the mom up there. I want to go up there, but I don't know how to do it. And they eventually just jump, and they start flapping. They are flapping. It feels like they're not getting anywhere. It feels like they're not making progress. They feel like they might even fail and fall all the way to the ground. But eventually by flapping hard enough, they go down and then they go up. And the same thing has happened to me, where sometimes your bank account's got to go down before it can go up. Sometimes you've got to completely shed the shell that you are right now and become someone completely fundamentally different than who you are today in order to get where you want to go. So don't be afraid to do that, guys. Don't be afraid to change who you are in a positive way to get where you want to go. Don't be afraid to let that bank account go down. Get ego out of the way. And make that happen. I went from making hundreds of thousands a year to $27,000 in my taxable income in 2013. And from there, I was able to build it back up. So anyway, Aaron, couple more questions for you, man. Then we'll wrap this puppy. Is for people that are looking to build a team, whether they're just running a flipping business or as a real estate agent, what's some advice that you would give them on how to really manage the team well or lead the team well, so you're not micromanaging every detail, but you're really letting them go and push results without you having to touch everything? How do you manage that communication, set expectation?
Yeah, I think there's probably a couple pieces that I would recommend when people are building a team. And for a lot of times people get so busy, they go, okay, I need to hire somebody so they can do that. I need to hire somebody to take this off my plate, with the kind of the expectation or the feeling like, okay, I need to hire them. As soon as I hire them tomorrow, my life's going to get easier. And that's the wrong expectation. For my experience, it's been the wrong expectation. What I really need to do is I'm going to hire them. And that means for the next month, 2 months, 3 months, my day's actually going to be harder. It's not going to save any time, because I need to spend extra time making sure I train them properly, do it right, get them in place now, to be able to do that. The other thing I think too is that you need to, I've been lucky enough that the businesses that I built they could start as one-man shows. Even with auction, I would drive the house myself. I would do the title research myself. I would comp it myself. I would go stand at auction and bid on it. After we bought the house, I would go drill out the locks and change the locks myself. I would detail, I did everything from beginning to end, and did that for a long time on my first few houses. And so then I got to start hiring people in pieces. Okay, so now what I need to do is, I was driving 50 houses a day. I'll hire somebody else to drive the 50. They'll narrow it down to 10, and then I'll go redrive the 10.
Yep.
And in that extra 4 hours I'm saving. So I started hiring in stages. So first I did everything myself, And then as I grew, I hired in stages.
Mm.
And then what I learned the hard way was there was plenty of times I hired people, I would give them a little bit of training, maybe a little bit of stuff and say, now go. And they wouldn't last. They wouldn't make it very long. They wouldn't meet the expectation. I'd get super frustrated. And what I learned more recently was going, okay, I need to hire this person so my life is better, and then commit back in May. I mean, I did a major reset in May, and it took me to now to be able to go, now I've got my giant business again that I don't have to show up for because they did it. But so when you hire, know that you have to be ready to dedicate the time to actually do it. It's not going to make your life easier that day or eventually. Know how to do this stuff too. And then I've been doing a lot of like personality test type things too. There's a lot of different like companies and software and different stuff. And I've started to look into, before you hire somebody, instead of just looking on the resume, and I do it a lot of different ways, but it's, I say, what would the type of personality of this person be? What type of person would want? So if you have somebody that's going to be doing cold calls to somebody, or door knocking, or transaction coordinator, or whatever, what type of person would love doing that job? Because everybody can do the job. Anybody that needs a job will do the job. But what type of person would love talking on the phone all day, right? Like to prospective tenants. And so then figuring out, and then using things like Tony Robbins has a DISC assessment. My buddy does these reports called from BirdFlow, does this thing called the AVA reports, where they go through and they do a lot of testing. And so first you say, this is the personality type I want. They take the test and you go, okay, yeah, this person is the personality type I want. Let's now check their resume. Or I do it at the same time. I check their resume, I check that. So matching personalities to the job type, not just experience. Somebody could be a great accountant, but if their personality doesn't make them love it, then eventually they burn out.
Gotcha. I love it. I love it, guys. Guys, here's what I want to do. First of all, Aaron, what's your new podcast? Where can people follow what you're doing? Where can people learn from you and others? What's the podcast, and anywhere else so people can go to follow you?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Real Estate Rockstars. So the Real Estate Rockstars podcast, that is our new podcast that we're super excited about. And it's been around for a long time. It's been focused on real estate agents. I bet some of the guys that are watching today have been on there or have listened. And so we want to interview and talk to real estate agents that are crushing it, guys that are rock stars, to give tips to other kind of new agents to share their secrets. You can find it at hybendigital.com, or you search for Real Estate Rockstars on any of the podcast channels out there. One of the places that I love to communicate with people right now is both Instagram and Facebook. Where I tell people, go find me on Instagram. I try to post videos and content every day. That's tips. Sometimes it's me walking through a house that I flipped and talking about, this is what we're going to do. Sometimes it's quotes from other things. Sometimes we're sharing stuff about our 5-hour school week book and how we homeschool and life hacks and things like that. So Instagram, it's just my crazy name that you could see on this. There's only one Aaron Amuchastegui out there. So that's the good news. If there's more than one, you better report them because I'm the only one you'll find. So Instagram and Facebook, I love chatting with people, tips and things like that out there. And our foreclosure website. So if you want to buy Texas foreclosures, we are the Texas foreclosure king. If you want to buy the stats, you have to buy them from us. We're the only people that have the complete list out there. That's flsonline.com. Email me from there. We also do all sorts of nationwide leads. Like, Trevor has plenty of sources for that, for vacant houses, probates, all sorts of stuff like that. But if you want to come chat with me, social media is the best way.
Cool. Guys, go follow Aaron. Go to flsonline.com if you're in the Texas market or buying in the Texas market. Because like you said, they are the only one with this data, not like one of the only ones. They're the only one with certain parts of the data. And go check out Real Estate Rockstars, because you guys got a little bit of a taste of what Aaron's doing. And man, there's so many cool things that they're doing. Follow them on Instagram, because I think as an entrepreneur, it'll give you a really, really good idea of what you can do with your business, how you can get freedom, how you can take your family on trips all the time and still run great companies. And so Aaron, appreciate the friendship, man. Pumped to see you here shortly, sometime, hopefully. We're doing I'll toss out to you, we're doing our next mastermind in July. It's actually in Philly this time, hopefully at Doug's new hotel. Doug was going to finish up Faith, at the last mastermind, his hotel that he was finishing. It should be done by the time that we're doing it. So I'll toss you the date, see if you're free. I would love to see you out there again. It'd be cool.
Yeah. I can't wait. When we were doing our beginning of year planning, we're actually like, I need to figure out the July date for the next one. So yeah,
I'll text
thanks for having me on.
For sure, man. Guys, make sure you go to Instagram. Make sure you go to Facebook. #Carrot Summit. #Carrot Summit. What was your biggest takeaway from this session with Aaron Amuchastegui? What was your biggest takeaway? #Carrot Summit. We're giving away Carrot swag every single day, multiple times a day. Carrot water bottles, Carrot stickers, Carrot t-shirts, the positivity tee, all kinds of stuff. We're going to be choosing them from those who hashtag and send through your biggest takeaway from the sessions during the Market Leader Summit throughout the summit. And the last thing, y'all, is make sure that if you're wanting to really grow your business and get consistency and predictability, you find ways to stack bricks. If growing rental properties is your way, go follow what Aaron is doing. He's doing that masterfully. Okay, if you are wanting to do auctions, awesome. Go follow what they're doing. They're doing things masterfully and get their data. Okay, if you're wanting to grow things organically online, we've got a ton of content there and we can help you. And actually, Aaron and I were just talking, they're a brand new Carrot customer too. So pumped to work with you guys to add that part of it. But guys, we'll see you on the next session of the Market Leader Summit. We'll go take a break really quick and we'll talk soon. Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah, thank you.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back. A little commercial break here for you. So right here, we've been talking about this hashtag a lot. I don't know if you can read it here. It's on the whiteboard too, but hashtag Carrot Summit, hashtag Carrot Summit. Now, why do I want you guys to pay attention to that? First of all, we're giving some cool free stuff away, okay? If you guys hashtag Carrot Summit on Instagram, on Facebook, throughout the entire event right now, do it right now. Do it right now. What was your biggest takeaway from a previous session? And later today, later tomorrow, as you guys are going through this, hashtag Carrot Summit. When we see you doing it, we're going to be picking out 2 or 3 winners per day, and we're going to be giving people cool stuff. Some of it's going to be books, some of it's going to be other kind of cool stuff, but we're going to be giving away a 30-day challenge each and every day during the summit. Now, the 30-day challenge is something we created this past 3 or 4 months, where it essentially walks you through day by day everything that we're kind of teaching you here, but in a hyper-focused environment for 30 days. We're teaching you how to build local authority as an investor, as an agent, as a hybrid investor agent, so you can win your market, so you can get in front of more motivated sellers, more motivated buyers, so you can actually build momentum, build your evergreen marketing machine. And guys, normally this costs $100, and by entering in the contest, all you have to do is hashtag Carrot Summit. You can win an entry into the 30-day challenge. We're going to pick 1 winner each day from that, and we're also going to pick 1 winner each day or several for books and things like that. So guys, check it out. Enter in there, Carrot Summit hashtag. But here's the deal. So as we're going through the summit, we want to make sure we're not just giving you guys a bunch of open loops in your mind to where you go, man, all these ideas are great, but what do I do? What do I do next to move forward? What do I do next to actually implement this in my business better? Now, one of the biggest things that you have to really focus in on if you're wanting to grow momentum, if you're wanting to stack those bricks and build that evergreen marketing machine, is you have to make sure that your website is set up correctly. And we're not really talking a lot about the website setup or the technical stack or how you should structure your site in this. We have a lot of other trainings on that topic. But what we found is it's so important that the platform, the foundation you build it upon is going to be really important on, is it actually going to make the results happen on the back end? Okay, right here, just like if you're building a house, the foundation that you stack those bricks on, if it's a shaky foundation, the whole brick wall will crumble and fall. But if it's a strong foundation, everything is going to make it easier. And your website is one of the biggest problems I find with agents and investors, where they launch stuff with website builders that are free, easy, simple, cheap, that look pretty, but aren't based on performance. And so years ago when we decided to start Carrot in 2014, that was the thing that popped up in my mind. Actually, a contractor walked into my office right here into this building, and he said, "Hey, Trevor, I know you've got a lot of background in this, and can you take a look at my website? It's not really getting leads online. It's not really ranking well." And within seconds, from my experience, I looked at him and went, "Man, these are the things you actually need to do." And the problem was, he went to a local web developer to have that website built. And you know what? It looked pretty, but it wasn't set up for performance. And that's what 9 out of 10 of your websites are. They look pretty, but not set up for performance. And if you're an investor and your average profit per deal is $20,000, or if you're an agent and your average commission is $9,000, if you lose just one deal, one transaction because of an underperforming website, then that's worth $9,000 or $20,000. Let's say you lose 2 or 3. That's almost a 6-figure loss for an investor or an agent if you're looking out multiple years. Now, how many leads and deals are you okay with losing because of underperformance in your online marketing strategy and your website? Hopefully the answer is none, right? So what we want to do is this, guys. Not only do we want to educate you during these 2 days, free, amazing information. And if you want the recordings, you can grab the recordings right here on this page. There should be a link below and above that says something about Summit Offer. If you're not on the live page and you're watching it on YouTube, go to carrot.com/summit/live. And you can see this live page that I'm on right now where the Summit event offers are right there. But the first thing is you can get the recordings. Okay, the recordings are at the summit price. Go check out what the summit price is. It's an insane value for 10 plus hours of content. And we're going to give you last year's summit recordings as well, which is all investors showing their #1 marketing methods for the year. And the cool thing is, guys, all of these marketing methods are still working great right now today in 2020. So grab those recordings. It's an amazing investment. You can look at them later during the month, hand them to a team member, look at them in 6 months when you're ready for that stuff. Okay, go back and recheck a recording, or go check ones that you missed, because you might not be able to be here for the entire 2 days. Okay, so go over there and check that out. The next thing is the 30-day challenge. If you don't win one of the prizes of the 30-day challenge during this contest, awesome. It's only $100. Okay, we make it insanely affordable. It's $100 for a 30-day challenge, daily action items, help you build authority, walks you through exactly what you need to do to your website, exactly how to create the content that's going to ranking, exactly how to launch your first ads. And there's a Facebook group that you get to be a part of during the whole process, so you can go through it with other people from the Market Leader Summit as a cohort. You guys can cheer each other on and look at each other's progress and help each other out. Okay, that's only $99. But if you want the full meal deal, if you're like, you know what, not only do I want those resources, but I also want the amazing high converting website, the website that outranks, that has a better chance of outranking other systems in Google than any other system. You can Google sell my house fast, insert any city in the country, and you're likely going to find somewhere between 3 and 8 carrot sites controlling page 1 in Google. And that can be you. And even if there's already carrot sites in your market, it doesn't matter. Okay, start with the tool. Start with the tool that's going to give you the same edge your competitors have, or a better edge if they're not using Carrot, and then go through and just do a better job executing the content, building your trust and credibility in the website. So we have an event package you can check out on this page as well. It's a massive discount, y'all. It includes 6 months of our advanced marketer plan. It also includes the recordings for this year and last year for free. Okay, you're also going to get entry to our 30-day challenge, which that alone is $100. This alone is $200. So right there, there's whatever that is, that's $300 in value we're giving to you for free right there. But one cool thing we're also adding to it is our internal AdWords campaign for motivated sellers. So if you're an agent or an investor looking for highly motivated sellers, and you're using the Carrot platform that you're going to be sending people to convert at a high rate, we took our AdWords campaign and we said, let's yank it out of there. Let's put it over here and let's give it to you guys, to where anytime we launch a new campaign for one of our clients in our high level traffic program, we take this campaign, we upload it into their Google Ads account. And then we just make some modifications. It includes all the ads, all the keywords that we're targeting, all the ad groups set up in a way that is proven to perform, that we've been doing this campaign for 4 or 5 years. We've been iterating it. This campaign alone is worth well over $1,000 minimum. Okay, we're gonna give that to you for free as well with this event package. Let me kind of recap it really quick, okay? I want you to come over here really fast. So I'll show my screen. So essentially what you guys are gonna get right here is this. You're gonna get 6 months of the advanced marketer plan, which is normally $149 a month. That alone, y'all, is $894 in real value. If you were actually going to pay the $149 per month for 6 months, that's $894. Okay, we're going to give you the recordings for this summit. We're going to give you the recordings for last summit. Okay, that right there is hundreds of dollars in value. We're going to give you access to the very next 30-day challenge. We want to see you succeed. Okay, the whole thing with this is we're piling everything we can on it because we want to see you crack through. We don't want to see you become a commodity over the next year. Okay, we're going to give you 10% off of any of our marketplace services that we do internally. If you're like, man, I would much rather have you guys do it, we're going to give you a discount there as well. We're going to give you weekly live coaching calls with our team. If you want to show up or have someone on your team show up and you have questions on how to execute, we're going to be there for you. Okay, and you're going to get access to our content marketing systems that are going to help you stand out in your market. All right, guys. So on this live page somewhere, there's a link below, there's a link up above. Check it out. It says Summit offers, something like that, Summit Specials. Click it, and you've got a couple of options. You can either buy the recordings by themselves, okay, for our Summit recording price. You can go buy the challenge by itself. Okay, any of those are going to be amazing. And if you're not a Carrot customer yet, if you buy the challenge by itself, you also get a free month in Carrot. Or you can get the entire package with 6 months of the advanced marketer plan. You get the summit recordings, you get the challenge, you get our AdWords campaign, you get all that stuff, y'all, for only $1,000. Okay, so go check it out, guys. This offer goes away when the summit is over, and we want to see you guys succeed. Check it out. Click the link below. Offer is gone when the summit's over. We are crazy pumped to work with you this year. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to the Market Leader Summit. I've got an amazing guest with me who I will introduce you guys to here in a second. But I had a chance to meet Noelle first by watching a video of hers first, actually. And that's what we're going to be talking about. It's how to build brand awareness, build authority with not just any video, but really creative video. And we're in a mastermind together called The Closing Table with Sam Cramey and Oliver Graff with Big Block. It's a bunch of amazing people. And when we were mapping out our Market Leader Summit, and we were going, man, like, what are some of the best ways to build authority? What are some of the best ways to stand out? I'm about to get guillotined by this thing here. What are some of the best ways to really specialize and build authority? Video, like what we're doing right now, video is one of the best ways to do that. And so we wanted to get Noelle on here to talk about how to do that. So let me officially introduce Noelle Nielsen on the episode here, on the Market Leader Summit. Welcome aboard.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, video is kind of my game. It's the way that I have really gotten my business going. So I love it. It's my favorite topic.
And Noelle, one thing I want to do for sure is we'll give links like in the comments box as we go. We'll grab some of your videos, because I think when people see some of your videos, it really points out, oh, this is the level of creativity I can have with my business. Because so many agents and investors, they think that everything's got to be like businessy and very professional. And the funny thing is, if you're not putting in your personality into it, it's really hard to crack through. And when they see some of your videos, they can clearly see that Noelle's personality is coming through, and it's awesome. That's why you've been so successful with it. So let's set some context here. So who are you? Everyone knows your name already, but where do you live? What do you do for work? Like, what is your business full time? What do you do?
Sure. Yep. So I am Noelle Nielsen, as we just said, with what was formerly my own brokerage, Bright Birch Real Estate, and we recently just merged it onto the EXP platform. So I'm back to kind of just being a team lead, running my team here in Minnesota, in the Twin Cities, which is, today it was -5 degrees.
That's cold.
Yeah, it's cold, which also prevents me from videoing outside, and so we have to get creative with that too. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But my background is not very conventional, and when people see my videos and they see me being very goofy or very creative, I think a lot of times that people maybe don't realize that I'm actually an attorney by trade.
Yep.
And so I've got a very different background. But I decided at one point in my life that I was just kind of tired of being stiff. I didn't want to have that. I wanted to have a job where I had the freedom to be creative and do what I want to do. And I left actually practicing law as a lawyer. I left to run a photography business for several years. And then as my family started growing and I realized I didn't want to be at weddings every Saturday night for the rest of my life, I made the transition into real estate and really haven't looked back. But I use my creative side to promote the business, and it's been massively successful for us.
So how long ago was that transition from the photography to real estate?
Yep. So I actually have been licensed with my real estate license only for 6 years. The first 3 years, I kind of had trouble saying no to photography still. I think a lot of small business people go through that transition if they're going to try to get it from one business to the next, of making a transition. And part of that transition brought about the video that I use, because I got to this point that I needed the clients that I had from the one business, which was photography, to have the mindset that I'm no longer a photographer. I'm actually now a realtor. And the only way I could get them to change that mindset was by putting video out.
So I want to kind of cover a couple more bases once again to set some foundation. Then we'll dive into video stuff. And we'll even show, like, there might be opportunity to show people some examples and stuff like that. It'd be really cool because you got some really creative stuff. But so you were doing photography. You had your license for 6 years. 6 years to kind of make the transition. And now you've got a brokerage, like you said. What does your brokerage look like right now? How many agents are working within it? Do you guys have any specialties, or is it kind of mainly just serving all different types of people in Minneapolis? Kind of what's the brokerage look like?
Yeah. So when the brokerage actually made the transition, we were at about 20 agents within a year. My brokerage had a lifespan of about a year. And then all of those agents made the switch with us. So they're all still with me. And we're composed of a couple different teams and a couple different individual agents. I personally have now, over the last year, transitioned into more of a new construction luxury market. But a lot of our agents are just doing general everyday sales. There's no client that we won't really take as long as they're looking to buy or sell.
Cool.
We'll help them out.
I love it. So that's one question that's probably popping up for people right now, Noelle. So you've had your brokerage for a year and 20 agents in it, and we're gonna get into some of this, and part of this is the power of video. But how were you able to grow your brokerage and attract that many agents that quick? As an agent who yourself, you haven't been an agent for 30 years, right? So something happened there that had all these people, and probably many of them have had their licenses longer than you have. There's something there where they're like, life is going to be better over there at Bright Birch. Life is going to be better with Noelle and her team. Like, what was it that attracted so many people to you?
Well, honestly, it's video. And I know it sounds really silly, but we decided after I started seeing how much of an impact the video was having on my personal business. And then I started helping my team. At the time, I was at a RE/MAX office. I started helping my team use video and grow. And I started realizing how impactful it really was to dive into business. And I decided I'm going all in on video. And so we needed a space. I needed my own space where I could have a studio and whatnot. So I took me and my team. We left, and at the time, I think I was at about 7 people. We left, started our own thing, and because of our video presence, of course, I announced it on social media with another video that we had left. And from that announcement, I just started getting inquiries coming in asking, hey, can I join you? Can you help me? Will you show me what you've been doing? I want to be a part of it.
And well, this is one of the cool things right here, because I know we've had chances to talk at the Closing Table Mastermind when we're together there. And the first video that I saw of yours, now I don't know if this was your first. I want to dig into that first, because a lot of people kind of are nervous of, oh, I don't want to be in front of video and all these things. But the first video that I saw was the one with your boy in it, with your son in it, the realtor one, right?
Yeah, this guy right here.
There we go, right there, your realtor boy. Right. So that's when I do want to talk about that one here in a bit, because it's really creative, and I think it's going to help kind of get people's creative juices going. But for you, what was the first video that you remember doing as a real estate agent? And did it hit? Did it work? Did it not work? It must be a good one. It must be a good one.
Well, the first one that really started getting attention was a little outside of most people's comfort zone, but it was actually what ended up getting shared a lot, and it got shared onto Labco agents. But it was me in a parade model. I was sick of sitting in this model, and it was April Fool's, and I was trying to get attention into the model. And I was in a bathtub, and I had on one of those shirts that just like came down past my shoulders, but people couldn't see it. You know, I'm sitting in the bathtub, and I said, would you like to see more of this house? And then, you know, eventually I stood up out of the bathtub, and I was totally fully clothed, and it just really surprised people. It was unexpected. And, you know, I think it was that unexpected thing, that element, that video really sparked a lot of attention, and sparked the idea that you can do creative videos. You don't have to make them stuffy to get attention on whatever it is that you're trying to sell. Like if it's a house, or if you're trying to get people to view your brand or your website or whatever, you have to get their attention. And when you only have, you know, 5 to 10 seconds initially to get people to watch something, if even, you've got to get it right away.
Yeah.
So.
And most agents that I see, they're really focusing on pictures of the house. Like, that stuff's great, right? But they're doing things that any other agent could do. It's like, if the way I look at it, if anyone could slap their face on your marketing, you're probably doing it wrong. You're probably not standing out. And it's going to be really hard for anyone to slap their face on your marketing, because it's you're all over it. Your team is on it, and it's creative. So that video, that was the one that you showed part of at the closing table in Beverly Hills, I think it was,
Yeah.
or wherever we were.
Yep.
That was awesome. And then the Realtor Boy one. So after that, what kind of cadence do you use with your video? Are you putting out video on a certain cadence? Is it whenever you kind of have like a strike of creativity? Kind of, how does that process work for you?
Well, so when I first started, it was me with a camera just sitting in front of me, and I would just film everything myself. I'd edit everything myself. So for the first, year or two of my videos, it's all self done. And I tell people now, the phone has gotten so great. You can use this, right? But so for a while, it was like whenever I could get to it, right? I tried to put out at least one thing per week. Just to have a rhythm. And that's going to be really overwhelming to some people. And if it is, I always say, then start with one a month, even just do one a month, just make it memorable so that people remember it. But as we opened up our brokerage, I was so full into video that we hired a full-time videographer. And so with him, I've gotten a lot of content we have like a backlog of every idea that I've got. We just write it down and we get to it as soon as we can. And I try to put out at least one creative piece a week, but now it's on a higher produced level. And then I now have switched to doing personally at least one Facebook Live per week myself.
I like it. And that's on your business page, or?
Nope, that is totally on my personal page.
Cool.
Yeah, and it's all personal. It's very personal now. I've gotten to this point where I will share things that most people are very uncomfortable sharing. I share a lot about my personal life on Facebook, and I have a rhythm to it, so people have come to expect it, and then they come back and they watch it every single week.
You know what, Noelle, I don't know if you've heard of Peter Lorimer. He's a real estate agent guy. He's a big video guy out of LA.
Yeah.
He came on the Carrot Cast a month or two ago. And one thing that he talked about is he's got this channel that's, what's he called it? I don't know. But the whole channel is all his life stuff. And then he's got a channel that's kind of his business stuff, right?
Yep.
But the thing is, just like you said, he markets his stuff to both. And one concept that he told me, and I don't think he made it up, but it struck me as really, really smart, is he said he's got like one sphere of his influence, which is kind of like the outer sphere. It's your whatever it is. I'm making these numbers up right now from memory, right? But let's say it's like the top 1,000 people in your sphere, whatever, which is a lot of people. And then you've got maybe your top couple hundred, which are closer. You probably know their names and stuff like that. He said the top couple hundred already know who you like, that you're a real estate agent. So you don't need to hammer them over the head all the time that you're an agent. So then to them, he's always sending them a lot of that personal stuff because they want to see what he's up to. He's doing interesting stuff. It's the trip that they went on. It's this, it's that. But then the other people in the bigger sphere, they're seeing kind of more of the real estate stuff at the start. And then as they start to get them down to the smaller sphere, it's a lot more of the personal stuff. Do you see the same type of thing where it's like, once I get them in and they know what I do, then it's just personal, kind of obviously add in some business stuff every now and then too. Or is it not as planned that way?
Well, for me, it's been a little unusual because I've had in my social media, my sphere growth has been with a lot of agents. So, and real estate related, I think anybody that does anything on social media and travels in agent groups can see how quickly agents start friending you on Facebook. But so I have been pretty diligent in my Facebook usage, and now Instagram. I started going all in on Instagram in the last year or so, but pretty diligent about maybe only do, for every one business post, you're going to do 2 or 3 personal posts. In the last year, with the addition of stories, that's kind of changed things because you can almost double your output with your stories. And if people want to watch all the way through your stories, they can, and you can put more of that personal junk that you don't necessarily need to stay up on your timeline in the stories. And so it's really helped filter out doing too many business posts or too many personal posts because you can use stories to water down one or the other.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
But yeah, I don't really fully have a rhythm. If I'm feeling like I need to say something on Facebook on a personal level, I'll just say it. And then if I've got content that I've created for a business, I push it all out to my personal too. Because most of it is entertaining enough that even if the people aren't in real estate, they still enjoy watching it.
Yep.
So that's the goal.
I love it. So let me, there's a couple things I want to unpack here in the time that we've got. One of them is results, because a lot of people are going, oh, putting cool videos out is awesome, but like, is it actually turning into business? And then the next thing is kind of some of the creative process, because it seems like, at least from this side of things, it seems like you're very creative, which I love. But then also you've got the other side of things, which, and maybe it's not a fair brush I'm painting here, is you've got the attorney side, which a lot of people would go like, well, that's not creative, right? So you got that bone in there for sure that you maybe were suppressing for a while. Now it's coming out or whatever it is. But I'd love to kind of dive into your creative process too. You mentioned earlier a little bit about it. So let's kind of talk results here a little bit and set that stage for people, because they might look at it and go, well, yeah, let's do video, but cold calling is like the thing that I love to do, or that's the thing that is getting me results, this thing over here. So how has it really changed your business? You talked about how it's attracting agents, which that's an amazing thing for recruiting. How is it closing transactions? Is it attracting sellers? Is it mainly attracting buyers? Kind of what are you seeing results wise?
Well, most of my personal business now comes straight from my sphere, from social media. I don't really do much other than video. And so, the ROI on video, I get asked that a lot. I don't have a number because it is just such a crucial part of my business. Yep. I don't have a number. For me, it's like, how does email impact your business? Like video for me is the same as email or anything, texting, anything that you use on a daily basis. That's how I feel about video.
Yep.
And so the ROI for me is like, well, the ROI is my business, in one sense. And then you touched on the creative piece. It's also a necessity for me, for my sanity, to create this marketing stuff. But I think as at least for me as an agent, that's one of the things that I'm selling myself to these sellers or even these buyers of, why should they work with me? What do I do differently? And so with buyers, it's like a handshake before I meet them. If I'm picking them up off of social media, or it's a reminder. I had a friend that I hadn't talked to since high school, and I've been graduated more than a decade. We'll just say that. Maybe 2 decades. I don't know.
No.
I have not talked to this guy since high school. And he called me. He was ready to buy a house. He called me and said, hey, we've been following all your videos. There's nobody else we want to use. Will you be my realtor? And that's just one little sample, but that kind of thing happens all the time. You just don't know who's you're watching your stuff, because a lot of times they'll watch it silently.
Yep.
So for buyers, it's like a handshake of, hey, I'm fun, or hey, I'm very gifted at this area of real estate or whatever. So they want to work with you. And then for sellers, you can use it either to show them how you're going to market their listing differently, or the same thing. Why do they want to work with your personality during the most stressful transaction that most people make in their lives? And then a third piece for me has been picking up these luxury builders.
Yep.
I haven't been in the business that long. And by all normal terms, I haven't probably earned the right to represent some of these builders, but they wanted to work with me because they wanted their properties featured with video, and with clever video that was going to make their new construction stand out. So the ROI for me is basically like everything. And then agent attraction, right? So, I mean, obviously
And you mentioned energy before, right? I mean, you didn't use that word, but essentially energy for you, right? I know, man, it was 2016 is when I started our podcast here, the Carrot Cast. And for years, people were saying I need to start. I'm like, oh, I don't want to talk about like leads. I don't want to talk about lead gen. that sounds like okay, those are great tools. They're awesome tools. I'm not passionate about them though. And so then when I flipped the script in my mind, I said, this is just for energy. Like, even if I don't get results out of this at all, I just want to do it. Like I want to have these conversations with people. I want to learn the stories from entrepreneurs. I just want to learn this stuff. And as soon as I started to do that, and my energy showed through, then of course the podcast grew a lot. And now when I do go to the few events I go to, that's the thing that people come up and talk about.
Like it's not about the leads that they're getting, or I mean, that might come up in the conversation later, but it's almost always, hey, I listened to this episode of the podcast. Hey, this right here really hit me. Hey, this thing here, I've listened to all, like whatever it is. And that's so important. And I love that you pointed that out earlier, Noelle, is you said I had to do this for my sanity. And for you, that's an energy thing. And that's awesome.
Absolutely.
Are there any things that are draining your energy? I'm sure there are, but like what things drain your energy in your work right now? You laugh. There must be a lot of it right now. I'm going to put you on the spot. What things are draining your energy in work right now? And then next is there another creative outlet that we can use to fill some of that time with?
Yeah, I've been terrible about delegation and delegating things. And so finally, actually, just this week, I had another employee join us that is going to be helping me with email and cold lead follow-up, because I'm terrible at the cold lead follow-up and trying to find a solution to turn those cold leads hot a lot faster with video and with more automation. Because that, for me, that is draining. And I know probably some of the people that are going to watch this, that they thrive in that kind of environment. There's a lot of different types of realtors, but there's two main types of realtors. There's the realtors that just kind of like fake it till they make it. Those are like the high I, right? The high I level or high ID. And then there's the rare realtors, which I think are rare, that have more of a C or an S somewhere in their personality. Like I've got 0 of that in mine on the DISC scale, for anybody that's wondering what I'm talking about. And those people, those are the people that are going to say to this, well, I'll never do video. I'm not creative. I don't want to do video. I just want to have my systems and do it. And I just want to make money on my business. But if they have any sense of an entrepreneurial spirit, I want to challenge those people and say, hey, you probably actually are more creative than you think you are. Because if you are entrepreneurial at all and you're trying to like do your own business or like run your own stuff, you have an entrepreneurial side to you. And then that means by nature, you're creating something. You just aren't creating it in the way that we think about creation, but they're creating something too. And so they can create video content that are more in line with what their business sphere is. So anyway,
that's such a great point, right? Because there's a lot of ways to do content. I mean, we in this summit, we have a couple guys who are investors. One of them's an agent also. And this dude, he's an attorney. He was also an attorney. Now he's transitioning over, or he had transitioned over. He's an investor now. And he loves writing content. Like that's his jam. Now for me, I don't want to do that. That's why I started a podcast and started a video. Right. But that's his jam. He sits down and writes long form content on his Carrot site, gets it ranked really good in Google, and he's crushing. Like they get consistent leads and deals from written content. But he's good at it. Right? Like that's what he's good at.
Well, and that's like my husband, who my husband Seth is also an attorney. Part of why he's moved into our office with us is he has that side of the personality that I don't have. He could sit there and write all day long, but if I bring a camera in his office, I get the door shut in my face.
He clams up on you.
Yeah.
That's funny. So let's kind of talk about process a little bit. And once again, one thing you point out really, really, really good there is this process is going to work really good for anything, I think, that is your creativity. If someone is looking at this as, oh, this is only for fancy videos, no. Like if you love writing, take the same process that Noelle uses and kind of apply it to that. If you love just doing like Instagram posts, cool, take the same process, move over to that, whatever your creativity is. So when you are getting ready to create video content, you talked about you kind of have an idea bank. Number one, I know it's getting kind of tactical, but I'm kind of curious, what do you use for your idea bank? I just use like literally Google or Apple Notes, and then I share that with my team. What do you use to jot those ideas down so you don't forget them? Beautiful analog. I love it.
A notebook. And then we'll sometimes use like Google Sheets or Google Notes to pass notes back and forth between my videographer and I. We started using this board that I'm supposed to log into and like update through its own app. I'm forgetting the name of it now.
Good luck with that one.
Yeah, I don't even I I already have a million things to log into. It's so much easier for me if it's just sitting on my desk. So in some things I'm really technical, but in other things I just use what's in front of me to get the idea out of my head onto paper. And then he can do it however he wants after
I
that.
love it. I'm the same way. Like for me, because I've got this with me all the time. Like I said, it's an Apple Note. It's shared with him. Or I will literally voice text it. Sometimes my idea doesn't quite translate well when I voice text it. And he's like, what was this idea on blah? I'm like, Siri typo, dude. Sorry, we're not doing a video on that at all.
Yeah, I think my team has Trello. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's a Trello board, and though they use it in between each other because sometimes some of my ideas are a little elaborate, and so it causes multiple things that we've got to put in place before we do our filming now. But Trello would be another option if you
I
don't
like it. So you jot down the ideas, and then when do you meet up with your team now? So let's kind of bridge the gap, right?
Yeah.
Before you said you did it all yourself, and I want people to know, hey, you can do that, and you've built up to the point that you are now. But then you guys meet together. Do you have a bunch of ideas, and how do you decide what to do that week?
Yeah, well, so it will, a lot of times it's just directed by whatever I feel like is the most pressing thing. For example, I spent most of the day today building a new background setup because I'm going to start doing more on YouTube. I want it to be more of a stagnant set. And so it'll be something that we've just got a set all done. And then once that's done, then we'll start focusing more on videos like that. And then as I've got creative videos coming in, we'll do the ones that are more pressing. And you know, the pressing, it just depends on my gut, kind of. A lot of it, I just go on my gut of like, what do I feel like is going to be the most important video to put out at the time. You know, if you do too many crazy, silly ones in a row, and then you don't put out enough educational content, you will eventually lose attention from people because it's just too much. So we try to alternate really crazy stuff with semi-normal stuff.
Cool. Well, let's talk about that now. I think that's a good part of the process, right? So strategically, there's all these ideas you've got, and some are probably amazing. Some are just like, oh, it was a good idea, but next month it's like, cross off, it's not relevant now.
Yeah.
So what is the strategy with your videos? Do you have like, hey, we want to make sure we're giving calls to action. They should be a certain length, kind of. How do you guys think about them? And if there is no strategy, that's awesome. Like, honestly, if there isn't, that would release the pressure for people because it's working really good.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. So when I very first started doing this, is I had ideas because it was just me. I called myself a team, but I didn't have a team yet. And I had just a camera and just me. So I started trying to just do like informational videos of me sitting at my desk, but I was so uncomfortable talking to the camera that I would just make jokes at myself, talking to myself to the camera. And then I started putting that stuff out, and it took off. So there really was no strategy. It was me just being me. And I think that's part of it, is it's got to be authentic. So that first and foremost, the video has to be authentic to who you are. And so as long as it kind of meets within the parameters of something that you're comfortable doing. Now, granted, I was not comfortable like being myself on camera. I didn't like that initially. Now I've gotten a little more used to it, but it's still not super fun to see yourself on camera. It never is. No one likes it. That part's not comfortable. But if you're comfortable with the topic, or you're comfortable with the idea that you're trying to spark, that's what's important. There's some people out there that are doing a lot of music parodies. There's a lot of people that'd be really uncomfortable doing the music parody, and it's not authentic to them. I would say don't hop right into like a music parody if that's not who you are. Right?
And here's one thing too. I heard from somebody, like Ben Stein, that the celebrity guy, like really monotone, pretty boring guy. He has gone all in on boring, and it works because all of a sudden that's boring. It's his thing, and it's interesting. And so that's something I'd like to challenge everyone listening to this is Noelle's type of video might not be your type of video. The way she shows up on video might not be your type of video. That's her personality, and she's going all in on it. And whatever yours is, if you're from the South and you talk really slow and like you think you're not interesting, whatever it is, go all in on that and make it fun. Like, people will be attracted to that.
Yeah.
in a big way. So
Well, people are craving something genuine, and they're craving authenticity, and they're craving somebody to go on and just be real, whether it's a positive thing or a negative thing or whatever. They want people to just be real online, because it's hard to tell what's real and what's fake anymore, really. Honestly, I think our profession in the last two decades has been one that has kind of had a stigma about it of, oh, realtors.
Yeah.
They drive a certain car. They're going to swindle you for all the commission that they can, or whatever. And so for me, when I started doing these, I had a minivan. I don't drive the minivan anymore, but I drove a minivan. And I featured it in one of my videos. I did an MTV Cribs style video, right, where I was going around and giving a tour of something that was just kind of normal, but I was making fun of everything normal. And I went out and said that I had a really sweet ride, and I walked out to my minivan. And, I explained all the cool features in my 2014 Honda Odyssey, which is a great van.
Yeah, it's a good one.
But that, and just talking about it here right now, right? You probably have people that are going to watch this that drive a McLaren or something. I don't know. And I just don't care, because it's just who I am. And when I meet with a client, or I meet with another agent that wants to work with me, or an investor or whoever, I want them to know who I am and who I authentically am when we're meeting. So
I love it. A couple more questions on process, like kind of boring stuff, but really, really good stuff. And now I want to show some videos. Like, I don't know if technology wise it'll collaborate with us here, but so you create the video, and then where do you put it? Where are you getting the traction? Because some of your videos, Noelle, I mean, most of them are well into the thousands of views. What do you expect when you put a video up as far as views and reach? Is there something you're aiming for? Or you're like, hey, we're just going to put a bunch of stuff up, and what hits, what doesn't. We'll keep going back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I broke all the rules with posting, and some of it I'm self-correcting now, but I generally have posted everything just organically onto my personal page.
Yep.
I didn't even post it on my business page. So what that means is it hasn't been sponsored or boosted. So when you watch a lot of my videos and the view count, it's just what it was, because people liked watching it. Now we're trying to get a little bit more systematic, because like I said earlier, systems aren't my forte. So I'm trying to outsource it, which actually the person that I brought in this week, that's going to be one of the tasks that we put her on, of outsourcing for me. So I'm not having to click on LinkedIn and click on YouTube and click on Facebook and wherever else you put the videos. But I've been mostly all in on Facebook. We started making also video content for Instagram, but Instagram is not the same as Facebook. One, it's not the same kind of audience. Two, you have to load it into like this thing called IGTV, which I know you know how to do, Trevor, because
I did my first one. I did my first one that I uploaded. I did today.
Was that today?
It was today. You just saw it. So Brady on my team has uploaded several for me, but today I'm like, I'm going to try to do one myself. And I did it on the cell phone, and it wasn't highly produced. Obviously, me and my truck just yapping for 8 minutes.
Yeah. Well, but it doesn't matter. I saw it. So guess what? That means I saw you. I watched your video. You're top of mind. And, that's the whole goal with video. And you had a purposeful thing, a purposeful message that you were going on video with. And I think where a lot of people went wrong with video and Facebook Live and a lot of realtors is they'd take this tool, they'd go into an open house, they'd hit live, and they wouldn't have thought about what they're going to say, how they're going to show things. They'd go live with some stupid real estate content. And no offense to you out there if you've done this, but a lot of people have. And that kills your views. It kills your business. People will just scroll on. Somebody had once said that Steve Passanelli, who runs BombBomb, which is a YouTube or a video platform to connect into your email and your text and whatnot, which you use BombBomb, don't you?
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I like it.
But he said that time is a gift. And if people are giving you their time by watching your videos, they're basically giving you a gift. And so you need to honor that and give them back something, whether it's educational, entertaining, something that they're looking for. So as you're creating content, you need to go through your list of bullet points of what is the point of this video that I'm putting out.
Yep.
And
Love
I
it.
have kind of done a lot of entertaining stuff, and a lot of people will say, don't start with the entertaining stuff. But if you have an idea and you think it's amazing, run it past a couple people. And if they all agree that it's a funny or entertaining video, then put it out. Don't let that stop you.
I love it. And here's the funny thing too. It's like, even just the act of putting out something that you think is entertaining, but doesn't really nail it, it's going to be different because no other agents in your area are likely doing that. So right out of the gates, you're kind of the quirky one. You're the one like, that wasn't an amazing joke, but like, oh, I want to see what they come up with next, versus there's this gal that she's a local agent here and she does really good. That I follow her on Instagram just because I saw her post something and I'm like, oh, she's probably going to be she's really active on Instagram. I've never one time, Noelle, when she's a pretty gal, I've never one time seen her face on a picture or video. And I haven't heard her voice either. And it's such a missed opportunity because she's just sitting here like picture, video, not talking of houses. I'm going, oh man, you would do amazing if you just flipped it around and talked and it's like, and just connected with people. And yeah, the house is there obviously, but like, let's connect because it's the same house that any other agent can post pictures of. But what can you do that they can't do?
She's missing the whole goal of branding, which is you are your brand. You are your brand. In 6 years, I think I've been at like 7 different brokerages. It took me a while to find the right fit for my niche. And, all that time, most of the people that I was with didn't even notice that I made a transition. Because why? I am my brand. Like I have been really careful to create, and we do a lot of color matching and color scheming, especially even when we're doing our videos. You'll usually see that I'm wearing certain colors in almost all my videos. And because it's those subtle little things, that's the kind of stuff that big companies are paying millions of dollars to these marketing companies to put out marketing ads when it's so easy to go on YouTube or to go watch some of these commercials that these millionaire companies are hiring. I just watch these YouTube commercials and see what they're doing. And then I say, okay, how can I translate that for myself? And I do those things. So normally in most of my videos, a lot of people have already realized that I drink a lot of Diet Coke.
Oh yeah. I thought about bringing one on here today. I could. We don't have any Coke in the building. See,
you even knew. I drink a lot of Diet Coke. I eat a lot of compost, and it's actually I have an empty bag of compost sitting in my garbage right now because it's a real thing. It's not me just faking it for the camera. I actually. But as you are putting yourself on video, if you're just being you and authentic and introducing bits of your life into your videos and bits of your humor and of your corny accent or whatever it is, that is you branding yourself.
Yep.
And then when you move around or you switch gears, that brand follows you. But like a house is not your brand.
Yep.
Just like you said. So like going through an empty, open house and doing a video, that's not your brand. You are your brand.
And you know what, Noelle, because there's a lot of investors watching this too. And I'm going, there's some investors who are listening to this and going, okay, this applies for agents and da-da-da. Guys, you're so missing the boat on this. Because if we, let's kind of bring this back over here. You need to get longer headphone cord, apparently. Like choking me every time I go back here. So if we bring this back over here. So right here, you've got the retail side, got the wholesale side. They're starting to scrunch together. iBuyers in the middle. What you're seeing here is on the wholesale and house investor side of things, they've been very bad at building brands the last 20, 30 years. Over here, agents have been better at it. Brokerages are pretty darn good at it. That's what they're trying to go all in on. The open doors, the offer pads, Zillow, all the iBuyers, they're building brand big time. And so what's going to happen is this industry, the wholesale side, has been around for decades. they're making it look like it's brand new. Like, oh, this direct health selling thing. No, it's been around for decades. The problem is you guys on the investing side have not been building brand. And what's going to happen is when you're going up against them, or you're going up against a really savvy agent and investor, and you don't have brand and they can't find you online and you look like everybody else, and you're not showing that personal touch through, is they're going to end up winning the business because they're not building brand, just like Noelle said.
Yeah. Well, and depending on who their target is to work with, or what they're going to do with the product once they've bought it, if they flip it and sell it or whatever, a brand is so important no matter what kind of business you have. It's so important, because you ultimately are going to have some kind of seller. You're either going to have a seller, meaning, or some kind of buyer, meaning you're either going to have something on the market that you've got out there, or you're going to have a renter coming for you. And if you've got your product marketed just that much better, and you've got your stuff branded out there, it's just way easier to make a sale.
And guys, I mean, that's why we've gone all in on brand here at Carrot. You know, it's like,
you're crazy about your
this
brand.
right
That's
here.
awesome. Yeah.
It's like this. So the only water cups I could find in the whole building are these. Like, they got Carrot all over them.
I mean, gosh,
And-
after we first met, like, 8 months ago, I went to the store. It was Easter time. It was almost a year ago, actually. I went to the store and bought a whole bunch of Carrot stuff that was on sale after Easter, and put it all in a box, and I shipped it back to you because I thought of you when I was at the store. And that's branding.
You know what? I never thanked you for that. I am a jerk. I'm
Yeah,
a
you did.
jerk.
You
Did I?
did.
Oh, good.
You said thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Yeah.
You
I did.
opened it
I
up
got the
live.
hat.
You did a
Got that.
video.
I've got the hat right over here. I got the video. That's right. Cool.
Yep, you did a video of opening it.
That's right. So a couple more questions for you, then we'll wrap the session. So I do want to finish with, if you're cool with it, buying this. I was on Facebook trying to find your original video. I can't find it, so you can probably have a quicker access to it. If you guys are cool with it, we will play Noelle's. We'll for sure link it up and some other ones. I want you guys to go check out her Facebook page and see how she's doing it, because number one, yes, it's strategic, but you know what, guys, it's her. Like, she's sharing herself. She's doing it because she enjoys it. And you know what? It happens to be a great business move too. So don't just do this stuff because you're like trying to be a robot going, I need to do a video because it's helping business. No, do it because it's you, and do it because it's fun and like it gives you energy, or do something else that gives you energy. But I have a question on the EXP side of things. And this applies for anyone non-EXP too. I have some really good friends here locally. They're some of the top agents in the area. They switched from Century 21 to EXP. And if you guys are watching this, amazing. And they have kind of like, they're pushing the EXP brand really hard in conjunction with theirs. And I've directed them like, guys, go all in your brand and don't be so EXP forward, because what happens is you guys don't own EXP in Roseburg. So what happens if there's another EXP agent across town and someone goes to Google and types EXP Roseburg or whatever, and they find them, all of a sudden you're branding for them too. So your EXP, how much is EXP a part of your brand, if any?
Well, so it's Bright Birch first and foremost on all of our stuff. Luckily, our state switched rules for us, so our brand could stay prominent if we wanted it to.
Cool.
And you know, and which is why I've talked to you in the past. I'm not amazing at Google and SEO. And so I haven't gone all in on that side of things yet for EXP. I have done, however, a lot of videos explaining the model. Okay. Cool. And so what that has done for me is, if somebody goes on Facebook or on Instagram and they search it, my stuff comes up because of the videos and because of the explanations. But other than that, I'm still just me. Like, if I'm trying to bring somebody over, at least to Bright Birch, it's about Bright Birch and our local culture and whatnot.
Yep.
What's cool about the concept is that you can collaborate with people and you don't have to share a brand. Everybody can just kind of keep their own brand, and then it's just bolstered by EXP. So
I like that.
I don't really do it that way. I kind of do it a little differently.
No, and I love that, because what you said right before, and this is what kind of spurred it, is you said you've been at 7 brokerages. over the years. And you're like, the people kind of really didn't even know that I switched because it was my brand. And I think that's the best. Like that is what people should strive for, whether you're Century 21 or Keller Williams or EXP or Caldwell Baker or whatever it is you need to put all of your energy, all of your time into building your brand. Every second we put into building KW's brand, if you choose to leave, it's like you built so much brand equity for them that now you've got to work double hard over here to try to build it back up. And so doing video is a great way to do that. I love it. What I want you guys to do is make sure to go follow Noelle for sure, and find what your creativity is in video. And she talked about brand building. She talked about how intentional she is with it, which I love. You know, about the little kind of calling cards when you're in her when you see her videos. They're like, oh, there's her Coke again. Oh, there's her at the store in her car, and then there's that. And you know, you see those types of things, and it builds personality, builds connection. It's real. It's not just you going, hey, what can I think of? Like, oh, maybe I'll put Coke in there. It's like, no, I like Coke, so I'm always just going to be drinking Coke or whatever. I love it. So where can people see some of your videos? And let's maybe play that original one right now if you can find it, if it'll work.
Oh, from on my end?
I don't know. Or send me a link and I can play it. I'm not sure if it'll let you share. Like, I can share my screen.
Let me see.
What's the name of the video? Do you remember?
Are you wanting to see a Realtor Boy one or the bathtub video?
Your choice. Noelle, your choice. Your favorite one. Your favorite one. Your favorite one.
You know, for anybody that's trying to find me, they can go on, we have 2 YouTube pages. One of them is my personal YouTube page, which would be Noelle the Minnesotan, which is also the same thite that I've got myself branded on Facebook and on Instagram. And then I also have Bright Birch on YouTube and on Facebook. So people can, and Instagram too, but you can go and find videos on, just look up that stuff and you'll find more than you want to see.
Cool. I love it. I'm going to share my screen really quick for y'all as we wrap this session. Cause maybe one sec, there we go. Maybe the best thing that you guys can do is just like go browse around and go check out some of her stuff. So here's the Bright Birch YouTube page. Guys and gals, go check it out. So she's got a really good intro video, and it's same thing. It's your personality, right? It's, people think everything's got to look this like the same. And no, that's your personality. And go check out some of the other ones and go back to, you know what's really cool, guys and gals? Go back to the old ones. Go back to the ones, the Realtor Boy one. Go back to the ones that are way far back there. And these are just the YouTube views. I mean, you guys have a ton of views on Facebook, all kinds of stuff. And
I mean, we have not, up until this year, we've really not done a whole lot with YouTube. But now I'm all in on it.
I like it. Well, Noelle, I appreciate you hopping on the Market Leader Summit, and hopefully, you know, we can really dive in even more one day and just kind of dissect some of these videos, or we can do it. We'll send people these links, but really proud of what you're doing. It's really cool seeing, let me see how I can stop the share. It's really cool seeing what you're doing and stepping out there and making this progress in such a short amount of time. And I think what it does for a lot of people too, is it eliminates some of those limiting beliefs that they've got to, that it has to take X amount of time to see success in this industry. You can accelerate it when you choose to do things that stand out in your market. You choose to build brand. You choose to use video. You choose to be yourself instead of someone that fits into this little pretty, you know, glamour shots photo on an agent website, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So Noelle, I appreciate you coming on. Any parting words for any agents or investors that are kind of struggling with building brand, or that are on the verge of like, what should I do in 2020, and should your brand be a part of it? Any parting words?
You know, I'd say give it a shot. You know who you are, but if you don't feel like you know yourself well enough, you can't define like, what are 3 things people need to know about me? Go and ask your friends and family, because they will tell you right away who you are, what your things are, what they think you should feature. I mean, the people that have been around me have actually been my hardest critics, but they've also been the ones that have helped me hone in on what I actually should do for content and how I create it. And then the other thing that I do every single day, well, most days, I wake up very, very early and I watch YouTube while I'm walking on the treadmill. And I would highly encourage you, spend some time on YouTube, look at what other people are doing, and non-realtors, non-real estate, just like watch stuff that you find entertaining on YouTube, but that you find engaging. And you will start to hone in on what kind of content you should be putting out.
I love it. And guys, just get started with it. And here's one thing too, before we hopped on and hit record on this puppy, is you were even mentioning, you said, hey, we're looking at getting the investing side of things. We just haven't got there yet. So that's something I'd love to be able to be there as a resource for you, but also urge you on that path, because it's so amazing if you do it right, where you're kind of what I call stacking bricks, right? You're stacking bricks. And in that case, it's not just the content bricks. What Noelle is doing here, guys, she's using video to stack bricks. It's stuff that's going to be online forever, as long as she wants it to be there. And the more she does it, the more momentum picks up in her business. But also stacking bricks on the other side. How do you take your transactional income as an agent or as an investor and turn it into the more long-term income? So let's connect on that. Love to help you guys build that side of it.
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Awesome. Well, Noelle, thank you very much, everyone. Wait for the next session. We're going to take a slight break here. But what I want you guys to do is this right here. Go to Instagram and Facebook. Number one, follow Noelle on both of them. And number two, #Carrot Summit. What was something you took away from this session with Noelle from Bright Birch? Amazing video mind in Minnesota. Here, Carrot Summit #. We're going to be giving away some of these t-shirts, the Carrot Positivity tees. We're going to be giving away a couple of these t-shirts during the summit, other cool things as well. And y'all, we're going to be giving away a 30-day authority building challenge tuition per day that we're going to be announcing at the end of each day. Got to be doing this to enter. Take a picture of the session and put it in there. Guys, thank you very much. We'll see you in a few minutes. Thanks, Noelle.
Yep. Thank you.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back to the Market Leader Summit. And I've got two amazing guests with me, two former Carrot Camp, not former Carrot Campers. There are two Carrot Camp alumni are coming at you, and they're kind of my neighbors. So we've got one guy beaming in here from Roseburg, Oregon, just sitting probably less than a mile from where I'm at right now. Definitely less than a mile, because there's not much out than a mile.
Could have shared an office today.
That's right. And then we've got one from Eugene up north, which is about an hour away. So I'm going to introduce you to these guys. But before we do, I want to kind of set the stage. During the summit, I'm going to kind of recap really quick, guys. We've been talking, of course, about the industry shift that has been happening, but we're in the depth of it. You know, the retail, the wholesale side of things starting to come together more. And the need for agents, the need for investors to specialize more and build authority, especially through content, and then to build an evergreen machine. You stack bricks with content, stack bricks with marketing methods that are going to give you more consistency, more predictability, rather than being on the hamster wheel all the time, which is not a fun business to be in. So the reason I have both these guests on today is during the summit, we've had a good number of people who are investor first and then agent second. And we've had some who are just agents and some who are just investors. But the story of both of these guys are kind of similar. I think it'll really resonate with all of you real estate agents out there who had a good business or have a good business there. But you go, how do I build something that's longer term, building a better asset? How do I build something that's not just churning transactions? And how do I also increase my margins in a big way while solving my seller's problems even greater than I currently am just as an agent? And both of these guys have started to step into that in big ways to do it. So I'll introduce both Anthony and Robert on here, like I said, former Carrot Campers. But I'll start with Anthony here in Roseburg. And let me make sure I've got the right setting turned on here.
Bam. Now I've got the right setting turned on here. So we're good now. But I'm going to start with Anthony here in Roseburg. And Anthony, why don't you introduce yourself, man? Who are you? What is your business? And tell the brief version of, hey, here's how long I've been doing real estate as an agent, and here's how I started to make the shift to an investor.
Sure. So Anthony Beckham here in Roseburg. I am a real estate broker primarily, and I have a small team. It's me and 3 admin staff. We ended up around 80 transactions this last year. And as of January, this is my 3-year anniversary in the business. So last year, since I was starting to get some savings up and felt like I was ready to tackle the investor side of things, I started the investment company, and we started doing some advertising, hooked up with Trevor, got my Carrot site going, been doing some AdWords and doing that kind of thing. So I ended up with 5 investment deals for that year, 4 being wholesale and 1 that I kept.
I love it. And we're going to unpack how that happened for sure. One thing that I want to point out, guys, is Anthony's been doing this for 3 years. And dude, I can't remember. You started when you were like 19 or something like that, 19, 20?
21.
21.
Yeah.
He started when he was 21. So that puts him at bad math here, 24 years old. And so we're not in a big town here. We're not in a big town. So if people ask, can you thrive in a small town? We're not in a big town. Him and his team closed 80 transactions. Now we're going to talk about how he's doing that, because one thing I really always advocate for is a good marketing mix. You know, throughout the summit, guys, I've talked about having at least a 3-legged stool, not building your business based off of one type of marketing only. And they have other types of marketing that are crushing it for them. And they're just starting to add in this other stuff over here. Robert, man, why don't you tell people, who are you? Where do you live? What's your business, and how did you make that transition to start to dive into the investment side pretty heavy?
Hey, thanks, Trevor. I'm Robert Grand out of Eugene, Oregon. My business model, actually, I started out as a real estate agent in 2012. I was a 10% producer at Keller Williams in Eugene, Springfield market, for 3-4 years that I was there. And then I kind of, one day got to the point where it just like, I wasn't really happy with the business because it revolved around me so much, built up a team there, and then just slowly imploded it because I just didn't like it. And I think that's what a lot of people go through. You realize that you're kind of in that hamster wheel thing and you kind of get burnt out. And I also worked for the Eugene Springfield Fire Department as a fire captain, full time. So real estate was always like my side hustle. And I did that back in 2012 because I was on a fire and I jumped off a ladder and blew out my knee. And I was like, oh man, I lost my knee. I can't go back to work there. So what would I do? And so my mom was an agent at the time, and it kind of shifted me into that gear of being a real estate agent. So, long story short, I went through that, wasn't super happy with where I was going with the Keller Williams route, and just where I was just hammering the phones 3 hours a day, doing all that, doing the MAPS coaching and everything that they had. It's all great if it fits your personality, but didn't really fit me. And then I started moving out on my own and just working word of mouth. And that was kind of one of the things that I realized was I was spending 3-4 hours a day working on 10% of my business, when the 90% of the business just came by talking to people I already knew and liked and trusted myself. So it was interesting. So after that, for, I think 2015, I didn't even have a website. Didn't have anything, just talk to people. We would close, I think my highest time out on my own was probably 45, kind of doing it as a side hustle as a firefighter, had my own office, had admin support, transaction coordinator, team of 3 or 4. Then my brother joined me in 2017, and that's what started that shift. I was like, gosh, we want to do something different. He came from an investment background. He liked analyzing properties. I'm like, I want to be an investor. And the market was shifting here too, right? So there's a lot more agents flooding the market. And there's some things with that you can't really control. Like if your cousin's a real estate agent, you're probably gonna use your cousin over me, even if you've used me before, because there's a connection there that I can't break. Yep. And that was one of those laws that Keller Williams is like, they got a family connection, move on, So it's like those things started to happen more and more. And I was like, that's cool, it's cool. And then we just kind of started pushing this investment route. And that's kind of a couple years ago got me onto the Carrot websites. And then we didn't really do a lot with it. And then we kind of I'd focus on it and then not focus on it and just build it up. But so now where we're at is we still will do 40 transactions, a year just on the real estate side. This last year we closed six or seven investment deals since really when we dove into it, probably like June.
Mhm.
We kind of hammered out there, but we now own 10 properties, so it's kind of cool. We're cash flowing,
Awesome.
Yep.
$13 to $1,400 a month on that, which is awesome. Most of those deals come through Carrot, which is super cool. Our first one came through Carrot, which was our biggest one of all. And it's funny, it's like 6 months ago, I didn't even know what like the BRRRR method was. And so now we're all on this BRRRR method, and I don't want to sell anything, so we call ourselves opportunistic flippers.
Yep.
And, property acquirers. That's kind of our goal. So as an agent investor, it kind of is one of those things. And on the investment or on the agent side of things, we kind of switched our model to just what you're talking about with the previous person, going through where we help people fix up their home. We call it the value-driven approach, which is another group that I'm part of, where we kind of teach that to other agents and walk through how to do that. Because my other background before I was in real estate is I had a contracting license and did all that, which I still have that license. So kind of have all that whole thing together. And also within the last year, we realized working with investors, they need property management. So we added property management. We now have, Ricky probably knows this better than me, but 140 homes under management, roughly $6,500 a month comes in from that as like reoccurring property management fees. So it's pretty cool. It's been a crazy transition, and really slow for us though, because we're just kind of like putting these pieces together.
Yep.
And it's hard to switch as an agent to these different avenues to kind of make that, because you just want to put things in a weird mold all the time.
Yeah.
And it's been like, I've got to break that, rebuild it, and then kind of go on and kind of think about these new things.
Dude,
So,
and that's the thing. That's something I want to dive into with both of you guys is so many agents that I talk to, but also wholesalers. So I'm not going to like single out agents. I'm going to go in any one of those that just focuses on the transaction, on turning transactions versus doing what I call stacking bricks. You're in that hamster wheel, and if something happens to you, right, just like as a firefighter, you hurt your leg, man, I can't get on the hamster wheel and do that work now. So my income goes away. And the same thing happens with transactional work. Either you've got to build a great team like both of you guys are building, or you've got to have a model that takes some of the transactional income, puts it into something else like rental properties that then starts to build that wall so you can have the consistent momentum. So here's what I want to dive into first. So you guys have a good idea that are watching the summit right now of where these two are business-wise. Okay, they're in very similar stages, really. And you guys both dove into starting to invest in properties. Anthony wholesaled most. Did you keep some of those? I can't remember.
I just kept one.
You kept one. Cool.
Yep.
And that's a good model. A lot of the people that I'll talk to, they're going to wholesale somewhere between 4 and 10 and keep one. 4 and 10 and keep one. Aaron Amuchastegi, who's coming on the summit as well. He has 300 properties now, all in Texas. He's acquired in the last 3 years. And he's on a massive tear. Just like he flips a ton of houses, all from the auctions. And then he keeps he's like piling money in. Brings in $400K a month.
That's awesome.
In rental checks now. But the thing is, you have to find that pipeline that comes in to fill that. So question for both of you guys. Why did you guys decide to go, hey, let me look at this investing side of things. I'm already making pretty good money over here as an agent. Why would you bother with going out there to try to do investing?
For me, the agent side was always a means to an end. I mean, I just needed something that, I could work hard and make a lot of money, without going out and getting a 10-year degree,
Yep.
So that's what got me started on that path. I was looking for sales jobs and I was studying investing because that's where I wanted to end up. It was just a natural thing. So now I've actually, been able to live out that progression a little bit. And, as time goes on, the more units that I'm able to stack, it's all about the longevity of it.
Mm-hmm. I love it. What about you, Robert?
Yeah, I kind of agree with that too. For me, it wasn't so much about the money right now. It's what was always my end game, what I needed down the road. But when I got into real estate, I kind of got in this mold where I was like just turning and burning houses, like as fast as I could. And then I didn't really have a plan on top of that. So then like I'd put money away here and there, but it wasn't, it wasn't, giving me the result that I wanted for the long term, if I did get injured or anything like that. And then, I kind of hit the ceiling, regardless, it didn't seem to matter. Like if I brought in agents or I did this or that, we really weren't, crushing, past the 350K mark, in our GCI, gross commission income. And so we kind of were like there, and I was just like, how do I break out of it? And then I realized I didn't want to break out of that, like I wanted to do something bigger and that could kind of get me to where I wanted to go faster and by buying more properties and doing a lot of different things and having some diversity and having these different avenues that brought in more consistent income. Because what would happen is we'd work really hard, get really high, get all these transactions, do that roller coaster thing, and have to work on these transactions. And even if I have, my admin, transaction coordinator, everybody, I still would get tied up in that and then not work there and then have to work it back up. And so it's just like our goal is like consistent growth over like a 10-year period. It's like, let's add this. Now we'll have property management. It gives us this income. So we have this continued growth that keeps building it up. And then, so it just kind of gives us a little bit more of an approach over time, I think, versus just having that one thing that we were doing. And the goal, like I technically have done like 1 or 2 real estate transactions in the last year. The first step was remove me from the process because I'm my biggest obstacle. So I did a Facebook post probably over a year ago, last October, that said I fired myself. It was like, basically that was my moment where I'm like, I'm not doing what
I remember reading that one, man. I read it. It was good.
Yeah, it's cool. But it's like, so then people are like, oh, you're quitting real estate. I'm like, no, I'm not quitting. And they're like, what does that mean? I'm like, well, I had to fire myself and tell myself I can't be that person anymore. I have to step out of it and try to run the bigger picture, of the business to be able to grow it. And I have a lot to learn, a lot to do, in order to make that all happen. But just slowly but surely, so I'm like that slow person in the whole thing. Like there's people out there doing 400K a month, blows my mind. But I'm like that guy that's like building it and hopefully it'll grow really fast after year 5 on this path.
Dude, I love it. So there's a couple topics there that I want to dive into with both of you guys. So one of the ones that did pop up is you guys are talking about the transactional income. And as I've been diving in research the market, talking to a ton of agents, ton of investors, we're seeing, not for everybody, but for a lot of people, the commission compressing. Most agents that I talk to aren't getting the full 3% on both sides now. It might be a 2.8 or 2.5 or something like that. Are you guys seeing any commission compression right now in your market? Are you able to hold strong with the 3% on both sides?
I'm not seeing a lot of compression myself.
Cool.
I think that's a mindset thing. I think people think it's there. Like I tell people, when I'd be out hitting listings and stuff like that, I rarely, maybe other people in my profession, the fire service, I would give them a discount there, and I just called it, a police, fire, military discount. Yep. And I felt good about doing that, which was kind of a cool thing. But there's been multiple transactions. If we do work to somebody's house, the only way we knew how to, like, when we'd walk them and guide them through that work, we would take 3.5%, on the commission. So I think there was even one time that we were probably getting over 3.5%. And then we looked at like, hey, how do we do like other fees and stuff like that? Because you become more of a niche expert, when you're kind of working in the realm that we work in listings where we can add that massive value to people's houses. And so when it comes down to it, they don't necessarily focus on the commission at that level when they're thinking like that. They're focusing on what they can get in return. And so it's kind of different,
Yep.
It's in your presentation too. I mean, a lot of my people are like, so how much is this going to cost me? And then I'm like, it's just a standard 6%. And they're like, oh, awesome. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah.
Dude, so one thing you mentioned, niche expert, guys, everyone who's watching this, I'm going to keep on referring this. And there's a very reason why I'm going to keep on referring back to this, because all the guests I'm bringing on are showing what's happening here and showing you guys the path on how to start to win in your market or even win bigger. And one of the things that Robert mentioned there was becoming a niche expert, right? So he's not just going out there to the market delivering the same exact service that every other agent is delivering. He's going out there and taking a next step forward and saying, well, we have this other way to help you. And that's a niche, right? That is a niche. Anthony, I can't remember, dude. Are you tackling any niches? I know you're a hustler. Like, that's one of the things that is working so well with you guys. And also, I was looking at your Carrot site the other day, and you have a lot of testimonials, but you have this one testimonial on there that I've noticed this as well, that especially at a young age, your professionalism, but also it's like your professionalism just oozes out of you, but also the ease of getting to know you. Like, I think that's one of the things that really just stands out with you. But are you niching down, or is it just pure you're hustling and talking to tons of people?
That's one of my targets for this year. I mean, moving into listings, and it's those trailer park listings that you're at every day that you're like, why am I even doing this? So I'm working on that. But no, I mean, the last 3 years, anybody who needed help, especially the people that wouldn't get that attention, from other agents, I wouldn't turn down a job.
Yep, for sure. Cool.
Yeah,
So here's what I want to talk about now. So we talked about the commission side of it. I'm so glad you guys talked about that, where you're actually able to get more, because the vision I want to cast for all of you agents and investors out there, it's not about how much you can make. It's about how much value you add to the transaction. You're going to get compensated based on the value you add. And so, a lot of agents that I'll talk to, and I've said this in other sessions for the summit today, a lot of agents I talk to that are the traditional agent, just an agent, they kind of had this weird taste in their mouth around the investors, around the person wholesaling and the person flipping. And they almost look at it as like this other weird dark side of real estate, which it's not. But what the investor is doing is they're going in there and finding a new way to add value to the client that the traditional real estate process does not do. And so I want to talk with both of you guys. When you guys are going in there talking with a seller, as an example, how do you work with that seller to where they can see the different options that you have, and how do you then end up closing the deal, whether it's a listing or it's a fix and list or whatever you guys, the value add, or the direct buy?
I'll start with that. How we do it, we basically give them, I guess it'd be 3 numbers, if you really look at it. There's the what they, if they were just to sell it, their house as is, and then there's the what they could sell it if they fixed it up, and then like a cash offer. And that's been like something recently. It's like, okay, so if we can cash offer everybody, it's kind of morph our business together by doing that, and then convince them to try to take the offer where they make the most money. That's my plan, because I will give away everything that I own, because I'm like that type of giving person. So my goal is always be like, please just take this path that will help you make this much more money. And I can show you, because I've got all this construction experience and all these things that most people can't walk in the door and like, and value out somebody's house and tell them the repairs and do all these types of things and give them a number within like, a couple of hours. And so I can walk them through the whole thing and do it. And so, I mean, that trust is built, but when you're doing those things and you're just adding that value, I think, to them, and they're not seeing you maybe as a threat, I think is kind of the other side of it. So that's kind of how we do it. We just have those different avenues that you can go down. But, honestly, a lot of the people that we work with, I mean, when you're kind of word of mouth and you're, now we're putting stuff, I just hate to say it, in 2020, putting stuff on the internet and doing all the stuff with care, it just makes it that much easier, because your credibility and everything's a lot stronger, and including like, before that, just all the writing and stuff. So most people we're connected to within an arm's length of another person. So, and they've been referred to us. So that's kind of makes it a little bit easier, but then adding that and just showing them those paths that they can do. And if they don't want to do it, like I had a person the other day, I ended up buying their house, because I knew the guy from elementary school all the way through high school. He worked for Les Schwab's, got moved, just needed to get the house sold, and I was like, just give me $15,000. Give me $15,000. I will double your money on that. I guarantee it. I was like, I know I can do it for you. And he's like, no, you don't understand. He told me this. He goes, if you're talking about flipping tires at Les Schwab's, he goes, I'm there for you. He goes, but you're talking about a house. He goes, I'll take the cash offer and you take the risk. I was like, all right. So I tried, but then I get the benefit in the end, but which it was a huge benefit, so, but it's just kind of interesting when you take that different approach. And my previous approach, sorry if I keep talking to shut me down.
You're good.
But my previous approach, I was like the master of scripts and stuff when I was at Keller Williams, so I could handle any objection and I could speak on the phone and do all that stuff. And so you're just kind of like, you're waiting for that objection so you can tackle it and take care of it and move on. Okay, now what's next? And you like get to the close, and be able to take their property. I think there's nothing wrong with that, because some people just need to get a result. But when you can give people, this honest approach and show them 2 or 3 different avenues because of your experience level and the different paths you can go as like an investor agent, it's completely changed, my world in that avenue, because I no longer see something as just a listing. I see it as a person that I can just show them this path, they could gain this benefit, and they're going to be a lifelong customer after that. You know, it's like,
Dude,
so.
in that respect, and then I'll toss over to you, Anthony, on the same question. I'll restate it here in a second. But in that respect, you're and this is the message I'm trying to get across. Bang the drum on the whole summit, y'all. If you're an agent watching this and you're resisting going on the real estate investing side of it, now if we'll talk about risk and we'll talk about how you guys actually close the transactions, buy the houses and stuff. Because that's probably a question that people are asking: where do you get the money to do it?
Right.
But if you're an agent watching this and you have that resistance, what I want you guys to pull back on is, are you truly serving your sellers as well as you could be if you had these other tools in the tool belt? If you're just going in there looking at everything in the listing, I can guarantee you there's a massive hunk of your sellers that is not the solution that's going to best solve their problem. That's not it. And so if you're not bringing that to them, I honestly feel that you're doing them a massive disservice. And that to me, I know that just in the last several years, there's ethics and ethic conversations that come up about wholesaling and this and that in the traditional real estate side of things. I actually look at it the other way. I look at it as where's the ethics conversation around agents actually bringing all of the options to the seller and throwing them all on the table, saying, hey, these are all of your options. One of them is listing it over here. These are the other ones. This is what's going to help you best. So that's the ethics conversation I want agents and wholesalers to be talking about. Wholesalers, if you're only going out there saying I could buy it, where are the ethics there saying, well, if you know they can get 30 grand more in their pocket over here and they just list it, guide them in that path if they're not in such a hurry to do so. That's an ethical thing to me too. Everybody should be doing both.
For sure. I 100% agree with that. Yeah, I used to do short sales and everything like that. And now the processes that we have now, it's just like, man, if I would just known even what I now know today, a year ago, it's like, I didn't even know it a year ago. So it's just kind of like, man, I could have done so many more things. And so, because everything in the real estate agent world just tends to fit in a mold. There's nothing wrong with that. You just don't expand your world because you've got these parameters that you feel like are kind of just put upon you as being the title of real estate agent.
Yep.
So that's why I like the investor agent. I like to say investor first. I look at everything from an investment perspective.
Yep.
And then I'm a real estate agent by trade in order to accomplish all the goals for everybody. So I have these different avenues you can take somebody down.
Dude, I love that mindset. Anthony, so when you're talking with the seller, and this is decently new to you, so you've been an agent for 3 years, you've been doing the investment side for the past year or so. How do you now approach that conversation with the seller? How do you serve up their options to them? And then those deals that you have closed wholesale, think of one of those deals. Why didn't they choose to list it? Why did they go the wholesale route?
Sure. Well, there's a reason why there was only a handful. I only got, this is a rural market, so I probably got 12, 15 leads at the most that were the pay-per-click leads. So the fact we did 5 of them, I feel good about that.
It's crazy.
However, the other few became listings, and that's because every time that I go on one of these appointments, I'm extremely honest with them. I'm going to show them exactly how much I'm going to make, and why I have to, offer them this amount. Are you sure that listing isn't better for you? I could probably make you more money doing that, just because the market's so crazy right now. Now the ones that we ended up buying and or wholesaling, those were, there was a couple that just seemed like kind of guys that were just like, no, I'm not making the bed every morning. I'm not doing the projects. I don't care that I'd make more listing it. I just want you to buy this from me. And the others were foreclosures where they had no other choice. I had one where they had 8 days, before the county took it back, because it was like 15 grand in taxes that they owed. Waited until there was only a week left. And I'm like, well, shoot. That's that's your only option. Let's see what we can do for you.
Yep. Dude, are you guys, have you guys gotten any, I'll move on from this combo here in a second. We'll get into leads and how you're closing those and some other things, but are you guys getting any flack from the traditional real estate agent who's just the agent and they're seeing you guys purchase these houses? Are you guys getting any flack from any of them?
Definitely. I have my gal cold calling, and so there was hundreds of these voicemails that were left and stuff. And I started getting calls from agents like, what the heck are you doing, Anthony? What are you trying to do? Acting like you're going to buy these people's houses. And, it's not around here. It's not like you get cold calls and mailers and everything about, we buy houses like that. So I think that it was an adjustment. I don't get so many of them now, but at first it almost made me pull back. Like, man, am I being too aggressive? But we've just kept going with it.
They didn't understand the model either, right? If they're saying you're acting like you're going to buy the house, well, I am. Like, that's a service I offer.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of agents, and I think there's probably like 1,200 of them in the Eugene Springfield area. I don't know how many is down there, so it's probably a little
Around
bit more
300.
Yeah, so you really probably know
our
a lot
county.
of them. Yeah, so it's a little bit wider spread here. We don't cold call. It's one of the things we don't do anymore. It's just something that I don't want part of our business culture. I've done it, and it works great if that's your thing. But really for like us, I don't really get any flack. We call agents, we talk to them all the time. I probably approach it more because we know a lot of them in the area, and a lot of the big players in the area is more as like a partnership, if anything, and that's one of the things actually. Like if an agent brought me a deal and they could be part of it, I want to partner with them. And that's something that's unique to investing that I just realized in the last couple of years, being kind of switching gears in the agent world. Like you didn't really share so much. Like Keller Williams was one of the first places where I was like, man, they really share information here, and you can go talk to these high level producers. But still, there's always this kind of like, you don't give out all your top secret stuff. Then you get to the investment side of things. Like everybody wants to help everybody. So now I'm like in this perspective where like, hey, everybody can help everybody, and I can help them. And if I could partner with that agent, they just brought it to me and we could buy it, I would partner with them. I don't care if we both make 50%. Like if I could show that agent, instead of making 7,500 or 10,000 on a commission, what if they can make 40? I want them to be successful too, So I think when you come from that perspective, it's just a little bit different. But when you start off as being an agent first and then shifting gears, and we're slowly transitioning our company names over, to Brand Real Estate Investments, I think they just kind of see it as it's going. And I don't think there's much of a question, but
good.
So,
And
not a big deal for us.
That's going to be more and more too, because what's going to happen, like I said, as things compress more, agents are going to have to get used to, sellers want the direct cash offer as one of their options. And so they're either going to have to become that person, go to one of you guys and partner with them, or partner with the national iBuyer or something like that. I'm going to advocate for agents partnering with the best local home buyer they can, because with the national iBuyers, what happens, like your Open Doors, your OfferPads, it's great, but they're not going to have the hyper local information that a guy like Anthony or a guy like Robert's going to have that can really treat that seller the best way possible. And so if you're an agent listening to this, the first thing I would do, if you go, you know what, I know I just don't want to get in the house buying business. I don't have that risk threshold. I just want to be an agent. Awesome. Go to Google and type up "sell my house fast," insert any city, insert your city. Okay. And then you're probably going to find a crap load of carrot sites at the top. But like, click those carrot sites and start picking up the phone and talking to them and seeing which ones you resonate with. Take some out to coffee and get to know them, see what their experience is, see if they're closing a bunch of deals, find their reputation. Do they have a bunch of reviews online? And then build a relationship with them, and then start to work with them on that stuff, because you're going to have that in your back pocket.
It is funny. It's one of the marketing strategies that we were discussing is going forward, into 2020. Should we be talking to agents, marketing towards them, and also like bringing them in, like, and trying to have like, a quick 4-hour session on what we're looking in for properties, how to value them, and how to quickly decide if it could be something that could go this way. Because again, they fit into that mold, and if you can just help them jump out of it, then they can start looking at different options. So it's something that like I've been considering, like maybe that's a good option moving forward to kind of bridge that gap.
You guys should, because there's not a lot of people doing that right now. When you look at EXP as an example, so EXP has just started, I don't remember what they're calling it, but they're starting to build their own iBuyer or direct home buyer network. And it's a bunch of, not mom and pops, because they're looking for people that buy at least 50 homes a year to be a part of their network, which we have a ton of customers buying at least 50 homes a year. So there's a lot of them out there. But I think that'd be amazing, because not only now are you going to start to get referrals, you start to educate them, help them with their listing presentations, just like with what you guys are doing.
Right.
I think it's a great idea. I love it.
I mean, they could 1-2 punch it just like anybody else, give this is what they could do on the market. But if you got to get of it now, we can get this, and this person over here can come in. And I'm paying the commission. I mean, it's all going to make sure it's there, because you don't want to ruin the relationship. And it's not like you're going to steal something and walk away, So, because then you'll never get them again. But if you think about it, like 300 agents, if they're your advocate down in Roseburg, your network just expanded huge. 1,200 agents this area. My network, I mean, my marketing can be pretty simple at that point.
Sure.
Because they're getting the deals. People are calling those agents, and they know, everybody knows a real estate agent. So it's just situation dependent on how they need to, the path they need to go.
I love it.
And we're even to the point where we're like, if we take it, we fix it up and we're going to flip it and not keep it, we'll relist it with that agent. We won't list it with Grand Realty. We'll just take it from our investment, give it back to them so they can
There
list
you
it.
go.
We're like, that could be even a concept too, just to
True
keep
partnership.
those partnerships going. And because the commission, like our goal is to do less real estate transactions, more investments over time. So it's like, does the commission really matter that much when you're getting the bigger piece of it and it's shared with everybody? Kind of that investor style approach where you're willing to work with other people, where previously I really just wasn't. So
let's talk about, you mentioned the bigger piece of the pie. Let's talk about that. I'll toss over to Anthony first. Anthony, what are you seeing in your business between your average, let's say, commission per transaction as an agent with a listing versus your average profit on a investment buy?
So far, it's been pretty close, besides on those foreclosure deals where, they had to sell. They were super motivated. I was taking on more risk. All that was explained to them. Other than that, the wholesales have been more of like a favor to them. I mean, sure, I make $5,000, $7,000, but it's just another service to provide them because that's what they're choosing.
Cool. I like it. What about you, Robert? You guys seen different numbers?
we haven't really wholesaled. So like wholesaling isn't something like, again, that was probably like 5 months ago. I was like, this wholesaling concept keeps coming up in the investment world. But because our strategy typically is, buy, hold, buy, flip. So we want to try to keep everything that we can and hit those two things. We added some wholesales to our goals this year, so we can kind of go through that. And we just want to do, 5 of them to see how it is. So I don't really know what those numbers would look like. But I mean, on the flip side of thing, the numbers are great. Like a small house that we bought, actually, and the first Carrot deal that we got, we went in, bought it for $100,000, which people are like, you can't buy $100,000 houses anywhere in Lane County. It's like we bought 3 or 4 of them this year. So we got to put 30,000 into it. And then like I get attached to things. So I'm like, I really like this house. We put it on the market for 250, but then we immediately found a renter for it. And I was like, could we do this BRRRR method? So then we did it, and now we just got that refinanced out. But it came in at 240. It's in a small town, so it came in at 240, and we're into it for 140. So that's $100,000 right there.
That's
and then
real
if
good.
we wait a year to sell it, we just pay the gains tax, which is really cool. And so and another one we just got, which is out in West Eugene. It's now gonna be a rental as of this Friday. We bought it December 15th. It's kind of an interesting one. It was a foreclosure, but this is another strategy that we figured out being agent investors, where before, when we would get somebody that's in foreclosure, we'd try to short sell their house as fast as possible. And we would just be like, okay, get that offer in. Now what we do, because we carry both avenues, we take it, we go ahead and we do it like we would as an agent. We put an MLS and we bring in our investment company, the investment side of it, make an offer on it, send it all up to our loss negotiator to package it all up and have them negotiate it down. So we didn't make out as good as we wanted to on it. We tried to get the house for $95,000, which would have been like the deal of the century in this area, but we ended up at $125,000. And then the people got their moving costs covered, to move. They got $10,000 relocation money, which was like, was really super important to them. So I was like, this is super cool being able to do that. And that one's going to be worth, $260,000, and we're into it for only $15,000 because we're keeping it as a rental. So just rental grade stuff, upgrades, and so it's just another amazing deal. And that, again, we've been just started watching foreclosure stuff, and then a Carrot lead pops in, and it was that house. And so it's just like, this is on the foreclosure list on this. So we're like, let's try this strategy and see if it works. So that's one of our new strategies. It's just like, that's kind of a cool thing to do. So if we sold it in another year, again, I mean, we probably sell it for, $260,000, $265,000. So we're just adding every time. It seems like, $80,000 to $100,000 in equity in every property that we get, but we're also very conservative about what we do. So we're not taking everything that comes across the board. And that was one of our problems, is just the whole lead follow-up and not, doing those types of things. But,
Well, that's what Anthony does amazingly well, is lead follow-up, staying together with people. I love it. But you mentioned on here, Robert, and this would be for both of you guys, you mentioned, hey, that came through as a Carrot lead, and that's what that deal was. Let's kind of shift for a few minutes now, because there's probably a lot of agents on here that have a traditional agent site, which is great. And we're actually going to be changing some of our strategy there this year, because we would have a lot of agents hitting us up saying, hey, I love the site, we're getting more leads from it, but they don't feel like they're getting enough leads for the traffic. And so when we look at the stats on the investor side, we're like, of course, because you're not willing to niche down your homepage and really nail that hero section with our traditional model, the investor side. And so we're going to be testing out a lot more with agents that are willing to niche down more towards a seller, towards a buyer specifically on the homepage. I think the conversion rate's going to go way up. But for both of you guys, why did you move your site to Carrot? And then number two, what are you guys both doing to get leads that are turning into those deals? Now we're in smaller areas. Anthony's in a town of 30,000 people. You're in Eugene, Robert. That's, whatever, a couple 100,000.
Couple hundred, yeah.
And so you guys are both closing multiple deals a year through your Carrot leads. And a lot of agents are probably going, man, how do I get more of those highly motivated sellers? And same thing as investors. What are you guys doing with Carrot?
I'm doing the pay-per-click traffic, and that's been my best. I mean, out of all lead sources, I mean, for me to be closing 1 in 3 or whatever in some way, shape, or form, that doesn't get much more motivated than that. So I really like that. The reason why I switched to Carrot is just because I'd been following you, watching what you guys were doing, and really felt the need to start building up the longevity of everything. Stacking those bricks.
Dude, it was so funny and kind of complete departure here. This is two or three Carrot camps ago. We saw a guy come through, and I didn't recognize the name, and I went and looked in our customer database. I'm like, he's not in there either. And then I look him up, and he's from Roseburg. I'm like, what the heck? This is our first Roseburg guy at Carrot camp, and
we got one.
Yeah, exactly. and then I look him up. I'm like, man, this guy's awesome. And so we connected shortly after that, and it's just been so cool, Anthony, seeing you grow as an entrepreneur, but getting to know you better too. I'm really impressed with what you're doing, man. I love it.
It was a long drive over there to Carrot Camp, but we made it work.
Yeah, you're the first and only Carrot camper to ever go back to be able to sleep in your own bed between the 2 nights.
Yeah, that's funny. That's super nice. I'm not even doing that from Eugene.
Yeah. So what about you guys, Robert? I know you guys moved to Carrot. What are you doing?
We started with the investment side of things, and then you guys rolled out the agent side of things. And when I did the investment side of things, with Carrot and did the website there, and we only have really one, working on a second one. I'm converting it to a property management site for you. So working on that right now. But we started there, and I saw it instantly is a content management platform. Is kind of what I saw. I don't necessarily care about what it's going to produce today or tomorrow. What I care about my side is what it's going to produce in 10 years, right? So where can I put my information? Where can I house it? Where can it be? Because I know if I put the work in and I spend the time, I'm going to transition off of this path where it's been about me, just word of mouth, talking to people. And that's really how we still do business, right? We'll bring it in that way. And we don't even do pay-per-click on the real estate side, but we do it on the investment side. And that's brought in our leads for that, which has been amazing. And now it's just like how you kind of said, it's like, get that going to get some money coming in with that, and then start focusing on your evergreen content and keeping it for the long term, which is a great strategy, because I think of everything is what can it produce for me in 10 years? How big can this asset be? And so it's already paid for itself for the next 20 years or 30 years or maybe 40 years when you think about just those 2 deals. So then switching over to the real estate side of things, I actually have recently kind of dive deeper into the real estate aspect of it, just to build out that site and get it going, more so than the investment site, because I know the pay-per-clicks, just working on that. So we're just doing that and thinking about that, okay, so if I can get this super dialed, where can it go? And then can we keep producing the content, producing the videos, and making that all happen for the long term? And so, and that I just see everything as kind of a long-term commitment. And I've been, I told myself when I got into real estate, are you willing to do it for 10 years? Are you willing to spend 10,000 hours on the subject to master every aspect of it? And it's just a path to mastery for me. And so this was kind of like the final thing. I've never had a real estate agent website. And so I got to get this thing crushed because I know it'll crush it. Right. And so I guess my question to Anthony is are you bringing in seller leads? Are you bringing in buyer leads?
I'm only doing pay-per-click on the investor side.
Okay, cool. Okay, that's awesome. And we specifically focus on listings because buyers come with listings. That's kind of like a real estate 101, So you focus on the listings, you bring in the listing, and you do the right marketing around that listing, you're going to get buyer traffic, organically through calls and the biggest thing I learned, which is probably in your world, Trevor, is probably pretty minor, not taking Zillow and putting that link on Facebook and saying, hey, I got a listing, and giving that traffic to them so some other agent can pay for it.
Yep.
And instead linking it back to my, our Grand Realty Carrot site. So it goes there, and that's where it hubs, and then it's got the form at the bottom, and that's how people are going to hopefully come to us in the future. And
then you can retarget them at that point, right? Because that's a good point. A lot of agents are doing that, where they're linking to their Zillow thing, or they're linking to like a crappy broker provided website that they can't put a Facebook pixel on. But if you can pixel these, then you can serve them up good testimonials, good content, things like that, and continue to stay in front of them.
Yeah, retargeting is one of the top things on our list this year. So
good.
And one of the reasons why I decided I was ready to jump in to start looking at investor leads is because all of these people are motivated sellers. I was ready for listings. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you be targeting probates and, all those different lead sources that investors were saying, oh, 9 out of 10 of them I have to throw away because they want retail. And I heard that so many times that finally I was like, dude, that's perfect. I'll go after those. That's going to turn into listings, occasional investment deals. Why wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty smart that you did that, because my intuitive approach, like I've probably lost, I actually think this last year through the carrot leads, I tend to put myself into buckets, like, which is cool because you're already not there as a younger agent. Like I'd be like, kind of ruined by the system of being an agent. Like I would put people in the buckets and I'd be like, oh, at first they didn't fit my cash buyer mold. Then I just like throw them away and not even try to do that. And then I had the conversation as like, oh, investor agent, kind of bringing this through together in another group. And I was like, why am I not giving them the option to do this? And I was like, I finally hit that final year kind of threw into place. And I was like, God, I've probably lost over $100,000 in the last year. If I converted 10 of the 60 carrot leads to listings, or 15 definitely. Of them, that $100,000+ in business. It's like, and a lot of people tend to go after like, hey, what other marketing can I do? But they don't refine their own marketing enough and start picking up the diamonds that they've lost, and so just refining those things. So it's pretty cool that you've already got that dialed in your brain.
And that's what I've been telling all the investors that I talk with is, man, you're probably throwing a 6-figure business away every year by not taking advantage of those leads in some way, shape, or form.
I was talking with Tyler Ford. Tyler Ford has been a longtime customer of ours, Carrot Camper. I was at the last one too with Ricky, and I think Anthony, you had a chance to meet him at Salute, I think, at lunch. And so he's on the summit here as well. Everyone who's watched the summit, make sure you go grab the recordings, guys. So I don't know if that's actually the right URL. Try it out. Try carrotsummit.com/special. If that's not it, go to carrot.com/recordings and carrot.com/recordings. You'll be able to grab the recordings. But check out that session, because exactly what Anthony and Robert mentioned there, Tyler walks through his numbers. And so he's an EXP agent. He's signing up EXP agents below him. So he gets that override thingy. But then also he goes and approaches every single lead that he gets through his carrot side of things. The way that Anthony had mentioned, hey, I'm just here to serve you. And Robert mentioned, I'm here to serve you. And here's the different options as I figure out what your motivations are. I'm going to kind of show you the ones that are there. And he always tries to give them the option that's going to best fit them, obviously. But then when he comes back, if it's clearly not one that he's going to buy, but it's like a listing one that they weren't ready to list, he goes to his guy next door, his EXP agent that he signed up below him, and he says, hey, here's my 14 addresses this week. They send them a postcard. And it's a very specific postcard that he shared on the summit. It was really, really good. And they basically say, hey, do you need to sell fast? We'll sell your house within 60 days or it's free. And so he's closing lots of listings off of that. So he's going as an investor, but presenting the thing. And then he goes back to his agent partner over here, says, here's the addresses this week. They send out the postcard and they're closing listings from that postcard follow-up. It's really good.
That's super cool. That's like
good stuff.
Great collaboration.
Yep, it is. Well, guys, let's wrap this puppy up. You guys have been so gracious to be able to drop a ton of information on us, and we so appreciate it. And everybody who's listening to this, make sure you go right here. We're giving away a bunch of swag during the summit, giving away positivity tees. We're giving away water bottles, all kinds of stuff. So go to Facebook, go to Instagram, and hashtag Carrot Summit, hashtag Carrot Summit. What you got away from this session, we're going to be picking every single day, multiple times a day. We're going to be picking winners who are going through there and sharing. We're going to randomly pick people who hashtag, screenshot what you saw in here, a big takeaway, whatever it is, and I'm going to be mailing you actual Carrot swag in the mail. Guys, hashtag Carrot Summit on Facebook and Instagram. And then grab the recordings. The recordings, the price of it goes up after the summit's over. So make sure you get the summit special while the summit's happening of the recordings. You can go back with your team. You can show it to your team. You can go back and refer to another session. Because one thing that I'm really guilty of, I'll dive into a workshop or an event I've got 1,000 things I want to work on, but you should only really pick 1 or 2 things to go do after it. The rest of it, go learn it again in 4 months or 6 months. And that's when those videos are going to be ready for you. So carrotsummit.com/special or carrot.com/recordings. Anthony, Robert, thank you guys. Any parting words of advice for an agent who is grinding away at their business, but they're looking at the investment side and they're not really ready what to do next? Should they do it? And what's words of wisdom from you guys?
Go out there. Don't be scared. Start reaching out, hitting as many people in the most motivated pockets, you know, those probates and, you know, the landlord tenant where you got evictions, and those are the most motivated people. You know, and and sometimes those aren't going to be the greatest listings, or maybe they just don't want to deal with the listing process. If you can offer them a cash offer, that might just be exactly what they're looking for. It's just serving the client, in my opinion.
Yep. I love it. Robert.
Yeah. My advice is think about where you want to be in, 5-10 years. Just like going through the last thing, which I already forgot what it's called, that you guys do, which we just got done with. Our 2020 strategic plan. Think about that. And then think about what's the quickest avenue that's going to get you there. Real estate sales can do that if you put the right team together and you want to stay there. That's great. If you do that, partner with somebody else in the investment world so you have that 1-2 punch and have that ability to do it. If you can make that hurdle, jump over to the investment side and learn it all, because it's going to open up your perspective so much more and give you so many options. It's like going from having a hammer to take care of every problem to now having a 100-piece Craftsman tool set sitting in your back pocket. And so, that's my advice to you. And that's the exact transformation that's happened to me, being able to have all those things. And now I know with 2020, we actually have goals and everything on the horizon. I know that we're going to crush it this year compared, and we're going to break through the ceiling that we previously couldn't break through.
I love it. Well, guys, thank you for your time. Everybody, if you're looking to follow in their footsteps, if you're not on Carrot yet or you want to ramp it up, there's a link below somewhere on our live page. And we have an event special, so go check it out. Guys, have an amazing rest of the time. And thank you. Everybody else, we'll see you on the next session here in a bit. Talk soon. What's up, y'all? Hope you guys enjoyed that session with Anthony and Robert. And one really cool thing about that session there that I'm really proud about is, like I was saying, both those guys are from Oregon, not too far from me. Anthony's office is less. There we go. Thanks, man. Anthony's office is less than a mile away, and it's really cool because, excuse me, I was just finishing up my lunch, y'all. I was wolfing down some lunch with you guys, wolfing it down. So it's really cool because he showed up to Carrot Camp, like I said. We got to really know him well. But one thing about Anthony, man, he's a hustler. And that's one thing when I really see the difference between a successful entrepreneur, not just agents, not just investors. It's someone who's willing to do that hard work when others are wanting to give up, or when others are asking 45 questions. He asks 2 questions, dives in and figures it out, or dives in and fails, and learns as he goes. So as you guys are looking through this, like we talked about yesterday, make sure that you guys have your notepad out. You're taking your line down the middle of the paper. What are you guys doing today? What have you guys learned today so far in the sessions? Write the big takeaways you've had on the left side. Hey, here's things I've learned. And then on the right side of that piece of paper, once again, write down the action items. There should only be 1 or 2 action items max for the next 2 weeks for the whole summit. Okay, don't have 14 action items. Have probably 1, 2, 3 max action items come out of the summit saying, I'm going to do these things in the next 2 to 4 weeks, and then come back to that note sheet. And then in a month, in 2 months, go, cool, I'm going to take one more thing over and execute it. Okay, guys. So a couple things here now. I've got you guys from now until 1:30, and my team popped through asking about possibly getting Coach Paul in here. We're just gonna do like 90 seconds, maybe a 2-minute quick body movement kind of thing. I don't know what we're gonna do, but I know here at the office, 5 days a week, we work out. We've got the gym over here. I wish I could pick up my whole computer and take you guys into the gym. But if you follow me on Instagram, this is Trevor.Mauch, Trevor.Mauch. You guys can see what we do in the mornings with our workouts. It's pretty fun. But Coach Paul leads us there. So we're bringing Coach Paul in, and we'll get some body movement going, guys. So we're only going to do a couple minutes. So, and then we're going to dive into something that I call the delegation matrix. So while Paul's coming in, I'm going to do a giveaway real quick. We're going to do this one on Instagram. Now, first of all, there's been some people blowing up my Instagram in a good way, in a really, really good way. Angel Home Solutions has been crushing on Instagram. Dude, you already won a positivity tee yesterday. We're going to drop some more stuff in your swag box when we send it to you here in the next couple of weeks. But I'm going to go up to the Carrot Summit, y'all. If you want to enter into the contest right here, hashtag Carrot Summit, hashtag Carrot Summit. You've got to follow me on Instagram to qualify. Post a picture of a session. It could be this session. It could be another one. What's your biggest takeaway from the session so far? Hashtag Carrot Summit. Follow me. And I'm going to pick a winner right now of a book, The Go Giver. Coach Paul's in here. We're going to do something for 2 minutes, getting the body moving. But here we go, guys. So I've got the hashtag deal pulled up right there. I'm just going to randomize it a little bit, very scientific here. And bam, I selected one. That is a carrot one. Carrot already has plenty of carrot stuff here. Okay, cool. That's right. Brady wins. All right, guys. I got off Instagram. This is me not being very, very techie. Okay, cool. Bam. Sweet. Okay. I've been picking a lot of the ones from, there we go. Sweet. Here's one that came up. So this one just came up a little less than an hour ago. So right here, if this is you, if you are selling Somerset with style, Somerset with style, I'm going to like that right now. So I'm going to save it on my end. Selling Somerset with style on Instagram. We're going to be sending you out the book, The Go Giver. So you're going to get the book, The Go Giver. Read this book, guys. This book right here changed my life. It should be required reading for every human being. And now we're going to dive in. We're going to do a 2-minute kind of break middle of the day, get some body action moving, get some blood pumping. Going to bring Coach Paul in here, dude. Get in here. So guys, meet Coach Paul. Coach Paul's been working with us for a couple years now in the gym, right?
Yeah.
October, was it 2017?
Yeah.
October 2017. So guys, here's the thing. I'm going to turn over to Coach Paul here in a second for a 2-minute drill with you guys. But essentially in 2017, every single year for 6 years, I had a goal of getting in the best shape of my life. And every single year for 6 years, I had bumped it to the next year, bumped it to the next year, bumped it to the next year, bumped it to the next year. And every single year I'd look at these goals, and by halfway through the year, I'm like, I'm never going to meet these goals. I'm not getting the right things in place. I tried all 5 gyms in town over 5 years, thinking changing the gym was going to do it. And what finally worked for me, y'all, was just really pulling back and saying, what's going to 100% guarantee that I start moving again, that I start getting my energy back? Because I did it not to get in shape. I did it to get my energy back, because I was having afternoon energy crashes a lot. Who can relate in the summit right now? Who can relate that common, do you do more than 2 or 3 days a week? Do you get an afternoon energy crash between 2 and 3, 2 and 4 o'clock? If you do, post it through there. That's not normal, y'all. That's not normal. That's because not drinking enough water, not eating good, and not exercising. As soon as I started doing that and waking up early and sleeping better, I haven't had afternoon energy crashes in years. Like, it just hasn't happened. And a big part of it's Paul. So we plugged him in. We built a gym over here led by Paul. He built the gym. And then we get together 4 to 5 days a week over there for somewhere between 30 and 45 minutes, just getting moving. So awesome. Deborah says, oh, yes, need afternoon nap. Deborah, you need to move and work out. You need water, and you need to make sure that you're watching your diet. Not saying you're not doing any of those things, but I thought the same way. I thought maybe I need a nap in the afternoon. That wasn't it. I was completely sabotaging my day and my energy by not doing what my body requires to create energy. I've heard the quote before, you don't have energy, you create it. Just like a power plant. A power plant doesn't have energy by fact of it being a power plant. It does things to create it. And so we're going to create some energy, guys, here the next 2 minutes. Kick it over to Paul. What are we doing, man?
All right, so we're going to do something that's a big staple here at the loft is squat jumps. Ooh. So we have a variation. You can get up right now, wherever you're at. Take your shoes off, leave your shoes on. You could do it in any attire that you're wearing, but you can scale it down to wherever you're at. But essentially, so you're just coming down into a basic position here where you're slightly bent, arms are extended, so they look like this, and your shins are vertical, and you're just coming down, and then you're just jumping. So we do that. We come down, we jump up, we come here. And so we'll do that for 20-second hits. Now, when you stop at the bottom, you want to stop. Everything stops in place. So when you hit your bottom, it's almost like a depth drop plyometric. So we're going to do 30 seconds to that with Trevor here. Get him moving.
All right, guys, let's do it. And guys, I seriously want you guys to do this. Here's the deal. I'm going to give away some more swag. I'm going to give away some more positivity t-shirts. And this one is only for this. Anybody who actually snaps a picture or a short video of you doing this workout and you put it on Facebook or Instagram, hashtag Carrot Summit, tag me to it. I'm going to be giving a bunch of Carrot t-shirts away to those people. I know it's going to be very few of you. So take a chance, do the workout, and then take a picture or video of it, upload it up there. I'll do a special drawing with just those people. All right, guys, let's do it. Cool.
Okay, so followed by the step in place squat jumps. So you're here, just coming down. Then we're going to do static push-up, air push-ups. So when I was in the Special Forces qualification course, we had a cadre there who said, you want to max out your push-up challenge? He said, you just come here, back, as fast as you can, sir.
Dude, that's a good one.
So it's like, and just come in and out, and you do that for 20 seconds as well. So here we go.
Sweet.
So I've got clock going, get set.
We're doing squat jumps, right?
Yep.
All right,
and
here we
then
go,
I'll
guys.
say rotate, and then we'll go to the air.
All right, cool. Sweet.
Get set, and go.
Oh, I feel it already. Here we go, guys.
Good job, good job.
Who thought you were going to show up seeing a guy jumping on a camera screen? Today's summit.
Good job, Trevor. Good job. 10 seconds. Very nice, very nice. 5 seconds. Trevor's always leading by example.
It's the only way we have enough energy for 2 days.
Dude,
And
seriously.
rotate.
Now we're doing this.
Yep, air. Go.
All right, guys, do it.
As fast as you can. Very nice, very nice, very nice. All the way extended.
Creating energy right here.
10 seconds.
Right here, Brady.
5 seconds. Good work, good work, good work. Need some like music.
Do, huh?
And relax. So we'll take about a 15-second break there, then hit another set.
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, the music.
Yeah.
Guys, if
5
any,
seconds.
if you guys can't do this, just do something, right? Even if it's jumping jacks, stretching, just do something. I'd love to hear you guys. Is it creating energy for you? Let's do it.
Okay, get set. And go. So this is really a 2.5 foot by 2.5 foot space here. You get up from your desk anywhere, just start moving. You don't need to clear your feet off the ground. 10 seconds left. Just get that blood flowing. Sitting's the new smoking. 5 seconds. And rotate.
Sweet.
So air push-ups, go. Very nice, very nice.
Let's do it, guys.
Good job. Hope you're doing it there.
Yeah.
Good work. 10 seconds.
Someone's walking by your office right now. Go, what are they doing?
It's the number one dance move.
It is.
3,
This is it.
2, 1. And so we'll take 15-second break and then finish off with one more and then we'll call it.
Guys, pop in the comments box right now. Are you doing this? No shame if you're not. No shame if you're not. But I can tell you, those who are doing it, I guarantee you're going to be powering through this afternoon. You're going to be powering through it. There's a bunch of comments popping in here. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, man.
All right. Here we go. Last one.
Cool.
Then we'll be done for getting moving.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. So you can hashtag this Fit CEO.
Get it.
Get fit. The health of carrot right here. Nice. Beautiful. 10 seconds. Good job, Trevor. And if you're doing this wherever you are, great job on you. 3, 2, 1, and rotate. So I'll join in on
Finish strong.
this.
Finish strong, guys.
Gets it? Go. So as fast as you can go. 10 seconds.
Woo. It's way
5
harder than it
seconds.
looks. Harder than it looks.
Woo. And stop.
Whew.
Very nice,
Good
brother.
job, dude. Thank you.
Yeah.
Guys, give it up for Paul. Give it up for Coach Paul.
Hey, have a great day. Get moving.
Love it.
Movement is life.
That's right. Thanks, man. That's
Yeah.
good.
Thank you.
Whew, man. Okay, I'm going to take a 10-second break. No, just kidding. That's good. All right, guys. So I'm energized. Got to get my breath back when I'm energized. So Deborah, 100%. Deborah said breathing exercise next. So I don't know if you guys have heard of this. There's something called Wim Hof method. And if you guys haven't heard of Wim Hof method, it's awesome. There's an app on it. And I'd really never been able to hold my breath for longer than like 30 or 45 seconds. And I did it with a buddy of mine a couple weeks ago. I want to start doing it again because going through the exercise, I was able to hold my breath for 3 minutes, which was amazing. And it didn't feel like I was drowning. So I'm with you, Deborah. That's a biggie. Really, really good big one. All right, guys. So go walk around, grab a glass of water. I'm going to fill up my water. Grab your breath. I'm going to come back. I'm going to be teaching my delegation matrix, guys. So go grab a glass of water. Come back in 60 seconds. We're going to dive into delegation matrix. We're going to be giving away some t-shirts, some positivity tees. For those that posted your video or a picture of you diving in, doing some movement with us on Instagram or Facebook with the hashtag Carrot Summit, tagging me to it. Delegation Matrix. And then what's next? Krista May Shore is coming up at 1:30. She's amazing. Krista May Shore, if you guys want to know how to do video better and amplify on Facebook with Facebook ads, she is the gal. And then we've got Brian Rockwell about 2:30 or so. Brian's amazing, guys. I mean, he is $200,000 in wholesale fees this month. But he started 3 years ago from nothing as a school teacher with a couple $1,000 in the bank. And now he's parlayed it into multifamily. He's an amazing dude. Got another little live break, 10 minutes to me after that in the Bill Hall. So I'm going to grab a glass. I'll be back. So here we go. Dude, those are harder than they look. All right, guys, I'm back. What's up, Brent? Mr. Brent Moreno is going to be coming on at the end. Brent and Adam coming on at the end. Brent, I don't know if you got up and moved, man. At Carrot Camp, I was so proud of you. You got down on the ground. You did your push-ups. Hopefully you got some movement on. So, guys, I'm going to teach something I call the delegation matrix. And the delegation matrix is something that I created. Man, it's over the last 3 or 4 years. And who on this live stream wants to get more freedom from your business? Who on this live stream wants to build a business that truly gives you that freedom and helps you make an impact? I can tell you that there's 2 paths that most entrepreneurs look. One path is this. One path is a lifestyle business, okay? One path is a lifestyle business. The other path, y'all, is building a business and team. Okay? There's the 2 paths. Now, what most of us are attracted to originally is we're attracted to the lifestyle side, right? Because the lifestyle side of the business, this is what we're sold and this is what we're told. We're told that you can like work from the beach and it gives you freedom, okay? It gives you flexibility. You just have like passive income coming in, just flowing in, right? There's a whole bunch of other things here that you can list down that we've all been told, all been sold about lifestyle businesses. Now over here, there's all these things that you've all been told and all been sold about building real business, right? Employees, oh man, don't want that, right? You're actually going to be trapped. Less time, okay? Less time, less free time, less freedom. Okay, less freedom. Possibly more money, but I don't want the hassle from it, right? Hassle, okay? That's what most of us are sold and told about building businesses. Now, I'm not going to say all of us because some of you guys might have got different education, might have got different influence coming up. So when I started off as an entrepreneur, I was fully into this camp. I wanted nothing with this. I wanted nothing to do with building a business, y'all. There's a lot of reasons for that. It was because of this. I saw, man, building real business requires employees, requires all this hard work. And for me, employees meant having a big burden of payroll. I don't want to have that burden of payroll. What it also meant is, man, I'm probably going to be trapped in my business because if I have a bunch of employees, then that means I've got to be there. I'm going to have less time for my family and for my hobbies and my friends and myself. I'm going to have less freedom, which means I can't take vacations, like everything anti what I really wanted to create. So originally I started doing this. I said, you know, I want to build a business where I could literally pull up at my kitchen table or the beach or the airplane or whatever and do work. And I can choose when I want to work. I can choose where I want to work and money's just going to flow in. Now, the cool thing is this is available here. The problem with it for me, y'all, was the more I dove in and built lifestyle businesses, the more unfulfilled I became, okay? The more unfulfilled that I became. Now, I'm not saying this is a rule, okay? If you've built an amazing lifestyle business and you're bucking these trends, amazing. Like, keep doing what you're doing. But over here, I became unfulfilled. Now, I also know a ton of people who are business owners that are also unfulfilled. Okay, but I became unfulfilled. I'm just going to do UF. I became unfulfilled because I was primarily doing types of things that would bring in income on a passive or semi-passive basis. But then I would have to like do injections of marketing. I would go, well, a little slow here. I need to do an injection of marketing, get some income coming up. Then I can kind of coast off a little bit. And I need to do an injection of marketing again, can kind of coast off. Injection of marketing again. And what this created for me was I actually ended up getting less freedom. I ended up getting less flexibility because I was so against team members, employees, process, system. that everything then went back on my lap. Okay. And the only thing that I did do as far as team members is I found some VAs. Like who on this call is in the mindset of, man, if I find VAs, my Paula says I am the jumps hilarious in the heeled boots. Paula, you nailed it though. You nailed it. I love it. So who on here is in the mindset of, if I just can get some VAs, then all my time is going to be back. If I can just get some VAs. Okay. So what happened was I got VAs. My first VA, Christina Lemmy, she's amazing. Okay. She was in America a VA. She wasn't cheap. She was, I think, 20, 25 bucks an hour at that time. And I worked with her for about 10 hours a week, maybe 20 hours a week for about a year. And it was awesome. But here's the problem, guys, is when you just have VAs, you still can't take those long vacations because the VAs own tasks. They usually don't own decisions. The VAs usually are implementing tasks, but they're probably not going to make process for you. The VAs are implementing tasks or delegating, but then everything is going to bounce back to you. And so as I was doing this, I'm like, man, I've got it all wrong. I've got it all wrong. If I actually want freedom and flexibility, and one thing that I learned too from a mentor of mine is he said, you can have finances, you can have freedom, and then you can have impact. They're like three things on the circles here, right? A triangle. So you've got freedom here, you got finances here, okay? You've got impact. The thing is, you have to give and take when you're building your business based on what you're wanting at that point in your life. If you want full impact, then you have to give up freedom, right? Like if you want to make amazing, huge impact, you've got to give up freedom. So you're going to be less free, but you're making a greater impact. Okay. If you want to be completely free, you're likely going to be giving up some finances because you're probably going to be missing some of those opportunities because you're now free. You can kind of flow in and out. And also, if you want complete freedom, your impact is probably going to go down. Okay. So you have to kind of gauge at any point in your life, what do you want right now in your business? Are you really looking for freedom right now? If so, you're probably going to reduce your finances a little bit, possibly, and possibly reduce your impact a little bit for this phase. If you're like, I want to really grow my finances right now, you're probably going to be giving up some freedom. And that's what I did in those early days of Carrot and some of my other previous companies too. Is I looked at Carrot and I said, ultimately what I want over the long term is impact. But in the short term, I've got to make sure to build up the financial picture so I can hire people quickly. Okay. So I looked at this and I said, I don't want this. This to me does not look fun anymore. This to me doesn't look like it's fulfilling. This to me actually is thinking really small. I'm not able to help as many people. And you know what, guys, if you do this right here gives you all of that plus, but way better. If you do this right, you get freedom. You get huge freedom. If you do this right, you get huge flexibility, way more flexibility than you could ever have over here. If you get this right, you get way bigger impact than you could ever have over here. If you get this right, y'all, your finances grow way bigger than they could ever grow over there. Okay. The problem is I didn't get it right because I didn't know how to build a team early on. So the next 10, 15 minutes, I'm going to go through my delegation matrix. And before I do, I want to ask you guys some questions. Is this resonating with anybody? Is this resonating with anybody? This topic right here of, man, do I do a lifestyle business? Do I really grow a real business? I can tell you that I was feeding myself a line of BS around that the lifestyle business gave me all these freedom, flexibility things, and a real business didn't. It was the other way around, y'all. It was a complete other way around. And once again, it goes in phases. Like right now I'm building a business, but maybe in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, I don't know, maybe I'll want to dial back my hours for the next season. I don't know. So pop through the comments box if any of you guys can relate to going through this struggle yourself, this mental struggle. So I'm going to talk about the delegation matrix right now. And it essentially goes like this, okay? First of all, what you delegate is tasks, okay? Brady, would you be able to can you pull up the slide deck for, yeah, because it might be easier if I just show some of the slides. So first of all, guys, the first thing that you do is you delegate tasks. There you go. Thanks, man. Yep. And tasks essentially are, I've got this thing that I need done. I need these postcards printed. I need this thing mailed out. I need this, whatever it is. It's essentially a deliverable. It's a task. And when you have a task, you're going to delegate it to a VA. You're going to delegate it to someone, right? And what you need to do to delegate that thing is you need to have a process, right? So there needs to be a process documented. And there needs to be some sort of communication cadence, okay? And one thing that I realized, y'all, as I was diving in and really starting to delegate, I'm like, man, at every single level of delegation, I'm going to show you guys, at every single level, the only things that change are you add a new process and then you change your communication cadence. That's it. Like, that's what changes. And so the next thing here, the next one up from tasks, I'm actually going to bring up some slides, guys. I'll show you guys a couple things. Okay, because I already have all these written out in nice, pretty slides. Thanks, man. Thank you. Cool. So I'm going to bring up some slides right here. Cool, right here. So the first thing is once again is tasks, right? So right there, you delegate tasks. You have projects next. So you're delegating projects, someone to run the projects for you. After that, it's decisions. Okay, once you're able to start to delegate decisions, where it's not just a task, but you kind of outline some things for that person. Now they can go and move forward and not just do the task, but they can make a decision where usually they would have came back to you to ask the question, and now you're not a bottleneck for it. The big thing up here now, this is what I'm working on right now, is how do you delegate results next? So you set an outcome together with your team where it's how many transactions we want to close this year, how many transactions we want to close this quarter, or this, whatever our profits are going to be, or whatever it is. You set results together, you hire a trusted person who can do that. And then you have a scorecard essentially that then maps, are they implementing those results well? And then that's where you get real freedom. Over here, there's vision. But let me show you one step further here. So there's something called the Billionaire Code that my friend Alex Sharfin has, and you guys can look it up, called the Billionaire Code. And this right here is a snippet from his Billionaire Code document. And essentially the Billionaire Code, it walks through the different phases that you're in as an entrepreneur. Okay, and so right here, I'm just going to zoom this out so you guys can see it a little bit bigger. Way down here, the seeker, this is your income level. This is how many businesses are in that. This is kind of what you're doing with your time. This is the question you need to ask. This might be a great shot to snap a picture of, guys. Post it on Instagram, tag us to it. Okay, but this is called the Billionaire Code for my friend Alex Sharfin. And so I want you guys to pick, where are you at? Are you a seeker? Are you in the starter phase? Are you in the promoter phase, builder, operator, whatever it is? And every single one of these revenue phases, it almost calls for us to change the way that we're delegating, to change the things that we are currently doing in our role as CEO of the company. Okay, so if you're just getting started, you're trying to turn some income as an agent or an investor, you're probably in the seeker mode, right? You're kind of dabbling. You're dabbling here and there. You're trying some things. Your question that you're asking is, man, I've still got a full-time job. How do I stop the pressure and noise that's going on? I've got all these things being thrown at me, and I don't know what steps to move forward on. I really don't know what I should do next. There's a million options in front of me. What should I do? And the things that you should be really working on here, y'all, are just personal habits. Keystone habits, your routine. How is your morning work, your daily planning? Do you have a daily planning process like I use with my routine and habit tracker? Okay, do you have something like this that helps you plan your day? If you don't, then you're probably confused and doing a lot of different things and feeling overwhelmed, pressure and noise. Okay, and at this point too, you're probably asking the questions like, I know I want to do this investing thing, I know I want to do this agent thing, but I don't even really know who I'm going to serve. I don't know what my niche is. I don't know who my ideal prospects are. I just know I want to be an agent. I just know I want to be an investor. Is anyone in that phase? Is anyone in that phase, y'all? Let me know through the comments box. Okay, up here now, 40 to 100K. A lot of people kind of $100,000 is their number. That's like the number that they're, man, if I can ever get to 10K a month, that's awesome. At this spot, you're probably part-time. You might be transitioning into full-time in your job. Okay. Yeah. At this point, you're going, man, I've been able to make some income with this. I kind of have a better idea of who I want to serve. I'm still kind of part-time. I still have to get some income from other places, but you're asking, what's wrong with me? I see other people that seem to be making this work. How am I not making this work? Like there's something I'm doing wrong. What's wrong with me? Right. And oftentimes the main thing that's wrong that just slides right by people is you're not clear on the market you're trying to serve. You're not clear on the avatar. And this is very, very, very common for real estate investors because they think, well, I'm serving motivated house sellers. Well, yes and no. Like who specifically? Who specifically? Are you serving people that are in this neighborhood or this part of the city? Or are you primarily serving motivated house sellers that are going through probate and this and this and this? Or you want to serve these other ones at the start? Okay, when Tom Kroll was on, he talked about singular focus. You can serve 8,000 different types of sellers, okay, but at the start, you need to kind of pick one or two and get really clear and just serve the heck out of it and learn how to market that well. And here you're trying to kind of figure out how do I actually monetize this, right? And then you bump up. I'm only going to go up to the $1 million mark, y'all. If anyone's over that, let me know and I can touch on it a little bit. I've only got so much time though, okay? So right here, promoter. At this point, you've learned how to make money. Okay, you've nailed your market. You're clear on your avatar. You've got some of your daily habits down. Now you're always going to be working on that, y'all. Every single level you go up on this, every single one of these dark lines, you're going to have to redo your personal habits. There's keystone habits you've got to redo in order to become the person that would run a business that's that large. Okay, but right here, you're full time. If you're bringing in 100 to 300K, you're full time doing that. The question that you're asking is like, man, I know who I'm serving. I've got some things working, but how do I get ahead? You know, it just feels like I'm walking in mud. Things are working, but it also feels like if I stop this one thing, everything can crumble right now, right? And I'm just promoting all the time. I'm promoting. And so what you really need to work on is leverage lead generation. You have to nail lead generation at this phase. If you don't figure out how to leverage lead generation, what I talk about by leverage lead generation, y'all, is get off of the hamster wheel and start to stack bricks. Start to stack multiple different types of lead gen platforms as you perfect one, create a system or put someone in place to run it. And then you launch another one, perfect that one, and so on. So you've got to nail the lead gen side. It's going to be really, really hard for you to get over the 300K without nailing the lead gen side. You can go out there and network the crap out of things. And I know that there will be exceptions. I know there will be people on this call that are just doing personal networking that are doing over 300K. Aaron and Christopher are a great example, but their lead gen was spending hours on Instagram every day and just spending hours and hours and hours meeting and networking with people. That was their lead gen. It's really hard to scale that though. So as they want to get to $1 million in revenue, you know, they're up here, they're in the 300K to 1 million. They're working overtime. You guys heard Krista yesterday when I asked her that question. I said, what are you loving about your work and what's draining your energy? And she said, we're working too much. You know, haven't had a day off. And I think she said 2 or 3 weeks. They're doing showings on, you know, Saturdays, sometimes on Sundays. They're working overtime. When you're in that phase of 300 to 1 million, you're likely working way more than your 8 hours a week or 8 hours a day. And you're saying, man, how do I just get further ahead? It seems like there's something missing. So right around this phase, you're probably going to want to add people. You need to be delegating things. I'm going to show you guys here in a sec what that looks like. And you need to build processes, systems, okay, and things like that. Once you get over 1 million, it's really about delegating your time. How do I build my team even more? How do I get them ahead? So where Carrot is right now, and I know you guys aren't software company owners, but there's a lot of parallels here and things that you can relate to. Where Carrot is now, you know, we're 30 or so employees. And what I'm working on right now is delegating success. You know, is how do I make it to where I have the right leaders who are really, really smart and we set an outcome together. Hey, we want to have this amount of leads come in or this amount of deals or this amount of profits. Or we want to have our clients generate this amount of leads, right? We align around that. We hire the right people. We give them the resources and then they go and work to achieve it. And then they report back a scorecard every week, just like we talked about with Tom Kroll. How are you doing to march toward it? And then I work with coaching them. So now let's take this one level deeper to the delegation matrix. And I'll answer questions as there's time. So now how does the billionaire code relate to delegating? How does the billionaire code relate to delegating, y'all? Okay, so right here, the seeker and starter, you're likely delegating tasks, okay? In the seeker and starter phase, you're probably not delegating projects much. You're probably pulling back and saying, I need these postcards mailed. I need this list of houses pulled. I need someone to go to this appointment. You're probably delegating tasks. Okay, and I'll show you guys how to delegate tasks effectively. If you're in the promoter and builder phase, you're going to be delegating tasks, but also you need to delegate projects. Okay, you need to have someone who's running multiple tasks for you, and you communicate with that person who's running multiple tasks for you, because you can't have all the stuff bounce back to you. When you're an operator and leader, you're delegating decisions and going into results. Now, this is where it gets really cool, y'all. Let's look at tasks. This is where most of you guys are right now. Okay. So if you think of like a bike wheel, if you think of a bicycle wheel, and there's a very specific reason, guys and gals, we're doing this on today's call. Okay, today's about gaining leverage in your business. It's about building a business that gives you freedom. Building a business gives you flexibility. Building a business that truly does amazing things for you, not you for it. Okay, in the early days, yeah, you've got to grind and get things going when you're in the starter and promoter phase. Okay, but you can make it work. So when you're delegating tasks, who do you delegate to? Well, you can delegate to your first employees or to outsourcers, right? That's not a big deal there. But this is what happens to you. Picture a wheel, okay? And picture you're the hub of that wheel, and there's spokes going out of the edge of the wheel. You are at the center of that wheel, and every one of those things over here are people that you're delegating to. Okay, this is that transaction coordinator you're using to close stuff with. This is that deal, the lead manager you're delegating to. This is that person that's helping with your website. This is that VA that's doing that other thing for you. This is that person that's doing that. What happens is you pull away and you document that process you want them to do, right? You document, how do you do the pay-per-click thing? Or here's how I do an open house, or here's how I do whatever. You send that to them, whether it's on Google Drive or whatever it is. You sit there and record a video, or you just spend 2 or 3 hours documenting that stuff. You send it to that person. Okay, now as you delegate more and more, you can really only delegate to between 6 and 8 people before you get overwhelmed and you can't do your work anymore. Because everything you delegate to a person, y'all, bounces back to you to make a decision on. Okay, you delegate it out, they do some work, they send you back a note saying, hey, how does this look? You adjust it, it goes back to them, they bring it back to you, how does this look? Then you approve it. And if you have more than 6 to 8 people, you're delegating those things, so you're gonna be completely overwhelmed. It could be employees, outsourcers, whatever it is. You're gonna be completely overwhelmed. And so the way that you delegate tasks well is have a daily email with that person, whether it's a VA or whatever, or an employee. Have them send a daily email. In that daily email, I want you to ask them to give you this. That daily email should say, here's what I did today. Okay, at the end of each day, here's what I did today. Here's what questions I have. And here's what blocks I ran into. Here's what I did today. Here's what questions I have, and here's what roadblocks I ran into. Every single day, those VAs, I want you guys to have them send that to you. One of the biggest mistakes I see from agents and investors when they work the VA, and then later they say the VA was garbage and they didn't work out, is they send the VA a task with a really bad process. It wasn't documented well. And then they expect the VA to deliver. And then they give that VA a week to do it or 4 days to do it. They don't talk to the VA in that time. And then the VA sends them back that note in 4 days saying, hey, how does this look? You look at it and go, that's not anything like what I imagined. This VA isn't working out. I'm going to go try to find another one, or I'm going to give up the whole delegation thing because delegating doesn't work for me. Okay. Who can relate to that, y'all? Who can relate to that? Let me know if you've ever ran into that. Now, the reason that didn't work is you need to give that VA or that person working for you, who, especially if they're new, that avenue of the daily communication email. Okay. Here's what I did today. Here's what questions I have, and here's what blocks. That way you can answer those questions and coach them up before they've had a chance to finish everything. You're going to get a lot more momentum. Okay, as you start to grow, then you're going to have someone that can kind of be your point person to manage multiple projects for you. So imagine now, rather than looking like this and starting with one person you're delegating to and everything bouncing back to you, now it's going to look like this. You're probably going to have, a handful of people you're still delegating some things directly to, but you're probably going to have one person, might be your executive assistant. Okay, it might be a virtual assistant who's kind of acting as your executive assistant. It could be a transaction coordinator. It could be whatever it is. Now that person needs to take those processes that you documented over here and put them into Google Drive or videos or whatever it is. Now they are going to have the responsibility to now delegate tasks for those projects. So the cool thing is you cut your direct reports down by half. Now you can do your work better. You're leveraging your time better now, and you're having someone else be responsible for doing the projects, not just tasks. So things are bouncing back to them now, and then you report with them, look at things, and kind of coach them up. There's a concept I call 10-80-10. And this has been really, really big for me the last several years. And I still need to do it a lot better. But essentially 10-80-10, y'all, when you're delegating is this. Don't just delegate something over to someone and say, hey, here's what I'm looking for. Can you go do this? What's going to happen is that's kind of like 1%, 99. And that's what a lot of people are guilty of. Hey, here's kind of what I'm looking for. Can you go do this? And they go away and do it. They bring you back what they thought you said. And you look at what they built and you said, that's not anything like what I wanted. The design is off. That copy is really bad. Man, you put this in the wrong spot. Whatever it is, you're going to look at it and be completely defeated on delegation. You're going to go back to putting everything on your lap. And so instead, switch to a 10-80-10 model. Okay, when you're working with your team, pull back and say, anything that's an expertise that I have or an expertise that I've got and maybe I have documented or I have not documented, we're going to first have a meeting and we're going to talk about the first 10% of this. What is the outcome that we want to have? Let's align around the outcome, and any knowledge I've got in my brain, let's get it out of my brain and onto the table and give them very good clarity on what I would love to see the finished result for this to be. Now they can go do the 80%. They're going to go away now and do the 80%. That's going to free you up so much time so you can now focus on the things that give you energy. Now they're going to bring it back when they feel that they're done with it, and you guys together are going to finish the final 10%. You're going to coach them. You're going to look at that thing, go, hey, this is great. There's a few adjustments I'd make to it though. Make this adjustment, change this color to this, move this over here. I noticed you did this. Mind if I ask a couple questions? How did you come to the process of doing this here? I just want to understand how you're thinking with that. They tell you, okay, cool. I totally understand and get it now. So if you can adjust this one way that you're thinking around that, that'll then lead to this outcome. Would that make more sense? Oh, that's amazing. Okay, cool. They're going to go away and finish it, bring it back to you. You're like, Perfect. That's great. So now the next time they do that thing, they're going to have the coaching from you on how to do it. And you're going to be way more happy with the results that they're pulling. 10-80-10 this stuff. The first 10%, you guys have a meeting, align around the outcome. What's the finished result you want to see? Get any of your knowledge out of your brain that is relevant to that they can use. Give them the flexibility and freedom, but also specificity of a deadline and outcome to then do the 80%, have them bring it back to you. You coach them, they finish it, get out the door. Okay. And this is the last one I'm going to give you guys here. I have a whole workshop that I did on this that's available for advanced marketer members. So if you're an advanced marketer member right now, we can send you the link to the replay of this workshop. This whole workshop is called the Entrepreneur's Freedom Formula that walks over way more than just delegation. Okay, it walks into a new framework that I created on that, really how to run your business to give you more purpose, give you more time and energy, and give you more predictability. So if you are an advanced marketer member, let us know through support. Say, hey, I missed the Entrepreneur Freedom Formula. For advanced marketers, we'll give you the link to that. If you're not an advanced marketer member, upgrade to that plan inside of your account and then go ask for this. Well, they'll give it to you. If you're not a Carrot customer, the special that we have going on right now is the advanced marketer plan. So that plan will give you access to this training as well. Okay. But this is the last I'm going to show here. So when you're delegating decisions, this is when you're probably close to that $600,000 to $1 million range or so. When you're delegating decisions, y'all, this is more how the situation is. Rather than you being the hub of the wheel, now you've got team members there who you trust to hold that part of the business together. And you're kind of more like steering, and you're providing the vision and the power, right? Your legs are pedaling and you're steering, and your vision is out there looking forward, but they're the ones executing the day-to-day work in the weeds, right? So here, how do you do that? Well, you have to hire people to put them in those spots, empower them with the ability to make the decisions there. How do you get the confidence to empower them to make the decisions? Well, I like to do something called the decision audit. And this is something all of you guys should be doing. This is the last thing I'm going to show from this. I'll answer some questions. Okay. The decision audit, y'all, is I want you guys to, for 2 weeks, I want you guys to jot down everything that your team members, whether it's a VA or whether it's a team member, I want you to write down everything that your team members come and ask you. Okay. For 2 weeks, everything your team members come and ask you, put it onto a Google document or something like that. Hey, this person asked me where this thing is. Hey, this person asked me for approval on this thing. Hey, this person asked me if they should do this marketing thing or that marketing thing. And then at the end of the 2 weeks, sit down with your team and look at that list and sit down and go, okay, guys, here's the things that you guys came to me. Here's the things that you guys came to me for decisions on or feedback on. Awesome. I'm so glad that I can be a resource for you. But let's go down the list and let's pick out kind of the 80-20. What are the things that you guys would love to be able to make the decisions on, but you don't feel like you have the ability to do right now? And let's go down one by one. You're going to find this person say, man, I would really love to own that, but I just don't know how. I don't have the training for it, but I'd love to own it. Or I would love to own this, but it just feels like, Trevor, you keep on kind of coming in and making those decisions and taking them away from me, right? And that's common. That's really common for the CEO. So circle the 3, 4, or 5 in that decision audit and pull back and put that in your task list for the week and say, cool, I'm going to record how I make that decision. Like, what am I thinking about when I make that decision on how to invest that marketing dollar? Like, what's the math that I'm doing? What factors am I looking at? Document that, go to that person and walk them through it and say, does this make sense? Okay. And then next time they have a decision like that to make, say, hey, cool, take this training that I did on how to make this decision. It's up in Google Drive for you right now. Take this training. Next time something like this comes up, come to me and tell me what your suggestion is based on this training. And they're going to come to you and say, cool, I suggest, or I intend that I suggest that we do this. And you go, awesome, you're spot on. Go ahead and do that. That's going to give them confidence. Now they're going to take that off your lap and run with it. Or they might make a suggestion that's off, and you're like, I'm not sure that they're making the right decision. So that's a chance to coach them and say, hey, cool, great job. Let's pull up that process. Let's get the process in front of us. Okay. So going through the process, were there any parts in this process that kind of held you up or gave you a hiccup? Well, no, I understand it pretty good. Cool. Well, let's do this. Let's go through this decision together, kind of going through this. Here's this number. Here's this number. We're doing the math together. Here's what I get. Is that what you got when you did it? No, not really. What math did you have? Well, I had this. Okay, cool. Let's compare them and kind of see where they're different. You guys are going to end up finding where that difference is. They're going to now see how you did it, and they're going to take all of that stuff off your lap moving forward. This is making sense to you guys? Pop through the comments box if this is making sense. Okay. So this right here, y'all, this right here. And like I said, I could go on and on. Results in planning, vision, how it all wraps together. My process playbook is all inside of this, guys. How to eliminate your email inbox. I do email for about 30 minutes a week. Okay, here's the inbox handler process. My executive assistant playbook. So I've had an executive assistant for 9 years now. We created an entire playbook, y'all, that goes through exactly what she does for my daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, everything that she does. So this whole training, y'all, is available for advanced marketer members as a free premium bonus. Right now it is. So if you take the offer that we've got that enrolls you in the advanced marketer plan, you're going to get this entire training, not just the slide deck, but the entire video of me going through it live. I'm going to show you how we create alignment with our team, how we set our goals, and how we publish those. How do I have a scorecard that holds me accountable to doing the right work? What are the 5 dials that I use to gauge whether I'm doing the right work that I learned from my coach, and a whole bunch of other stuff, guys. So if you guys want this upgrade to the advanced marketer plan, reach out to our team and say, hey, I would love access to the Freedom Entrepreneur Formula training now that I'm on the advanced marketer plan. Our team will verify you're on the advanced marketer plan, and they'll give you that training, or grab this offer and you'll get the training as well, and let our support know. All right, guys, did that process unlock a couple things in your guys' minds on how you can better delegate? Now, the one thing I really didn't touch on much is, I'll finish it with this and answer questions, is the 2 things you should think about anytime you're bumping up a level, whether you're going to delegate tasks or projects or decisions or results. The 2 things, like I said, it's always a communication addition or change, or a process addition or change. Now, what do I mean? So communication when you're delegating tasks is cool. I need to change the way I communicate. I need to have them send me a daily email, then I need to email them back and confirm it. The process is I need to document how to do this thing and put it into a training center and show them where that is. That's as simple as it is for delegating tasks. Okay, for projects, the communication change or addition is cool. I want to have that person who's running projects for me give me a weekly update on these 3 projects they're running. Red, yellow, green, weekly update. Red means it's completely way behind. It's not going to get done. It needs attention. Yellow means it's at risk. It needs attention. Green means everything's going amazing and it's going to be on time. I don't even look at the greens. I consult on the yellows, and reds, the big flag goes up and we dive in. Okay, that's the communication change. The process change is the 10-80-10 and aligning around what those projects should be so that person can run it. Okay, and you guys see the same thing happens here. So now when I start to delegate decisions, same thing, the same 2 things I think about. Cool, what communication change needs to happen and what process change needs to happen. So communication change, when you get to this point in your business, which I know there's people on this call that are at this spot. So if this is going over your head and you're like, man, I'm just by myself, I don't have anybody. Awesome, then you're right here, y'all. You guys need to be here. You guys need to be delegating tasks, just like this shows here. If you're in Seeker or Starter, you should not be focusing on delegating decisions and projects yet. You should be focused on delegating tasks and getting really good at this slide here. Okay, but if you are in the 100 to 300K or the 300K to $1 million, you're going to be delegating projects and possibly decisions. So that's why I'm kind of showing this. I'll stop here. But the communication change there is awesome. I need to make sure to do that I need to do that decision audit on a monthly basis. Write down what people are coming to me for, bring those people in, and then ask them where they want to make decisions that they don't feel like they can, and then make those processes. Okay, so make the processes and then create those trainings every month for those people. And over time, you're stacking bricks, right? I talk about stacking bricks a lot in the summit. You're getting off of the task hamster wheel, and now you're stacking process bricks. You're stacking process bricks, and eventually you start to pick up momentum. At the beginning, y'all, it's frustrating. At the beginning, you're like, I should just do this thing myself. It's going to be quicker to do it myself. But I can tell you, you're going to keep yourself on the hamster wheel. You're never going to give yourself that freedom. You're never going to give yourself that flexibility. You're never going to make the impact that you were born and destined to make unless you choose to get off that task hamster wheel. Start to go through a process like this and stack bricks with processes and people. And that y'all is truly how you're going to get full freedom in your life. That's truly how you're going to get full freedom in this business. It's not going to come, y'all, from more money. Okay, I can tell you from experience, it's not going to come from more money. More money happens. What more money does is it amplifies what you already have. So if you have bad process and not the right people, more money and going after more money makes all of that exacerbate and make it harder. It's going to amplify how those bad people are impacting your business in a bad way. It's going to amplify how needed your bad processes are. So I can teach you guys all day long how to get more leads and more money. But if you guys don't learn how to get yourself out of those tasks that drag your energy down, you're going to continually find yourself looking at your business and going, man, I thought that this thing was supposed to give me freedom, but it's doing the opposite. I'm working 7 days a week. The money's there, but you know what? I don't know if I signed up for this. I don't know if I want this. Okay, the people that I see get burnt out and the people that I see give up as an entrepreneur, it's not because they can't figure out how to make money usually. It's usually they figured out how to make enough money, but they could never get over the hump. They can never blast through that ceiling to make it really hit their dreams because they never learned how to delegate well. Okay, so guys, if you can do that, nail it. So right here, Cindy says, yes, resonate with me. I love it. Julian, Julian. So Julian said, if we already have advanced marketer, is this available? So yeah, we ran the training live. I think it was in January or February, and it's available for all advanced marketers. So if you guys reach out to support, if you're an advanced marketer member, if you're not an advanced marketer member, please don't reach out to support because they're going to say, cool, you just got to upgrade to advanced marketer. If you're an advanced marketer member, then yes, our support team can get you that link. If you've been an advanced marketer member since the start of January, look in your email box. You've got an email that links to it already. You might have missed it, but if you're new since then, yeah, our team will help you out there. Okay, for sure. Awesome. Yep. Thank you. Yes, for sure, Barry. Yep, right there. What our team put in there. Reach out to support. Let them know, hey, I am an advanced marketer. The training you guys did called the Entrepreneur's Freedom Formula back in February. Can I get access to that as an advanced marketer? The answer is yes. Okay, cool. Awesome, guys. So next guest coming up right now, Krista Mayshore. Krista Mayshore, to set the stage for this, guys. She works with tons and tons of the top real estate agents. And with Krista, if I were to guide somebody to go crush it on Facebook with their video and build great audiences over there and turn them into a pipeline of raving fans, I would direct them over to Krista and Krista's training. And she's one of the top brokers in all of Brentwood, California. Does a ton of transactions as an agent, is one of the best real estate coaches in America. And here's the deal, guys. If you're an investor, you need to be paying attention to this. I don't want people pulling back and saying, well, she's an agent, I'm going to check out to this. You want to know where my best marketing ideas come, y'all? It's outside of my industry. My best marketing ideas come from watching that person who's generating insurance leads. How are they driving traffic? How are they setting up their landing pages? I take that, I redeploy it over here because hardly anyone's doing that. Everyone's trying to copy each other. So copy and model outside of your industry to really get those results. I'm going to pull away. We're going to bring Krista in here and we're going to get rolling. Thanks, guys. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to the Market Leaders Summit. I've got a returning guest with me. She's been on the Carrot Cast before. I know one time, maybe twice. I have to go back and look at the archives. And we've had a chance to work together a lot with each other's clients over the past couple of years. So I'm really excited to bring on Krista Mayshore. And it's funny, I was talking with somebody, this is months and months ago, about who are the best agents who are doing video out there. And Krista's name came up. And guys, one of the reasons I brought Krista on, one of the reasons we're having the summit is there's a lot of changes like we've talked about. I'm going to keep on referring back to this, y'all. I'm going to keep on referring back to this because there's a lot of changes happening in the real estate market. We've talked about them. I'm not going to beat a dead horse in this specific session because you've already heard it a bunch up to now. But one of the best ways to stand out that we're all in on is video. Like, what are we doing right now on the summit? We're on video. And like I talked about here, the way that you build authority, the way that you stand out and decommoditize yourself is by building authority. And the way you do that is with content. And Chris is one of the best people that I know out there in the real estate agent space, leveraging video, but also leveraging Facebook ads and really growing her business and helping hundreds and hundreds of students do the same. So I'm going to officially introduce Krista Mayshore on the Market Leader Summit. Welcome on.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me, Trevor. You know, I love Carrot and I love you. So anytime you ask me to do anything, it's always a yes.
Chris, I appreciate it. So we're going to dive in, and I know there's going to be a lot of questions that'll be popping in here, guys, but we'll let you guys know where you can follow Krista, where you can learn more about what she's doing. And she really broke down on a previous podcast episode that we did. We'll link it up below here on the summit in the chat box. But we'll link up that episode of the previous podcast that we did, where she really dove down in a deep way, exactly what she does step by step on the content and Facebook ads side of things. So we'll touch on that today, but we're going to link to that other resource. So Krista, why don't you introduce to people that don't know who you are, where do you live, who do you are, what does your business look like? I know you've got a couple different sides to the business with the coaching and the real estate brokerage side.
Yeah, so I have been in real estate for 19 years, much of which I've been in the top 1%, I think pretty much every year except for one. When I was going through my divorce, been in the top 1% of realtors nationwide. I sold over 2,000 homes, and that's not a huge team. That was just with me and one assistant and one marketer most of the time. We've added some a buyer's agent over the past couple of years, as well as a listing specialist, because now I also coach agents across the country. I'm the author of 3 best-selling books, all of which are in relation to real estate. One of them is Sell 100 Homes a Year. The other one is called Fire, and then 3 clients in 30 days. So yeah, that's me.
I love it. And you're down in Brentwood. And one thing I want to do for sure. So guys, if you're watching this right now on video, which obviously are behind Krista's, there's this board with a bunch of amazing color back there. And yeah, there we go. I didn't realize it was that big. I thought it was like a poster that was sitting a couple feet behind you, but that thing is huge.
This is my manifesto. So
I love it. So the manifesto, let's start there. Krista, because one of the things that I'm big on with standing out is, your clients are looking to work with people that they resonate with. They're looking to work with people who don't just have like the skill. Part of building authority isn't just I've got the skill and I'm good at this thing, but it's also I'm building trust and you want to work with me because of who I am, not just what I do. So tell me about the manifesto. What is it? Why do you have one? And what do you direct agents to do with the manifesto?
So the manifesto is something that we read every single day.
Mm-hmm.
Basically is our mantra of who we are, what we stand for, what we believe in, and how we service our clients. So I can read it for you if you want.
Let's do it. I love it.
Okay, it says, you ready? I am a community market leader. I am not just a real estate agent. I am an unstoppable visionary. I am revolutionizing the practice of real estate and contradicting the old school teaching method and approach. I am a lifelong learner. I serve, I do not just sell. I strive for excellence for myself and for my clients. I am changing the way real estate is being done and how agents are looked at. I don't rely on traditional measures of getting clients and generating leads. I focus on the future. I continue to push because I know that nothing happens overnight. I appreciate overwhelm because it means that I am growing. I push and give my all. I will never give up. I have an abundance mindset. I know that I am the only one responsible for creating the life that I deserve, and I am.
Love it.
I'm an educator. I'm a marketer. I am an innovator. I am a trendsetter. My name is Krista Mayshore, and I am a community market leader.
I love it. Guys, what I want you guys to do is like all behind the scenes clap for Krista. Number one, because it takes time and energy to put something like that together in a big way. And I kind of want to break a couple pieces of that apart because I think it's really important, whether you're an investor watching the Market Leader Summit, whether you're an agent, it doesn't matter. The things that she's talking about are things that help her stand out, but also give you that purpose, right? So it gives you a deeper purpose versus just being an agent or an investor who says, cool, I can do transactions. And my about page is like the normal about page where it says, hey, I'm passionate about helping our client. Like those are all cool things. So what's that level deeper, which Krista goes into. So with this, Krista, do you have your clients take this as it is and that's now their manifesto when they write it down, or do you walk them through creating their own version of it?
So for my students, they use this one, but many of them modify it to their own. Like we've had some people modify it more towards like certain belief systems that they have, or incorporate, their religious beliefs into it.
Yep.
I have one of these as well for my own personal coaching business.
Cool.
This is more for my students and for me as a real estate agent. And then I have one as me being, a coach. And it's pretty much memorized. It's something that look at every day. They're actually in a cute little frame in my house. I have one in my entryway and one in my bathroom. I listen to I am affirmations of my own voice recording, and this is on there, so I hear it every day. I listen to it every day. I'm having a rough day where I'm going into an appointment and I need to get some, pick me up. I read parts of my manifesto. So mindset is a huge part of success. We found that you can give people the blueprint of exactly what to do, but if they don't have their mind right, their belief systems, because we don't believe what we say, we believe what we do. And what you think actually is what you do, right? So the more that you think and you have your mind right, the more of what you're going to do, what you're thinking. So we really, really want them to get their mindset correct so they can go out and just crush and seize their day.
Krista, so I want to touch on this stuff a little bit more before we dive into marketing, video, what people can do to stand out with that. This right here, I think, is one of the most important things that people are ignoring on standing out. So I want to spend some more time here, because I think a lot of people on the summit, they're probably coming here going, man, I really want that cool tactic, that cool technique. I want to learn that little trick I can do on the Facebook ad that does this thing. And that's all good stuff. But if you don't have this part of it down, guys, where you've got the mindset, and then also where you are truly figuring out ways to stand out with your reason why, and you're being forward in your marketing with your why behind it, then it's going to be harder to stand out. So let me do a little before and after with you here, if you're cool with it. Do you remember when before you had the manifesto, and then how has your life or business changed since you started to adopt a manifesto like this and different practices where you would start to reset your mind around it?
Okay, that's great. So I was coached by Russell Brunson. So Russell Brunson, as he's your mentor, he was mine. And he taught us to do this manifesto, and utilizing this manifesto along with the strategies, that actually the blueprint of running my business, we have actually gone from 0 to $7.1 million in 25 months.
Jeez.
And so, and it's not just because, and that's the same strategy that we utilize in our coaching is the exact same strategy we teach our students.
Yep.
We've had people in 20 months go from selling 130 houses to 293 houses, from selling 2 houses a year to selling 61 houses a year. And we've had so many different stories like that. But here's what I found. Let me tell you a story. So one of the challenges that I do with people when they first get to know me, it's called 3 clients in 30 days. So 3clientsin30.com. And we've put over 1,000 people through this challenge. And we went and we did we've really been tracking how many clients they pick up. Now, the average person picks up 2, right? Now, of course, some pick up none. We've had some pick up 6 in that 30 days, and they all say it's relative to the challenge. But it was all from the challenge. And I was like, well, man, they're getting fast results in my own students. Like, why, right? I'm the one teaching the challenge. And I realized it was because the whole challenge, was 90% mindset, 10% activity.
Gotcha.
And so I realized, oh my gosh, I've got to put the mindset into my program. So now the very beginning of our program, we make them do that challenge first before they even start anything else. And when they're having difficulty or we see that they're, struggling, we say, go back through, the ramp up, the challenge, because your mind needs to get straight. And so, we do things like this. One of the things we highly teach is they fill this out every day. You can see today I already have filled it out. Right here, it's the date. Cool. See that 2/20?
Oh, gotcha.
It's just things like they visualized their day, they read their manifesto, they showed gratitude, they wrote out the 6 things that they're going to do, and they time blocked them. They're eating their frog first. So, this success sheet, honestly, we have. When you take a poll of how the programs help them, like everyone will say that does the sheets, that this is a huge part of them just transitioning not only their business, but we've had people lose like 60 pounds and say they have better marriages and they're just happier. We've had people that have said that they were like on the verge of just clinically being depressed and not leaving the house to now loving life again. Because, let me explain something. Have you ever heard of the study called Change or Die? Okay, so there's a study called Change or Die, and it basically takes 2 groups of people, and these people were going to die if they didn't change their lifestyle. They told them, you will die if you don't stop, smoking or eating the way that you're doing or whatever it might be. You're going to die. And so after 1 year, 90% of those people they went back to their old lifestyle. They would rather die than change.
Oh my gosh.
They were the ones that did it on their own. There was another group of people that had coaching and accountability, and they had peers. Out of that group, 80% of them after a year were able to stick to their new life, right? They weren't going to die.
Yep.
You're 7 times more likely to change your behavior, to implement new ones, to actually quit doing what you've always done and do something different to have a better outcome if you have coaching, accountability, and mentorship.
100%. And I can double down on that in a big way. So I've talked about it in the podcast before, guys. If you're a podcast follower of ours, carrotcast.com. But over there in our gym, so right on the other side of this wall, Krista, I would not be anywhere near the consistent. I'm not as consistent as I want to be with working out right now. Like I kind of let the holidays mess up my thing, and now I'm getting back into the 5-6 days a week. So I've still got some things I need to do there to get it nailed. But there's no way without a coach that shows up 5 days a week, and without friends of mine or team members of the Carrot that are working out, I would not make it happen. Yet all of us, whether we're investors, agents, workers at the store across the street, it doesn't matter. All of us think, well, I can just pull through this myself. I can just do this myself. I'm just going to figure it out now. Doesn't mean you can't, right? It's just how fast do you want to cut that learning curve and lessen the frustration by having a group of people with you. It's so important.
And not only the learning curve, but I mean, the natural inclination is to just stop and to give up and to not push through. And when you have like-minded people, I mean, the power of just being in that type of a group is that other people are doing the same things that you are. And then when you start seeing them be successful, it's just like the 4-minute mile, right? Once the 4-minute mile was broken, I think it was within 2 years or 1 year, 37 people did it, because even though for hundreds of years, no one was able to, but they see other people doing it and they realize, my gosh, like that person went from 2 homes a year to 60, I can do it too. And you are who you associate with. Right. So the more that you keep leveling up who you surround yourself with, that's why you and I, right, are doing so well. I mean, it's like, how do you go from 0 to 7 million in 25 months? You don't, unless you have someone helping you do it.
And they change the possibilities that you have in your mind, right? I know in the previous podcast, you guys will hear, Krista and I's backstory, but we met at Russell Brunson's mastermind, and she's just like an amazing ball of energy and just attracts people to her for sure. But what happened for me in that room is you're there and you go in with your own successes, which are amazing, right? Like no one in that room doesn't deserve to be there. There's some level of success that everybody has, but then you see around the room just how smart everybody is. And you go, man, like it all of a sudden opened up my eyes on what could actually be possible. Or hearing Russell up there talking about, their really big goals. And you're going, man, like even 5 years ago, he didn't even think he could believe that, believe that they would do that until he started to get around the right people. And with them, Salesforce is kind of their target. They're targeting now. They go every year to Dreamforce with like 100,000 people at their event. And Russell has an amazing event with 6,000 people. It's a lot of people. But he goes to Dreamforce to follow Salesforce, the biggest software company in the world, because now they're going, how do we open up and expand our mindset? How do we open up and expand what we think is possible? And if we're around those people that are doing bigger, then we believe we can do bigger too. And that's one of the big things. I was talking with Shamika Fox, one of your clients, a mutual client of ours. She's on the Carrot Cast just recently, and she talked about that. Right? It's like getting out of her little bubble and making sure she's getting in a better peer group that can help lift her through. And she's seen really, really good results with her video marketing. And
she gave us credit at Krista Mashore Coaching.
Yeah, exactly. Krista Mashore Coaching. And Shamika is amazing, guys. So go back and listen to that podcast too on how she's leveraging video. Let's do this. I want to make the transition now to how people can stand out. So it's really competitive market. Been talking about it the whole summit. It's a competitive market. We're at or near the top, depending on the city that you're in, which means there's a lot of people who want to be a real estate agent and a lot of people who want to be a real estate investor. And then there's the iBuyers. There's the different things going on there with adding, making that more of a viable option for more people to sell their house directly. So what are you doing right now, Krista? And what are your clients doing right now to stand out in your markets and to gain more attention and to win? What are, if you had to say, hey, here's 3 or 4 things that we guide everyone to do, what's working now?
The number one thing is running video, right? And running ads behind them, and choosing a niche so that when people search, you're actually showing up in that niche.
Yep.
And then utilize something that we call video repurposing. Okay. So running videos, doing videos, running ads behind them, choosing a niche, running videos, running ads behind them. Okay. And video repurposing the niche and the actual ads. I mean, that alone has made massive impact on people's business. And here's the thing that happens is that people are being told to just run it, just go on Facebook and do a Facebook Live or post on your business page or post on your personal page. But the truth of the matter is that because of Facebook's algorithm and the fact that Facebook is a business, they want money from you. So in order for them to expose your property or expose yourself to the people that aren't already interacting, you need to pay to play, okay? So you utilize social media sites like Facebook, like Instagram, but then as you teach, right? And this is where you and I are just like, we completely are on the exact same page as if we're twins, is that then you take that content, you take it one step further and you utilize your software from Carrot and where it's uploaded and then the transcription's already done, or you do your, you get it transcribed yourself and you make sure you put it onto your blog, onto your website. So then it automatically goes to Google. So you have search engine optimization. You start showing up organically. Another thing that we're doing right now, it's called location domination, but it's digital location domination, where we are teaching our students to basically pick one niche or one city or subdivision and then start branching out. So for example, they'll pick a neighborhood and they'll talk about the schools in the neighborhood and then the dog parks in the neighborhood and what they should, fun things to do in the neighborhood, local hotspots close to that neighborhood, the type of housing in the neighborhood, common problems, things to look for. I mean, they literally just start creating content and dominating through video and obviously doing the video repurposing as we both teach. So they get the organic through Google, based upon it being on their website, based upon it being on YouTube, so that when people start searching organically, they start showing up. And then when people are also, interrupting on their normal patterns through Instagram or through Facebook, they start showing up. So they just start dominating. And the thing I want to really stress is this, is that we just had a realtor win Best Realtor in her city. And it's not like the fake ones. I mean, she didn't vote for herself. She didn't ask for anyone to vote for her because she hadn't sold any houses yet, but she got nominated from her city as the best realtor because she was creating content, serving, not selling, giving value, informational tips. And so she gave the perception that she was the authority figure.
Ah, gotcha.
So, I mean, like, it's for me. I mean, I've sold 2,000 homes, but no one knows that until I position myself as the authority figure, right? Once people realize, whether it's nationally or in your local community, they start seeing you help, serve, give information, talk about real estate, talk about the community, anything you can. And then you then become not only the expert, but you become the authority figure. Once you stand out as the authority figure, people are then raising their hand to work with you and you're not chasing business, you're attracting it. And one other thing that this really, really helps with is people will say, my gosh, my referrals have increased. My business is just increasing. And I can't even say it's from a certain ad or from a certain somebody, doing one of our ads. It's because they're constantly being seen and they can't be forgotten. And then when conversations come up at parties about selling, they're like, hey, that realtor that we keep seeing all, on Facebook and on Google? Yeah, call Krista, call Trevor, call Shamika. We see her everywhere. And it's the easiest thing to do, but it takes a little bit of time. Like it's people hate video, Trevor. No one likes it. But everyone can get over it. Anyone can get past that fear. And guess what? The way that you look and sound in person is how you sound on the video. So if you don't like it, get over yourself. But that's what I'd say.
I have so much I want to dive into here. So 2 days ago here in Roseburg, I was at a local real estate brokerage, and they were our very first agent Carrot clients. And so we had a chance to sit down with the 15 or 20 agents there and kind of coach them through some more things and see where we can improve some things. And one of the biggest things, they're kind of an older brokerage by age of people in the brokerage, right? I mean, the youngest one in the room was probably 45, and the rest of them were probably in 50s, 60s, a couple in 70s. And so there definitely is that resistance. And it's interesting. So there's probably going to be a lot of people on the summit that go, there's exactly like you said, Krista, you know what? Well, I'm not going to do video. Video's not my thing. Here's what I would tell people. So double down on what Krista said there, 100%. The face, the voice, the everything that you're already talking with people and shaking their hand, like that is the same one that is going to be on video. So don't be subconscious about it. Like you're limiting your ability to impact people and influence and change your community by stepping back. And this is going to come out weird, Krista, but I think it's a selfish move to not put yourself out there in a way that helps more people because you have an insecurity. And a lot of people are going to look at this and go, yeah, Trevor. Guys, I think if you have something to give, if you have value to add, if you are an authority in something, you're an expert in something, and you can truly help people better than others in your market, it's a selfish move to not step forward and put yourself out there to help people, and you're actually hurting them by not doing so. So step out there and help them, guys. Now, the next thing is this. Krista talked about just going out there and starting to put video out there, and people would say, hey, we can't even track it back to a specific ad, but something's working. That's really important because a lot of people, especially in the investor world, like there's gonna be a lot of investors watching this go, well, if I can't track it all the way down to this ad, this landing page, this, that, and know my exact cost per lead with this ad, then man, what am I going to do? But if you start to look at the branding that big companies do, right? Let's say a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi or whatever it is, they do branding because it creates recall in the person's mind when they're standing at the grocery store and they see, oh, I see Pepsi all the time and Pepsi seems like a fun brand. That's what I relate to. I'm going to grab the Pepsi in front instead of the Coke. So that's what they're doing. They can't track that purchase at Safeway grocery stores here. They can't track that purchase to that video. But when they put this big ad spend up, they see sales rise all across the board because they're creating the recall. And I've heard it so much, and I've even been guilty of saying this, Krista, where in the years past, like way before Carrot, I would always say, if I can't track what's working, I'm not going to do it. Like it's like the old adage. There's a quote from way back when, a famous marketer, where he says 50% of your marketing is not working. You just don't know which 50% it is. And so I'm like, I'm only going to do the marketing where I can always know what's working and what's not. And I missed out for a long time on being able to build that brand, build the authority, which then creates people to then search you online and seek you out. And you're going to start to see everything lift when you do exactly what Krista is going to talk about even more here moving forward. But is that something, Krista, you see any resistance from agents that you're working with, where they're like, I'm doing all this stuff, but I don't really know if it's working or if it's something else I'm doing?
I think that so one thing, it does take a little bit of time, right? And everyone hates that word because we want instant gratification because of our phones and pings and pongs and everything. But what we find is, across the board, people that do it consistently, they will say, I've had my best year ever. And I hear that, oh, I've had my best year ever. I've had my best year ever. And the reason being is because they aren't, think about all the opportunities. Let me just start by saying this, okay? I know that if I talk to somebody and they just say they love doing video, they're pretty weird, because like 99 out of 100 people will tell me the same thing. Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. It's their biggest roadblock. They think they're too old. They think they talk too fast. They're too young. They're not experienced enough. There's already a top producer. We're coming into recession. My area is too big. My area is too small. I have heard every excuse in the book. Okay, I'm too fat. I'm too skinny. Everything. And once they can finally go, you know what, this isn't about me, it's about them. I want to change my life. I'm sick and tired of, I don't do open houses. I don't door knock. I don't cold call. But guess what? When my video ads are running, both organically and with paid, I am inadvertently door knocking, cold calling, doing open houses, prospecting. I can't be forgotten. We have one video that we just recently ran our numbers, and we had one video of a house that got 555 hours watched, 467 hours watched, 352 hours watched. I could pull it up and show you right now. It's insane. Now imagine me going into a listing presentation and saying, here's why you're going to pay me 6%, Mr. Seller. Here, Mr. Investor, is why you're going to want to start doing videos. Because when I can show somebody that I'm getting 500 hours of watch time on one video that's 2 minutes long, and I'm reaching, 130,000 people that are actually seeing it, they're going to hire me over, Realtor X. The average buyer starts to look for a home search 3 to 6 months earlier. So I'm developing a relationship with them. Have you ever heard of something called a parasocial relationship? Okay, so I learned this from Grant Wise, and I hope I'm saying the name right, but it basically talks about when you're younger and we're watching TV, our brains are programmed to believe that the person that we see on the boob tube is like somebody of authority, okay? And think about you and your favorite actress or actor. Tell me your favorite actor.
Oh boy, Matthew McConaughey. I like Matthew McConaughey.
Oh yeah,
he's a cool dude.
I like Matthew too. Okay, so you feel like Matthew. You're watching a movie with Matthew, and something bad happens or something good happens. You're like it's your BFF, right? Okay, that's called a parasocial relationship, because you're developing a relationship with him, even though he has no idea who you are. So when you start to do this, on a regular basis, your community starts to see you as the expert authority in your subject matter. Whether you're brand new in the industry, whether you've been doing it for 100 years, or whether you're in between, they see you as the expert. And then they start to develop a relationship with you. So when you show up in front of them, whether you're an investor showing up in front of someone to purchase their house, whether you're a real estate agent or a lender showing up to list a house or work with the buyer, they've already, like, you've already nailed it. It's already in the bag, because they would not be calling you had they not already developed a relationship with you. So it breaks down their barriers. It develops trust. It gets them to know you and like you before you even step foot in the door.
And guys, can you imagine this? So we're going to dive into some of the tactics, techniques Chris is using to put out great video, and maybe I mean, we might have a chance to look at some examples of what they are, so people can kind of break down those barriers. But one thing that I want to point out too is, if you are an agent or an investor and you're doing offline marketing right now, right? I call types of marketing like that hamster wheel marketing, where you've got to keep doing it for it to work. It's not bad. Like, we're not saying not to do that kind of marketing. You just have to understand that cold calling, text messaging, open houses, direct mail, social media posting, those are all hamster wheel marketing. You have to put it out, and then you're walking on the hamster wheel, and it gives you immediate feedback. But as soon as you jump off, as soon as you stop those things, it slowly grinds to a halt. What Chris is talking about here is we want to do a little bit of both. I'm trying to get my darn mic out of the way. There we go. We want to do a little bit of both here, but we want to stack bricks, right? And that's another way to stack bricks, is putting this content out there on social and then making them ads. That way Facebook is almost like it's a hybrid between the two, where Facebook is now hopping on the hamster wheel for you, right? You're like, cool, I got this amazing asset that's going to be up here. I'm going to pay you, Facebook. You get on the hamster wheel for me, so I can go over here and do this other stuff.
Yeah, and when you're doing it, or you're using video repurposing, you're putting it on your website, and you're putting the video and the transcription. You're putting it on YouTube. Then you also have organic reach, and it never ever goes away.
Exactly.
So then imagine you just keep on doing that, and it's like, before you know it, you go to the first page of, we have so many of our students that are showing up on the first page of Google within 3 months, because they're utilizing this strategy, and they're taking it one step further and doing the actual video repurposing. I mean, it's like taking candy from a baby. Anybody can do it, but they've got to get out of that mindset of, oh, it doesn't work, or I don't know, I don't like the way I look. And they have to give it a little bit of time, because and what we find is, once the momentum happens, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like you're like this, and then it just goes like this, because people aren't ready until they're ready, right? And then you accompany this type of marketing from, like, let me give you an example. So we'll run an ad where we basically run an ad like that's geared towards buyers, or one that's geared, let's just say buyers, for example, right? We say, no, let's take sellers. So 3 things that you should do in selling your house to avoid costing you thousands of dollars, right? And people are starting to watch that video. They go, oh, these people are interested in selling. So now I'm going to tell them 7 essential tips to ensure that you sell your house in the quickest amount of time during a down market, right? Cool. And they watch that video. Then you say, okay, let's send them to and we don't call it what's my homework, but a type of a video ad where they can get a home evaluation. Okay. Now I know that everyone up here saw it, but the ones that are truly interested, I keep bringing them down my funnel. So the ones that are down here, there's something that we use called a step 2. And you know about step 2 because we use Carrot, right? Where once they go through this, then we take it one step further and say, hey, if you'd like a more detailed explanation, give us your name, phone number, and address. They give you everything. They're giving you their name, their phone number, their email. Those are serious people. So then we hand deliver a custom home evaluation report. We call them and tell them we're dropping it off. So we're trying to get in touch with them. If we can't, we go back to the office. We do a quick little video and say, hey, it's Krista. I just want to let you know, I just dropped off a CMA. Here's a little bit about what it's saying. And here's the reason why this property is selling for this one. This is a little bit more. This is a little bit less. Now, do me a favor. I'd love to give you much more accurate. Give us a call and let's set something up, right? Then I put a video, email, or text message. And then follow that up with a little, video text message real quick. Hey, it's Krista. Just dropped something off your house. Hope you got it. Let me know if you have any questions. Can't wait to work with you. Boom. You just do all those things. They all take about 3 minutes, right? But you're doing things that nobody else is. Number one, you're hand delivering something. You're setting the stage for how you do business, right? You're showing, I'm the authority. I'm an expert. This is how I'm going to treat you all along. They don't throw those away. Then you're doing a video text message to like catch their attention. Then you're doing a video that you're emailing and text messaging that's actually going to explain their CMA, and it takes 5 minutes. Then you follow that up with, hey, by the way, I'm sending you a market update that I just did this month that talks all about the local stats in the area. And if you don't mind, I'll put you on a sequence to get one every single month. I mean, This way they can't forget you. And now that they've interacted with you, now they're organically going to be getting tracked from Facebook because they engaged and they raised their hand. So I call it the 5 C's.
Yep.
If you can commit to consistently producing content, you're making a connection, so you're more likely to convert.
I love it.
That's-
So let me write those down again. So you got commit.
You got to commit
Okay.
to consistently producing content. You're more likely to connect, which means you're going to convert.
Sweet.
And then cycle. So you got to continue this cycle, right? So if you continue this cycle up and down, you keep doing this, before you know it, like you're no longer, chasing business. And it works really, really, really well.
So I want to dive into this in good detail here, because this is so relevant to agents, to investors, to the hybrid agent investors who are doing both. And you know what,
Trevor, it works for any industry.
exactly.
I wrote a new book that's geared towards local professionals.
Yep.
It works towards any industry. I mean, this is the exact strategy that I've used to become from no one knowing me in coaching to everyone, not everyone, but being more well-known nationally. So this works nationally. Imagine how quick it can work when you're doing it locally. It's so much easier.
I love it. And I want to point this out with all you agents and investors who are out there going, well, that sounds like a lot of work. What I want you guys to do is step back and look at the alternative. Okay. So I was talking with another really big local real estate agent, and they're one of the biggest ones in this little town. They have a lot of big volume. And I started to walk through what they do when a lead comes in. I said, cool. Because they were saying, hey, we're not converting as many of our leads as we want to. And that's all leads. I was talking like direct, even their offline leads, right? I was going, let's write down what happens when a lead comes in. And they go, well, the lead comes in and it goes in the email box. And then I go, cool, what happens then? And they say, well, we then look at it and forward it to one of the agents here that is likely going to, have best serve them. I go, cool, how long does it take for them to get back to them? Well, we're really busy and we're out driving around. So we hope sometimes the same day, but oftentimes like the next week.
Or,
okay.
Quite frankly, they're never calling back, Trevor. They never keep calling.
Exactly. And what happens is they did that. They said, well, we eventually just stopped calling these back because they were tire kickers, right? Now, here's the thing. A lot of agents and investors are looking at these leads that don't convert, and they say, well, it's a tire kicker. If you're an investor and you're saying, well, all these people, they want retail. Well, maybe they want retail, but maybe you need to then give them another option or follow up better. Or maybe they sold the house to another investor who was able to commit consistently, putting out content that builds authority, connect with them at a better way and convert. Okay. So here's what I want you guys to do is, can you imagine if you got a home value lead and you did what 9.5 out of 10 agents do, and you emailed them their value, which is what most agents are doing, saying, hey, I got this in. Thank you for submitting. Here's the value of your home. Can we hop on a phone call? That's what most agents are doing, if they even actually answer it back, right? Like Chris said, if they actually get to that point, that's as far as most are going. Some then might pick up the phone and call, some might text message. What Chris had said is taking it that next step further is, if you know that most agents are doing this over here, they're just doing whatever, and you're over here doing this other thing, you're hand delivering that thing to their house, and these ones are just phone calling or text messaging, who's going to be the one that stands out, right? Like, you're going to win that transaction way more than these people who are just emailing or texting or whatever the home value.
Trevor, we have people that will come see, and I'm not kidding, because once we give them a CMA, we give them one every 6 months. They go on an automatic drip where we hand deliver it every 6 months.
Yep.
I've gone to people's house and I've been doing this for like 5-6 years. Like, they have stacks and they're all, you delivered this to me 4 years ago, and we knew that when we wanted to sell, we were going to list with you. And I'm not kidding. Like, they have stacks of them. And because you're doing something different than anyone else is. And the connection in their brain is, wow, if they're willing to do this and I'm not even working with them, they don't realize they're doing it, but their brain is saying they're going to be awesome to work with, because this is the kind of treatment you're going to be expected to get throughout the whole transaction.
Yep.
And I tell people that, I say, hey, this is the kind of what you can expect during the whole transaction. Now, when that prospect, that lead that turns into an actual client, we do one step further. So once we hand deliver that, then we send a handwritten note. And we also send postcards of properties that have been similar in the area. We follow it up by a phone call, and they get several of those. Then we send Now we've written a book called The Savvy Seller. The Savvy Seller book's getting dropped off now, and it's like an amazing book written by me, best-selling author and a New York Times best-selling editor.
Yep.
Our students now have access to it, so now all of our students are becoming authors
Cool.
of their own area, and the books are specific to their neighborhood. And it's like you just keep doing all these things, and bam, then they say, great, come over for a listing. So what does that look like once we get the listing? Before we show up, we deliver a marketing brochure on the porch the day before. We follow that up with, hey, just delivered a marketing brochure, letting you know I'll see you tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Then we send them a pre-listing presentation video that basically talks about all the marketing, what we do, why we stand out, what makes us different. So between the book and that video, it's like we show them we're not doing open houses, and here's why, but we're doing these kind of campaigns, and we're generating 130,000 views and 6,000 engagements and 550, 5 video hours of watch time. This is what makes our company different. So when you start doing all these little things, right, that actually add up to huge things over time, you're just sending a message like, that's who I'm going to hire. They're different. And then when you go in there, they don't haggle you on your commission.
Yep. So here's one thing that I absolutely love about that, Krista, too. One of our primary stated mission here at Carrot is add humanity to business so people can and help people save time so they can spend. We just adjusted at the retreat. So I'm like trying to remember that one adjustment. The first part of it's add humanity to business anyway. So when we're talking about what we're doing here, guys and gals, what I want you guys to zero in on that Chris is talking about is everything she's talking about is doing that. It's adding the human touch. It's connecting with people more. And when we talk with a lot of agents and investors and really like what motivates you in what you do, yeah, of course the money is a part of it, but eventually the money is a massive demotivator once you kind of get that initial part of your financial taken care of, right? But what happens later is people start to lose their mission, they lose their purpose for why they do what they do. And the more that you're able to connect with people, we find the more people find a mission and purpose in what they do. And so so many people that we end up working with that will say, hey, that sounds like a lot of work. I go and look at the work that they're doing, and they're miserable in their work because it's all automated. There's no personal touch, there's no connection. Everything's got to be a number. And I'm like, yeah, there's a place for that. But there's also a massive place for connecting to people and having that human touch to make your business enjoyable. And what Chris is doing that, guys. So that's going to be an amazing step to make your business more enjoyable this year.
Do you know what we hear all the time? We hear like, oh my gosh, I'm doing more business. I have more time.
Yep.
Right. And I actually like what I'm doing again. We hear that so much. I'm like, yes, I've done what this is what my whole mission is to, help create community market leaders across the country who are having more financial freedom and more time, and who are giving back to their communities and loving what they're doing again. That's my own personal manifesto, right?
And that's exactly what Shamika said in the call with her. She said this year, I'm having more fun. I've made more money. She's like, I love my work finally. Yep.
Yeah. And the reason she has more time is because people are like, well, I don't want to create a video. I don't have time to do it. What am I going to say? Well, look you can talk anything about real estate, buyer tips, seller tips, contractual terms, escrow, what's happening in the city, local hotspots, best place to take your dog for a park, best burgers in town, like what's going on. You can just talk about anything and everything. It should not just be real estate related. It should be anything community or real estate related. They should be thinking your name. And what's the one thing that everyone, so back to my ADHD, sorry, but they said I don't have time, Chris, to do a video. Well, you have time to do an open house. Like, I'm sorry, but on the weekend, I don't want to be making donuts for somebody else. I want to be making donuts for my kids, possibly getting a quick game with my husband and like snuggling in bed. Like, that's my idea of a Saturday morning. It's not running around to an open house, putting up signs, talking to people that really aren't ready to buy. When I create content, it's doing that for me automatically, right? I mean, I haven't done an open house, this is the God's honest truth, in like at least 10 years. At least 10 years, because I've been doing this, right? And we've only been doing the video this crazy for the past 6, but before that, we were doing things differently than everyone else was. So it was to the point where we didn't have to do open houses and cold call and door knock because we were always doing things different. So the way to stand out is whatever everyone else is doing, look at it and see how you can enhance it. Whatever everyone else is doing that that can be done that they're not, do that. Because that's how you show your value add. I mean, last year, honestly, was my worst time in real estate, I only sold 78 houses, but I'll tell you what, I never talked to one client. I never showed up on one appointment. I was running my coaching company that did, over $3 million, and I still did 78 transactions.
Yep.
That was because I've established myself as the expert. I still did the videos and ran the ads, but I had my team show up. But here's what's even more interesting. Okay, I want you to understand how important it is to do this. With all the transition, I didn't realize, so I was creating the videos, but my team was not taking it the next step. They were not, and it's my fault because I should have known this, right? But they weren't running the ads behind the videos, and they weren't doing the video repurposing. My business, we lost $1 million last year in real estate revenue because they weren't doing my system.
Yep.
After I realized what the heck's going on, because I was so focused on coaching, and I was like, oh my gosh, this isn't happening. We have over 17 listings that we've taken since January. That's just listings, not buyers. Okay. And that's just with 2 listing agents that go together, and right now 1 buyer's agent. And that's, I'm not practicing right now. So that's just them. But it shows you just how powerful this is. And when we stopped doing it, like, our numbers crashed. It took us a year, but then once we started doing it again, it's been like 60, 90 days, we're right back up there.
So let me ask you a couple questions there, because I think this will be really relevant for everyone, agents and investors who are watching this, right? Because a lot of our investor clients use Facebook. Many of them are starting to use video more. It's funny because agents in general have been more embracing of video the past 3, 4, 5 years. Investors haven't had to, right? It's like they haven't had to. They can just run the ads and do the things and not have to stand out there. But now with all the competition and the compression of the market together and the iBuyers, investors are going to have to step out there and build authority with content. So let me ask you this. So you said you were doing the videos still. So you were doing the videos, but then the videos were they posting them on Facebook organically, and then they weren't doing any of that? They
weren't doing anything.
Okay.
Yeah, and I didn't realize it because we had lost like 2 marketers, and in between the transition of the marketers, that whole thing just got stopped. So here I am creating all these videos, but nothing was happening to them. So what I did was I said, look, we've got like 50 videos. I want 8 ads run at a time, and you keep on transitioning them out 2 weeks each. And now I'm hearing it again. I see you everywhere. I see you everywhere. And I was like, why isn't anyone saying that to me anymore? It's because they weren't seeing me, because we weren't doing my own what I teach, But we're back.
Let's break this down a little bit. I know you teach this in insane detail in your coaching program, and we kind of see it from the inside out in your Facebook group and all the cool stuff in there. But let's break down a micro strategy for people watching this. So we already talked about some ideas people can create video for, guys. And we've had other sessions during the Market Leader Summit that talks about video too, on what you guys can, on ideas for video. So we're not going to dive into that part of it a lot. Let's assume they have the video shot. So you just mentioned you had a bunch of videos, but you said, hey, take 8 videos and put them on Facebook as ads and rotate them every 2 weeks. That's 16 weeks in total, 4, 8, 12, 16, whatever that is, that's 4 months. So is that kind of your standard rotation? Is you create some really good content and then you rotate them through every 2 weeks? You just have one video going at a time? Do you have multiples going at a time? And what's the high level strategy?
Multiple. So like right now I said we have 8 running, okay? Yep. But we want to at least have 2 to 3 at a time. My goal for people, and this is really difficult to do, is I tell them to do 2 real estate related videos and 1 community. So 1 community video, 1 real estate tips and tricks that's more broad. Let's just say buyer tips, seller tips, market update, and 1 niche.
Okay.
So you do 1 niche video, 1 community video, whether it's dog parks, neighborhood, best burger in town, whatever. And then 1 real estate, so niche real estate community, and run an ad behind that. You're going to do amazing. And we typically go in between different types of objectives on Facebook. And this is getting a little technical, so I'm sorry, but
yeah, that's good.
We'll start with the reach objective. Reach means everyone's seeing it. Then we'll do brand awareness. Then we'll shoot for video views objective, right? Then we'll run a traffic campaign. But what most people do is they'll run ads, or they'll try to get people's information, but they've not yet developed a relationship. And you need to be developing a relationship constantly. So you constantly have to go back to just serving, giving value without ever asking them anything in return. So the more that you educate people and you're reaching the masses, or the more that you're saying, okay, Facebook, I want you to put my video in front of people that like to watch video, target those people, right? So Facebook will say, these people like to watch video. They're interested in what Krista's posting. I'm going to direct my stuff towards them. Then once they start watching that, then you retarget to those people similar content to what you originally started, right? And then you just continue to put them in your Facebook campaigns and your ads to where they're continuing to see you. So you change objectives. And what I mean by that is when you go on Facebook, you can tell Facebook, I want you to do this. And the algorithm will do what you're telling it to do. So reach objective, video views objective, brand awareness objective. And you want to run those objectives before you ever try to convert or do a conversion objective. Because if you just tell somebody, like when you meet somebody, you don't just go straight to bed or you don't just get married right away, right? First you call them, then you text them, then you video FaceTime, then you go to coffee, then you go to lunch, then you go to dinner, then you start holding hands, then you kiss, then you get engaged, then you get married. Most people and most marketers, whether it's real estate agents, investors, anybody, they go straight for the kill. They try to jump in bed. You've got to dance first. You've got to date first before you jump in bed. And that's the strategy that we teach.
I like it. So really high level here. This is my award-winning artistry here, Krista. So quick Facebook strategy. We've got kind of a little funnel. That's supposed to be a funnel, guys. We got a little funnel there. And we start off at reach because we're trying to get a broad amount of people to see our stuff, like you said. And then as people view it, then you kind of put them into other retargeting campaigns with similar content, bringing them down further, video views, brand awareness, traffic. And then kind of at the bottom is once they've really engaged in your stuff, then you're going to send them to a conversion type of a thing. What type of conversion opportunities are you sending people towards for buyers and sellers?
So we want them to convert. So you got to think about this. In the very first phase, they're just kind of getting to know you, right? Like your brand is becoming aware.
Mm-hmm.
So that's top of funnel. Then the middle of funnel is, hey, they're kind of starting to like you. They're starting to want more information, right? And then the bottom one is you gain authority, you gain trust. Now it's convert. So the bottom one is seller seminar, buyer seminar, virtual seller seminar. Send them a copy of your book, right? Send them a what's my home worth? And then follow that up with other campaigns, phone calls, showing up, etc. So we have like virtual seller seminars, virtual buyer seminars that we send people to, so they never have to leave their house. I'd like to get them in person, but we find that if they can't get in person, doing that really establishes the connection. We have different types of ads like single story home lists or rural home lists, open house lists. Those are kind of in the middle, sort of, generating information. And once they have that list, now how do you take that list and then get them to want to actually like convert?
And those are perfect for your niches, right? Like if you're wanting to dominate a certain area, and this applies to investors too, right? But if you're wanting to dominate a certain area, it could be I'm making this up, but get access to our daily updated list for homes in the Melrose neighborhood with swimming pools. If you wanted to get that crazy, right?
Anything that's in high demand, that's hard to get, you want to create a list for it and create a campaign around it. Like we just had one student that did basically a rent versus sell. He's like, are you renting versus buying? He got 32 people giving him name, phone number, email address because he was showing them that it's cheaper to buy than it is to rent in his area. And 32 leads, one campaign. I mean, when somebody gives you their name, phone number, and address, those are like high priority hot leads.
Very.
Right? He has 7 new listings and 3 new buyers just based upon the kind of campaigns that we're teaching.
I love it. And I'm going to write this down. So up here at the very top, you were talking about a niche video.
Niche video, real estate, like just real estate general, market update, tips and tricks for buyers and sellers. And then a community video, like nothing real estate related, just fun.
Yep, cool.
If you did that every single week, one of those every single week for a year, I promise you, you'll sell 30 more houses next year. I guarantee it. 12 months, you'll sell 30 more houses. I promise you will.
So you're going to set up a series of videos here, kind of guiding them down towards these next levels. And this is the last couple questions I've got for you. This will help people piece some of this together. And then I'm going to close it all into what you talked about at the start of, we can teach you all this stuff, guys. Like, Emeril Lagasse can give you his darn cookbook and say, hey, here is my recipe for this amazing thing. But you're not going to get the result that Emeril gets unless Emeril or a coach is standing next to you showing, oh, well, yeah, that shows that. But you kind of like, if you just turn your wrist this way when you dump it in, it's going to taste way better. That coaching is a big deal, the community part of it. But so right here, Krista, they're uploading these videos. You're going to have, 4 videos here. Is there any sort of strategy you have around bidding? Should people be bidding $5 a day on each one, or kind of what are you doing there?
So we typically run about $200 per ad, and we run it around 2 weeks, right? So $200 for 2 weeks, but I'll take one ad and I'll do $200 towards video views, $200 towards reach with the same exact ad. Gotcha. Because I want to make sure that I'm, so there's really no magic number to it. The more you market, the more you're going to win. He who markets most wins, period.
Okay.
You can do $3 a day. You can do $10 a day, right? Depending on what your budget is, just do it and be consistent. And there's one thing I want to talk about if I can, because we didn't talk about this, but I want to explain something. The average real estate agent, after 5 years, 87% of people will be out of the real estate industry. Okay? And the reason we found that only 13% of agents after 5 years stay in it is because they're missing one phase of the sales cycle. Now, let me explain to you what the sales cycle is, and this will take me just a few minutes. We might go over. I'm sorry, but I think it's
you're good. No, we don't want to stop here. This is good stuff.
Okay, so the first stage, and the reason why most people fail is they only really focus on one or two parts of the sales cycle, right? So the first stage is marketing. Now, marketing isn't, your logos. I mean, it partly is. Your logos, your colors, your branding. Marketing is like, who is my client avatar? What's the message? Who am I trying to attract? Like, what content am I putting out there? How am I marketing to people? So it's all of those things combined. That's phase one, marketing. The second phase, once you market correctly, is lead generation, right? Lead generation is what everyone says. I want leads, I want leads, I want leads. Leads is simple. We can tell you how to get hundreds and hundreds of leads, more than you know what to do with. So phase one, marketing. Phase two, lead generation. The third and hardest phase is lead nurture. As we know, lead nurture is the hardest part because everyone wants instant gratification, and because agents have historically been known not to nurture, not to call, not to, like, they say, oh, these leads are bad. That's all you hear, these leads are bad.
Yep.
Quit saying that. You need to say these leads are people that are not ready now, but they will be in the near future. So nurturing is so, so important. That's when we get back to the 5 C's. You've got to commit to consistently producing content because you're more likely to make a connection, so you will convert. That cycle, right? That is what lead nurture is that. When you lead nurture properly, right, then we go to the next phase, which is conversion. It's so much easier to convert. So marketing, lead generation, lead nurture, conversion. You're going to convert much, much more highly if you've been doing the 5 C's.
Yep.
Right? Because they know you, they like you, they trust you, they've been following you, you've been giving them information, you're the authority figure, they know who you are. You are going to convert, right? Then that follows by, now that you've marketed this lead, now that you've generated the lead, you've nurtured it, they're your client. How do you absolutely do what? You knock their socks off. How do you get them to absolutely give you the best fulfillment and delivery process ever? That is by having proper systems in place, right? Having systems, having a lot of tools in your toolbox, having what you need to give them the best process ever. So many people will be so worried about lead generation. Once they get the lead, they don't know how to convert it because they don't have the proper tools. Okay. So they spend all this time, or they want leads, but they don't nurture them. They go, oh, these are bad. They're bad. They're bad. Right.
Yep.
So once you've done that, and you've given the best fulfillment process ever by making sure that you stay top of mind awareness, you're utilizing workflows, you've got a good CRM, you've got all that in your back end. Then how do you make sure that you retain them as a client for the future, they refer you, and that they're going to resell with you? You get that again by continuing to make a connection, by doing the 5 C's at all times so they can't forget you, and then also putting the personal touch to it. Send them a CMA every 6 months about their property. Invite them to your pie parties. Invite them to the things that you're having, right? Put your face to the computer. Put your face to the lead gen. If you can do that, do the 5 C's and make sure you have all phases of the sales cycle done, you will have a consistent business. You will not be the 87%. You'll be the 13%.
Guys, after Summit, guys, get the recording. So here's what I want you guys to do. You probably can't read this URL, but if you're watching it on the actual live page right now, carrot.com/summit/special, you're gonna be able to find a link to our special, but also on the Summit page right now, there's gonna be a link below that you can get the recordings. The reason I want to tell you this, guys, is what Krista just dropped there in that past 5 minutes, but also a bunch of other nuggets throughout the whole call. You're going to want to take that and rewatch that next week, next month, when you're ready to implement that stuff. And so I know you've probably got lots of notes. I'm a big note taker and I take lots of notes, but then what happens with me usually is I'll go, awesome, these are amazing notes, especially in these 2 days of a summit. And then I'm going to get busy in my week and then I'm going to have a stack of notes that I didn't do anything with. And if I didn't have the training that I could take and give to my team and say, hey guys, why don't you watch this and let me know what you got from this, and let's go find one thing to execute from it, then you're not gonna be able to move it forward. Or if you're a solo person, you don't have a team, awesome. Take that video and re-queue it back up and listen to this on your iPhone in 3 weeks, in a month.
because that part that Krista just mentioned is the most important part. She talked about commit, consistently creating content, connect them, and convert. What a lot of people try to do is they get the lead, right? They get the lead up here, and then they immediately try to skip all that stuff. And they try to convert, and they're wondering why they have an inconsistent business. They're wondering why their business is this boom and bust business, like the thing down below. Let me adjust my camera. But they wonder why it's up and down like that. And nobody wants to stay in a business that's not consistent. It's stressful. Like nobody wants to stay in a business that's like this, where you feel like you have to show up on the Saturdays or even Sundays because you don't know what next month's going to look like. But when you follow a model like Krista and you start stacking bricks, it takes time, right? Stacking bricks takes time. It's hard. It's hard work. It's heavy. You're gonna have a whole row of darn bricks laid, and you're gonna pull back and go, man, I put work into this, but it doesn't feel like anything's happening yet. It's not a wall. The thing's not working for me. So you get back on the hamster wheel, and eventually you get burnt out. And so do hamster wheel stuff now because it works, right? But then start stacking bricks. Those are systems. Those are systems that Krista talked about. Those are pieces of content. Those are ads that are working and performing for you. Those are people on your team, right? So figure out which bricks you need to stack now. It might be content right now that you need to start putting out content on a weekly basis or monthly or whatever your cadence is, ideally weekly. It might be adding a process in there to better fulfill the CMAs in person. So now whenever those come in, it's just a process. It just happens. Those are bricks.
And investors can do the same thing.
Exactly.
Investors can do the exact same thing, and they should, because they're developing more trust.
Exactly. And that right there, and I think this is a great spot to wrap this call. That right there, guys, is the biggest thing I would love for all of you guys watching the summit, and agents and investors, is let's build this industry as one of the most trusted industries, not one of the least trusted. When you look at the surveys that are out there on the most and least trusted industries, for some reason, the real estate industry is not towards the top of the list. It's towards the bottom of the list. And it's not because there's not a lot of trustworthy people. It's because people don't like the process of working with those professionals in general, except for people like Krista, except for the people on this summit, except for people like you watching the summit who are doing those steps to connect and convert and really start to stand out and build value for people. So guys, what I want you guys to do is this, and I'm gonna toss over to Krista after this to close this out, is I want you guys to go to carrot.com/summit/special, grab our full special that we have going just for the summit. You can go check out what's going on there. You'll get the same system that Krista has as far as the software, what she's using with video posts to reposition those videos into written articles and all that kind of stuff. But then what I want you guys to do is go connect with somebody like Krista or her directly. We'll give you guys her contact info where you guys can find her, to then ramp up the Facebook side. Because we don't help you with the Facebook side here at Carrot. We help you convert them and build relationship and build authority and content on the Google side and the organic side. We help you build that authority hub where you can send all of your stuff to. But then this strategy that Krista walked through, they will go through it in detail. So Krista, I'm going to toss over to you. We'll wrap this summit episode, and we're going to bring on the next one, take a little commercial break. But where can people follow you and find you if they want to learn more about what you're doing and really dive into your methods?
Thank you, Trevor. First of all, it was great having you. I just love your content. It's always awesome. My students do so well in your program. You know, I refer you to everybody, and we see the best success with our students who actually use your program and mine combined. Cool. So I just want to give you some kudos for that. You can reach me at KristaMayshore.com, or I'd love to invite you to my challenge, 3clientsin30.com. So that's the number 3clientsin30.com, 3clientsin30.com, where we kind of go into this with you and help you get a kickstart. $100 challenge, super affordable, and you get 2 weeks of coaching with me in a group setting. So it's pretty awesome.
No brainer, guys. Go get it. 3clientsin30.com. And Krista, thank you for coming on the summit. I always love your energy. Guys, go make your manifesto. Guys, go out there and commit to consistently create content, connect with people, and they'll be easier to convert and build a relationship with. So Krista, thank you very much. Guys and gals, we'll be back for the next session of the summit here in a few, but take a little commercial break, grab a drink of water, whatever it is, and grab the recordings before the summit special price is over, because you are going to think about something in about a month where you go, Krista said something, I can't remember what it was, and you're not going to be able to access unless you get the recordings. So grab the recordings, guys. Krista, thank you very much. Have an awesome day.
Make the right, everyone. Thank you. Go implement.
That's right. See ya. What's up, y'all? Welcome back. A little commercial break here for you. So right here, we've been talking about this hashtag a lot. I don't know if you can read it here. It's on the whiteboard too, but hashtag Carrot Summit, hashtag Carrot Summit. Now, why do I want you guys to pay attention to that? First of all, we're giving some cool free stuff away, okay? If you guys hashtag Carrot Summit on Instagram, on Facebook, throughout the entire event right now. Do it right now. Do it right now. What was your biggest takeaway from a previous session? And later today, later tomorrow, as you guys are going through this, hashtag Carrot Summit. When we see you doing it, we're going to be picking out 2 or 3 winners per day, and we're going to be giving people cool stuff. Some of it's going to be books, some of it's going to be other kind of cool stuff, but we're going to be giving away a 30-day challenge each and every day during the summit. Now, the 30-day challenge is something we created this past 3 or 4 months, where it essentially walks you through day by day everything that we're kind of teaching you here, but in a hyper-focused environment for 30 days. We're teaching you how to build local authority as an investor, as an agent, as a hybrid investor agent, so you can win your market, so you can get in front of more motivated sellers, more motivated buyers, so you can actually build momentum, build your evergreen marketing machine. And guys, normally this costs $100, and by entering in the contest, all you have to do is hashtag Carrot Summit. You can win an entry into the 30-day challenge. We're going to pick 1 winner each day from that, and we're also going to pick 1 winner each day or several for books and things like that. So guys, check it out. Enter in there, Carrot Summit hashtag. But here's the deal. So as we're going through the summit, we want to make sure we're not just giving you guys a bunch of open loops in your mind to where you go, man, all these ideas are great, but what do I do? What do I do next to move forward? What do I do next to actually implement this in my business better? Now, one of the biggest things that you have to really focus in on if you're wanting to grow momentum, if you're wanting to stack those bricks and build that evergreen marketing machine, is you have to make sure that your website is set up correctly. And we're not really talking a lot about the website setup or the technical stack or how you should structure your site in this. We have a lot of other trainings on that topic. But what we found is it's so important that the platform, the foundation you build it upon is going to be really important on, is it actually going to make the results happen on the back end? Okay, right here, just like if you're building a house, the foundation that you stack those bricks on, if it's a shaky foundation, the whole brick wall will crumble and fall. But if it's a strong foundation, everything's going to make it easier. And your website is one of the biggest problems I find with agents and investors, where they launch stuff with website builders that are free, easy, simple, cheap, that look pretty but aren't based on performance. And so years ago when we decided to start Carrot in 2014, that was the thing that popped up in my mind. Actually, a contractor walked into my office right here into this building, and he said, "Hey, Trevor, I know you've got a lot of background in this, and can you take a look at my website? It's not really getting leads online. It's not really ranking well." And within seconds, from my experience, I looked at him and went, "Man, these are the things you actually need to do." And the problem was he went to a local web developer to have that website built. And you know what? It looked pretty, but it wasn't set up for performance. And that's what 9 out of 10 of your websites are. They look pretty, but not set up for performance. And if you're an investor and your average profit per deal is $20,000, or if you're an agent and your average commission is $9,000, if you lose just one deal, one transaction because of an underperforming website, then that's worth $9,000 or $20,000. Let's say you lose 2 or 3. That's almost a 6-figure loss for an investor or an agent if you're looking out multiple years. Now, how many leads and deals are you okay with losing because of underperformance in your online marketing strategy and your website? Hopefully the answer is none, right? So what we want to do is this, guys. Not only do we want to educate you during these 2 days, free, amazing information. And if you want the recordings, you can grab the recordings right here on this page. There should be a link below and above that says something about Summit Offer. If you're not on the live page and you're watching it on YouTube, go to carrot.com/summit/live. And you can see this live page that I'm on right now where the Summit event offers are right there. But the first thing is you can get the recordings. Okay, the recordings are at the Summit price. Go check out what the Summit price is. It's an insane value for 10 plus hours of content. And we're going to give you last year's Summit recordings as well, which is all investors showing their #1 marketing methods for the year. And the cool thing is, guys, all of these marketing methods are still working great right now today in 2020. So grab those recordings. It's an amazing investment. You can look at them later during the month, hand them to a team member, look at them in 6 months when you're ready for that stuff. Okay, go back and recheck a recording. Go check ones that you missed because you might not be able to be here for the entire 2 days. Okay, so go over there and check that out. The next thing is the 30-day challenge. If you don't win one of the prizes of the 30-day challenge during this contest, awesome. It's only $100. Okay, we make it insanely affordable. It's $100 for a 30-day challenge, daily action items, help you build authority, walks you through exactly what you need to do to your website, exactly how to create the content that's going to ranking, exactly how to launch your first ads. And there's a Facebook group that you get to be a part of during the whole process, so you can go through it with other people from the Market Leader Summit as a cohort. You guys can cheer each other on and look at each other's progress and help each other out. Okay, that's only $99. But if you want the full meal deal, if you're like, you know what, not only do I want those resources, but I also want the amazing
high converting website, the website that outranks, that has a better chance of outranking other systems in Google than any other system. You can Google sell my house fast, insert any city in the country, and you're likely going to find somewhere between 3 and 8 carrot sites controlling page 1 in Google. And that can be you. And even if there's already carrot sites in your market, it doesn't matter. Okay, start with the tool. Start with the tool that's going to give you the same edge your competitors have, or a better edge if they're not using carrot, and then go through and just do a better job executing the content, building your trust and credibility in the website. So we have an event package you can check out on this page as well. It's a massive discount, y'all. It includes 6 months of our advanced marketer plan. It also includes the recordings for this year and last year for free. Okay, you're also going to get entry to our 30-day challenge, which that alone is $100. This alone is $200. So right there, there's whatever that is, that's $300 in value we're giving to you for free right there. But one cool thing we're also adding to it is our internal AdWords campaign for motivated sellers. So if you're an agent or an investor looking for highly motivated sellers and you're using the Carrot platform that you're going to be sending people to convert at a high rate, we took our AdWords campaign and we said, let's yank it out of there. Let's put it over here and let's give it to you guys, to where anytime we launch a new campaign for one of our clients in our high level traffic program, we take this campaign, we upload it into their Google Ads account. And then we just make some modifications. It includes all the ads, all the keywords that we're targeting, all the ad groups set up in a way that is proven to perform, that we've been doing this campaign for 4 or 5 years. We've been iterating it. This campaign alone is worth well over $1,000 minimum. Okay, we're gonna give that to you for free as well with this event package. Let me kind of recap it really quick, okay? I want you to come over here really fast. So I'll show my screen. So essentially what you guys are gonna get right here is this. You're gonna get 6 months of the advanced marketer plan, which is normally $149 a month. That alone, y'all, is $894 in real value. If you were actually going to pay the $149 per month for 6 months, that's $894. Okay, we're going to give you the recordings for this summit. We're going to give you the recordings for last summit. Okay, that right there is hundreds of dollars in value. We're going to give you access to the very next 30-day challenge. We want to see you succeed. Okay, the whole thing with this is we're piling everything we can on it because we want to see you crack through. We don't want to see you become a commodity over the next year. Okay, we're going to give you 10% off of any of our marketplace services that we do internally. If you're like, man, I would much rather have you guys do it, we're going to give you a discount there as well. We're going to give you weekly live coaching calls with our team. If you want to show up or have someone on your team show up and you have questions on how to execute, we're going to be there for you. Okay, and you're going to get access to our content marketing systems. They're going to help you stand out in your market. All right, guys. So on this live page somewhere, there's a link below, there's a link up above. Check it out. It says Summit offers, something like that, Summit Specials. Click it, and you've got a couple of options. You can either buy the recordings by themselves, okay, for our Summit recording price. You can go buy the challenge by itself. Okay, any of those are going to be amazing. And if you're not a Carrot customer yet, if you buy the challenge by itself, you also get a free month in Carrot. Or you can get the entire package with 6 months of the advanced marketer plan. You get the summit recordings, you get the challenge, you get our AdWords campaign, you get all that stuff, y'all, for only $1,000. Okay, so go check it out, guys. This offer goes away when the summit is over, and we want to see you guys succeed. Check it out. Click the link below. Offer is gone when the summit's over. We are crazy pumped to work with you this year. Welcome back to the Market Leaders Summit, y'all. And guys, gals, I'm so appreciative of you guys going through the summit. I know 2-day events like this are a lot. When you go to a live event, it can be a lot. But here's the deal, y'all. There's going to be so many people during this summit who will have their life changed. There will be so many people during the summit who will get one idea that will change the course of your business this next year, this next 2 years, this next 10 years. There will be so many people who will be inspired by one of the guests on the summit like Brian, like the guy I'm going to introduce you guys to here in a bit. And a really quick story before I introduce you guys to Mr. Brian Rockwell, who is, oh man, I'm so pumped about this session, because anybody who has been wanting to get into multifamily, this is going to be a big deal for you. If you're a wholesaler, if you're a flipper, if you're a real estate agent, and you're looking for a bigger long game, you're like, man, I'm making okay money doing what I'm doing, flipping transactions or getting commissions as an agent. But you know what? I really want more consistent, predictable, passive cash flow long term. I really want to build an asset because I don't want to have to churn these transactions forever. Guys, this is the session that you're going to want to listen to. But before I introduce you to Brian Rockwell, I want to kind of go back to this document, y'all. So there's going to be a few things that we're going to be diving into in a big way with Brian, and what he has done to start to go in there and win in his really competitive market of Dallas, but how he's stacking bricks on the marketing side of things. We've been talking about stacking bricks, building authority a lot, guys, about how is he stacking bricks on the marketing side of things to do consistently over $100,000 a month in wholesale fees. But also he's acquired hundreds of multifamily units in the past 6-12 months, which is crazy cool. And he's doing some marketing methods that we've been talking about for a long time. They're not new, y'all, but so many of you that are watching this, you're guilty of it. So many of you guys have hit me up and said, hey, this marketing method that we're going to be talking about is too expensive, so I've stopped doing it. Well, that marketing method is one of the things that's fueling these $100,000 plus months in one of the most competitive markets in the country. So I want to welcome on Brian Rockwell. Welcome on to the Market Leader Summit, man.
Amen. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me. This is fun.
Dude, so you've been a semi-regular on Carrot stuff over the last couple of years. And dude, the cool thing about it is this. The fun thing for me has been, I think for other people too, is they've been able to kind of see your journey all the way almost from the start.
Right.
Over the last couple of years through to where you are now. And the cool thing is, man, who knows where you're going to be in another year or two. And it all hasn't been easy. You know, we might kind of talk about some of that stuff, and some of the marketing works at one point and then it stops working. You got to shift and make it work, and business model and business partners break, and like all kinds of stuff happens. But the cool thing is you keep on iterating. And so before we dive into any of the specifics, why don't you kind of briefly intro, who are you? Where do you live? What does your business do right now? As a business, your primary business, but then also we talk about multifamily. But who are you? Where do you live? What do you do?
Yeah, so my name is Brian Rockwell. I've been wholesaling houses. That's how I got into this, into real estate. I've been wholesaling houses since late 2016, but 2017 was my first full year doing that. And that has been able to, fuel all of my other endeavors that I've been wanting to do. I've since 2017, I've now built my wholesaling business kind of on autopilot. With I have a very small team that's really efficient. They do really well, and now, like Trevor mentioned already, that's allowed me to focus on doing some bigger transactions, putting my money to work in some other deals. To build, true wealth and build freedom, because that's ultimately, it's why we all get into real estate. I didn't get into real estate saying I want a wholesaling job.
Yep.
It just turns out I was really good at it and I enjoyed it, so I stuck with it. And it's a good way to make a lot of money in this business if you can do it right. So.
Dude, and one of the cool things too, I want to talk about a little bit. We talk about on this board, standing out, building authority, like really becoming someone that is standing out from the crowd. If you're an agent, if you're an investor, part of that's building brand. Part of it's building doing things in your business that resonate with the prospect or employees. And you're sitting in your office. So when you were here at the last Carrot Camp, it seems like you guys had just moved into that office, right?
Right. Yeah. Actually, I brought one of my team members with me. The other guy was moving into the office while we were there. Actually, we were in full transition mode. So we actually haven't even been in the office, and he was already there working in the new place. So when we came back from Carrot Camp, that's my first time in this office.
Dude, I love it. And dude, one of the things I was excited about the most, and then we'll talk about all the real estate stuff, but one of the things I was excited about the most was the core values that you guys were putting on the wall, and all that kind of stuff. And I know that we're big on that here at Carrot. And dude, it's been cool because when you and I first started working together a few years ago, just a dude, you know,
Yeah.
a teacher trying to make it work in real estate. And guys, we're going to link up the other the Carrot Cast episodes that we've done with Brian, where it'll dive in more detail at those points in his career when he was, you know, got to that first month where he did 50K, and then where he started to build up a real consistent business and doing hundreds of thousands of dollars and deal profits per year. And then now there's been a lot of good transitions. Like I said, not all of it's easy. We might kind of get into some of it, but now there's transitions. It's kind of that next phase, which I'm really excited about. But at the core of it, Brian has really moved forward with, hey, I want to create something that's real, like it's a real business. It's not just this little hobby thing I'm dabbling at. It's something that's real. It's something that's impactful. It's something that matters to me and my family and our community. And we create great jobs for people too, which I love, man.
Yeah, and I get super inspired every time. I've been up to your Carrot office 2 times now, and every time I come back with a different idea of my team culture, how I want to build, you know, what I want to put on the walls. You can't see on this other back wall back behind here, I have a big old sign, huge, takes up the whole wall. It says, "Make it happen, shock everybody."
Dude.
And part of that is because I did have some people doubt me. You know, when I first got going, I've had family members and close friends say, "Oh, you have to get lucky in real estate." So it's kind of one of those things that fuels me. But
man, let's spend a few minutes on that right there, because there's probably a ton of people watching the summit right now that have the same. I mean, almost all of us have that. Like probably all of us have those influences, right? And they can kind of chip away at you. You know, it's like it chips away at your confidence. Sometimes it can slow you down. What related to that, what kind of influences, both positive and negative, were you experiencing in the early days, and how did you get over them? Because if it's family or close family or friends, sometimes it's like, man, are they right? You know, it's how what were you experiencing? How'd you get over them?
Well, I mean, I think I was pretty good about not paying attention to it. The person that said that to me, I really think they meant well. Like they were, I mean, he's very experienced. He's had several ups and downs in businesses too. And he probably partnered and failed in real estate at one point. And, you know, and so he's just going off his experience. And so, I knew my skill set was completely different than his. So I didn't really take it like super to heart, but it's one of those things that kind of sticks with you, you know? And then, you know, also I had tons of support from my wife who was like, yes, go all in, do this thing, you know, which is awesome.
Dude, so talking about Leah, talking about your wife. So guys, if you guys are looking at the backgrounds in our office,
we both have the same diffuser.
Something similar there. Yeah, so
this
Leah,
is what I diffuse. I diffuse called abundance oil.
Dude, I've got that one here. I've got some abundance. Hold on one sec. There we go. Yeah, so Leah was amazing and sent me this package and got my $14 Walmart diffuser out of here, and it has
that's the real deal one right there. Yeah,
dude, it's like Stone or something. Young Living, guys. If you guys want an amazing diffuser, go Google like Leah Rockwell and get one from her. But I've got that abundance you're talking about there.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, so that can help those doubters we were talking about. I've got some carrot seed.
Yep.
Got all this stuff here, peppermint, orange. Guys, you got to surround yourselves with a good environment. So back to the real stuff here. One thing that I experienced early on as well. Same thing, like people that I love, they meant well. It could be friends from college, some of it family. You know, they would kind of like, they would say, man, like, what are you doing? You should probably get a job, because it took a while for me to kind of make this entrepreneur thing work.
Yeah.
And what I heard from somebody early on was, when people cast those doubts on you, what they're usually doing is they're usually casting their own doubts on what they can achieve on you. And they're projecting their own doubt, their own personal doubts on you, because that's the way that they see the world, right? That's where they see the boundaries are. if it's hard to do, if it's impossible for them to do, it's likely the same for others around them. And it's so cool, man, because what you're doing in that quote you have on the wall, what was it again?
Make it happen, shock everybody.
Make it happen, shock everybody, right? The cool thing about that, man, is those people around you, their minds are expanding because of what you've done.
Yeah.
You're giving them such an amazing service to where they go, oh my gosh, I now have greater potential in my own life because I saw what Brian was able to do. So, dude, I'm so proud of what you're doing. And honestly, to me too, when you started the multifamily side of things, I'm going, man, he's making a leap that most wholesalers can't make.
Yeah.
No, I didn't doubt you, but I'm like, that's a big move.
Yeah,
that's a big move. He's making a leap most wholesalers and agents can't make. There's many more zeros in these transactions we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
There's more moving parts. But
it's not even real estate too. At the end of the day, you're buying a business, and that's one thing I figured out quickly. Like, okay, this isn't just about buying doors. It's looking at net operating income, all the expenses, and factoring all that in to see if it's a good deal or not. So,
dude, and I want to break some of that stuff down. So let's kind of take it step by step here. So bringing people up to speed here, Brian started at the end of 2016, 2017, first full year. In the podcast we did with him around the end of that year, might have been 2018, did about $600,000 in wholesale fees that first 12 months or so, 100% online, which is amazing, through Carrot, Google pay-per-click, SEO. A lot of people keep on having these limiting beliefs. Oh, there's already 100 Carrot sites in my market. Oh, there's already been these people who are dominating Google. Someone told me it's going to take me 6 years to get there. Brian, what experience did you see? And this is important here because this is what has fueled your multifamily stuff now. Okay, because we need to rid people of these doubts, because this for you is what's fueled multifamily. If you didn't nail this part, if you had those doubts, the multifamily part wouldn't be there for you. So what have you experienced? One of the most competitive markets in the country, around those things that so many people come to us doubting that they can do or achieve.
Yeah, I think it's all bull, to be honest. I mean, like Trevor said, I'm in one of the most competitive markets, not only with just other wholesalers and stuff. We're dealing with the big guns, the Opendoor and OfferPad and all that kind of stuff. And Keller Williams now is coming out with an iBuyer. So we're competing with agents too. Yep. So, and man, it's not like I just stuck with it because it was proven to work so well for me. And it's kind of like one of those things that I enjoyed the process of it. I enjoyed getting down deep into the numbers and figuring out how to build it out. And, I had some help along the way. I would hire when I would not want to deal with it. I would, hire it out, and get some opinions on keywords and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, and this is a huge mindset shift when you're dealing with this kind of PPC stuff, is you have to view it in the mind of an investor and not just like you're throwing money against the wall. So like I look at it exactly like how I'm going to purchase an investment, either a property or stock or whatever. What kind of return can I get on this money? When I first started, I was putting $5,000 a month. I put my very first wholesale deal straight into PPC. I made $7,300. I put $5,000 of that into PPC, and that's how everything got rolling. Now we're doing much bigger. I was telling Trevor, it's several $1,000s higher than that now. But right before I came on, I did the math, and this is how I think of it now. I don't think of it as an advertising spend. I think of it as a return, a multiple on my invested capital. So if I can make, like this month in February, we're doing $175K record
Dude,
month.
Congrats, man. That's crazy.
So, and then I divide that by my spend that I spent on advertising, and it's 7.18 times my money. 718% return. And you're not going to get that anywhere.
No.
So if you view it like that, you're like, who in their right mind said, if you have the money, if you have $10,000, and I'll give you 700% return on your money that month.
Oh, dude.
I mean, everybody would do it.
People are investing in stuff that gives them 8 to 10% per year.
Exactly.
You know, which is wild. And dude, that's the thing. I'm going to whip out the whiteboard here because this is so important, y'all. So many of you guys coming onto this session right now are coming on for the multifamily side of it, right? Which is important, and we're going to get there. But here's the key: in order to do the multifamily side, you've got to have some sort of capital, like not a lot. We'll kind of talk about how Brian's doing this because he's not buying these multi-million-dollar properties all by himself, right?
Correct.
In some way, if you start to look at the end game here, right? Let's say that that's my fancy multi. You probably wouldn't want to live in that, but that's my multifamily property. Okay, that's my multifamily property here, right? Phone call. Okay, that's my multifamily property there. This is you here. Okay, that's you. Nice person there. And then right here is there's got to be some sort of a vehicle, okay, that gets this here. Now you could hustle this. You could be the person that raises a bunch of capital, and you're just the person hustling and doing all the work. But you're going to get a much lower percentage of the deal if you're not putting anything in.
Yeah.
Okay. The next thing is you could then have something that's an active income producer. So this here to me is your passive or semi-passive. I mean, there's not many actual passive investments, but for the sake of this illustration, we're going to say that, okay? Because there is work involved here. Like Brian said, this is a business. It's not just like buying it and you sit back and don't do anything. But we're just going to say that. Over here is your active income, okay? So if you can churn out a bunch of active income that you then put some of that into passive income, it's going to make this a lot better. It's going to make this way better. And so for Brian, it's wholesaling and flipping, right? It's wholesaling. And so now you go, well, shoot, how do I accelerate that? Well, the way he's accelerating it is by taking $1 and turning it into $7, right? So it's $1 times 7 with this marketing method. And for him, it's PPC, Google PPC, Google Ads, and SEO. He's ranked really good in the Dallas market. Is there anything else you're doing, Brian, with your marketing mix?
I've tried. Nothing compares for me. So it's like, why do I want to keep throwing money at it if I know I can earn, 7x multiple on my PPC, then I'm just going to stick with that.
Dude, and
it's kind of dangerous, but I like to live a little dangerous.
But here's the thing, though. Like you said, you have tried other things. What are some of the things that you were trying in your market that didn't quite cut it for you?
We tried bandit signs, putting them out. We put it out 4 weeks in a row.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that was trusting someone to get them out, and because I didn't physically go out and do it. And then we tried a handful of direct mail campaigns, and that's one thing. When I was up at Carrot Camp, you saw me hovered around Todd Swaggerty.
Oh yeah.
Because I had to figure that out, because I know people to this day, the tried and true method of direct mail, they crush it. And so I had to figure that out. And we did have success with one of the things he told us to do. It costs a lot more money than my PPC. My cost per acquisition on that one was a lot higher, but it worked. If I would have stuck with it, it for sure would have worked. So,
and dude, and that's the important thing here, right? Is like there's so many marketing methods, guys. We've talked about it over here with the whole stool. Throughout the whole summit, guys, what I want you guys to recognize is there's multiple marketing methods we're going to be bringing up, and we go all in on the online side of things because we know that it continues to pick up momentum when you do it right. It gets rid of some of the boom and bust part of things. Now, just like with any marketing, there are going to be times when you have a soft month. Dude, I remember, I don't remember exactly when it was, but you hit me up one time during a period where it's like, whoa, things got really hard for a month or two.
Right. Yeah.
What do you remember? What did you do to pivot that out, or did the market just kind of take care of itself?
I think the market just took care of it. I think the reason I hit you up was I was wondering if it was like a national carrot thing, like
gotcha,
penalizing us or something at that point. Like it was weird. I was seeing huge drops in visitors to the site. Which is odd. I always have pretty consistent. And I mean, I go through ebb and flows of having really high cost per click. It's got as high as $500, or I mean, cost per acquisition.
I was gonna say that's a high click, man.
Cost per acquisition. It's gotten as high as $500. It's down lower now, closer to 300, which is still high because when I first started, it was under $200.
Yep.
But you just roll with it.
And that's per lead you're talking, right? Like,
yeah.
So guys, here's where this is important. The cool thing that Brian brought up earlier, where he said, I treat everything like an investment, not an emotional decision, not like I'm throwing stuff on the wall. And here's what he's talking about. So you can share your actual numbers or share phony numbers, whatever you want to do. But in this respect, what's your average profit per deal?
For this month,
your choice.
Yeah, it's about 29,000.
Dude, that's grown.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, 29K. How many leads does it take you to get one of those deals usually?
We had 79 leads.
Okay. So 79 leads, and then how many deals came out of the 79 leads?
We have 6 closed, but some of the we had 2 more that bled into March that are closing in March.
Okay, cool. So yeah, it's about 1 in 10 then, right?
Yep.
So it takes 1 in 10. Yeah. So whatever that is, 10 leads to close into a deal.
Yep.
And then do you have kind of a threshold, Brian, where you're like, hey, this is what we're trying to acquire properties for?
Yeah,
cost.
We have a formula that we know in our market that buyers will buy at a certain percentage of the value of the house minus the repairs. And so, we've kind of mastered that. We don't go into the property and try and act like we know all the repair costs and all that. We, we put a blanket number on things and then we market it at that. And it's done well for us.
Okay.
So yeah, we have a formula that we follow though.
Sweet. And then as far as like acquiring a deal on the marketing side of things, are you trying to get it for under 5K? Or are you trying to like, what's your target there? Like, what would you be willing to trade in marketing to get a $29,000 deal?
Let me see here. I had that number. It was, I want to say it was around $3,400.
Cool.
This month is what we're spending per deal.
Sweet. And dude, that number's been pretty consistent. Honestly, I mean, it's kind of fluctuated a little bit over the years, but not like it's gone from 3,500 to 9,000 or something.
Right.
And we've talked about this a little bit, and I've talked about it a lot on podcasts and other stuff where, guys, so many people are scared of PPC right now, especially in big markets, because they see these click costs. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because Brian has done this calculation. He's looking at things as an investment. And so if your average profit per deal is X and it takes this many leads to get that deal, and you're willing to trade this much money to get a deal, essentially you take this number, the amount of money you're willing to trade in marketing to get a deal. How many leads will it take to get that deal? 10. Okay, so then you do 3,400 divided by 10 equals $340, right? So you're saying with this math that you would be able to crush it getting leads for under $340, like absolutely crush it, y'all. And where a lot of people are freaking out is they're getting a lead for 180 or 250, or their lead goes from 180 to 299 and they're freaking out and they shut off their marketing campaign, which is great for guys like Brian to actually look at math.
Right.
So this math shows he can absolutely crush it buying leads for 340 or under. Now he mentioned a little bit ago, hey, it got up to 500. Who cares, right? Who cares if it gets up to 500?
Yeah, if we're able to make those spreads, even 29's high. I'll admit that. It is. I mean, but we can bring that down to 20K. I think last August was a low month. We were averaging right around 16,000 per deal. So the return's not as good, but I mean, we're still very, very profitable.
Oh, it's really good, right? Because even with this, let's say 1 month it's 1 in 15. You're right. You're not able to close a 1 in 10, but it's 1 in 15.
That happens too. Yep.
Right. And let's say this goes down to 16. And the reason I'm showing this, guys, is if you use math and you invest in it in this way, it's going to really help you scale up your marketing. It's going to help you stand out. It's going to help you build that evergreen marketing machine because you're continually keeping a marketing method strong instead of cutting it off and trying to start something new. So then here, let's say that this goes up to 5,000, right? Or whatever it is. So 5K, I can't do 15 divided by 5,000, whatever that number is. But it's a lot. It's whatever the number is, right? You're still profiting pretty heavily here.
Yeah.
And so guys, go through and do that calculation. What's your average profit, or if you're an agent, commission per deal? How many legit good leads does it take you to get one of those deals? If you're an agent and you're used to getting a bunch of kind of really low level leads that you try to filter out and you're like, I don't know how many, I would try to count the ones that are the serious sellers. Let's not do buyers here. Let's count the sellers that are actively reaching out to you that you go do like a listing presentation for or something. And then how much money would you be willing to trade to get that $9,000 commission? I like to use like a 25% number. So essentially getting a 4x return on it. So this is key.
Yeah. I know guys that are not converting 1 out of 10 and 1 out of 15, and they're spending a lot of money, and that tells me they got to go in and really dial in the ads and the wording and their website. You talk a lot about the credibility on their website. How is it laid out? Are there reviews? What's your, trying to improve your click-through rate. Click-through rate's one of my favorite things because it if you don't know what click-through rate is, to the people listening, it's that percentage of people that click on your ad when it's in front of them. So I've been told in the market, maybe you can tell me, that 2% is a pretty good click-through rate for what we do. But I'm averaging now, I'm doubled that. I'm at 4% click-through rate. That's telling me that my wording is right, my ad copy is right, and all that has taken 3 years to dial in. So that changes monthly. That I change all that stuff to really dial it in.
Dude, I love that, man. That's part of the momentum thing, right? Like we talked about, guys, we're talking about stacking bricks, and stacking bricks goes with a lot of different stuff. It's like it's stacking bricks by continually adjusting your campaigns. It's stacking bricks by adding content, by adding local pages on your website that get ranked in Google, or by buying multifamily properties on the backside. But the way momentum happens is by continually making small iterations that stack up over time. Where people hit this right here as an agent or an investor, and you get that boom and bust, is where you're switching strategies all the time.
Yeah.
Right. And I drew this right here, and then we're going to dive into the multifamily. This stuff is important, y'all, because once again, this was Brian's vehicle to get to multifamily, having some sort of consistent cash that's coming in. He's solving problems, building a great network, and then he's able to deploy it over here. So what we're seeing right now, y'all, where so many people will come to me saying, "Oh, pay-per-click doesn't work." Now, if you're a real estate agent and you're watching this and you're saying, "Hey, pay-per-click doesn't work, I've tried it," here's the reason why, and we're going to help you guys solve this here at Carrot. Okay, so if you guys are coming aboard the Carrot train and you're an agent, connect with us here because we're going to help you make it work better. Most agents, I guess this here doesn't relate to this yet. So most agents, they're going to do an ad, and it's going to be for a phrase like, Roseburg homes for sale. And then they're literally going to send that click directly to their homepage or their property search page.
Right.
And there's no credibility. There's no hero section with an opt-in. And there's probably no retargeting attached to it. There's no real credibility for you on there. It's probably just a default IDX page that's up there. Even worse that I see that agents do on Google pay-per-click is someone will do a search for like a neighborhood. It could be Melrose, Roseburg, Oregon homes for sale. It's like a neighborhood here. And then they have an ad up there. I click it and it goes to the generic Roseburg page. I'm like, I told you I'm looking for Melrose. Like, show me Melrose properties, and then put a big opt-in box at the top of that page that says, "Hey, interested in buying a home in Melrose? Awesome. Submit this to get the most updated properties." And all of a sudden your PPC is going to work better. If you go check out a normal investor, motivated house seller, cash buyer, Carrot site, they all have the hero section at the top with a really targeted CTA. So that's something we're going to be working with you agents a lot more. But I'm going to say this, and we're going to toss over to how you made the transition to multifamily, because this is where it gets cool. So right here on the PPC side of things, and this happens with any type of marketing, when a market gets hot, right? Everyone and their dog starts to come in to that marketing method or real estate or to be an agent or an investor, whatever it is. And then it gets really competitive. And so right around here is when you have a lot of people. It could be your competition. It could be as an agent, man, there's so many agents here. It's getting hard. Or as an investor, there's so many investors here. Or as a marketing method. Hey, so many people are using PPC. My click costs have gone up. What happens is this period here is the hardest part, because that is where a lot of people are going to give up because they think it's too expensive because they haven't done the math problem that we did earlier. Now, where Brian is he's sticking through that. He's using math. He's outspending the other guys and gals. And that's how he's able to pull in almost $200,000 in wholesale fees with about 25 grand in ad costs through PPC and SEO. And now what we're going to see, I predict, is you're going to see that competition for PPC going down the next 2 years.
Yeah.
And so for anybody that's willing to stick in this and trust math and bear a little bit higher click costs, you're actually going to be rewarded big time over the next 2 years if you have a website that converts well and if you have a campaign that's set up well.
Yeah. And kind of touching real quick, because I know you want to move on, but kind of touching on how you clicked on that one website for Melrose, but it sent you to another thing and it wasn't really what you thought it was. That's one thing that I made a big change to on my ad copy this year. Google changed that you could have like 3 paragraphs now. And then I also, every ad that I have, it says like my website, sellyourhousedfw.com, but you can add / whatever keyword they're searching for that ad. So if they're saying sell my house fast, the ad that they're seeing, the website that they're seeing to click on is sellyourhousedfw.com / sell house fast or something like that.
Yep.
Or I put the actual keyword in parentheses. So it has their keyword. What they search for is the first thing they see, and then sellyourhousedfw.com. So that's how I've been able to improve my click-through rate and ultimately improve my conversions and all that stuff. So, dude,
I love it, man. And guys, for context here, once again, Brian's not a techie. I mean, he started Carrot, school teacher, and just dug in. He knew that the work needed to get done, and he just dug in and started learning some of it, which is cool. I love it. Well, dude, so let's kind of make the transition now. So, when you're at the last Carrot Camp, you were kind of talking about some multifamily stuff. I don't think you'd acquired a property by that time. Maybe you had. I don't think so.
No, not yet.
And number one, why did you want to make that transition to start to get into multifamily rather than just doing the wholesaling side? Because you're successful in wholesaling, but why the multifamily?
Yeah, I mean, I am successful at it, and I love it. I love the building what I've built here, and I have team members that are doing really well. They're making a lot of money. They're really happy. We've built a really awesome culture here. So all that's very rewarding. I want to keep doing that. But it is a job. And I revisited Robert Kiyosaki's Cash Flow Quadrant a year ago, and it just rocked my world again. It's like every time you read it, it makes you just want to say, what am I doing? So I really wanted to focus on getting on that correct side of the quadrant and make sure that my money's making money for me. It's a passive thing, so I can focus on being an investor. So if you're familiar with that, if you're either an employee, you're self-employed, that's the left side, or you want to be on the right side, a business owner, which is you own a business, you work in your business, and then an investor. So right now I'm a B. That's where I'm at, because my business runs itself, and now I want to make my money work for me. So I'm going to try and move down into that I quadrant.
Love it. Dude, so I'm drawing this out right now for y'all, and you guys can Google it. Google Kiyosaki Cash Flow Quadrant. I'm writing it out on my whiteboard right now. we can kind of look at it a little bit, because this is really important, man. Because here's the deal: most real estate agents, most real estate investors, wholesalers and stuff, aren't putting the time in to really think about their long-term business, right? They're looking at it as, hey, I knew that I needed to get away from this financial situation I was in. I had some here, like Brian said, I would Google it if I were you guys, because this could change the game for you. So right here under the employee side of things, like Brian said, you have a job, right? And there's not anything wrong with that. We have employees. We need amazing employees. And so that's a great thing. But if you want more wealth and other things, you got to advance the next. So business owner, you own a system and people work for you at that point. Right? That's great. So Brian has employees. He has systems that are working, marketing systems that work. He's got systems on how to close deals and help sellers. He's got systems on how to sell deals. He's got great systems, right? Over here now, money works for you. So you kind of like go, you hopefully go to there.
No, it's the other way. You go
the other way. There we go.
E to S, S to B, B to I. That's how you do it.
Same, man. I was like, this should not go to there.
Yeah.
Going backwards. Yeah. So we'll go this way.
The self-employed is where you're in the daily grind of your business that you own. You own a job.
Yep.
And then you want to go from S to B to where your business runs by itself. And then you use that capital that you're making as a business owner to put to work for you. And that's where I'm trying to get. I'm kind of in that transition phase from B to I right now.
Dude, so this is a big deal. This can be an epiphany for a lot of people, okay? So once again, employee, self-employed, you own a job, self-employed, goes to business owner, you own a system and people work for you. And this can be amazing. Like, this can be amazing here. You just have to know kind of what you're buying into.
Yeah. And your goal, what you want to do. I mean,
yeah, that's right. And dude, I want to talk to you with you about that here in a second. So then down here, investor money works for you. Dude, it's kind of cool when I look at the investor side of things. I haven't been like amazing at that over the years. I've been really good at the business owner side of things, and fortunate enough to be able to create businesses that do really well. So I haven't had to have this as much, but now I'm starting to get into that phase where I'm like, man, I really want to make sure to move to more effectively, because I still run this company, right? Like I work in the day-to-day, all that kind of stuff. What was kind of your vision? What was your reason why that you want to move from business owner to investor, Brian? Like, why do you want to?
Well, I think the biggest thing for this year that made me have that mindset shift was we had a baby girl. I have a 6-year-old boy, and we just had a baby girl. She turns 11 months here soon. And, it's one of those things. I want to have the freedom and everything to be there to help and, to go on trips and stuff. That was my main motivation in this stuff. And in the back of my mind, like I said at the beginning, we don't, most real estate investors don't get into real estate to wholesale. They get into it to build wealth because they know how powerful it can be. And it was no different for me. I knew that the end game, I wanted to own doors or, have passive income. And so, building up my wholesaling business and now building it to where it can run itself and provide me the capital to do the multifamily is just a natural progression in my mind to do. what I want to do and for my family goals and all that.
Dude, I love it. And there's so many agents on here too that are listening to this going, well, spot on. I didn't get into being a real estate agent just so I can list transactions and drive people around for the next 20 years. They did it because it looks like a great income opportunity. But what happens is so many agents don't make that transition then to go, man, as an agent, y'all, you have such a huge advantage to most other people out there in the world to acquire amazing investment real estate.
Yes.
But the thing is making that shift. Most agents are here in the self-employed. They own a job. They don't even own the business systems. They're stuck in a thing where they own a job and not the business systems or people. If they're fortunate enough to get to that point and they might own a brokerage or something like that, then great. But then hardly any of them move to this part. Same thing with wholesalers.
Right.
And for you, Brian, so as you were kind of charting out that vision, do you have a certain amount of doors that's like, hey, this is the number that's going to provide that freedom where you can do less of this? That's working for you?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, when I first started multifamily, I would say, yeah, it would be sweet to have like 3,000 doors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cause I know people that have 3,500 to 5,000. But what's even cooler about this whole experience is when you dive into multifamily and you're around the people that are doing those deals, and it's a different breed of person. You're dealing with high net worth individuals, people that are very sharp. And it's just amazing the people that I've met in the last 6 months that have just like radically changed my mindset on so many things. And now I know we weren't not getting into this because we're talking about multifamily stuff, but like, I want to be to that point now, long-term, where I'm not even known as the real estate guy. I'm known as an investor. Like I could own other businesses. I could, my portfolio could be vast. And that's kind of my long-term goal now, is because I see how some of these people I've met, trying to raise money on these deals that we're doing. And I'm like, dude, just tell me more about how you're building what you've built. And it's been amazing,
dude. So. And that's so cool where when you start to kind of reach into those other stratospheres of the way people are playing, we kind of look at it as this mystical thing that you can never get there until you talk to the people.
Yeah.
And you go, man, that doesn't seem like that complicated. I was in Atlanta a couple weeks ago with my coach and with some other amazing entrepreneurs. And one thing that we always do is we have founder lunches, founder dinners. We go out there and meet with other CEOs of companies, like software companies. And at this one, we had a chance to meet with the CEO of Sales Loft, $70 million a year business, huge. And they built it in like 4 years. It's crazy.
Right.
With the CEO of CallRail, which tons of investors use. You might be a CallRail customer.
I do.
We hung out in his boardroom, just 10 or 11 of us for an hour and a half. CEO of Calendly, which we're a customer of. They're about a $20 or $30 million a year business. And dude, the crazy thing is, like, yeah, they're smart. I mean, they're definitely smart. You don't want to take that away from them. But what I think happens when you start to hang out with people in those different stratospheres, those people that are achieving at a little bit different, higher level, it makes it more achievable to you. You're like, yeah, they definitely have figured out a couple things I haven't figured out yet, but there's not anything really special about them. I mean, they're executing the crap out of it, and they have some smarts in there for sure, but it's not like it's unique to them. I can go do it. I just need to want it as bad as they did. It's crazy.
Absolutely. And now with all the resources out there, I mean, I'll come home from a meeting and with a high net worth individual who's really sharp, and he's got, he's investing in private equity deals and all this other stuff. And I go home and I just get on YouTube. I'm like, okay, what did he say? Like, I act like I knew exactly what he was talking about at the meeting. And then I get on YouTube University and, try and figure it all out. And then my mind's just blown. I was like, okay, that's what they do. All right, cool.
Dude, do you know Carlos Vaz, their Conti organization there in Dallas?
No, it doesn't sound familiar.
I'll connect you guys. He's been on the CareCast. I've known him, a decade now.
but he's one of the largest multifamily investors in the country. Man, last time I talked to him, he's pushing 5,000 doors, and he lives there in Dallas. Amazing dude.
Cool.
So I'll connect you guys, and I think you guys will be good buds. So as far as making that transition, this was a biggie. That the cash flow quadrant was a biggie. It gave you the desire, and then connecting with people, getting in that world, kind of gave you more of the vision, and also having a vision for why you wanted it. When we just have a what happens is that the motivation when things get hard isn't as much there. Like, it's easy to give up when you just have a what you're going for instead of a why. And for you, your why is spending more time with your kids, with your family, having more flexibility, being able to do that stuff, having more of an impact. So when you're creating these deals, I guess, Brian, why don't you walk through maybe your first multifamily deal, if you could, and then maybe your most recent one, because you closed one not too long ago.
Yeah. So
how'd they happen? What do they look like?
And a little disclosure, like, these aren't my deals. Like, multifamily is a very group oriented type transaction. So you have general partners that put together a deal. So a general partnership is in charge of putting up risk capital, earnest money, and you think it's cute to put earnest money down on a house. I mean, you're talking 200 grand and if you don't close, that money's gone. So so there's people that put in risk capital. You have to have someone in the general partnership that has the net worth to take down the deal to qualify for the loan. Then you have people that do the asset management, that basically manage the property manager, investor relations with everybody who's invested, keeping them up to date, all that kind of stuff. And then you have capital raisers, people that are in the deal that use their network to bring money into the deal. And so I went to a meetup on a Saturday morning and met with these people that were actively doing a deal. It was already in place out in Lubbock, Texas, and it was their first deal. They partnered with some people that have been doing deals before so they could get the process rolling, but this was their first deal. And they wanted to bring me on to help raise money to get it through the finish line.
Cool.
And so it was one of those things where, like, holy crap, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to say yes and figure it out. And I'm so glad I did, because I learned so much. And then I just, my wholesaling business was running. I had my guys going out on appointments, and I put my head down and I met with every accredited investor that I knew. I would cold call them, text them, hey, let's get together. I want to tell you about what I'm doing, and I want to know about what you're doing, that kind of thing. And I was able to raise money, more than what I thought I was going to raise. And so that was really inspiring. I was super happy that I was able to contribute and add value to the partnership, because I was scared, because it's like your one shot. It's like, if you have to bring some sort of value to the general partnership, otherwise it's like, what are you doing here? We're not just going to give you a piece of the pie. So the fact that I was able to bring on investors and raise money and add value was huge for me. And, obviously that built credibility in the space for me for my next deal. Hey, I was able to raise X amount on this other deal. I feel pretty confident we can do the same thing on this next one. So,
and so with that, when you're a part of that general partnership, like you said, it's like a business, right?
Right.
With this business, with Carrot, I don't own 100% of the company. I own the majority of it, and then I have my CTO who came in with a skill set, and then my operations guy who came in with the skill set. And based on when they came in and the contribution, there's a different chunk of equity there, right? And so with this, it's kind of similar. You're getting a part of the equity and a part of the cash flow, I'm assuming too?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So the way most multifamily partnerships are structured is the general partnership gets 30% of the whole. And then 70% is split up between all the investors who just want to invest passively as limited partners. So yeah, I have a chunk of that 30% as a general partner on 2 deals totaling 300 plus doors now.
Dude, and here's the crazy thing. So these aren't Brian's numbers, guys. I'm just pulling a number out of thin air here. But let's say, can you share, like, what was the value of the property that you guys took down? Like, how much did you pay for that first one? And then what is it worth now after doing work to it and filling vacancies and whatever?
Yeah, so I think both deals were relatively similar. They were $12 to $13 million purchase price. And I can't give you a value on the property because we're in that forced appreciation phase, which means something that's completely different than regular real estate. The value of the asset has nothing to do with comps or anything. It has to do with the net operating income. So we're looking at ways that we can increase that by decreasing the expenses and increasing the rent. So, we're going to do renovations to units, make them premium units, and increase rent over 5 years. And then in 5 years, we're going to look and see, wow, our net operating income has increased X amount. And then divide that by the cap rate, which is, I'm not going to get into all the details of that.
People can Google it.
Yeah.
It's everywhere.
And then you can have a new value. You can go to the bank and say, hey, we have a new value on this property. We can pull out some equity, pay off the investors, or, you can look at selling the property at that time too. And that's where, people are 2Xing their money on a capital event like a refinance once we have a new net operating income.
And dude, like you're saying before, this is very similar to buying a business, right? Like, so if I were to go into buy a real estate brokerage or to go buy another software company, I come in with my knowledge, I adjust some things, make it more efficient, more valuable, make the product better, right? And then out the back end, it's worth more. So I'm just going to make up numbers here, guys. These aren't the real numbers, but so if they're acquiring these deals for $12 million, which is a huge number, right?
Yeah.
Everyone on this call is going, what the heck? Like, how can I do that? Well, the cool thing, you don't have to do it alone. Like, go find other people. Partner. Yeah, go find other people who have done it and are doing it, and you add your value. You've got to hustle. Like Brian said, he had to hustle and he had to prove his worth. And now it's getting easier. And the more you do it, the more track record you build, which will be easier to raise funds and easier to get deals and easier to get deal pipeline because people can close now. So let's say $12 million acquisition price. Let's just say in 5 years, you guys are able to make it more optimized and get the rents up a little bit higher and trim down some of the inefficiencies. And let's say at that point it's worth $16 million. Now that might not be that might be conservative. I don't know. So that's a $4 million increase in that period of time. Like, so that probably is conservative, probably worth more. But let's say that's like a $4 million increase right there. And same thing, I'm making these numbers up, but let's say that your share in this thing is 5% of the total property. Now, some people might look at that and go, man, 5%, that's not a lot. I'm doing all this work, But 5% of that $4 million gain is a hunk of money, right? So let's just play this quick math thing. What is 5% of $4 million? That's $200,000. Like,
and you're exactly spot on. Like my percentage of that's like on this Lubbock deal, my first one's like 4.38%, which doesn't really get you super excited when you look at everybody else's percentage and the main GP, the main sponsor who found the deal is getting a huge chunk, and you got 4.3% or whatever. But like you said, at the end of the day, the long play it's there. It's a good chunk.
Dude, and that's the thing. And the more that you do these, the more your percentage is going to get bigger because you've got the experience. You're going to become that person who's finding the deals, landing them, bringing other people into it. Dude, so here's the really interesting thing that I want people on the summit to look at. Okay. And first of all, guys, if you guys are getting anything out of this session, go to social media, Instagram, Facebook, #Carrot Summit. What have you gotten out of the session with Brian Rockwell, guys? #Carrot Summit. We're going to be giving away positivity t-shirts. We're going to be going through a couple times a day during the summit and scrolling through there. And we're going to be giving them 2 people who go in Instagram and or Facebook, hashtag it, tag me in it.
Tag Brian in it if you guys can find him in there, and let us know what your biggest takeaway is from the session. Take a picture of the screen even. Okay. So the next thing is this, guys, is we've kind of walked through the whole path of going from employee to self-employed to business owner to now striving towards investor, because that's where you really get more freedom. That's where you get more flexibility. That's where you get more impact also. You can kind of get yourself more and more out of the business owner role, which is like you're doing a lot of work at that point, right? Even in the business that you're in right now, Brian, like you can get systems in place and people in place where you are just an owner of that company. You're not working in the day to day. And that's probably that's kind of what you're moving towards. Kind of like the more you build up this side of things, you'll probably have someone who really runs that business, and you check in, you're looking at the metrics and
that's it,
dude. That's exciting, man.
That's the end game for sure.
I love it. So what are your goals the next, let's say 12 months with the multifamily side of things? Are you looking at a certain number of doors you want to be involved in acquiring? Kind of what are your goals there?
Yeah. So in the next 12 months, real estate really is just going to be one little thing that I focus on as far as being an investor. Like I said, my mindset has totally shifted to try and view it as an investor. So what does that mean for my cash? What does that mean for my stocks and bonds? What does that mean for my real estate, which is just one little thing in the grand scope of being an investor. You know, I have cash, I have stocks and bonds, I have real estate, I have businesses I own. So in that real estate, which is all we're talking about today, you know, I'm looking to do more deals that are passive because I want that freedom. So I'm going to maybe invest in deals where I'm not in the general partnership. I'm more of a limited partner if it's a slam dunk deal. And then I'm going to continue to help raise money on deals when I'm asked, you know, for people that need to bring on capital raisers. And also, you know, I'm actively doing some base level marketing to direct to owner on these apartment complexes. You know, sending them letters, just shooting them a call saying, hey, like, if you're interested in ever selling, you know, hit me up, that kind of thing. Just planting some seeds like that. That way, you know, I can be that main sponsor one day, you know, and have the biggest chunk. So I'm not necessarily looking like, oh, I want to have X amount of doors. I want to invest passively, and I want to add value to a general partnership any way that I can. You know, if I do 2 or 3 of those this year, I'd be pretty happy with that.
Dude, that right there is amazing. I love it. And guys, I kind of look at it as stepping stones, right? It's like you're on a little path. This is the path of life, path of business, or whatever it is. And for Brian, honestly, I mean, one of the stepping stones was your previous career, man, as being a teacher, right? that was one of the stepping stones. He was a teacher, and he was a teacher for quite a while, and he was studying on this stuff. And then the next stepping stone was wholesaling. Okay. And in order to get wholesaling to work, he decided to dive into Carrot, on the Carrot side of things, as a Carrot site. Went through our training, went through our marketplace to get the resources for some of the marketing, and executed the crap out of Google pay-per-click and SEO. And in one of the most competitive markets, this guy comes in and just unseats the people who had been there for years before him, because he just executed. Like, that's it. He just executed, and he wouldn't stop. And so the wholesaling now, you know, that's stair stepping into more this passive stuff, the investor stuff, right? It's going, cool, I figured out how to make this work, and it's great. Like, it's a good business, and it's helping people, and we have a business I'm proud of, and employees that we're proud of, and we're doing great work, and we're providing an amazing service for these sellers who could not sell their house any other way than to a direct buyer like us. They can't list it on the market, or they don't want to, and they're okay with taking a little bit of shave on equity in order to have that service for them. Just like if I just bought a truck recently and I traded in my previous truck, I could have gotten another $3,000 by going to darn Craigslist, but I don't want to. I don't want to do that. It's like inconvenience, right? So wholesaling.
Did you finally get a crew cab?
I did, man. So
Okay,
if you come back up to Carrot Camp, there's like actually room.
Yeah.
I ended up getting, dude, I'm not a new vehicle buyer.
Right.
I'm pretty responsible with my money. I certainly spend my money, but yeah, I ended up buying a new truck. It's like the first new vehicle I've ever bought.
Yeah, I think I saw that post you did. about
Oh,
that.
I love it, man. I wasn't gonna get the Denali, but I ended up getting a smoking deal, like
Yeah.
legit good deal.
Nice.
On a Sierra Denali crew cab. Oh, dude, I love it.
Yeah.
Come back up, man. There's plenty of room
Yeah,
for a big
for
guy.
sure.
Like you. So there's the passive income stuff. Then the last part over here, guys, to me is your impact, right? Like we can all make impact the whole way, and we should be making impact the whole way. But each one of these is a stepping stone. You know, they all led to the other. And I think the big thing is, guys, you guys need to kind of map out where do you want to go and what are those stepping stones to get there. If you are a real estate agent and you really want to make a big impact and you're like, man, I'd love to do more passive stuff. I don't want to churn listing transactions all the time. Okay, write that down for you. What are you currently? I'm an insurance broker, but I really want to be an agent so then I can get into real estate and buy properties. So then I can do this. Okay, cool. Write out your path.
Yeah.
Because then you can start to go through that cash flow quadrant like Brian did and figure out, how do I create the business over here on the wholesaling side or the agent side that's consistent, that's predictable, that's stacking bricks, that makes it so I have an amazing business that then fuels into that next thing. That's what we're talking about.
And I want to encourage all the people that are listening, like all of that sounds great, but you really have to like, and you can, talk to Trevor about this, just that culture of building a business. And it's been huge for me. I mean, you talk about impact. I remember I was texting you one night about my core values, and I think you gave me one. It's up here on the board. I know it's backwards, but
Yep.
leave everyone inspired and hopeful. It's like one of our main ones, and that's what our guys do when they go out on appointments. And that's why my acquisition agent Austin, he literally gets every deal he goes on because he inspires the seller. It's amazing. And
he's good, man. Like, it was so cool having him with you up here at Carrot Camp this last time. Just such a good dude.
Yeah, but that's huge, man. I just want to thank you for all that, everything you've done to help me build the culture here, and it's been a dream come true, man. It's really cool.
Man, it makes me smile because at the end of the day, you hope the messages you're putting out there and the things you're putting out stick. And you know the gig, and everyone watching this, guys, there's thousands of people that are going to be tuning into the summit over these days. A very small percentage are going to do anything with any of the stuff that we teach. And you look at it and go, well, shoot, like how could that pump you up having such a small success rate as far as everyone who touches your message? Well, we're trying to teach you guys to do things that are hard. Like, honestly, we try to make them as easy as possible. Like, we try to break them down into simple concepts. We try to make software that's as easy as possible. And it is very easy as far as the steps are. The part that's hard is you getting over yourself. The part that's hard is you changing your habits and patterns to be the person that you need to become in order to be successful. The part that's hard is not giving up when it gets hard. Okay, that's the stuff that's hard. The actual act of everything we're teaching is very easy. It's like I'm not going to say anyone, because I'm sure that there's always exceptions where someone has some sort of disability or some reason they can't do this thing, right? But most anyone can do everything we're teaching y'all. The big thing is you got to be like Brian and say, how bad do I want this? And I need to get rid of all excuses, trust math, not emotion, have a clear path for where I want to go, and just keep plugging away and like win, and don't keep shifting strategies because you think the next things are greener.
Dude, it's so funny you said that about the hard things. One of our family mottos, my wife started it, and it just kind of stayed with us in our family. Like my son, who's 6 years old, you have a young kid too, a young boy, so he gets super frustrated at something and he has a little meltdown, and my wife will say, Andrew, you can do hard things. And that just stuck with us, and I've actually brought that into my business too. It's like, we can do hard things. It's not one of our values, but because it came up after we put everything up on the board, but it's one of those things that separates us. we take on the hard things,
dude.
So
Yeah, it's so funny you said that. This is just the other day. I almost say that like daily to my kids, where I'll say, just because it's hard doesn't mean you shouldn't be doing it. Just because it's hard doesn't mean that it's not good. Just because it's hard doesn't mean you should give up. And starting to shift their mindset, right? Because so many people these days, man, they're looking for the easy route out. They're looking for the way that is easy. And you know what, guys? That just like in faith, right? I'm a Christian. Just like in faith, where the Bible talks about the easy path is the wide path is the easy path. It's the path that is easy to do these things. It's easy to give in to your transgressions. It's easy to give into the things that are going to lead you down the wrong path. The righteous path is the narrow path. It's the one that is less common. It's the path that far fewer people are going to take. It's harder, but it's the right path. And I want you guys who are watching this to do the same thing. Like, yes, this is work, guys. You guys might be looking at the latest, greatest push button, IDX tool. If you're an agent that's going to automate all this crap, you can just keep on doing what you're doing in your business. Or you may be an investor and you're looking at the latest, greatest, like automated, speed powered text message system that's going to do all these things. Like, those are cool things.
Yeah.
Okay. But this stuff here is the foundations that are going to make it all work and actually build something that's consistent, predictable. It's going to then lead into doing what Brian's doing with creating real legacy, real wealth. And that was hard work. Brian put in hard work. He didn't look for a button to push and then leave.
I know this sounds super cliche, but it really is true. Like, if I can do this and I can pull it off, then literally anyone can. I don't claim to be some super smart guy. I was a C student. So.
And dude, you're a guy who just hangs out with like carrot dolls in the background, man. Yeah. Like this guy has dolls in his office. Look at him. I'm messing with you. Well, Brian, man, I so appreciate you hopping on here, dude.
Yeah, man, this was fun.
Everyone who's watching the Market Leader Summit, I want you guys to go to social media right now, #Carrot Summit. What did you take away from the session from Brian? It could be something about wholesaling, how he's growing his business on that side of things, multifamily mindset. Guys, let us know. We're going to be giving away teas the whole summit and some other cool stuff. And we're also going to be giving away, for the people who are doing the hashtag, one per day. Man, I've been talking so much, my mind's going to be giving away one per day authority 30-day challenge tuition, one per day, for people that are going through and doing this. This is essentially taking the stuff that Brian's done and some other things, accelerating that path in about 30 days, kind of teaching you how to do it in a faster way, giving you a cohort of other people doing it at the same time with you on a Facebook group, and then kind of kicking you down the curb a little bit quicker. So make sure to do that, enter into it, or you guys can go buy it to enter in the next one here in March. Just carrot.com/challenge. But guys, pop through the comments box if you've enjoyed what Brian's diving into in here. We will answer comments and questions in there in a typed fashion. We just don't have the time to do on these things here. But guys, pop it through. Are you enjoying the session? Are you enjoying the summit? Let us know, and we're going to lead into the next break here in a bit. But Brian, appreciate you, man. So inspired by what you're doing.
Thank you, man. I had a good time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Guys, have an amazing rest of the, I guess not rest of the night. We're not done yet. So we're going to take a quick break, watch a quick commercial, go grab a glass of water, grab your piece of paper, and write down some of the takeaways you got from Brian here. If you're in the Dallas area, connect with Brian. You might be a person who can work with him on some of these deals. So connect with them. What's your URL? How can people follow you?
Yeah. So my main website for my wholesaling business is sellyourhousedfw.com. My multifamily website is just a normal informational website, rockwellcapitalgroup.net, not .com, .net. You can find me on Facebook and Instagram pretty easily though too. So
awesome. Brian, appreciate you, man. Big time, buddy. Tell Leah hey for me. I'm using that thing, use it every day.
Yeah.
And guys, we'll see you guys here in a few minutes after the next break. Thanks, Brian.
All right. See you, man.
What's up, y'all? Grab a glass of water here. Getting some water in me. So we are nearing the end of the summit. Not quite. We've got one more session. with the guest, Bo Hollis. And then, guys, we've got a special, amazing closing for the summit. So for those of you troopers who are on here still, we've had over 3,000 people tune into the summit over the 2 days, which is amazing. People coming in and out. And like we've already said, we understand 16 hours of sitting in front of your computer or on your phone or however you're doing it is a lot. And I just want to applaud the heck out of many of you who've been here the whole time, in the summit. There was someone earlier who said that they took 2 days off of work. They called in sick in order to come to the summit. And that's commitment. When Tom Kroll was talking about, are you going to do what is required of you to be successful? If that's what is required of you to leave work for 2 days to come in here and plug into this inspiration, these ideas, and these people, awesome. I love it. So a couple things for you right now. How are we going to wrap the summit? We've got one more session with Bo Hollis. Bo Hollis was on last year's summit, and we got so many amazing comments about it. You can check out Bo's session from last year in the 2019 summit recordings, which you get as a part of the package if you buy the summit recordings by themselves, or you get all of 2019's recordings if you buy the summit package, the special. The special includes the summit recordings for free, and it includes 30-day challenge tuition and a bunch of other amazing bonuses and 6 months of our software at the highest level. So go check it out, guys and gals. But coming up at the end of the summit, Adrian's going to be popping back on here. We're going to be diving in, kind of recapping 2 full days of education. We're going to be doing a bunch of giveaways, y'all. Going to be giving away more t-shirts. Going to be giving away more of these books right here. Founder, Farmer, Tinker, Thief, amazing entrepreneur book right here. We're also going to be giving away, just like I had mentioned, we're going to be giving away 1 tuition for 30-day challenge today. What is the 30-day challenge? So 30-day challenge, essentially, we do one every month where there's an agent-focused one. There's an investor-focused one. We have a lot of people who have done both. We've had some people who have done them multiple times because they want to be a part of that group, that community again during the challenge. So every day we give you action items. The first week really sets the strategy, gets the mindset tweaked, and we really dive in, help you niche down. We help you map out your plan. And then we set your stage for your content marketing, SEO, get your site dialed in, and get your first leads coming in with paid traffic while you're building up the long-term and stacking those bricks. So that's usually $100, guys. We're going to give away one of those today, and we're going to give that away at 5:10 Pacific time. So Bo Hollis' session should end about 5:05, 5 o'clock or so. Okay, that's what we're aiming for. And so about 5:10, we're going to be doing that giveaway for the tuition for the 30-day challenge. And you've got to be on live in order to be there. Okay, you've got to be on live in order to be there. You have to engage. There's going to be something where you've got to do in the chat box to engage, to be qualified for it. And we're going to give away a bunch of t-shirts and books from people that are posting the hashtag Carrot Summit in Instagram and Facebook, and following me. Man, my words about going away. 2 days of talking this much. I can't find my words. But here's what we're doing, y'all. Here's what we're doing. I'm going to go through some questions right now. But also, one thing that's probably popped. One thing I forgot. Last but not least, and most important, is last year what we did is we closed out the summit. Did we close out the summit or close out day one with Brent and Adam? We closed out the summit with these 2 amazing guys, Brent Moreno and Adam Johnson. Okay, Brent and Adam, if you're in the real estate investor space, you guys might know them. If you don't yet, you should. If you guys know Max Maxwell, so Max and Brent started together pretty much. They're actually working in the event promotion space way before either one of them were wholesaling. And now both of them run businesses that are doing over $100,000 a month in wholesaling. They're both, Brent and Adam are the most amazing dudes, the most giving guys. Love those guys to death. They're at the last Carrot Camp, and they left and their business changed. Brent's life changed after that last Carrot Camp. They'll come on and probably talk about a little bit of it. That's not what we're talking about. But we're just bringing them on so we can wrap with them. And they've been popping in here, chat about what they've been experiencing in their business, what people can do to kind of take away and really grow in 2020, whether you're an investor or an agent. So they're going to pop on here as our special guest to finish it up. All right, guys. So the summit ending is going to start about 5 o'clock. Right after the session with Bo Hollis. Coming up next, we're going to be giving away t-shirts. We're going to be giving away books. We're going to give away 1 full tuition of a 30-day challenge. You choose agent or investor. And Brent and Adam are going to be joining Adrian and myself. So in the next few minutes before I bring on Bo, so I've got about 5 to 10 minutes here. What I want to do, guys and gals, is One thing that I talked about earlier with the delegation matrix is how do you make sure that you're delegating the right things and you're doing the right things, right? Because you can have the most amazing wholesaling or agent business in the world, but you could get completely burnt out by doing the wrong things. And so what I do is I have a process that I call my routine and goal tracker, and I'm going to share it with you guys. All right, so I'm going to share my screen really fast. So I'll give you guys a link to this. You guys will be able to get the link to this completely for free. Okay, so this is my actual process for how do I make sure that I'm doing the right things? How do I manage my time? What's my personal productivity system? And y'all, I don't know if you guys can relate to it, but I've tried like every app. I've tried every fancy tool. I've tried them all. Okay, I've tried the guys. Look at this. These are like the notebooks and notepads, the journals and stuff that I've tried. Okay, I've tried this one right here. Project. I've tried them all. Okay, so here's the deal. Some of them work for me. A lot of them don't work for me, but here's what worked for me. The thing that finally worked for me to really manage my daily, weekly, monthly, and my daily, weekly, monthly priorities and make sure I'm getting the right things done each day and make sure that I'm sharing it with my team so they can help me delegate and do some of those things. And also the biggie is how do I make sure that I'm managing and improving my habits, the habits that I really need to improve to become the best father, the best husband, the best leader, the best entrepreneur, the best friend I can be. All right. So what I'm sharing on my screen right now is my actual habit and goal tracker. And y'all, it's a simple spreadsheet. Now I got this from a friend of mine. Name is Matt Aitchison, amazing investor agent out of Sacramento, California. Good friend of mine. He comes to my mastermind that I've been doing for quite some time. And he gave me this spreadsheet. And what I did was I ended up kind of molding it and improving it for me over time. And I'm going to give you guys your own copy of the template as well. What I want you guys to do right now is go do this. Go to carrot.com/habits. Okay. Carrot.com/habits. As a summit attendee, you don't have to put in any information to get this stuff. Okay, guys, just go to carrot.com/habits. I think there might be an opt-in there. I'm not sure. I don't think there is. But if there is, just put in your email and you'll be able to get it. If not, just go grab it. Either way. So right here, you're going to see a little video of how I do it. I'm going to give you a primer on that. And then you're going to be able to click this, which is going to open up this Google document sheet. Now, make a copy of this, okay? You can't edit this. We have it set up to where you can't edit this for obvious reasons. So we don't have a bunch of people in here messing it up. Okay, we can already see people piling in here and looking at it. There's some instructions in here, but go up here and click the template, open up your own Google document sheet, click this little tab, copy it. Okay, and then paste it into your own Google document sheet. There's an example sheet here that kind of shows you what it might look like, but I'm going to show you my actual one right now. Okay, so there's a bunch of people piling in here. So guys, it's carrot.com/habit. Okay, habits. So here's something I want you guys to do. Okay, I'm going to pull up the screen here, and I'm going to be mainly showing my screen. Then I'll draw back here, then I'll flip back and forth and show it to you. So you've got to have some sort of a cadence and waterfall in that training, the Entrepreneur's Freedom Formula training that I talked about earlier at the working lunch break. That training walks through how I gauge set my priorities for the quarter, the month, the day, and the week. Okay. Now you guys might be looking at me and going, "Oh, of course you can do it, Trevor. You're organized. You're the successful entrepreneur." Guys, I am the last person my wife and most of my friends and probably many of my team members would say is organized. Okay. So I am the person that when you look at what I've been able to succeed, I've been able to succeed in spite of these things. These are not my strengths. Okay. I've been able to succeed in spite of these. And here's the deal. I've had to learn to adopt better habits. It doesn't come naturally to me. Okay. Consistency is hard for me. Consistency is not easy for me at all. Guys, I would much rather do something for 2 days and give up on it, okay, rather than stick with it. I've got some friends who I look and see what they're doing. I'm like, how do you wake up every single day just nailing that? Like, how do you – I've got a friend I spent some time with in Atlanta a couple weeks ago. He has ran at least 3 miles every day for almost 700 days. Guys, every day for almost 700 days he's ran, okay? That inspires me. That's hard for me. So this system right here is what helps to keep me in check. This system right here is what helps me to achieve what I want to achieve. And the reason I'm telling to you guys right now is because you've just been through a day and a half, almost 2 full days of content. How do you know what's priority? How do you know what you should be leaving Summit to focus in on? Well, I want you guys to take your notepad that you've had. Okay, like we've been talking about the whole summit. On the left side, you draw a line down the middle. On the left side, write ideas. Now, here's big takeaways. And then at the end of each day, take a pencil, a pen, and draw over 1 or 2 things and go, you know what? There's a lot of ideas I've got here, but I'm only going to do 1 or 2 things of these. Drag it over, and now that goes into priorities for the month. So pull this puppy up. You can change what habits you want to adopt. You can delete all these, honestly. This is the part that I had the toughest time with. Don't give yourself any pressure. Look, I didn't fill that out at all there. I was on vacation there, but I didn't fill that out at all there. You guys don't have to use it all. It's just a great tool when you want to really dial in your habits. This helps you to see where you're hitting it, see where you're not hitting it. And you just do a simple red, simple green, where you're doing good, where you're not doing good. And then at the end of each week, you can look at it and go, man, why am I hitting so many reds there? Do I really care about it? And the cool thing is, if you see a trend of reds, what you want to do is you want to look ahead of that and go, is there something before that that's causing me to not do that well? So here's an example. Before, when I would have the wake up by 5:30 thing, it was reds all the time. And I would look at it and go, man, like, why? If that's important to me, why is it that it's red all the time? Then I would go down here to my go to bed time, and it was red a lot. I'm like, I wonder if I just take care of the go to bed time thing and turn those to green, I'll probably start to wake up early. And that's the case. Look at this, guys. Okay, right here, I go to bed by 10:30. I didn't nail it. Okay, what happens over here? Did I wake up by 5:30? Sure didn't. The next day. Okay, so that all flows in together. You can see the patterns. You can see if you're changing your habits. Over here, and then I'm going to bring in Bo. Over here, y'all, what I like to do is I like to focus in on top 5 objectives for personal and top 5 for business. Okay, so at the beginning of every single month, I look at my plan for the year and I say, cool, what do we need to do this quarter, the next 3 months to march forward our objectives? We set goals, we set targets, we kind of outline what kind of projects do we need to do. We put them on the board, right? And then every month, I pull this up on that day before the month starts, and I spend about 10 minutes, and I look at that board, and I say, hey, here's the goals that we set for the quarter, and here's the things that we need to do. What do I need to do this month to give myself the best chance to march towards that, okay? And then I put them in there. So right here, there's some things I need to finish for some tax stuff. There's some things here that I need to finish for marketing plan stuff with my marketing team. Right here, I need to launch a test with our team, with our innovation lab on customer websites. I need to hire 3 people, and I don't need to. Other people on my team do. I need to ensure that that's being driven in the organization, and I need to complete our pricing strategy. Okay, so those are the top 5. Now, I'm going to be working on a lot more than 5 things, but if I had to pick just 5 things to accomplish this month, those are the 5 things. And then as I'm going, you mark how you're doing on those things. Are you doing, are they in progress? Are they way behind? Are they completed? Whatever it is. Okay. This one here, red, yellow, green. Now, once again, I don't nail it every week with using it all, but when I do, I crush it. So this right here, every single week now on Sunday, I pull this up again. I pull it up on my cell phone. I've got the Google apps, the Google Sheets app right there. And so I literally just tap that right there. And the first thing that pops up is my, usually the first thing that pops up. Okay. I just need to log into my other Google Apps thing, but the first thing that usually pops up is my habit tracker. Okay. So right there, you can see it's right there. My routine goal habit tracker is right there, and my company scorecard's right below it. So always at my fingertips, I've always got my habit tracker, my company scorecard, and the KPIs that we've got. All right. So it's at my fingertips. So this sheet can be used on your desktop and your cell phone. There's no reason, no excuses for not doing it. So every Sunday I pull it up, I look at my monthly and I say, hey, how have I done here? Well, this is way behind. I've done that, whatever it is, red, yellow, greens. Okay. And then bam, what do I need to do this week to march towards my monthly? Okay. And then every day I pull it up first thing in the morning and I say, cool, what do I need to do today to march towards the weekly? And anything else that's kind of extra, I just put down here so I don't lose it. Okay. And like I said, on the personal side of things too, what do I need to do this month? I want to find a swimming coach. I want to read a couple books on faith. I want to sign up for a sprint triathlon. I want to finish my personal goals. I got a little bit behind on them. I want to get my first mountain bike ride. I'm behind on it. We've got Carrot Camp coming up, and I want to nail down our house maintenance plan for our house moving into the spring. And so the same thing, I've got my personal stuff and business stuff. Y'all, if you start to adopt these better habits and better processes around doing this stuff, I can guarantee you your life is going to look completely different in a year. Okay, your life is going to look completely different in 6 months and a year. This change, y'all, this change can happen literally in a matter of days or weeks if you choose to adopt it. So carrot.com/habits. Meet us, y'all, at 5 o'clock. We're starting the big bash. We're going to finish this puppy up after Bo Hollis. We're going to bring in Bo in right now. We're going to bring in Brent Moreno and Adam Johnson, amazing friends of ours, amazing wholesalers, some of the best dudes in the world. We'll do some Q&A at the end, y'all. We're going to do a bunch of giveaways. We're going to give away a 30-day challenge tuition. We're going to give away more T-shirts, more books, and we're going to finish this puppy in style. So let's sit through. Enjoy Bo Hollis' session on the ups and downs of entrepreneurship. download that habit tracker, put it to play in your life, y'all, and we'll see you at 5 o'clock in the end. All right, let's bring in Bo Hollis. What's up, y'all? Coming back at you with another session here on the Market Leader Summit. Now, I've got a returner from last year here coming on. And guys, when we were looking at putting together the summit list, the people who were going to invite on the summit, of course, we completely shifted the focus of the summit this year. We completely shifted the angle towards, hey, we're going to bring the two industries together, the agents together, the investors together, because that's what's happening in the industry anyway. And we're like, we're going to be the first ones in the industry to do that, to do a massive event with thousands of people on here where it serves agents and investors. It shows you guys how to serve people better. Now, we were looking at the list of people. We have two returners, Max Maxwell, who many of you guys know on the investor side. If you're an agent and you don't know Max, go follow what he's doing. Even if you're not going to invest or wholesale, follow what he's doing because of how he's leveraging video, how he's leveraging brand building, how he's leveraging building a following to create a great business. And we're going to be talking about that a little bit today. But then the second person is Bo Hollis. You're going to meet or re-meet today. And one of the bits of feedback we were getting from people from last year's summit was, number one, Bo's positivity. I love his energy. And so many people did too. And they just really liked his approach to the way that he does business. Go back and go grab the recordings, or if you guys grab the recordings from this one, we'll give you last year's recordings as well. So if you buy the recordings here in the summit, just go to the Summit Live page, carrot.com/summit/special to get the full special if you want to grab the Carrot software bundle package. Or here on the Summit Live page, you can click the link and go grab our recordings. You'll get Bo's recording from last year, which shows how he was doing cold calling and how he's completely taken a different approach. And he's like, man, competition, I don't pay attention to it. I just want to show up and do amazing stuff. So go check it out. But I'm going to introduce you guys to Bo Hollis, and we're going to have a cool conversation. We're going to be kind of all over the map, honestly. We talked about what we're going to dig into, and I'm really excited about it. But Bo, welcome back on the summit, man.
Man, thank you so much for having me on. And it's always a super, super exciting just to talk to you in general. So I'm excited.
Dude, so you and I, when I was driving down to Napa, a few months ago, we had a really, really good conversation. Hour, 2 hours, I don't remember. It was a really fun conversation. And I'm really pumped about what you're doing, man. And this part of the summit is going to be purposefully a little bit different than some of the other sessions, because the other sessions are very tactical. There's some strategic stuff in there as well. It's very, here's how to close a deal, here's how to get more leads. And we'll talk about some of that stuff, I'm sure, guys, for sure. But we do want to do an update since Bo was on the last summit, and the last year's summit was about the market shift. Is how do you wade through and stand out in this market shift? And we're going to be talking about, hey, were we right? What happened in Bo's market, and was it kind of on par with what he thought? Has it changed? There's been some big changes in the industry that investors and agents are feeling. But then also, there's something really exciting that's popped up, and Bo's wearing a t-shirt that is reflecting that. And I do want to talk about that. And there's some important reasons why we're going to talk about the house buying guys and the new brand that he's building and how it can inspire you guys to do the same. But Bo, let's set some context for people first. So if they weren't on last year's, who are you? Where do you live? And what do you do for business? I know you've been doing this for about 4 years, but what do you do for business? Who are you? Where do you live? What do you do for business?
Well, my name is Bo Hollis, and I live in the great state of Kentucky. I live in Louisville, the city where the Churchill Downs is, where the great Kentucky Derby is. And that's where I base all my business at, really just in this one city. And we ventured out here and there and done other deals other places because I thought that was cool. And, you know, I've been in the wholesaling space specifically for 4 years, and that's all I do now. That's all I do now. I've done other things, but that's all we do, and just straight up wholesaling.
And dude, so at the last summit, your primary marketing method, cold calling, you guys are amazing at that. And so if you guys want the full backstory on Bo, on how he does the volume of deals that his company has done over the years, go check out the recordings of that session from last year's summit. Or if you buy the recordings from this time, we'll give you all the recordings, about 10 hours of amazing content. It's still relevant today. It's still amazingly relevant today. We'll give you all that for free as well, in addition to this year's recordings. But kind of what are you doing now with your business, man? I know you're still full time in what you do. You started to close some deals from the carrot side of things, adding that part to it. But what does your marketing mix look like? Have you kind of adjusted your deal volume? Like, what's your business look like right now?
Yeah, so let me just explain. I'll do a real quick snapshot of what 2019 looked like, and end of 2018, 2019. Went into 2019 with the mindset of, I'm going to try to take some deals down and do those kind of things. And let me just set the stage here and say, we're going to be real, right? I mean, people, I got to be real. That's who I am. And so I think all of my problems in life all started out as really good ideas, right? So all my problems definitely started out as good ideas. And, so I bought last January, I think around the summit time, I spent $1 million and bought a bunch of properties all at one time.
Yep.
And so you can imagine where this is going is that, I would never advise you to do that. So anyway, I'm sure there's lots of people out there watching this right now thinking, oh, this guy, he's crazy. But so we got into these deals, and my goal was to do a little hoteling, right? And, did some of that, and luckily I'm able to negotiate really good. That's one of my skill sets. I'm able to negotiate really good deals. So you can make a few bad choices when you have bigger spreads in real estate. And just because you could doesn't mean you should. Right? And a little bit of optimism and bad advice, that's a real bad combination, right? That combination of, being really optimistic about a deal, right? You look at the numbers and you get somebody else to look at the numbers and they're wrong. And then you are optimistic with bad advice, right? So now you go in here financially and you've gotten somewhere down the road. And luckily I had a wholesaling business that can produce income, right? And so made a few bucks and learned a lot. And that was a great, great learning lesson for me. And I say all that to say this is that, if you really take your eye off the prize, and which I did, I took my eye off of what my core values were, my non-negotiables. And I thought I knew my non-negotiables, stuff that I really like, hey, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. Well, I thought what I was doing was a part of that. Well, it was maybe a little bit, it's part of the business, right? It's part of real estate, but it took my eye off of what was the real focus. And so it led me to where I'm at now, which really being good at saying no, getting my core values right. And that is actually allowed me to grow. It caused a lot of growth, and personally and in my business, to really get me to think big thoughts. And so it was a good year for me, even though it was a good year, it's a relative term, right? I mean, good year, I'm happy to be where I'm at.
Cool. I like it, man. And to give people context too, I mean, you've done hundreds of deals over the years, so you're not like a beginning investor. Some months you were doing upwards of 10, 20 deals, even some months I remember.
We did some real volume, we done, real volume, 10, 20 deals in a month. We've done that. I mean, it's a real business, and we make some, good decisions. And during that time, we were still wholesaling and making money, like good. It's a great education for me.
And dude, and that's the thing. I've experienced this too as an entrepreneur, where you're really good at this lane, right? And then everything starts to look at like everything looks like an opportunity, number one. But then also you almost go, you lull yourself into this false sense of security that you got the Midas touch. And I did that too on my previous stuff, where I thought, man, I'm doing this really good. Well, I'm going to invest money into this thing and into this thing, into this company, and then I'm going to start this thing. And I started doing a bunch of stuff that was away from my lane, and I lost money on almost all of it. And so why is this relevant here in the summit, guys? Because we're throwing a lot of ideas at you guys in the summit. And I am not naive to the fact that you guys are getting fire hoses straight in your eyeballs right now, straight in your ears, where you are like, I'm taking in so much information that you've got to now how to try to find some way to deal with all the information that we're giving you guys. And there's gonna be a lot of opportunities. Every single thing we're talking about in the summit is an opportunity. These people are making those things work. Now, the big thing is, and we're going to shift into this as we go further, is how do you know if that's something you should do, right? Like Bo said, just because you can do it doesn't mean you should. And so that's where I want you guys to pull away. And in the summit, grab a piece of paper and draw that line down the middle of the paper and put like, here's ideas, but here's what I'm actually going to execute. And I want to bounce over back to you, Bo, as you mentioned core values. So this is something we haven't talked about on the summit at all up to this point. And I'm glad we are right now, because for Carrot, we're core values focused. Like that's how we make our decisions. But sometimes it's almost like whenever you end up steering away from, or you have some things that happen negatively, you go look back like, oh man, I did kind of err from my core values there. So what role has that played since you started to really go back and go, cool, I'm going to really define those. I'm going to really dive into those. What role has that played since then? And do you have them written? Kind of like, what are you doing now?
Yeah, there's a saying, like success lulls smart people to sleep, right? And that is just so true. You can have a lot of success in one area, and just because you're good at one thing does not mean that you're going to be good at another thing. So going and having success in wholesaling doesn't mean you're going to be a good flipper. So that really helped shape my values of like, hey, what do I need to do? Like The Rock said it the best: know your role and shut your mouth, right? Just get in there and just do what you're good at. And that helped me. I'm good at negotiating. I'm really good at talking. I'm good at talking on the phone. I'm good with sellers. I like people. And so that was my thing. Number one is like, I'm going to stick to this silo, right? I'm going to stick to this one thing, and it is going to be wholesaling. That's going to be my core business. And anything outside of wholesaling is going to have to be either it's an immediate no right away. And if it's not immediate no, then I'm going to have some partner. And I'm going to I'll provide the property. I can provide the value in that sense, but they're going to have to literally take on every financial responsibility, every decision making. All I'm going to do is say, here's the property, and I'm going to get half of whatever, or whatever the split may be. So core value is like, I don't do anything else other than wholesaling. So that's number one for a business side. And then my family and my faith. I'm a Christian guy. Those kind of things really has to be my guiding light. Right. For me to be a good dad. We've talked about this, in our conversations, just how do we, because the culture, right, it speaks hustle and grind and work 8 days a week. And we're going to stay up till 6 a.m. and work hard and sleep for an hour and get back up at 8 and go again. Like that's the work that people preach, and how can I be anti that, be an awesome dad, spend time with my family, have millions of dollars in my bank account, that we all want, right? And maybe it's not about that money, but, metaphorically speaking, yes, we do want the money, and that's the reason we do this, and to provide value for friends and family and give it back to your church and all of those things. How can my core values be? How can I create a life that I want to live, that someday when my 7-year-old son and my 5-year-old son look back at me as a dad, right? My kids are eating pizza somewhere right now, literally, and they have no idea what I'm talking to you about. They just think, hey, Dad's doing a recording. What's he doing? What did I stand for when I was 35 years old and a husband? And I want them to grow up and say, hey, that's my core value, right? Is my family and the stuff that drives me, because I've been through a lot with my kids, and, we talked about that, I think, a little bit and in the past, and, just been through a lot health-wise with my youngest son. It really shaped who I was and how I'm going to do my life, which enables me to say no to other things. And, life all carries us on a journey, right? And kind of creates, as we go along, we kind of go along this journey and say, yes, I should have done this or shouldn't have done this. And we partner with the people that we want to be friends with, and who do we want to be in 5 years, and all of that keeps becoming part of our journey.
Dude, that picture behind you, I didn't mean to cut you off there. That picture behind you, is that your values, or do you just happen to find one that's like, man, this represents so much of
No,
me?
man, look, this is a, this is Simply Sold right here. You probably
Oh,
can't
there we
see
go. I
that.
didn't see that. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it says Simply Sold. And this is a custom piece that that was made for me by actually Mark Evans.
Oh, dude,
And-
that's sweet.
And if you guys don't know Mark, he's just a great.
He was on the summit last year. Yep.
Yeah, just an amazing guy. Just and yeah, it is our values when it comes down to just who we are as entrepreneurs mainly, and then just me as a family guy and faith, and just some of the stuff that as entrepreneurs we talk about, or actually we don't talk about it, right? We don't talk about the stuff that's tough.
Yeah,
we just talk about how to make money. Which we come home every day, and kind of forget about the stuff who really makes us who we are.
Dude.
So,
and I want to dive into that big time on this session of the summit, because like I said, guys, everybody who's listening to the summit, watching the summit right now, we're talking a lot of business stuff in the summit, right? But on day 2, we're going to be talking about more of how do you get that freedom and stuff like that. But with Bo, that's one of the cool things in the combos that we've had. You guys hear me doing the Trevor Truck Talk podcast. Well, Bo and I have had a couple like truck talks. They're not recorded, but it's like, hey, we're talking for a long time and just about.
I wish they would be recorded sometimes,
dude. Well, I know those would be some good ones.
And that's the thought behind the podcasts, right? Is those very conversations are the ones that change my life. The conversations that every guy and girl who are watching this right now, or who will watch this in the future, they all have conversations with their best friends or people that they do, and those are the real conversations where the rubber meets the road. And they said, man, I need to do something,
dude. So I mean, I'm going to dive in with you here in a little bit right now on some stuff, and feel free to say no to any of this. Okay. But feel free to say no to any of this. And guys, what I want to do right now on the summit is, you've been here for almost a full day on day 1. Okay. You've been here for almost a full day, and you got a lot thrown at you. You're probably like having some of your goals stretched up here, and you're going, man, that guy or that gal, they're doing this. And you might even be pulling back and going, oh man, I feel bad about myself because I'm not doing that. Or you might be celebrating them, hopefully, right? That's what you should be doing. Don't be feel bad. You celebrate the heck out of them and go, man, how do I aspire to that? But at the same time, what I want us to do now to close out day 1, and we have another session after this, I want you guys to really look at it and go, how do I make sure that, number 1, I'm doing the things that I'm uniquely suited to do? Bo already talked about that earlier. He dabbled in some other things in 2019 that didn't work so well. So you're like, okay, cool. Like for now in this season, I'm just going to be focusing on this because I know I'm great at this. And then I'll partner with other people who are great at that. So that's lesson number 1. So if a lot of these strategies you guys have seen today or you'll see tomorrow are ones that you're not going to do, but you see they're valuable, find someone else who's really good at that. And you might be able to lend some value to them so you guys can work together and add value. The next thing is make sure that we're really intentional with why we're working in our business, with how we're spending our time. And when Bo and I were chatting, that was one thing that did pop up for both of us, where there were opportunities where we just weren't investing our time in the right things that we wanted to in life, where, kind of getting caught up sometimes in that hustle of business and removing that time from our families, or even from loving on ourselves even. That's something I'm really guilty of I'll pour into other people, but then I'll forget to go back and serve myself so I can really serve others better. And one thing that popped up in that combo was Bo was like, man, I just really, really want to be able to help tell these stories with other investors, with other entrepreneurs, including my own stories of let's not all just show the rosy stuff. Let's not just talk about the rosy stuff. Let's talk about the stuff that we're going through that's hard. And so let's unpack that a little bit, man. That we've talked about all the good stuff on here, and some of our summit guests, I'm asking them some good hard questions. But why, man, have you kind of why have you really been resonating on that in a big hard way lately? Of man, let's share the stuff, the crap we're going through too. Why is that important?
I don't feel like I feel like maybe a little deeper in here, there's a little emotion that may come out. So
yeah, good.
I'll be pretty honest here. It's the best I can do.
Yep.
I think here's one of the biggest things that I want to do. And I wake up every day and I see my kids, and I want, number one, I want them to grow up and I want them to be good men. Number one, I want them to be good gentlemen. I want them to love well and love and be really passionate. And I want them to be good husbands. I want them to be good fathers. I want to be good friends. This is stuff that I think about, right?
I love it.
So some of that stuff, it really chokes me up even thinking about this, right? And but we go every day and we just talk, hustle, grind, money, all that kind of good stuff. And yes, we all have to eat and live our lives, and we all make good money, right? I mean, we're trying to get there. We're trying to better our lives, whatever good is to you as an individual watching this. I remember one day I told my wife, a long time before entrepreneurship, I said, man, if I could just someday make $600 a week, we're going to be all right.
Yep.
And here we are, right? 4 years later, I live in a nice home, and I drive the cars I want to drive and the stuff I want to drive and do the stuff I want to do. And I wake up every day and I look at my kids and I say, am I being the guy that is going to teach them about my values the way my dad raised me?
Yep.
Am I going to be able to give this to them? Am I becoming the person that I want to be, that when they get to be men, are they going to be like, wow, my dad gave me so much. He's able to say all this stuff, right?
Yep.
And am I living out at the purpose in my life, right? Am I living my life with purpose? And am I fulfilled inside my life? And, I had to answer that and just say, I don't think so. I don't think like I'm doing everything I thought, I went and I bought cars, right? And I'm sure that as an entrepreneur, you've had these feelings, and whoever's watching this, you probably had these feelings. You go and buy the car you want to buy and get in it. And you say, man, this is fun. It's whatever. And then you look around and no one is noticing the car that you're driving. And it's just another nice car, right? And I remember it's just those things, it fades, right? It just fades away. And then you get the house that you want, and then you're in it. And like, I do love my house. I like living where I live. It's nice to come home to a nice, clean home and a nice place. And I'm glad to provide that. But you go to these things and you go to these lengths to really push yourself and do this. And you miss those bedtimes with your kids, or you miss the stuff that you're eating as a family, and you're not paying attention, right? Because your phone is there. And I'll never forget the podcast that you had. You talk about leaving your phone in there, and you're going to say no after this time. And I cried. I was like, man, I'm not living my life to my fullest potential, to be the best that I could be. And so I really had to have thinking time and just be like, am I living out when I die? Am I going to be, am I going to live to my fullest potential and be the person that God created me to be? Am I living that? So I had to start all over. I was like, no, I'm not the guy who I need to be. So I just basically had to start and say, start with this family stuff. So I had to really break that down and say, okay, what are we going to do? I'm going to be present for dinner. I'm going to say no to appointments on Sundays. I'm going to say no to different things. I'm going to say no a whole lot more than I say yes. And I'm going to be very laser focused with the stuff that's really important to me. I thought even thoughts like this, why am I not swimming with my kids more in the summertime?
Yep.
Last summer, they're at the pool having a great time doing cannonballs and eating pizza. And why am I not there?
Yep.
Those kind of thoughts, it changed me.
Dude, one thing you mentioned a bit ago, which I think is going to resonate with a ton of people on this call, especially agents too, right? Because a lot of agents are working weekends because they got to show houses and stuff. And but then investors, when we were talking, when I was driving down to Napa, that was one thing you mentioned. You're like, man, I was in this dialed in moment for so long where I had to answer these calls because those calls were deals. And if I didn't answer that call and it was dinner time, I could potentially lose this deal, which could potentially, be 10,000, 20,000, whatever it is. And man, I think we all get into those moments where you go, this activity turns to this thing, which I have said that I want. And we committed to that a while ago that, yeah, we want the thing. So if I do this, it gets closer to the thing. Then we forget that when we do that thing, it's not at a cost. You are costing yourself something. And in that case, it's costing myself attention with people that I love, attention or time into things that I really want to do that give me energy. And the worst thing, and this is something I experienced, especially in the early years of growing Carrot and some of my other companies too. Not saying I don't get back into it, like not saying I don't fall back into it and then I got to yank myself back out with self-awareness. But I would catch myself doing that too, where I'm like, okay, well, let me look at Slack. Okay, there might be something in there I need to look at. Let me look at this thing. Let me look at this thing. And I would find myself in that same situation, where I'm like, damn, my original intent and purpose was starting this company was to get more freedom, to get more flexibility. Yeah, grow the finances, of course, because they can help make those other things easier, but then make an impact. And is this doing that? Like, is this freedom? Is this thing? No, it's like that thing is starting to be my ball and chain, and I'll still find myself sometimes get yanked into it because of its addictive tendency. Or even with the money side of it, right? An agent or an investor, they might answer that call at dinner time because of the addictive tendency of the deal. But what you said before, Bo, was really important. You said, I'm going to say no a lot more, and I'm going to stop doing that. How have you been so far since we chatted on that drive to Napa in saying no to those types of things?
Oh man, I've been a pro.
Dude.
I have been a pro. I really have. One of my friends, he's a guy in town and a local wholesaler. He texted me the other day. It was on a Saturday, and said, "Hey man, I got a full day of appointments tomorrow on Sunday, and I want to JV all these deals with you." And he's a Carrot member, great guy, and we talk about this a lot. We talk very openly. And I said, "No, I can't do it." And I was like, "No, tomorrow's my day where I say no to everything. I don't answer texts or calls unless it's from my family, immediate family, and I don't talk business. Like I don't do that. I literally will go play video games with my kids or watching movies and doing all the stuff that no investor ever is telling you that they're doing. Right? We're playing video games, Mario Kart, and Luigi's Mansion, and like all this stuff. Like turn on the movie theater, and we're going and playing, like living real dad life.
I love it.
So I've been real good at saying no to stuff like that. And saying no has allowed me time to sit in my office where I'm at now and write and think, like, and just literally just sit around and I'm thinking, like I turn it and be like, what am I doing? What do I want? And that question really has gotten me like far, like think about the thoughts that you're thinking, thoughts on your thoughts, like so much just, hey, why am I thinking that thought? Where's that thought going? Why do I want that? What is the real reason behind that? Why do I want to make $100,000 a month? Why is everybody caught up on that number? Like, I mean, my God, you can barely make $8,000 a month. Why don't you gotta make $100,000 a month? Like thinking about these thoughts and being rational with ourselves and being real, it allows for growth and it allows for really clear, very clear thinking and being really laser focused on what you're wanting to do. And then you got more time to actually do, you can actually make more happen in your time.
Dude, I read a quote, this is years ago, is an Einstein quote. At least they attributed it to Einstein anyway. The internet did. But it was an Einstein quote that said, the level of thinking that got you there isn't the level of thinking that will get you out of it. And so I find myself thinking of that quote quite a bit, where in hindsight, like I'm in a situation, or as my team has grown, that's been the big part for me, where we're over 30 full-time employees now, and it's like as the team has grown and I pull back and go, man, why is it so hard right now, like in this 3-month phase? And I pull back and go, oh man, you know what, because I'm still in the same level of thinking, the same practices on the day-to-day that got me to this situation, and not like a bad situation, just like things piled on me and I gotta redo a process and stuff. But then I have to pull back and go, okay, it's got to be a different level of thinking that'll get me out of it. And every single time, it's what you talked about. It's giving myself time to think. It's pulling back and getting out of that consistent flow of information, of content, of whatever it is, of communication, and saying, I just need quiet. And that quiet could be in the morning. I want to dive in with you a little bit on where you find that, how you find that. But the quiet could be the morning. The quiet could be making your schedule so half of your schedule is unscheduled instead of booking everything. Or it could be the other way. Maybe your schedule is totally unscheduled. So you're like, I'll take anything. So now maybe you need to actually get it scheduled. It could be whatever. But I know for me, this is one thing that I hate on one respect, but then I also have to do it on the other respect is I love you to death, man. And I have like 30 or 40 unread text messages in my phone right now. And you were one of those. And I saw the message come in earlier in the week. And I think even a few weeks ago, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to get back to it. I swear I'm going to do it. But I had to then go back to my bubble. I'm like, okay, I need my thinking time. And currently, at least right now, unless it's like my immediate team, mom, brother, or wife, or this, I'm like, I had to place everything else outside of that bubble for a period of time, get some things fixed, have a higher level of thinking, and now I can go back in, which I'm pumped about. But how do you find that time? Where do you find the time? What do you do? Is there like an exercise? Do you meditate, or are you just like hanging out and going, man, all right, I just get to let my thoughts run?
Yeah. So one of the things that I do is that, I'm a ritualistic person as far as, I wake up and drink my coffee in the morning, and I have to do the same thing a lot of times every day. And I think if you never read this book, it's called The Road Less Stupid by Keith J. Cunningham. I've read a lot of business books. I read a lot of books, listen to a lot of books. I mean, probably 60 plus a year on average of reading books. And probably in the last 3 to 5 years, that's my maybe number one of all time of just really, really good book. And he breaks down that concept. I had nothing to do with that concept of thinking time, but he breaks down of what to do, how to do it, and just literally turning everything off. And you're just sitting around and getting a piece of paper and a pen and writing down everything you've got going on and scheduling that down. And for me, I just got to come, in my office and just tell my kids like, hey, the door's closed, and tell my wife, I'm just need a little bit of time, just to think or go away, go from the house, drive. I kind of live in horse country in Kentucky. I can drive to the horse farms or drive around and, and just spend my time thinking about, hey, what's going on in my head? How am I doing? And, it takes me to about 45 minutes, and I can really clear my head pretty good to think, what is the real issue at hand? Is it really, think thoughts on your thoughts, right? Thinking, why am I thinking this thought? Okay, why am I thinking that thought? And then breaking down. And so I'm pretty good at that as far as, I might get stressed for a minute, and then pretty soon I'm back on the wagon. It's just taking time.
That's so powerful, man. So we work out here in the gym 5 days a week. And one thing that we started to do every other Thursday was our coach comes in, and we call it mobility day, or that's what he calls it. But like, we'll come in and roll our muscles out, and he's got this little machine. You push the thing, and it's got the ball that like.
Yeah, I've always wanted one of those. Those look cool.
So he's had his for years, and he literally, it's like a jigsaw. I mean, it's not like, it is a jigsaw from Home Depot, and then he's got like the thing on the end of it that does it. It's amazing. And so the reason I bring this up is I went into it because like, cool, I get like almost like a little massage thing. It's going to feel good. But what happened was, for me, that's the time where I'm like, my thoughts are going deep at that point. So I get to lay on the thing for 30 minutes. Some music's going, like, like meditation type of music. And then I think it's like the hum of the machine, like for 30 minutes. Dude, my thoughts, it probably takes 5 to 10 minutes. And all of a sudden, bam, my thoughts are just in like, piecing apart problems or opportunities. And I'm so clear coming out of it, like, oh shoot, I've been letting all this clutter pile onto my day to where I was doing things that were like, I don't know, some of them were important, some weren't, but now the really important stuff came out of that thinking session where I leave, I'm like, oh, this is the thing I should really be doing. That's really the thing I should be doing. I should delegate this, or I should stop doing this, or whatever. So guys, if you're not using that time, if you're not creating time to think, I can guarantee you everything you're going to be learning during the summit, it's going to pile more and more on top of that. And you need to give yourself time to process. And if you're going home and you're taking out the darn cell phone and you're whipping it out and going, hey, cool, I'm going to sit there while the family's watching TV and I'm going to be flipping up through my phone, which I'm guilty of from time to time.
We all are guilty of that
for sure. So I'm definitely guilty of that. And you're plugged in here, you're plugged in there. Kids go to bed, and then if I don't put my phone on by the front door when I walk in, which probably 30% of the time I still kind of slink by that darn table without putting it there.
We all do.
And I'm like, oh man, shoot. So now I'm getting plugged in again. Your brain never has time to pull back. And one thing that I want to bring out of here is, you talked about being able to think bigger, being able to really focus on what you love. And one thing that we talked about on that drive was something I want to bring up now, which is a podcast, right? You've been thinking about a podcast for years, and then a concept, an idea materialized just recently, this past several months, that sounds like you're going to be imminently launching something, hopefully this year in 2020 on a podcast. It's going to be really diving into some stuff that I feel is crazy important. And so are you comfortable, man? Are you cool with like bringing up what your podcast topic is, your concept is? Let's dig into that, man. So what are you starting, number one? Let's talk about House Buying Guys. Let's talk about the podcast. Let's talk about where you're going moving forward. And number one, why you're doing it. I think that's the first thing. And then the second one is we'll talk about how, if any, how does that tie it to your business? So first of all, what's the podcast, man? And why are you wanting to start one? What's the topic?
Okay. So, we all probably in listening to this, the people who are watching this or listening to this, wherever you may be in the world, that we all have heard or got into this industry probably from listening to a podcast at some level, right? Or it has impacted our journey at some level, right? So I know I listen to the Carrot Cast, religiously. There's lots of great guys out there doing podcasts and stuff. And that's how I got started. That's how I started on my journey. I would never be sitting here doing this without a podcast. And so, that started, and I wanted to do one for a long time because I came into the business and I quickly started doing deals, right? My kids are home now. You can hear that probably they're banging around somewhere, and they're probably actually going to burst in here, at some
point. My
Yeah.
daughter came in right before we hit record, man. You saw that.
Yeah, so it's good. So my boys are just gonna be loud. So, so anyway, I wanted to do a podcast for a long time, and I was just, I'm like, I'm doing it, and then I'm doing it turned into years, right? Never was doing it because once I came down to, I was thinking, I'm going to do a podcast, and I was never clear. I was clear on I wanted to do it. I had the step one was I had the desire, right? I wanted to do it. And then if I would have done it then, it would have really just been just another podcast, really just another podcast talking about, hey, here's wholesaling, how you do it, blah, 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 blah. That would have been boring. I would have never sustained it, and it would have been just a complete failure. And so what I did was over years, right? Where we were in year 4, really now we're pushing into year 4. And let's fast forward to now, about a year and a half ago, I started eating, I got invited to this breakfast. I don't know how it really happened. I got invited to this breakfast by these guys, and it's about 8 or 10 of us every single week. We meet at this restaurant, and it's just a bunch of guys. It's just about 10 guys, and they're all like about, I don't know, 60. On average, give or take. Some younger, maybe probably younger, roughly. And I got invited to this thing. I'm not a landlord. And I get invited, and I'm just sitting there, right? For like a year. I'm sitting at this breakfast every single Wednesday morning at 8:30. And I go to these breakfasts, and I'm just sitting there, and I'm just listening to these stories, right? And it's like the greatest podcast ever. And it's just, I'm listening to this, and I'm just like, man, these are, the house buying guys. My people are like, what are you doing? I'm just going to eat breakfast, with my house buying guy buddies, And so pretty soon I will go to make a Simply Sold shirt, right? And I was going to do some shirts for Simply Sold.
Yep.
Then I just somehow it just came that I'm just going to make this shirt, right? It says house buying guy. Make the shirt, and I'm walking around Lowe's at the time because I'm in the midst of owning all these properties, and I'm the guy who goes to Lowe's all the time to get all this stupid crap for the workers, right? Yeah. And so I'm going to Lowe's, and people always are saying, "Hey, the house buying guy, the house buying guy." They're laughing and they're talking to me. "You buy houses?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do." And so it started tons of conversations, right?
Yep.
I'll go to my breakfast and I wear the shirt, and they're like, "You always wear that shirt?" "Yes, I do." And so my friends started talking about it, and I realized that my favorite day of the week was the day I hung out with my house buying guy buddies. The guys who were talking about what they're doing. And I started learning so much about the real estate world in general. Like these guys own, collectively, thousands of houses, like big time investors, biggest single family landlords in town. And somehow I'm sitting there listening to these stories, right? And they're just telling stories about how to create a finance, how to, be a good landlord, how to evict people and set outs and like all this stuff. And so over the last year and a half, I just became really faithful at sitting there, just being a fly on the wall and listening to the stories of the house buying guys, the stories behind the men. And they talked about these stories, right? The stories of, when I die, what am I going to do with the money? What am I going to do? And like these guys are crying at breakfast. Like, what am I going to do? I mean, like with their lives, like you guys are really just opening up their hearts, and we became really good friends, and it became my favorite day. And nobody misses. They always are coming. And if one guy can't make it, they're texting the other. And it was an unsaid rule. Just became friends. And that's how the thought came, was that my very favorite conversations of all time are just with my friends.
Yep.
The guys who really are buying the houses. And it's just the story behind the men. Like what makes us who we are as individuals. When we turn all these lights off and the stuff that goes off and our phones go away and there's no more Instagram, what really drives us when we get punched in the face, you have real stuff to deal with, and how do you keep going? And how in the world do you become a owner of Carrot? What in the world led you to where you are right now? That's the story everybody really wants to know.
Dude, and that's the thing, like all of us have so many of those stories. And when we were talking on my trip down to Napa, and you were telling of this concept, I'm like, man, I resonate with it big time. And that's one of the reasons I do the truck talks, right? Because like I've got stuff on my mind, and sometimes it's me just like, hey, I want to motivate people, or sometimes it's me telling the story that's going on. And sometimes it's me like, man, like this is going on and I think it's relevant that you should hear about it. And it's not the great stuff. And so when you were talking about, well, I'd love to start a podcast that is around this house buying guys brand. We're going to talk about building a brand a little bit, because you've done great with building the Simply Sold brand. You've done great with you're kicking off the house buying guys brand, which I'm really excited to see what you do with that. But here's one thing that I want to point out, and why I wanted to bring this up here on the summit, guys, because some of you might be going, man, I'm waiting for the tactics, waiting for the techniques. This stuff right here is the important stuff. Bo talked about that he knew all the tactics, he knew all the techniques, and it got him to an amazing spot in life financially. But what happens is you go, well, shoot, what's next? Like you go, man, I got the stuff that I thought that I wanted that would make me happy. It's a little if-then complex, right? You go, if I finally reach this, then I will be happy. If I finally find the spouse, then I will be fulfilled. If I finally get this income, then life will be easy. If this happens, then I will finally be happy and fulfilled. And we're all we get caught up into that stuff, like we all do. And what I want to tell you guys right now is, if you don't have the mindset going in early of how do I build these relationships now, but also how do I embrace the struggle, and don't be afraid to share the struggle, because voice getting hoarse, because we're all going through the struggle, and the struggle is what connects us, guys. Like the whole 100%. Instagram sharing the best stuff doesn't, Yeah,
man. You on Instagram, it's the highlight reel. It's the highlight reel of all the stuff. Yep. I mean, last year, I had tens of thousands of dollars in education, right? I mean, of just making mistakes.
Yep.
It cost me money. It cost me time, effort, and energy. Think of all the real revenue I lost by taking focus off. I can't even think about that. That really bothers me, of wholesale revenue that I lost from taking my mind off my business. And we're talking, real money, and then, people, they think, wow, you're going to breakfast. Why are you wasting your time? You should be working. The other day, I just added it up, like how much money I made just from going to my breakfast, because I had wholesale deals that these guys buy.
I got you. Yeah.
Yep. I made over $100,000.
Yep.
Going to breakfast one day a week. Going to breakfast one day a week definitely netted me over $100,000. And I closed deals with these guys routinely, just by going up, and everybody says, anybody got any deals?
Yep. And the biggest thing is it brought you joy, right? Like that's the biggest thing. The 100K is great, but you can go make another 100K quick. But building these relationships, man, like that part's the joy part. Here's a couple of action items I want to give to everybody watching the summit right now. Is I want you guys all to do exactly what Bo did, and I'll give you my example of it too. And I'm going to get pretty vulnerable with y'all here, and I want you guys to do the same thing. Okay, is Bo identified, hey, I'd love to, I don't know if you created the peer group or you were invited into it, whatever it is, but either way, you knew that there was an opportunity to be a part of awesome people and building fellowship, and that was missing. right? That was missing there. And for me, it was the same thing. We have something called the 6Fs exercise. We're going through it with you guys here at the summit. I want you guys to change your lives, not to change your businesses. So the summit is going to be diving into both. Okay, we're going to change your lives and change your businesses. But in the 6Fs exercise, one of those things, it's faith, it's family, friends, fitness, finances, and fun. And so it used to be 5Fs. I added a 6F. But basically, this is probably a year and a half ago. I did the exercise again. I try to do it quarterly. Doesn't always happen, but for sure, when I'm kind of just not feeling great, I do it because one of those things is off pretty big if I'm just not digging life in that exact moment. And I did it. And there wasn't anything big that was popping up, Bo. It wasn't like, oh man, things ran down on me. It was like, oh, things are good, but things aren't like great, you know? And so I did the exercise, and my friends was a 1. It was like, it was a 1 out of 5. And I'm going, man, finances, you know, you can always do better. So I put a 4 there, but really it should have been a 5, but I put a 4. And then fitness was like a 3.5. And you know, some other things pretty good on the family relationships, but then the friends is a 1. I'm like, man, that's a problem. And I think so many entrepreneurs, as we're growing and hustling and grinding, like you talked, that's the first thing that many of us, if not most of us, start to give up. Or especially if you're growing a family at the same time you're trying to grow a business, all of your time goes into family and business, which I'm not saying it shouldn't. Maybe that's exactly where it should all be at that moment. But then as soon as you get that business built up or you get some time, you've got to invest in friends heavily. If you don't, you've got it missing. And so I immediately out of that, I went to my assistant, Jen. I'm like, hey, Jen, I got to solve this thing. Like, I've got friends. I just want to go deeper with them. And I'm not carving out any time for my friends at all. Like it would be months and I wouldn't hang out with friends. Or it would be times where me and Seth or me and Cody, we'd go out and mountain bike ride. We mountain bike ride for, you know, weeks on end, where it was every single Tuesday morning, 6 a.m. We did that for a long time. Then we stopped doing it for a year and a half because we all kind of got busy. But we carved out every Thursday morning, or every other Thursday morning is breakfast with friend. So one Thursday it's here doing mobility, and then the other Thursday it's breakfast with a friend down there. Dude, it's been amazing. It's something to look forward to, and it's a forcing function to make sure that I have that social time with friends. There's a lot of good benefits from it too. So guys, I want you guys, before you leave Summit, to take that grade, a 1 to 5. How are you on friends? I'll just toss out on this one here. If it's a 1 or a 2, I would encourage you to block out a time on your calendar right now before Summit's over and say, every blah for breakfast, every Wednesday, every Thursday, every other, or whatever it is, I'm going to have breakfast or lunch or coffee or whatever it is with a friend. And then as you're starting that week, guys, look at that. And if you don't have it filled for that Thursday, think up somebody and text them and say, hey, what are you doing for breakfast on Thursday? I'd love to hang out with you. It'll change your perspective in a big way. Do it.
It really will, man. It will definitely change it. Just like you said, if you don't have that group, create the group. It's not a hard thing to do. I mean, every one of the guys who come to our meetings on Wednesday mornings, they're all full-time investors. Every single one of them, they're full-time. And for about 8 months, one of the biggest investors that I rode with him every single Wednesday in his car, spent time with him. I worked for him for free, you know, like for really for like 6 months. I mean, we moved tile. I mean, my God, all the stuff. But it came down and was like, are you doing okay? You ask me these questions. Are you doing all right? What's the real, how's the real Bo doing? And just became friends, you know. It's just, and I would encourage everybody to do something like that. Find a group or create the group.
Yep, dude,
really important in your life.
I love it, man. And guys, what the reason I wanted to bring up the podcast is because he's gonna be doing this with a lot of entrepreneurs, investors, having these real conversations, diving into the stuff that isn't the sexy Instagram highlight reel. I'm sure some of that will be touched on for sure, because it's interesting. It's cool stuff, right? But then it's almost like the behind the scenes of what you're going through to get there. And I was telling on another session here in the Market Leader Summit, talking about a situation where I was really, really vulnerable on it. And I think when you share those vulnerable experiences, like, number one, the guard goes down, relationship gets built a lot more, but also, you know what happens to you guys is your ego level lowers. And I think it's really important for all of us to lower that ego level. Don't compare your income against someone over here. Compare it against where you want to go in life and the impact you want to make. And we've got a massive announcement on International Carrot Day, which is April 4th. And I can't spill the beans now, but I want you guys to tune in on April 4th, International Carrot Day. We've got a huge announcement. And one of my biggest things I've always wanted to go for is how do I make an even greater impact? And we have our giving program, which is giving away hundreds of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of meals, all kinds of stuff. And we are 10xing that on April 4th, making like the official announcement. So tune in, guys. I'm pumped about it. And the reason I'm even telling you guys this is because I created that time to think. I created the business with purpose in mind. I focused on why does this business really exist? Is it just to turn deals or turn income? Or is it to create a sustainable, healthy business so we can make a greater impact and live the lives that we want to live? And hopefully you guys are getting some of that out of this episode right here, or this session. So, Bo, where can people, once the podcast launched, I know it's not launched right now, but let's say mid-year or in a month or two, they're looking, where would people be able to find the podcast?
Yeah, you can be able to find the podcast on thehousebuyingguys.com, which will be powered by Carrot. And then you'll also be able to connect with me on Instagram at
Cool.
the House Buying Guys. And
Dude, this puts pressure on you now. Like
does,
it's official in the world now. You got
I've been working. I've been staying up late. The stuff that, the non-glamorous stuff that really I've had to do, it's taken a lot of work because I've had to think through what in the world am I going to do? We can all figure it out how to do this tomorrow, but what do you do? What am I going to be doing in December? That's what I really thought, what am I going to be doing on December 25th of 2020? What is my life going to look like? Right. And thinking in the future, so many people, I just don't think that want results right now. They want instantaneous, you want a microwave culture, and it's not real. Maybe you can pop out a deal here and there or do real quick results, but, overall, the best things in life come over time. It just takes time. And it takes the right people. And, this really is a mindset business. That's the bottom line. I mean, mindset and just being okay with results a year from now, 2 years from now. Like, where do you want to be in 5 years?
Yep. And dude, and that's also kind of before we wrap, dude, that's also to me, like that's where the fulfillment comes too, because when you work hard for something and you're actually up against an enemy, you're up against a wall, a brick wall, a challenge, dude, that's when it's awesome. One thing that I had started last, at the end of the year last year was starting to be living a more of a challenge-based life. And I've got some buddies, Chris Persson, a business partner of mine in another software company. He started to do challenges like every month, and he did 100 burpees a day for a month, for 30 days straight. I'm going, dude, 10 burpees is hard, but he did 100 burpees a day. And it was all like, it would all have to be in a session. It wasn't like 5 here and then 2 hours later it's 5. No, it's like, I'm doing 100. And he would try to get it done in like 8 minutes, 10 minutes, or whatever it is, and your legs are burning. But he did that every day for 30 days. And now he's doing, Wim Hof, the Wim Hof method, the ice bath guy. He's doing that every day for 30 days. And that's such a good learning lesson for me, because when I took a challenge, I did the push-up challenge last fall, right around Carrot Camp, to try to do 100 push-ups in a row by doing one extra push-up a day. And when I started with like 50 or something, because I was already working out. I was in decent shape. Then I'm like, if I had one push-up a day, every single day, eventually you'll be able to do 100 push-ups in a row without stopping. And before that, I'm like, there's no way. Like, I could never do 100 push-ups in a row. That just sounds crazy. It's a mindset thing. You just talked about the mindset thing right there. If you try to jump immediately to the end result, then your mind almost can't comprehend it oftentimes. But if you do a little bit a day, like a little bit a day, and I'm just going to do a little bit of the unglamorous, boring work every single day, what happens is before you know it, you're like, momentum picks up. Things get a little bit easier. Your mindset starts to shift, and like, there's like a new gear in your mind that flips, and it goes, whoa. I had another level of thinking, another level of commitment, another level within me that I had no clue was there, because I wasn't making the hard decisions to say yes to the hard decisions and no to the easy ones that weren't helping me. And as I did that one push-up a day, dude, it changed my game. And so I'm adopting some new challenges right now where I want to learn new things. I haven't done it yet. I want the commitment to it, but I also want the accountability. I want to take on a new challenge every month this year where
That's cool.
I want to learn how to do the Rubik's Cube, dude. Like, I don't know how to solve the darn thing
Me
still.
neither. I still don't know how to do it.
So I'm going to do that. That's going to be the challenge I'm starting right now. Is like, hopefully it will take me one night, but I tried that a couple weeks ago and it didn't work. So I need to get like a coach.
Literally, it's like a foreign language to me. I have no idea.
Oh man. So I'm going to learn something new every month and take that challenge and document it. And that's where, to me, the real joy is going to come from, not, even more joy, not just turning more deals. So, but we're going to wrap up the session, man. I so appreciate the heck out of you coming back on the Market Leader Summit, sharing your journey since the last one. The markets, of course, have changed a little bit. Some are amazing, some haven't changed much at all. This is the last question I'll ask you there, is kind of going back to prediction from 2019. Has your market changed much since our last Market Leader Summit? And did it do what you thought it was going to do, or did it make a different kind of an adjustment?
You know what? That's an excellent question. I really, everybody's probably sitting there wondering that right now. It's like, what in the world? Tell me how to make more money and do more deals.
Yep.
Here's the truth. Is like, we are in the hottest market in American history right now. And people say that they think they know, hey, this is going to happen at this time and this is going to happen at this time and we're going to have a crash and it's going to look like this and all that stuff. Last year, our market has just gone up and up and up and up. And I've just become more educated on what I'm looking to do. So it's an education process, right? What do I want to do and what does my business look like? So market has gotten hotter. The competition has become, I don't want to use more fierce because I think that's not the right word, but more people are doing it. More people are trying to get deals and do deals, and they are doing deals. And so I've gotten really focused on what I'm trying to do, on like what I'm going after, like what kind of properties I'm going after, where I'm going after them, just stuff like that. So the market is just, it's amazing right now, and there's deals to be had everywhere. There's more wholesalers than ever before. There are people all over the place trying to wholesale deals, and it is crazy. But you know what I found is that that's not a bad thing. Just because somebody's out there trying to, hustle a deal, that's not a bad deal. I'm out there still doing deals, and I still wonder. I did a deal recently, and I looked at my board over here, and I had it written down. And I thought to myself, I can't believe this deal's even here. I cannot believe this is here in the hottest market that we've ever seen, in the hottest zip code that we currently have. We did a deal, and literally all I did, I talked to the guy, and he said, yeah, I definitely want to sell it. I want it. This is exactly what I want. And I said, okay, I'll pay that. And it was a massive deal. It was one of my biggest deals last year that we had profit-wise, and it was in the hottest zip code. And why in the world was it still even there? All of the so-called competition, right? Why was that even there? And so, there's probably people watching this that either done a ton of deals or maybe you've never done one deal. Don't be afraid, because there's guys out there doing a ton, or guys who are doing a ton. Don't be upset by the guys who have done none and they're trying to get in the game, right? Go in there and, work together. And, I had lunch with a buddy today who's it was competition. We were friends, and we just went and had lunch together and talked. We talked all our marketing strategies and stuff that we're doing and success and how to help each other. And, the market is going to keep getting better, I think. And I'm not a market expert. I'm not an economist, but I do think that it's going to continue to get better for a little bit. I don't know. I mean, God knows somebody, but I think we're in a great market right now. And I'm going to keep riding it out, and I'm just going to keep, doing more. And that's, I think that I'll end with saying this, is that, right now, whatever you're doing, whatever your business looks like, imagine the biggest year you've ever had and the biggest month you've ever had. Think this thought and then go down the rabbit hole that this thought will ask you. And I promise this thought is going to ask you more. How in the world can the biggest year you've ever had, how can you turn that year, how can you, money-wise or deal-wise, how can you do that much in 1 month? What does your business look like, saying that you've done 50 deals a year? How do you do 50 deals in a month? And then just get a piece of paper and a pen, a yellow notepad, and just start writing. What has to happen in your life to have growth? What kind of friends do you need to be hanging out with? Like literally those kind of questions. What do you need to be doing? Do I need to be friends with Trevor? Do I need to be friends with Bo? Do I need to be friends with Max Maxwell? I mean, the people that are doing stuff. I mean, there's guys doing so much. Who do you need to hang around? And, find, this is so common nowadays, is just find the who to do the how, right? that get those people in your life. And that's what I'm trying to think of right now. Just who do I need to be around to make that happen? And that's it. It's just answer those questions and great stuff is going to happen.
Dude, that is, oh man, I'm so glad that you tossed that one in there at the end, because that's big. And when I look back at any major growth items I've had, or even that thing right there, every year we do the 10X exercise, right? It's the same thing where we go, what if we had 10X the customers? What if we had 10X the revenue? What if we had 10X this, that, the team members? And we always go, well, what would it look like? What would have to happen? And it's such an amazing exercise, because it's like a rubber band, right? You take the rubber band and you stretch that rubber band as big as it can get, and then you let it go. It's going to go back to close to where it was, but it's going to be bigger than it was, like slightly. And then you just keep on doing it. Eventually that rubber band does end up stretching and stays that form. And that's what happens with our minds when you do that. So guys, do that exercise, okay? Do that 10X exercise Bo mentioned. Ask those questions. Write those items down right now, today. So then you can go, who are the people I need to connect with? It could be like Bo, where he's like, man, that's part of where I want to grow. I need to connect with those people. And that he was attracted into that world where he got to be in that breakfast club with those amazingly successful people and build those relationships. So Bo, I appreciate that guy of you coming on the summit, man. Guys, go follow Bo. Go listen to the House Buying Guys podcast when it comes out this spring. And we just really want to support the heck out of what you're doing, man. So thank you, Bo, for hopping on the Market Leader Summit. Everybody go to social, go to Instagram, go to Facebook, go to wherever you are, hashtag Carrot Summit, and let us know what you got out of this session. And then what we're going to be doing, guys, is multiple times a day. Oh, my camera's all blurry on me now. Multiple times a day. Let me see if I can make that work. Multiple times, we're going to be giving away swag. Here, we're going to be giving away the positivity tees. We're going to be giving away some water bottles. We're going to be giving away books, all kinds of stuff. So only the people who are in here and actually going on social media, hashtag, take a picture of a session and let us know what your big takeaway was. We're going to be randomly choosing you guys to give positivity tees away, t-shirts away, swag away, all throughout these 2 days. Next thing is, if you guys want to be a Carrot member like Bo is, then guys, go to carrot.com/summit/special and get the special. It's like one of the best deals you can get for Carrot. We're adding in some extra bonuses. You get the recordings of this for free and last year's for free. When you grab the special package, you're going to get our advanced marketer plan, which Bo's a part of, and you get all those amazing features, premium support, phone support was just added for our advanced marketer members, all kinds of cool stuff.
That's
that
awesome.
right there. Yeah, dude.
I'm excited.
Awesome stuff there. So guys, check it out. And if you just want to get the recordings, there's a link below this. Grab the recordings so you can go back and listen to these. So Bo, appreciate you, man. Guys, we'll see you on the next session. Take a little bit of a break and we'll talk soon. Thanks, dude.
See ya.
Adrian, dude, what's up, man?
Hey, man, you've been busy all day.
Busy, dude. All right, what's up, y'all?
Shoot.
We're on live, man. We're on live.
I almost spilled some water on my computer.
That's funny.
You water.
You went shh, and then you finished out the oot. You finished.
That's discipline.
That is discipline. I love it. Oh man, guys and gals, man, there's still 100 plus live right now on YouTube and more over on Facebook, and it's so awesome. I'll kind of start it with this, and then we'll do the giveaways, and we'll bring in Brent and Adam here to kick off the party. We're gonna do the giveaways. We'll bring them in right after I say this, but essentially, guys, you know, when we set out to do the summit the first time last year, the whole aim was let's get a bunch of amazing content in front of people. Let's see if we can't make sure that we're not just delivering content, a whole random smattering of stuff that you guys can just soak in and then you don't know where to go. But you know what, y'all? We need to strategically make sure that you guys are seeing what the heck is going on in the industry, right? There's certain things going on in the industry right now that if we don't guide you in that direction, and I feel it's our moral obligation to make sure that everyone completely sees what's happening so you can see around the corner and you can adjust your business ahead of time for this. And so hopefully you guys have enjoyed the summit. We're going to be doing a bunch of giveaways here in a second, giving away a 30-day challenge. I can't talk right now, 30-day challenge tuition. We're going to be giving away some positivity tees, a whole bunch of stuff. But I so appreciate you guys. So let's bring in Brent and Adam. I know Adam's not there yet. Oh, there he is. Bam. I see him. Let's bring in Brent and Adam to the party. What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up? I didn't know we were going to get to join with Adrian, too.
Dude,
That's
we're
all.
guys.
at a party. I love it. So
I'm ready to
for
fun.
context, y'all, for those of you guys who don't know who Brent and Adam is, I want to introduce you guys. You guys need to get to know these guys, but it's kind of a tradition now. You guys come and help us close out the summit, man. That's awesome. Brent, that's were you out, Adam? Were you able to come on last year? I can't remember. Was it just Brent? I don't remember.
No, it was just Brent because I think
You had some.
I had some appointments or something going on.
Yeah. Cool. I love it. So y'all, some context here. Brent and Adam, they've been investors for years. Adam's been an investor for a long time. I mean, like, how long have you been an investor?
About 17 years.
That's crazy. And what people are going to say is like, how has that guy been an investor for 17 years? He doesn't look like he's old enough, but he's been doing it forever, guys. I mean, his dad has been an investor for decades. He's been in the game, and then Brent on the other side is newer to the game. Good friend of Max Maxwell's. They kind of were work buddies before this. Now they're both doing really good. But we're going to be kind of having a party here the next 30 minutes or so. But I promised people some giveaways. So before we dive in and start chatting with you guys to close this puppy out, we're going to do some giveaways, y'all. So the first thing that we're going to do right here, little game with you guys. Okay, what's up, Gerald? What's up, man? From cold Connecticut, dude. Are you getting snow there? You guys getting a bunch of snow? I love it. So we're going to be giving away a 30-day challenge. So we've talked about the 30-day challenge. There's been a bunch of people popping in the comments about what is the 30-day challenge. So a lot of the stuff we're talking about here, we're talking about building evergreen marketing. We're talking about not getting off of the hamster wheel. Okay, hamster wheel marketing works great. We're just saying be cognitive of not building your business 100% on the hamster wheel, because you have to then know, well, shoot, if I get off the thing, it's going to stop. So start stacking bricks, which is content on your website, which is marketing methods, which is other things, pages on your website that get ranked in Google. And then you can start to do hamster wheel marketing in addition to that while you're building this. The 30-day challenge for agents and investors, there's two of them, is going to essentially walk you through day by day for 30 days with a group of people just like you, several dozen of you together, where you guys can answer each other's questions, cheer each other on in this community, but also you're going to get daily activities that you can do. Some of it's inspiration. Some of it's, hey, do this on your website, implement this thing, launch this piece of content today. We're going to guide you on it. And so we start them at the start of every single month. We have our next one coming up just in several days, the start of March. Man, loss of words. My voice almost going out there. The start of March. And basically, y'all, we're going to be giving away tuition for it. So if you don't win the tuition, you can go to carrot.com/challenge, carrot.com/challenge, join the next cohort. It's only $100. And you'll also be able to get the opportunity to get access to the Carrot software included in that challenge tuition for that first month. And then you can choose to continue after that. Because that's really where you're going to get the most momentum, is leveraging our tools, leveraging our software, our content marketing tools, our high converting websites, the tech stack that we're on, but also the training. There's a bunch of people in here that said, hey, can we do one of these things every single week? And you know what, guys, we do. It's called our coaching calls. Adrian's on these things every single week, Tuesday at 11 o'clock Pacific time, with Joaquin on our team. Adrian and Joaquin are the dynamic duo over there. They bring on Carrot customers quite often. And so if you guys like this, every single week, Tuesday at 11 o'clock, they come on, they teach stuff, but then they also do a lot of Q&A. Okay, guys, so make sure you're plugging into those. If you are a Carrot member, you're in the Content Pro plan or the Advanced Marketer plan. If you're in the Core plan, there's a lot of people I saw join Core plan from this summit. It's an amazing spot to start, kinda, but the problem is with the Core plan, you don't get so many of the tools that are going to help you succeed as a newer investor, especially. Okay, so if you're a newer investor and you got the Core plan, or you're a newer agent, you definitely need to be getting access to the other training. Plug into our weekly coaching calls, and those only unlock at the Content Pro plan. The Advanced Marketer plan gets phone support in addition to our weekly coaching calls, in addition to a lot of other features in our software. So what I'm going to do is this, guys. I'm going to give you guys a couple minutes. I want you guys to pop in through the comments box who wants the 30-day challenge tuition, and why you believe that you want full tuition for the 30-day challenge for the upcoming one in March. What we're going to do then is we're going to go through, randomize them, pick it, and we're going to pick one right now, give you guys tuition, $100 value into the 30-day challenge. So that starts right now, y'all. Going to give you guys 2 minutes. Pop in why you deserve to win tuition to the 30-day challenge, and why you feel it's going to impact your business. Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. So tossing back over to Brent and Adam. While everyone's doing that, man, why don't you guys introduce yourselves and give people some context for who you are, and then we'll kind of start chatting about any things that you guys had a chance to learn during Summit, what you're seeing in the market, all kinds of things like that.
Yeah, so Brent Marino here. Only been investing, May will be 3 years. So I started in South Carolina. Like I said, I work with, what's up? That's Jonathan.
Oh, party tranimal.
But I worked alongside Max at a couple of events. We became close friends, both had that kind of entrepreneurial mindset. He contacted, well, I actually hit him up one day when I saw a post on his Instagram and saw that he had bought a house for really cheap. And I said, man, I got some money. I'd love to do something with you. And he's like, well, come to my office one day. I'll show you what I'm doing. That's when he told me what wholesaling was. And I called Adam because Adam was a longtime friend. And I said, man, you ever heard of wholesaling? He goes, yeah, I do it all the time. And at that point, I was like, you never really told me about it. And he'd help me try to like come up with numbers and all kinds of other stuff for different businesses because he knew I wanted to get out of the business of working for other people. And never mentioned anything about it. I knew they owned real estate. I knew they flipped houses and had rentals, but I didn't know he knew anything about wholesaling. So when I asked, he gave me a book, and I went and read it. And I came back to him and Max with a bunch of questions. And probably within the first like 3 months of really just learning everything, I went and just started doing what they were telling me to do, and quickly got my first 2 deals and made 20 grand. And I was like, all right, this is all. I can all reverse engineer all this stuff and just keep pumping this out. And then probably about 4 or 5 months later, my company called me and said, we need you in Vegas. I had a great job.
Day, wasn't it? You were supposed to have a week off, and it was.
No, it was the holidays. I was getting ready to go home. And I had a great job. I worked for Anheuser-Busch doing experiential marketing. So I did all the like major festivals and sporting events. I did that for probably close to 12 years. I had a lot of fun, but
cool.
It just got tiring being gone all the time and always constantly being told where you need to be, where you got to go, and just getting a phone call and saying, hey, in 24 hours, we need you to start, making your way here. Yeah. So they called me, and I think I had 60 grand closing that month. And I said, you know what? I said, I think this is going to be it for me. Let's consider this my 2 weeks. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it out to that event. And they said, okay. And I haven't looked back since then. It's been one of the best decisions I ever made. Fast forward, I was in South Carolina because my wife was in law school, but she just got nominated as one of the best local attorneys here in the Pine Belt.
Dude, I saw a Facebook post on it. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, so we were sitting here listening to that before this, waiting for the announcement to see who was the finalist. So she got nominated for that. We decided to move back home, and it just made sense to partner with Adam. I'll let you kind of.
Well, and I'm never going to live that story down. He reminds me of that a lot. He's like, man, you knew about this the whole time. You never said anything. But I'm Adam Johnson. I've been doing this, I think October 11th of last year was 17 years since we closed on our first deal, and very much a serial entrepreneur, I think would probably be the most appropriate title. Done everything from insurance agencies to tax offices and several other things. But real estate's just always been my passion. I love it because I really do love to help people. Like I want to know that I'm not. That was a problem with insurance, right? Not a lot of personal satisfaction in writing an auto insurance policy. I mean, it's just not. And so the real estate has always been there. It's always been one of those things that I just love. We love doing the creative stuff. And we were talking about this last night. So we've been growing and growing and growing, and I just haven't gone on a lot of appointments lately. Like it's just been more managing everybody that's going on appointments. And we went on a ride along with one of our guys in another county, and we ran 8 appointments yesterday. And man, I got to tell you, I was up till 1:30 this morning because I was so excited I couldn't sleep.
Dude, I love it. Hey, I want to kind of tackle that really quick. So, guys and gals, keep on posting here why you want the tuition, win the prize for tuition for 30-day challenge. We're gonna go over to that after I toss back over to these guys for the questions. So you guys are at the last Carrot Camp, and one of the things that you guys are sitting down doing is, of course, we're talking with Jen, my executive assistant. Did you guys end up hiring an EA, an assistant? You did.
We got
2. I love it.
We have,
I guess one is
we have one executive assistant. She was our lead manager, and she trained in our new lead manager, and she's moving over to the role of executive assistant.
Cool. So what was your guys' team like before that point? And now, guys and gals, I know there's a lot of people on here who are just a solo operator right now, right? That's where you are, and that's amazing. Everyone's got to start in a spot. But as you grow, you realize once again that people and team with the right people really enables to the freedom for you, really enables you to grow the business, but also make more impact in that freedom. So what does your guys' team look like coming into Carrot Camp? What does it look like now? And kind of what are you guys focusing on now for 2020 that's different about your business versus 2019?
Well, that's a really good question. We're actually making some pretty fundamental changes. We're going to outsource some of our marketing. I think we're moving some of it over to I keep forgetting what they call it now.
Real estate investor.
Realestateinvestor.com, the old REI vault.
Yep.
We locked that in today.
Cool.
And I think I'm going to try to start running some more appointments. And I think because we've scaled out pretty big, and we're fairly wide, and I think we're going to rein some of that in and focus on going as deep as we can, and then come back and go a little wider. But I think we're going to dive in a lot deeper. Whereas last year it was more about that wide expansion, and now we're going as deep as we can.
I love it. Yeah. And I know last year when we were at Max Maxwell's event, you guys had your first $100,000 month like that month there. I know oftentimes things kind of go like that. How has the business been so far? And kind of what are you guys seeing leading into 2020?
What was December was like a 80
something
thousand,
84, 85. Like
January, he's been out of commission for a while. So I've been pulling my hair out.
Yeah.
He got really bad off sick and was in and out of the hospital a good bit. Luckily they got all that figured out. But for most of January, I think he only spent maybe 4 or 5 days in the office where he wasn't at home, just, curled up in pain. So
like 28 or something like that.
Yeah. And then on top of that, my wife got kidney stones and had to have them removed surgically and all this other stuff. And then I actually just went Monday and had some shots put in my back. So we're basically just checking it. We're trying to find a good retirement home. So we can go and check in and spend the rest of our lives there, because I think
we're looking for a live-in retirement home.
We're breaking down. But January was crazy, so it was a little bit slower. But things are really picking back up now that he's back in the office. We've kind of focused in on what our bottlenecks were in our company and kind of cut out some of the stuff that was holding us back. And really just getting more and more focused on the business at hand.
I love it. Sorry, guys. I'm texting my wife back. That's her calling. Like, I'm still on the summit, babe. Give me 15 more minutes. 15 more minutes.
Hey, that's important.
Yeah, very important.
Well, guys, so here's the deal. I want to do the giveaway. We'll answer some questions. And also, you guys have something cool to announce, too, I'm sure. I need to, Brady and I were talking about, I need to close the loop with the Deal Mobile with you guys. I feel bad I haven't closed the loop with you guys, but there's some cool stuff to announce there for you guys. So, guys, we're going to do the contest right now. And it's very, very good odds right now, y'all. A lot of you are asleep, I think, or eating dinner or something like that. I know it's late in the East Coast, so you guys are troopers. On the West Coast, you might be heading out of the office or heading home for dinner. So you guys are troopers as well. But, Adrian, why don't you scroll up and down that thing, man, randomly pick one of those people, give the announcement. Brady will capture that, and we'll get them the full tuition for the 30-day challenge. Now, just to be clear, what is this, guys? The 30-day challenge, if you go to carrot.com/challenge, every month we have one of these. It's $99 usually. So you're getting $99 tuition given to you. And then we're going to give away some T-shirts at the end, too.
All right. So how would you know? Doing this off of Facebook or?
I'll just do it right here in you're not.
Okay.
Never mind. You're not in the StreamYard chat.
All right. I can see it.
I can? Yeah.
Yep.
So right there in the StreamYard chat.
All right. Let me just go ahead and randomly do this. All right.
And do one.
All right. Who is
that they wanted it?
Reno, Nevada. Karen.
Bam. So Karen, how do you say your last name? Karen Philip. Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Karen from Reno.
Awesome. Karen from Reno, realtor. You get access to the next. You can do either the March or the April, your choice. 30-day challenge for the agent side of things. So we'll get you hooked up there. All right, we got you. I love it. So I'm going to give away a T-shirt right now. Let's do this one from Instagram. We'll do a positivity tee right here. It looks like I got some more time. I just have to pick up my daughter from dance at 6:30, so I'm good. That's right. Yeah, all day. We got another hour, guys. We got another hour. Okay, here we go. I'm going to pull up Instagram. And guys, here we go. So you have about another 5 seconds to hashtag Carrot Summit. Hashtag Carrot Summit. I'm going to give away a positivity tee right now. We're gonna go over to Facebook, give away some more of these books, all kinds of cool stuff, right? So hashtag Carrot Summit, y'all got it pulled up right here, all right? And I'm just gonna go like this. Not a perfect process, not scientific. This would not be good for presidential elections, but so I got Hawaii Homes by Tanya right there, Honolulu, Hawaii. Hawaii
Nice.
by Tanya. We'll get you hooked up, Tanya. We got you. We're gonna get you a positivity tee. We'll get your mailing address. We'll get your T-shirt. The whole thing. Anybody else? Brady or Adrian? There's been some people engaging, amazing on here. Is there anyone that we just should reward just for their pure engagement that has been doing an amazing job?
I mean, Lynette's kind of like a shoe-in. Have we given her anything?
She's on the list.
Yeah, she's getting a T-shirt coming her
All
way.
right, cool. All right, let's see who.
Anybody else who's been Daniel DiGiacomo?
Daniel, I was gonna say was he's been on there the full 2 days, but he might have everything that we've ever offered. But
Daniel, if you don't have a positivity tee, I can't remember when you came to Carrot. I know when you came to Carrot Camp. I just can't remember if we had this T-shirt. If you don't have one, dude, we'll get it.
You know what? Okay, I nominate this Angel Home Solution. He's
already got one too.
Oh, okay, all right.
He won the Instagram thing. Okay, if anyone pops up, dude, let us know. Yeah, we'll get you out a T-shirt and a book, Lynette. You've been crushing on the engagement.
Hey, Adam and Brent, you guys want to give away a in-office 15-minute coaching, mentoring
from us
in your office? Like
we can't do 15 minutes, but we could definitely do 30.
I was giving you guys remember the conversation from Carrot Camp?
I'd absolutely do that. Yeah.
Oh, I know you would. I was just giving you guys a hard time. I remember the conversation from Carrot Camp about that. I mean, these guys are like the most giving guys I've ever met. So, they're awesome.
I love it. Well, guys, we gave away some stuff there, so I want to turn it back over. Let's answer some questions. If you guys have any questions, toss them out there. While I'm giving you guys some time to toss out some questions, what I want to do is toss it over to you guys, Brent and Adam. So not to put you guys in the spot, just you guys and I haven't had a chance to chat about it. I've been really bad at answering emails, but Dealmobile, I've seen pictures of it. I've seen some things happening. Are you guys doing the tour? Are you guys officially doing the tour? Whether I pull my head out of my butt and work with you guys.
Well, it's actually good. We took it yesterday. We're getting all new head units. So we're getting a new head unit in the front. We're getting a new head unit in the back where we can stream broadcast from phones and laptops. And I love the fact that I'm the one talking about this right now. I'm slowly coming around to technology, plug-ins in the house and everything now. So
that's funny.
But we dropped it off yesterday. We're getting all the electronics up and going, and we're getting new seats done. I think we're going to try to get our a logo in there on the headrests, and then we'll have it wrapped so that when we go to New Orleans next month for the event, that should be like the soft launch of it. And then I think we're going to Tampa at the end of April.
Yeah.
And then several other stops that we're lining out.
I love it. So guys, where can people follow the Dealmobile? I just tell them what the Dealmobile is, tell them what the concept is. I think people are going to be absolutely pumped about it.
Yeah. So this is how it all happened. Is Adam sent me a message one day about, he's like, hey, we go to all these events. Let's just buy a vehicle that we use to go back and forth to these events. Like nothing too crazy. My mind goes to, oh man, I would love to have like one of those executive sprinters.
I was thinking like a 95 town car.
I started looking them up online, and lo and behold, like not even like a whole week later, I get an email from a former. I go to a lot of auctions and stuff, and I buy more crap than I have time to deal with. Just look at my garage, ask my wife, but so I got this email from this auction company, and lo and behold, there's an executive sprinter coming up for auction that weekend. So we went and we picked it up, and everything kind of fell right into place. It's like, all right, well, I guess we're doing this thing. Let's just create this awesome environment to where we're just going to travel around the country. We'll do ride-alongs with I started immediately thinking about, well, who can we get to sponsor and help cover some of the costs? Like Carrot would be amazing because we can work with them with some Carrot customers and get out there and go door knocking and help people with their first deals, and just spread it, and also doing a press release in the city so we can go in and talk about how investors are adding value to communities, and not just communities, but also the people in those communities. And then also at the same time interviewing some of the top investors across the country. We're going to bring the podcast to them. One of the hard things that we, being in Mississippi, it's hard to get guests onto our live Q&A, and it makes, I'm sure you guys know, like when you're doing live stuff, like if everything's not perfect, it's very easy for something just to mess up. And that's one of the most frustrating things I have that happen all the time when we try to do remote guests. I was like, crap, I'm just going to take the podcast to them. We're going to wrap this thing up, wrap this van and get a podcast going inside the actual van and just talk to a bunch of investors from all over the country and share what's working for them. Because, we do a lot of events. We're always going to seminars, educating ourselves. And then we also have, with the 12 years of traveling and stuff that I also have a lot of friends all over the country. So it also gives me an opportunity to go out and see some people I hadn't seen in a while at the same time doing something I'm very passionate about, which is helping, newer investors get their business off the ground.
Dude, I love it. And guys, what I want you guys to do is follow these dudes. Go on Instagram, follow, go find Adam Johnson, Brent Moreno. We'll pop in their information. And Brady, can you find what would you guys rather have? Is there a URL we can send people to, or a Facebook page, or what would you rather send people to?
Real Estate Roundup.
Yeah, Real Estate Roundup is the Facebook page. That's where we do our free weekly live Q&A every single Tuesday. We've been doing it for over a year now. So anytime, there's no charge whatsoever to be in that group. We just make sure that you follow the rules and don't post anything crazy. But come in there every single Tuesday at 7 p.m. Central Time. We answer people's questions live on the air. Like it's just as simple as that. That's something we wanted to do to give back, because if I would have had that opportunity to be able to just ask, which I did, fortunately I had Adam and Max to ask those questions, but that helped me get to where I am faster, right? So I'm in a position where I'm not at the highest that I want to be, but I'm in a position where a lot of people would love to be.
Yep.
So, I want to make sure that I give at least an hour of my week to everybody that's trying to get there and trying to get their first deal or trying to get consistent deals.
I love it. Guys, we posted the link to the Facebook group. Go join the darn Facebook group. It's awesome in there. And they've got a live event coming up this year. They did their first one last year. It was really, really amazing success. A lot of the Carrot team members were there, and they're having another one this year. You'll find out about all that stuff over there, I'm sure. But there's like the best dudes. I mean, we bring awesome people on here. It's people that I trust, people that I really like. And these guys here, it's like they would give you the shirt off their back. Unless it was a person who wasn't a Cubs fan, they probably wouldn't want the shirt. But
I'm gonna be honest right now. I didn't even think about what I was wearing today. I just knew it was cold outside, and I bought this whenever I flew back in from Jamaica. I flew into Chicago, and it was really cold. And I went to TJ Maxx. I was like, "Oh, when are you gonna find an Under Armour hoodie for like $12?" There we go. I did like it much better. I did watch the Cubs. I lived in Chicago for like 2 years, but I'm more of a Red Sox fan, so that might upset more people. Who knows?
Yeah, I love it. So a couple more questions, guys. I know it's getting late. You guys have been Carrot members for quite some time, and I'm gonna make a little transition here, y'all. And this isn't, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wrap this up. We've got a bunch of people that have had a chance to see, hey, building authority is important in this market. It's really important to make sure that you're standing out. It's really important to make sure that you're driving people to a website that converts at a high rate. You have support from a team that thinks the same way, that has a similar vision as you moving forward with the shifts that are going on as an agent or an investor. And so if you guys want to go back and check on some of the other previous sessions, whether it's some of our sessions, myself or Adrian, or some other ones, guys, the recordings are available. Okay. Right now is your last chance to get the recordings at this price. At the end of the summit, the recordings are going to go up to the normal price, which is $199. And so if you go to buy the recordings tomorrow, they'll be double the price. They'll be $199, which is still an amazing deal. $199 for 16 hours of content from this year and another 12 to 14 hours of content from last year. And that is so insanely relevant. You can check back on it in a month. You can give it to a team member. You can give it to a VA, say, hey, watch this session, come back and take notes and bring those notes to me. So I have action items. Guys, $100 investment, so you can go back and have action plans in 3, 4, 5, 6 months, or go back and check on a session that you missed, or you want to take it out, check it out again. So it's your last chance at $99. There's a big orange button there. It says Summit Special Offers. Just click that puppy, and you're going to see this page here. 2 options for you. You can pay $100 for the recordings right there for the 50% off value, which you get both years, 2019 and 2020. That's going away as soon as we hit the end button on this broadcast. We're then going to switch it to the 200. So it's not like going away at midnight tonight. That's going away right after this. It's going to go up to $200. Or you guys can get the recordings for free. You guys get the recordings for free and free entry. It's free tuition into either March's or April's 30-day challenge as an agent or an investor. The way that you do that is with our Summit Special. And this applies for both existing members and new people, people that are wanting to join. If you're an existing member, if you're already on the Advanced Marketer Plan or Content Pro, this is an amazing deal for you, because we're essentially going to pause your billing for 6 months. We're going to say, hey, we're going to upgrade you to the Advanced Marketer Plan. If you're not on that plan already, we're going to pause your billing for 6 full months. At that point, then it will renew at the Advanced Marketer level on the monthly. If you're on annual, take the offer, hit up our support and say, hey, I'm on the annual plan. I already did this. They're then going to delay your billing for 6 months after that. Okay. But guys, gals, we're going to pause your billing for 6 months. If you're already an existing member, we're going to give you all these bonuses. Okay. The recordings, the 30-day challenge entry for building authority and really getting momentum going. Going to give you all the other normal things that are included in the Advanced Marketer Plan, including our software for 6 months, like I said. And then as a bonus, you're also going to get our AdWords campaign. So if you guys were on Anthony Beckham and Robert Grand's session, they talked about how they're closing deals directly to their Carrot side, their agent investors with the with Google Ads. It's literally this ad campaign is the exact CSV file we exported from our ad account where we were launching, when we launch and run ads for high level investors. We import it into their account. We just make some adjustments based on their location, their URL, and we launch it. Now, this same thing, you'll get access to that same thing. You'll get the file. You'll get a video of Brendan and my team walking you through how to use this and upload it to your Google Ads account, and then a video walking through how to do basic management of that. And that's what those guys did to pull in those deals. Now, can I guarantee you're going to get deals? No. Like, you might use this and blow thousands of dollars because you didn't dial it in right, or because, for many reasons. But I can tell you that this campaign has brought in over $1.2 million in profits for those that have used it. But like I said, there's no guarantee that it's going to happen for you, but this is the asset that helps that. It's lots of cool stuff, guys. So that's only $9.97. This Summit Special is available for the Summit and for the Summit only. You can always join Carrot later. Like, we had a bunch of people that said, you know what, this isn't right for me, but I would really love to dig in and try the software. So we had a bunch of people do that. Awesome, guys. Like, we'd love to help you in any capacity. If this package is right timing for you, great. You're going to save a bunch of money. If it's not, awesome. Like, join the software and we're still here for you guys. Okay. This includes weekly coaching calls with Adrian and his team, a group coaching calls, the whole thing. So that's $9.97. You'll get the recordings for free. If you've already bought the recordings and you're like, you know what, I really do want this package, go ahead and grab the package and then email support and say, hey, I already bought the recordings. I really want the package. We will refund that $99 back to you. So you guys will essentially, over and above what you've already paid is only, what is that, $8.97 or something like that. Okay. So if you've already bought the recordings and you want to grab this package before the summit's over, email support, say, I already bought the recordings also. I bought the package, and we will refund you that $99 from the recordings you already paid. All right, guys, so that's all I'm going to talk about with the offer. We're going to go back now, answer a couple questions. We're going to wrap this puppy up. All right, guys, are there any questions from the peanut gallery here?
Yeah. I was going to say, there's two things, or actually, there's a ton of things that I bought when I first got started because I had all these shiny objects in front of me. There's only two things that I still have in my business today from day one when I got started. That's Carrot and CallRail. That's it. I don't see myself ever. I mean, you guys do such a just phenomenal job over there with your customer service, your team you built, just everybody there. When we were at Carrot Camp, we were just kind of blown away at like how awesome everybody is there. We actually just mentioned it today. We want to try to come up there this summer, do some fishing, go out to Crater Lake.
You guys, like, seriously, let me know when that's happening. I'll take some time off. I'd love to hang out with you guys and do that. That'd be awesome. Like, no joke, guys. Let's just make it happen.
I'd love to do that.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
Cool.
We might even bring Leon with us.
Should. He'd probably enjoy the heck out of it. I like it.
Oh yeah.
He'll show you how to do some fly fishing. That's for sure.
Dude, that would be amazing. I love it. I love it. Well, guys, I mean, we could chat for another 14 hours, but you know what? I'm tired. And so, Adrian, do you have any parting words in your end, man? Do you have any parting words in your end? You've been hanging out in the summit the whole time. Any advice for the people that are on here listening?
Choose a few things to take action, and then just be consistent. A lot of everything that you're seeking for is going to come out of just those two principles. Going deep with a few action items. There's a lot of information that was shared, so you got plenty to choose from. Choose your jam. Go deep, stay focused, stay consistent, surround yourself with the right people. Join Adam and Brent's group. They have a phenomenal ecosystem there, and they're following. It's time to change your family tree. I mean, to get started today, get started now, right? And you're going to be so happy that you did. But be consistent.
I love it, Brady. You said there's some giveaways you got to do still.
We got two people. You asked me if there was anyone that earned it that really needs some swag. This guy called into work.
Oh, there we go.
In a row.
He called in sick. He called in sick
for 2 days. Top real estate kid. I was going to leave a comment. If you're watching this, send us an email, support@care.com. I'll keep an eye out for you.
Might have got fired. Well, we'll get you.
I would like to give the coaching call.
Yeah, dude, seriously.
Real estate rescue team. He was kind of bummed we didn't give him swag. You've been here both days, man.
Yep.
Yeah, send us an email. We'll hook you up, man.
Yep, we got you.
Yeah.
We got you.
And I'll say this. I love Wade's goals. He said, love what you guys are doing. Looking forward to being a guest on a great success story. So Wade, make it happen. You'll definitely be on, you'll be a guest. So love the mindset and mentality there. Go get it.
I'm typing a quick note.
I want to piggyback on something Adrian said real quick while you're doing that, Trevor. You talked about the consistency, like finding a few things and being consistent with them. But one thing, and this is what we talk about in our mentorship all the time, like people come in and it's so easy to want to do all these things, right? And so you try to do all of them at once and you're not going to do them all, right? That's like waking up one day as a child and saying, not only do I want to learn how to walk, I want to run, I want to juggle, and I want to balance something on my head all at the same time.
Yep.
And until you learn how to crawl, like you're not going to get there. And so it's being patient enough to get through that process to where you want to go. And I'll be honest, a lot of times the most successful folks that I know are some of the ones that you never really hear of. They don't have just big, massive organizations, and and sometimes that may or may not be what they want, right? And so just make sure that whatever you guys do, pick those few, stay consistent, like Adrian said, but just as important, give your efforts time to compound.
I love it. And guys, here's gonna be my parting word on the summit. It'd be interesting, honestly, to like pull a word count on how many words I said during the summit. It'd be a lot of words in the last 2 days.
It's a lot.
But my parting word right here is kind of piggyback on what Adam said. Is we threw a lot at you guys, right? We did, and I know it and I understand it. And I've been to live events, and there's amazing things about actually going and traveling to the live event. You get to shake hands and get to have a beer with somebody at the bar, and you get to connect. But you know what? Showing up to things like this is also insanely amazing because you get the inspiration, you get the examples of seeing these people who are doing what you want to do. And you get to do it from the comfort of your own home. There was people posting Instagram pictures. I can't remember her name, but it was a great picture of her sitting on her bed, the computer sitting up there, and she was holding her looked like pretty darn young baby. And she's like, that's one of the reasons we love to do these events is it's not easy to buy the plane ticket, buy the hotels, pull away 4 or 5 days from your normal life, family, and work to be able to do this. And so we're pumped to be able to do this digitally. And we're insanely pumped to be able to partner guys with Adam and Brent who are doing the live events where you can then have that extra amazing benefit of spending more time with people in person, shaking the hands and getting to spend time with them and all the networking that goes on. There's life-changing stuff there. So as you guys are looking at the rest of your 2020, I would really encourage you, find other opportunities to plug into learning opportunities, but also networking. Because some of my best business partnerships have literally came out of going to events. The very first business that I had started outside of owning rental properties and stuff, I found my business partner at an event. Not this software company, but a software company I still own a part of is doing really, really well. I met that business partner at an event in 2010, and we're still amazing friends today. We were with their family at their house in Delray Beach, Florida, a couple weeks ago. And so, guys, find an event or two this year to go to. If you're an investor, go to the Real Estate Roundup event later this fall. Okay. If you are an investor or agent, Carrot Camps. We have Carrot Camp. We have 2 a year. It's like one of my favorite things to do. You know, it doesn't make any financial sense for us to pull away all this time to do that because we keep it a very small group, 15 people. It's not a cheap event. It's $3,000. But I can tell you, we're delivering the best possible experience we know how to deliver. Brent and Adam were at the last one, and Max Maxwell came to one 2 or 3 times ago. Danny DiGiacomo's been to one. Obviously, Adrian's been to every single one of them. But we have returning people. Brian Rockwell's been to 2 Carrot Camps. Tyler Ford's been to 1 Carrot Camp. He's going to come to another one here this year. He said, guys, come to events. If Carrot Camps it, awesome. Go to Real Estate Roundup as well and find something to plug into. Guys, love the heck out of you guys. Kimberly, thank you very much. And we're going to wrap this up right now. I've got 2 calls to action for you. Number 1 is go back to your list of takeaways for the summit. Okay, drag over 1 to 2 items for the whole summit, not 12. Don't leave a list of 14 different items. Drag 1 or 2 over to the right column and say, cool, there's a lot of great ideas, but I'm going to do this one in March. Do 1 in March, like Adam said. Okay, just focus on one thing to start. I'm going to do 1 thing in March. And then you can look back at the recordings. You can look back at this sheet come April and say, man, I knocked that one off in March. Bam, I'm going to do this one in April now. And use that habit and goal tracker that I showed you guys, okay? The habit and goal tracker. Pull that puppy up. Okay, take that thing right there as March comes around and plop that item right here. Go, cool, objectives for the month. I'm going to launch Carrot Site or whatever it is. Okay, whatever that item is. Okay, put it in there. And then as you're going for the week, you're in week 2 and you haven't launched that Carrot Site yet. Cool. Connect, with Carrot Coach or whatever it is. Okay. Jot down your items there, get organized, get focused on what you're going to do. Don't let yourself get spread too thin in a bunch of different things, y'all. And we're going to be here for you. All right. Have an amazing rest of the time. Thank you guys for coming to the summit. 17 hours of content. You guys are troopers. CarrotCamp.com is how you guys can join us there. Carrot.com if you want to learn more about us if you're not a member of Carrot yet. And then that summit special page will be up for the next several hours for sure. We're going to pull back and see. We might offer it through the weekend, but right now for sure we're going to be closing it down at the end of the day. We might open it up for the rest of the weekend, but the summit recordings, that goes up to $199 as soon as we have time to pull away from here and go change the page. So if you want the recordings for the $100, click that big orange link right now. Grab the recordings for this year and last year for only $100, or we can get them later for $199. All right, guys, have an amazing rest of the time. Thank you. We love you guys. I'm going to finish up with this right here. All right. Like I said before, guys, it doesn't matter what is true, only what you believe is true, because with work, it will become true. Shift your beliefs, make the actions support the beliefs. I know you guys can chase those dreams, y'all. We got you. All right. Have an amazing time. Thank you, guys. Talk soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.